So let me ask you, my friend, is your house moving right now?
That's a weird analogy, man.
No, it's not, because to you guys, your house is moving, right? And then you say that when I say, no, bro, your house ain't moving, it's on a foundation. That's weird.
Larry, you're not being honest.
It doesn't make sense.
You're not being, all makes sense to me and makes sense to everybody else, including Left Lane and a few others. Let me put it to you this way, Larry. We know your limits of the vestibular system. We know they only can feel certain types of motions. So if those motions were below the limits of that vestibular system, then obviously you wouldn't be able to sense it. So there is a possibility that any movement you make that is beyond its capability, you can't measure. So there's one thing. That's solid. You agree.
Okay, so you admit that your claim is unfalsifiable because you can't.
No, that's not true. It is falsifiable, because how else can you measure motion? Well,
okay, so how are we going to
measure? Hold on, Larry. You don't want to let me finish because you know I'm going to blow up this whole idea you have. Either you're trolling or you don't want to learn. Which is it? So just let me finish it, and you'll get what I'm saying. So with relative motion, which you're speaking of, you have to find something else to compare your movement to. In other words, something stationary would be great, something inertial, and you're moving, then you can say whether you're moving away from it or going toward it. We have ways of measuring that too, by the way. Number 3, you can measure rotation by other types of methods, like the Foucault pendulum. That detects motion on the Earth, being round and rotating, or centrifugal forces. You can get an airplane, you can measure the weight of something going one way east, and measure the weight of that thing going west. Hold on, last thing. Measure east and west weight measurements and see that those weights are different. The only thing we're doing is going west and east, the only difference. Yet we measure a lighter weight when we go east. So things like that. There's a lot of ways of falsifying it, a lot of ways of validating it. You're just ignoring it, saying, I'm going to trust my senses. That's my answer. I don't hear anything more, blah, 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 plugging in my ears while I'm speaking, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to anybody. And Left Lane just said that.
So can you make an argument showing direct evidence of the spinning, rotation, curvature of the Earth without using any assumptions, presumptions, or logical fallacies?
Yeah, Foucault pendulum would be one of them. I don't believe any logical fallacies are...
Okay, so your claim is that the evidence that the Earth is spinning is that the pendulum is doing its thing, right? So how do I falsify that?
Find a spot where it doesn't rotate.
Okay, well, that's the very thing that we're trying to prove, right? So you're claiming that it's rotating. So can we stop the Earth from rotating to see if the pendulum stops processing?
That's not how it works, Larry. Find a situation.
What do you mean that's not how it works? Are you saying that wouldn't work? That wouldn't tell us for sure if that was the cause, if we manipulated the cause and saw the effect?
Right.
You're saying for sure that wouldn't tell us? That wouldn't falsify it?
Of course it would. Yeah, if you stop the Earth from rotating, you could falsify it. That's one way, but it's not the only way.
Excellent. Okay, what's the other way? Because how else are we going to manipulate the cause and see the effect?
Yeah, what's the other way?
You know, it's funny how people that don't have knowledge, when they ask your questions that are stupid.
No, we're trying to get you to show evidence. Show evidence. Let's falsify it right now.
So
yeah, let's falsify it.
All you have to do to provide evidence for this non-rotation is to find a spot, and there'll be evidence to support that hypothesis. That's how you would do it in science. That it doesn't. You say, hey, look, I went to this place in Uganda, and it doesn't rotate there. That'd be your proof.
No, man, you're struggling.
I'm not struggling. I'm not. Find a spot where it doesn't rotate.
Hold on.
And come back to me. When you find that information, you will get a Nobel Prize.
Come on, bro. Stop giving us that stupid Nobel Prize bullshit. Listen, Obama got a prize for bombing Pakistanis to smithereens. So stop with that shit, okay?
I'm not talking about Nobel Prizes.
Listen.
Nobel Prizes in physics.
Xanax, shut up. Dude, listen. It's real simple. I'm claiming that gasoline makes my car run around town, right? So if I run all the gasoline out, that's like me manipulating the independent variable. We're isolating the cause. This is one of the causes for sure, because my car runs off of gasoline. So when I run all the gasoline out, my car stops. So what did I demonstrate? that for a fact my car runs off of gasoline, and without gasoline, this is what happens. You're claiming the Earth is spinning, causing the pendulum. So all you have to do is stop the Earth from spinning, and then we can see if the pendulum still continues to precess or not, to see if it is indeed the cause. Is that illogical, what I just said?
Yeah, it's the best bit, a little bit in disingenuous as well. First of all, again, as you have been doing in the past, you confuse the experiment with the hypothesis. Now, it would be a good test. It would be a good test to be able to stop the Earth and see what happens, but that's not practical. We can't do that. So we do other types of tests, which are just as valid, by the way, and maybe not as strong as stopping the Earth if it stops Earth rotation, but it still have validity. And then if you don't like how strong they are, you produce more of them. And the more of them you produce, the more strength you give to your case for the hypothesis, which is the Earth spinning causes Earth pendulum to precess. So you can't argue the fact that you can do this scientifically and produce all this evidence that substantiates, provides evidence and support for the hypothesis by and doing everything but stopping the spin of the Earth. Just like you can show gravity's effects without stopping gravity. So that's fallacious. That's illogical. That idea that you have to stop the actual thing that you're trying to prove.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You don't have to manipulate the independent variable when manipulating the independent variable. Weird.
Obviously, you don't understand the difference between the hypothesis and the experiment. You just stated it. So let me understand. You don't want to understand.
Yeah, man, I've only been here for 8 fucking years.
For the 50th time, you don't need the independent variable is specifically for the experiment. It can be a multitude of different types of tests where that independent variable is changed. Time is an independent variable in cases, but that doesn't have to be.
You can stop time.
You can stop time. Of course it is. Now, let me finish the sentence. I let you finish. Let me finish real quick. I'm almost done.
Goodbye.
So you can do this test, manipulate the independent variable, whatever it is. All I have to do is make a change in the dependent variable, whatever it is. And it just has nothing to do with the actual hypothesis cause and effect relationship. I mean, it is a hypothesis test, but it's not the same thing as the independent variable in the experiment. Now, you won't understand those words I just said. It's proven because I've said it for years, and you still don't get it, even today. Thank you.
Can you stop time? Fucking A, man.
There's that nervous laugh when you don't know what you're talking about. You don't need to stop time.
Genuine belly laugh, bro.
So I start talking, and you immediately finish. I stop, and then I answer it, and you start talking over. So you can manipulate.
I have no respect. You're right. No
again,
respect.
You're doing it again. I know you're doing it again. Moderation should moderate.
Yeah, no respect.
That's okay. So stop talking. Let me finish. Turn on mute for a second. If you want to manipulate time, you can meter it. You can actually allow time to pass and see what that has as an effect on the dependent variable. That is how you manipulate the independent variable when time.
Can you stop time?
You can't stop time. You can slow it down, though. You can slow it down.
No, you can't.
Sure, you can.
He says you can slow time down, guys.
Sure.
Holy fuck.
Just go the speed of light, and you'll slow time down. You see, there's that laugh again. Very telling.
It's genuine, dude. It's not. I'm not forcing this.
It's math.
Okay.
Xanax, do you know what?
That's scary.
Oh, go ahead.
By the way.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Xanax, when you have a hypothesis and you're about to do an experiment on it, you also have a null hypothesis, right? You're stating in your hypothesis what you're going to test for. You're going to say, I think this causes that. And that the cause is going to be our IV. The effect is going to be what it causes. You're looking for a cause and effect. Your null, the null though, is going to be the antithesis of that. It's going to say, I think when I
is a time.
So your high,
why nothing grows. Therefore, my null has been shown to have support. But then someone else comes along and goes, you know what? I'm going to let a day go by, measure the growth, and then lo and behold, we see growth. So therefore, we can say time is related to growth in this respect. It affected the dependent variable, which is growth. The independent variable was time. We allowed an hour or a day or a month instead of a few seconds and saw a different result. That's all it does. Don't make more of it than it is. Just as an effect on the change occurs in the dependent variable Therefore, the independent variable shows
So you
validity.
can
for that
remove
effect.
time from the equation completely, like in a good experiment, like a good boy.
Of course.
You can remove time.
Yes. Plenty of time.
Whoa! How do you do that?
There's plenty of times where time is not is irrelevant in the
So
experiment.
you can stop time, right? Then
You can slow time down.
come
That's
on,
not
dude.
part-
You really
in fact,
expect people to believe
sometimes
this
we're not going
shit?
to have time as a dependent variable. Time can be the dependent variable. Did you know that? Laugh some more about that one.
Listen,
I'm just playing with
fucker.
you, Sun Quack, whatever your name is. You're just a disruptor. You're not listening. I said.
All right, let's not. Zanuck, you're wrong about how this experiment thing and hypothesis. Your hypothesis states what you're going to test for your experiment.
That was impressive, by
You're
the way.
saying, I think heat causes
No.
hot water to boil. That's what you do
No.
in your experiment. You put you put heat to water, and you see if it causes it to boil.
If your hypothesis
Zanuck.
is heat, I'll be responding to Jeremy. Jeremy,
Also,
you
your
said,
null hypothesis would be the null hypothesis was heat does not cause water to boil.
right, and I totally agree.
So therefore, and that's what you're going to test for. You're going to put heat to water and see if it boils. Your hypothesis tells you what the test is going to be. It's like, hey, this is what we're about to do.
Probably you keep on pausing.
Zanuck, time cannot be a dependent variable.
Sure, it can.
No, it can't.
It can. Go look it up.
Time,
You said a deep.
time
I know
can't
you're on a
change.
computer. I'm not going to argue with you. Yes, it can be. And there's a situation, and I can post.
No,
it
it
as a
can't.
resource.
It's an independent variable.
Now I can. Hey, listen. People from MIT have a citation that I've posted many times about time being the dependent variable. Just because you say it's not doesn't mean anything.
Okay, what's the IV?
Get back to me.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Don't ask me questions about it. Just look at your own research. I'm not here to teach.
When time is the dependent variable, what's the independent variable for that experiment?
Well, obviously,
that's the most interesting question I could think of.
No, accelerate something to light speed.
Time is independent of all other variables. It can't be a dependent variable.
You are incorrigible. Go look it up. You won't do it, and you're just going to force me to go berserk on you. So just stop it.
What? Look it up?
Hey, look it up. I don't want to have to go through fucking reading pages of Wikipedia for you.
Can
just do it
time
yourself.
be
It's
a
very
dependent
clear.
variable?
It's very clear that time.
The same rate wherever you are.
Even now you're arguing with me. Why are you arguing with me? Just go away.
You told me to look it up.
Regis, leave me alone.
Hold on, guys.
So it doesn't make sense to express time as a dependent variable.
To you, because you have a pea brain.
I just looked it up, idiot.
Guys, don't do
You're
that.
dummy.
I know he started it. I know,
Yeah,
but let's not do that, please. Okay, let's all relax.
I can't hear shit.
Somebody's hot mic and Zanuck, I'm about to mute you. Hold on. You need to relax.
I don't know how many times a flat earth has got a skull to the
Larry, your mic. Your mic's on.
I have a question. How
Go ahead
does
with
the
your question.
pendulum works on a flat Earth?
How does the what?
How does the Foucault pendulum works on a flat Earth?
It is a starting mechanism. That's how it works, period.
Because you can calculate your location on Earth with it, and it's very interesting.
So it has a mechanism that keeps it. It has a mechanism and magnet that keeps it moving so that it can do what it does.
But how can you calculate your location on Earth with it?
Besides that, we have pendulums that are not mechanical.
You can calculate your location with it.
With the Foucault's pendulum, you can calculate your location on Earth.
Yes.
I don't believe that at all.
Latitude.
Wow.
Latitude.
Oh, okay. I'd have to try that, so I don't believe that at all. Holy fuck.
No,
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Brian, I think Brian said he's at 30 degrees north, or was it 40?
It's at 30.
40?
40.
All right, 40 degrees latitude. What's the pendulum deviation precession going to be then?
It's 33 hours, something.
33 hours for a whole rotation, for a whole precession. All right.
I guess we'd have to check that, though, wouldn't we?
We're going to check it. Brian's got a pendulum. We're going to check it.
Cool. So without that roundabout way, can we do like a layman's version of globe evidence anytime, ever? Or do we just have to do all this weird word coleslaw?
Go up to a 5,000 foot mountain or 7,000 or 8,000 foot.
Been there, done that. No curve next.
And see the horizon. Hold on. You just already answered the question before I chance. Then see the angle drop of the horizon. You'll get your answer you need. And you can't say it's because you can't see.
I took the globe math up to the mountain a few times. Never saw the curvature I'm supposed to see.
Did I say?
All right. So what we're gonna do, Zanuck. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the top of a mountain, look at something else, and then say that is where the mountain is, and this is the angle to that mountain. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, we're going to a high mountain and look at the a sunset or the horizon or anything that you can see from the mountain that's not obscured by weather, clouds, that kind of thing, fog.
Yeah, we're going to take an angle.
And you'll see the angle at which that meeting of the apparent meeting of the sky and the sea occur. Now you'll know it's the meeting because you'll see the sun being half obscured as well.
Okay, so we're going to
you'll know you can see at least the sun because you'll see the sun right above it. So it will both be below eye level.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go
per degree of a angular change of the horizon. You'll know that the temperature.
Okay, so what you're saying is we're going to go to the top of a mountain, get an angle to something, and that's where it is, right?
Yes,
that's what we're doing. We're making a geometric plane on where this mountain is by the angle that we get to it, right? That's what we're doing.
Rocket Mountain, that's right.
Larry, you're hot micing. That question scares you, Zanuck, doesn't it? Because you know where that goes.
No, it didn't. Question at all. It scared me.
Then answer it.
Oh, I didn't hear a question in there. Question.
Is what we're doing is we're going to the top of a mountain, seeing something in the distance where it is, getting the angle to it, and making a geometric plane on it.
Right.
Well, we have observations like that debunk the globe.
Not at 5,000 feet.
Canago, you go to Canago.
Not at 5,000 feet.
Okay, is Canago high enough?
Sure, of course it is.
Okay, then we're good.
No, just look at things that are closer to the, not 200 feet away. Look at something that's 20 miles, 30 miles away.
Why? We have this one that debunks the globe because we're going to do exactly what you just said. We're going to see something. We're going to see something in the distance. Zanuck, we're going to see something in the distance. We're going to take an angle to it, and we're going to see if your globe geometry works out. That's what you wanted to do just now. You wanted this.
Yes, and it will.
Yes, you. No, it won't.
It won't be above eye level. It'll always, even though you should. Okay, look. Why are you pausing? And then as soon as I start talking, you're talking. Just stop.
Okay, you want to do something close. If you want to do something close, I have Jesse Gordon and
we
George
can do
Hanichuk
as well.
Hold on. No, we can do something closer if you want, because I have the horizon above horizontal with George Hanichuk, and Jesse Gordon. Both have the horizon above horizontal. So there you go.
I don't think Jesse has shown that, but I've shown
measurements, actual measurements.
Why, when I talk, you continue to talk? Making me look bad.
That's my bad. My bad.
So we have the black swan that wasn't measured by Jesse or anybody, and I don't think Jesse has shown the horizon, but he might. It's not that unusual to do that at the surface. You won't find the horizon or anything at eye level if you go to 5,000 feet. That'll be completely impossible.
Okay, but at this point in the conversation, we have come to the conclusion that we can't make any kind of definitive observations on what we're seeing in the distance, because sometimes it looks different than what it actually is. So,
because you can measure it along the way, you could actually measure it as you go high and see what the refraction value is, because that'll be the rate of change that happens for every change in height. So, and the fact that you never can ever see the horizon at eye level at anything above the surface level tells you that even though it might not be the exact geometric position due to refraction, it certainly shows evidence of curvature, because it always shows a dip below eye level. Always.
No, that doesn't mean. That does not mean. That does not mean curvature. That means things are dropping in the distance optically.
That's not what it means. Is there anything?
We already know things are we already know things are moving optically. So that's not even a question that that's happening.
You're getting it confused with horizon drop. You're saying that we know things drop horizontal, from vertical downward, and not when they're below eye level. If they're level, they will never go below eye level.
Drop from vertical. What's that mean?
Drop from horizontal. If you have something drop vertically in your field of view, that cannot happen if it is at eye level. And if you're at 5,000 feet,
that's not true.
At the horizon, and it should be at eye level because we measured it at eye level at the ground. You actually said it's even above eye level, and then it drops.
Dude, that's not true. What you said.
So that's not how perspective works. So you can't.
Okay, I'm not saying it's. Okay, first of all, I didn't say anything about perspective. Okay, right. We know optically things are moving up and down. So it's not even a question. Yeah, they are. Dude, we have the Jesse Gordon and George Hanichuk both have the horizon above horizontal.
On the surface of the water.
Okay, we know.
Water.
So we know that things can. We know that things.
Oh my God, Jeff! Jeremy, my God, we can't do this. We have to stop and give each other a chance. Every time you stop, I start to talk, and then you start talking.
Yeah, my bad. I take long pauses. Those long pauses is what fucks us up.
I know you're thinking. I do the same thing sometimes too, but
we gotta say blueberry pancakes. We gotta say blueberry pancakes when we're done talking.
We don't have to do that.
It's a fucking great idea.
Well, what do you want your safe word to be, Zen?
No, just pause. Realize I'm going to say something, especially if you're making a statement, like right there.
Okay, so we already know things can be above or below the horizontal when we look out at things in the distance. Just because we get higher and they don't go above anything does not mean anything. There's an optical effect happening.
It does. If something's above or at eye level, it's not going to go down as you go higher. It just won't.
You can't be certain about that. You can't prove that. You can't even show that. You can't demonstrate it. It's based on your. I would agree with you. Maybe things are movies. Once you get that high, maybe this shit is always below horizontal. That doesn't mean that Earth's globe is curving. It could be an optical.
You can't have a horizon drop to that degree on a flat.
It could be an optical effect.
Oh, you can't be. We don't know of any optical effect.
You don't know that.
You're right. It's possible. No, you're right. It's
okay,
possible.
There we go.
There we go. Fine. You've shown no evidence to suggest that that's even a chance.
We absolutely have shown you evidence of this. Okay, no, we've done this. We made a light observation. And
go give me a high altitude.
Christ.
Yeah, I know, right? Give me a high altitude observation where you can show that.
No, we've demonstrated it on a small scale. like in the fish tanks that you guys like to do.
That's
warehouse floor.
I'm not gonna do it.
We've already done it. Rob Skiba did it on a tabletop with magnification.
Yeah. Poor alignment of the camera.
I mean, we got all types of shit.
You can keep on using flawed evidence as your.
It's all light bending, dude. It's all light bending.
We know light can bend. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. And then we showed light can bend and make things set.
Yeah.
And be below your horizon. Things that shouldn't be below your.
You can't do that. You can't.
Things that shouldn't. Zanuck, hold on. We've made things that shouldn't be below your horizontal because of lighting. Okay. Blueberry pancake.
We said when you can't measure those on a small scale, you change your angle of incidence so much so that reflection does not happen because that's caused by refraction. It's a common understanding of mysterious or unknown about that. Now, getting back to time, just because I want to close that loop, a letter, Stanford says, can time ever be a dependent? Yes. I'll read it. In such a case, time would have to be something else. Can it ever happen? Flow of time can be affected by gravity. Consider that movie Interstellar, right? It contains a segment where the effect of gravity on passage of time for people on the surface of a massive planet compared to passage of time for a solar person On the orbiting spacecraft, the person in the spacecraft ages much more slowly. He ages much more faster. His clock ran faster.
Real life,
In this case, gravity was independent. It's not that happens. It's an example of how you can think of time as being tested for being a dependent variable. So in this case, gravity was the independent variable, and time was the dependent variable.
But Zanuck, you like for time to depend on something, it would have to be something fantastical, like gravity, or like an experiment that says, if life is really happening and consciousness is real, then time would move in this interval. You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's always an independent. That's why it's always an independent variable in every single experiment that's ever been done.
Not every. You're making
everyone that has time in it. It's independent.
I'm responding to you. You got to stop. It's my turn. So typically, in most studies, time is almost always a variable. It's the independent variable because, for example, it can predict or explain changes in the values of the dependent variable being studied, and that we've already talked about many times. But only in studies where time value is dependent upon some other independent variable, would time itself be that dependent variable. An example of that would be solving relativity or studying the psychological perception of time and so forth. That kind of
said that. I literally just said that it would have to be something fantastical for it to be a real life experiment.
That's also.
But when you look it up, identifying independent and dependent variables, is time an independent or dependent variable? Independent variable. Time, for example, will always be an independent variable.
Well, that's incorrect.
So every experiment that's ever involved time, thus far, has always had it as a independent variable, and it makes sense. I don't know why you're even. It's not wrong.
You found one statement. I'm telling you what.
Literally hypothetical.
Regis, I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you why you're wrong. If you study relativity, and time can be in those situations a dependent variable. End of story. It's agreed by all physicists in the world. No one would disagree with me. Only you.
Yeah, but relativity hasn't been proven, so now you're back to square one, kid.
About proofs.
Zanuck, relativity is also fantastical. Like, you're just bringing up these crazy examples that no one's ever actually done an experiment with. Like the experiment on the planes with the atomic clocks, maybe that somehow was set up in that way. But like,
so a Lorentz contraction.
We're talking about actual experiments.
We don't have $1 billion facility.
And I don't know why you're getting so mad at me. By the way, it's kind of weird.
Because we have measured this effect of time slowing down, time dilation. We have measured the Lorentz effect. SLAC is $1 billion facility. Again, I'm not done talking.
Well, SLAC you interrupted me, but okay.
SLAC is $1 billion facility.
Let's all go one at a time, guys, please.
And they measure this on a daily basis, the effects. So I don't know where you're getting this from. They can't measure effects of time dilation or contraction, but it is measured. Facilities that do it, and I don't doubt it's real and
first of all,
substantial effects provide evidence for time dilation.
That aside,
first of all, we showed that. Go ahead, Regis. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done. I just don't know why he's getting mad at me just because I point out every time he says something stupid.
It's emotional. This is an emotional thing. We all get a little hot and heavy. But I mean, we showed GR as nonsense earlier because GR says that when something's free falling, it's the ground accelerating upwards. So I mean, that's just fucking stupid, and it actually physically impossible because it also doesn't have the globe expanding in radius, which is what would have to happen if two two things were free falling antipode to each other. So, I mean, relativity is just ridiculous on its face. Tell me, Zanuck, you agree with that, right?
No, I've already got done telling you that this acceleration does not have to be a speed variable. Direction change. The direction change happens due to the curvature of space. So it in no way, shape, or form requires change its physical size at any point of the surface with respect to any other point of the surface, but it does have to do what the geodesic lines that are approaching or any object that's not attached to the Earth moving toward following geodesic, how that would create a curved path, which is really a straight path, which would create a obstacle. The object would run into it, and then it would create an acceleration, which is a change of direction for the force being required, which is the 9.8 meters per second squared. Thank you.
Okay, but you didn't address the part I said about how you got the ground accelerating upwards.
Yes, I did.
And
I do every time, by the way.
Ground accelerating means moving, right? Do we know which direction up is?
No.
Accelerating, it's not moving?
No, it could be, it's moving, but it doesn't have to change its distance from you. It can just change a direction.
It's moving
Like
and it's changing its position.
path.
We just went through this, dude.
Is
we
a
just
circular
did this
path an acceleration?
like 30
if
minutes
you're traveling
ago.
a circular path at a same velocity or same speed as you're going straight, would that be a change in direction or a change of magnitude? Change of direction. Right, correct. So there you go. There's your answer. You're still not getting it, I can tell.
We know which direction up is, right? That would be towards the object that's free falling, right? Is that the direction up?
In what reference frame is that up?
The ground. You said the ground's accelerating up. Whatever reference frame you had that said that, and that's the reference frame I'm also talking about.
Right, but that path is not a straight line.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not a straight line, fine, but it's accelerating up towards the object that's free falling, right? In that direction.
No, the equivalents of an object moving up or moving toward it are indistinguishable in physics. In understanding.
Wait. What did you say?
So because the geodesic is a true
I hear what you said.
even though it looks like it's straight from that reference frame, accelerated reference frame, doesn't mean that the Earth is accelerating up. It's just following a directional change. That directional change causes the objects when they interact with each other.
Okay, Xanax.
Explain what that means, Xanax.
No,
we don't understand what you're saying.
He's just saying words out. Xanax,
This
listen
says
to me.
to change a direction.
When an object,
explain it. Like, I don't know.
Xanax, when an object's free, I don't even know how. What were we talking about before time? Do you want to keep going with the time thing? We've talked time to death. Oh, Xanax, if you move faster than the speed of light, would you go backwards in time? Or is it a one-way ticket?
One-way ticket.
There's no backwards in time in your thing?
Go backward. You can't go backward.
What if you go faster than the speed of light?
What
happens?
Time stops.
It just stops?
Mm-hmm.
What if you go faster than the speed of light?
It's not possible.
Just don't worry about what's possible. I already got a way to do it. If Xanax, if we go faster than the speed of light, what happens?
Time stops.
That's it. It doesn't matter how much faster. It just stops. Like if I was going double, as soon as you hit light speed, it just stops, no matter how much faster you go. That's not fun. I thought you guys would have something more exciting.
It's funny to me that these guys say that you can't go faster than the speed of light. Like they know and they've tried. They're so confident that you can't go faster than the speed of light.
Okay, I'll tell you right now the way to go faster than the speed of light.
You could like with warp.
No, I'll tell you right now how to go faster than the speed of light. You get a train. Okay, the train's moving 1,000 miles an hour. Inside the train is a vacuum, and we're going to put another train that moves from the back to the front. Or sorry, this train's going just in circles. So we're going to put a smaller train inside the big train, and that's going to go 1,000 miles an hour. And you just keep putting trains inside of trains until it's going so fucking fast, it's crazy. That's how you go faster than the speed of light.
That's the way you get black holes.
I don't know what happens. Xanax said just time stops. That's it. I was hoping for something a little more exciting than that. I mean, that is pretty exciting, but yeah, I was hoping for like a black hole or travel backwards in time or something crazy.
Yeah, like how does time just stop? Like, if you reach a speed of light, I could see time stopping, but once you go like substantially faster than it, why doesn't Einstein have like some special like insert in his theory where you actually end up going back in time if you double the speed of light or something? I think we need to add an addendum to, relativity.
Because the math breaks down.
I don't know, man. It seems pretty in line with the outrageous claims he has in his math already.
Yeah, you guys don't mind if the math breaks down. The math breaks down when you observe the galaxy spinning too fast, but that didn't seem to stop you, did it?
Yeah, I mean, I could be 99% off with my prediction that if you go faster than the speed of light, you go back in time. But, I'll just put in, some placeholder. It'll be fine.
So the galaxy is spinning 10 times too fast. What are we going to do? I don't know. Let's say that there's some sort of dark matter that's causing, the gravitation that we need that's missing. So the math doesn't work out, but I don't care. Let's just do an ad hoc theory.
That was a pretty big bullshit move on their part. I'd have to say the whole dark matter thing. Yeah, dark energy.
This is the part where they say, what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth, right? You were thinking it, right, guys?
But it mean
also the Lorentz.
In a week or so,
real quick,
there will be a satellite, and maybe we know then what's dark matter.
Another huge ad hoc was the Lorentz contraction, and they added that on after Michelson-Morley. That was some pretty big bullshitter.
Yeah, they don't care if the math doesn't work out. They don't care if any of it makes actual sense.
I wish I was alive when the theories of special and general relativity came out. I would have called instant bullshit. I would have screamed at the top of my lungs.
Yeah, they did in Russia. It was called the Einstein scare. And what they did is they put the physicists and scientists who disagreed with Einstein in the gulags. They totally locked them up in the prison camps and, lobotomized some of them. You guys can look that up, the Einstein scare. I used to could find it easily on the internet back in 2015, but I searched for it not that long ago. It's kind of getting harder and harder to find for some reason.
Right, that's crazy. Yeah, Glover's in here don't want to talk about no dark matter anymore.
We're getting closer and closer to the day when they have to get rid of the useful idiots. That's why you can't find that Einstein scare.
It was hard for me to find the Fritz Wiki. I went back to the articles that I've already read where it says that he only found 1% of the mass, or that 99% of the mass was missing. And I literally searched for 2 hours the other night and couldn't find it. And Witsit found it and sent it to me. But yeah, almost all of the actual numbers are missing from all the articles now. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that, they come up with these crazy ad hoc theories that are unfalsifiable, but yet they're so confident, that their worldview is correct. And the only reason they have confidence, they got a false confidence, not because of, their shit being correct, but because it's so unfalsifiable. But according to Karl Popper, in order for something to be scientifically valid, it has to be falsifiable. So that's a real big problem for them, but it gives them a false sense of confidence.
Yeah, I don't know where it comes from, because I could see them having confidence when they didn't know all that much about it, but once Witzel came in and pointed out all this crap, I think it's just the hatred for him or something that makes them still fight it. I don't know, because once you find out, I mean, how do you still have that confidence, that arrogance that you're right? I don't know. It just never computes. I can't. It's weird that they'll never admit it either, that it's at least weird. Whereas on our side, we're always admitting that we don't know everything, we can't know a lot of stuff, but even some things in the flat earth idea, some of it doesn't make 100% sense. It makes a hell of a lot more sense in heliocentrism, but there are still things that don't make sense. So I wouldn't be shocked if, it was something a little bit different than what we're thinking, and we just haven't gotten there yet because we're not able to. But they never seem to do that. They never seem to question their own side, or at least they don't admit it to us,
And why do you think there's dark matter and dark energy?
What do I think? Because there were observations that you guys made of gravity not working. That's your proof of dark matter.
Well, they think there has to be an opposite to light, right? If there's light, then there's got to be dark. And if there's, if light is something we can fuck with, then dark's got to be something we can fuck with.
It's just a placeholder because they don't know what it is.
Yes.
Or their theory was totally wrong, seeing as how the Como galaxy was missing 99% of the mass it needed to spin at the speed it was spinning. That's where you're like, whoa, 99%? Okay, maybe we're wrong. But no. Holy crap. It must just be that we can't see, smell, taste, hear, or measure in any way the stuff that's there making it happen.
Yeah, gravity is a weak force. That's how you know your shit's weak. So I would ask the guy with the accent. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you. I would ask the guy with the accent, are you a skeptic?
Me?
Yeah, the guy with the thick accent. Are you a skeptic?
In some ways, yes.
Okay, so what are you skeptical about the globe model? What makes you go, oh, that's fishy, that's weird, that doesn't make sense in the globe model?
There's nothing that doesn't make sense. It makes sense.
So you have complete faith and you're not skeptical at all.
Not faith,
why'd you say you're skeptical?
but logical.
So you're not a true skeptical at all, because us flat earthers, we're skeptical about things that flat earthers say.
In politics or some other stuff, but not in the science.
Not when it's NASA.gov though, right? You're not skeptical of stuff that NASA.gov says, but you're skeptical of other political stuff, right?
I go with ESA and not NASA.
It's the same thing, different location. Okay, so what about the axis of evil, right? Where they looked into deep space and they found out that it lines up with the axis of the Earth, showing that the Earth is the center of the universe. What do you think about that? Are you skeptical about that? That's kind of weird, right? Because your model basically says that space is uniform and it should look the same everywhere you go. It shouldn't look the same as it does on Earth, quintillions of miles away, billions of light years away. That's not what you guys should have solved. But that's what you got to solve, the axis of evil. Are you not skeptical about that?
I mean, it would be nice if you just can explain like seasons or the star trails and like
Non sequitur. Non sequitur.
We're not talking
about seasons.
You want to talk about the ground instead?
We're not talking about seasons, bro. We're talking about deep space.
You don't have to go on the deep space.
No.
If you just can explain season on a flat earth, then maybe I will be a flat earther.
No, bro, you're not.
Seasons are easy, but you're obfuscating.
Forgive me, but I don't think your attitude reflects that you want to take it seriously. Is that true?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
What? You're asking 2015 questions. How do you explain seasons on a flat Earth? I don't know. Maybe the closer the sun gets to the equator, the hotter it gets. Duh.
So on the mountains, it's hotter than on the ground?
Is that a serious question? You don't know that there's ice on the mountains?
Yeah.
You never saw a picture of a mountain?
How?
Why is that?
You never saw a picture of a mountain, saw snow on top?
Well,
Not
if
on
it's
the
a matter
bottom?
of proximity, the mountains are
told me
closer
that-
to the sun than sea level.
The sun goes like to the equator, then it's there. It's hotter there because of the sun.
Okay. Did you guys know that you go to Ecuador and it's hotter than it is in Canada? Did you guys know that? Yes or no? Is it hot in Ecuador?
Yes, because of the
It's hotter in
Compared to
Ecuador,
other
right?
places, yes. Ecuador is warm compared to other places, for sure.
Right. Okay. So you guys are talking about the mountains. Like, we don't know that it gets colder on top of the mountains. Like, is Mount Everest like a warm place? So according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that Mount Everest actually isn't the tallest mountain. It's actually the mountains in Ecuador because of the pear-shapedness of the Earth. So, according to you guys, shouldn't it be colder up there than it is on Mount Everest? Come on, guys. Keep it consistent.
Yeah, Black Eagles seasons work out really nice, like a wider, faster circle when it goes out to the Tropic of Capricorn. And then it comes in, goes to the equator, and then goes in even farther, more towards the north to the Tropic of Cancer. And all the observations are exactly the same. It's the same way that it would work on the globe as far as how the sun moves and all that. It just makes a lot more sense, in my opinion, on the flat.
But if the sun is moving faster in the southern hemisphere, why is it not measured to be going faster?
Your angular speed, angular velocity that you always like to bring up. It's like a clock. It's different linear speed. And that's why, even though Australia and the United States are basically the same width, the sun actually takes a lot shorter to go over Australia because it's moving faster out there.
What?
What?
I didn't understand anything. Like English speed, English size, faster Australia, what?
The sun moves around like a clock would, right? Like the hands of a clock. So the angular velocity is going to be the same whether it's up near the Tropic of Cancer or out near the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, just like a clock, right? Just like your globe Earth, when it spins, you got the same angular velocity everywhere, right? But the linear velocity is different depending on latitude. Well, on the flat Earth, it's all the same angular velocity, right? But if you actually look at it, Australia is at the same, roughly the same latitude south as United States is north, but they only have 2.5 time zones there. We have 4. The sun actually goes over Australia faster than it does over the United States because on the flat Earth, those longitude lines stretch out in the southern hemisphere, and it takes, the sun's covering more ground in the same amount of time, but it's the same angular velocity.
How much time zones does Australia have? 2?
It's like 2-hour-long ones and 1.5-hour one.
I think they got like 4 or 5.
But it takes like a little less than, no, they have 2.5. But the way they do the time zones is all crazy. You look at the actual solar noon from Sydney to Perth, it's like a little under 2 hours or something. Well, right now it is. It obviously changes. Yeah, the time zones are a whole another story. Yeah, man, it works out real nice on the flat Earth. And the globe model, it's all about the angle, the tilt. So even though in the northern hemisphere winter, the sun's actually closer, which I could see that maybe possibly not making a huge deal. So I'm not like gonna call that out, but it just, I don't know, like the tilt doesn't seem like it's a huge determining factor to me because in the summer, even when the sun is at the most shallow angle when it's rising. You still feel the heat like immediately, right? But it could be December and you got the sun directly overhead, like solar noon, and you're absolutely freezing. So those angles don't necessarily meet up in a coherent understanding of how your model works, you know, with the tilt, saying more direct the hit of the sun, the hotter it's going to be. Well, okay, but it doesn't really feel that way in each season when you look at the angles of the sun when it comes overhead.
Good morning, guys.
Show.
That guy leave?
Does anyone know what the
Yeah, that
difference
guy
between
left.
does anyone know what the difference between Windows Home and Windows Pro is?
Yes.
Can you tell me, please?
Doesn't one cost money?
Huh?
Doesn't Windows Pro cost money?
It's mostly networking that it allows for. Like you can do remote desktop services, for example, so you can log into your computer remotely. It's mostly what the Pro version offers.
So
a couple of other things
like
too.
me, if you're someone like me who's lazy and just cares about playing simulator, for example, do I need the Pro version or just the Home version?
No, you don't need Pro. You only need Pro if you're doing remote desktop services. Basically, that's the networking stuff. That's the main thing Pro offers. Yeah.
Look at the big brain on bread.
Couple other things, but yeah, for the most part.
Thanks. Yeah.
I mean, that's just a very quick summation. I'm sure if you Google it, they'll tell you all the different, there are a couple other things, but for 99% of people, yeah, you won't need Pro.
Okay. Buying a new PC right now.
Yeah, he's right about that. Actually, now that I think about it, because I was trying to do something the other day. What the fuck was it? Yeah, but it was a remote desktop thingy that you don't have access to on Home, but you can work around it. Basically.
Thanks, Carnivore. I appreciate it, dude. Okay, what is it? Set up with local.
What was the topic that was you guys were on? Seasons?
Hyper-V. Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, seasons.
Basically remote stuff. Basically for office worker and stuff. People really work with the PC thing, so I don't need Pro.
Well, the thing I was doing was AI related. I needed Hyper-V, and I didn't have it with Home. But I had to do this workaround, and so I didn't have to get Pro. But yeah, you have to just basically make it so you can use Hyper-V. But anyhow, yeah, I came in. They were talking about the seasons, the 4 seasons, not the hotel. Maybe I don't know.
What do you guys think about RGB? Yes or no? I'm doing this whole PC build completely without RGB this time because I literally didn't use it on my other PC. Is there anyone out there who likes RGB?
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how this relates to the live stream at all.
I like black and white, so
I don't know, man. I mean, we're all talking via computer, so.
What do you mean, Clay?
So, sometimes we have
everything's in RGB on your computer.
Yes.
Do you mean the lights, the flashy lights on your keyboard?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Well, what was up about the seasons? I heard Regis, he was trying to reach out to somebody about the seasons, and they found they left.
Yeah, I kind of. Yeah, maybe that's what happened. I kind of partly heard him ask about the seasons, and then
he was just being like, he was kind of being trolly. Seemed like maybe his first day in something like this and didn't know what to expect.
That's okay.
You know, I started to watch a Veritasium video today. There's a new one about entropy. Yeah, it seemed like it was pretty interesting. It was about sunlight. You know what though? Veritasium, he got it wrong, dude. He got it wrong.
You mean his description for entropy resembling disorder?
No. He got most of what he said correctly, but he said he was talking to these people on the streets, and he said blah 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 blah. And they said Earth is a closed system. Or he said Earth is an open system. But actually, with respect to the energy, because you're just talking about the energy, the closed system allows for the energy to come and go. So I don't know why he kept calling it an open system. But that's, and then he also said the second law of thermodynamics applies to closed systems, but it applies to isolated systems. So, anyways, I just saw that was kind of wrong. But other than that, everything he said I thought was good. But it's a good watch. I mean, I only, it's like 30 minutes long, so I only watched like 10 minutes of it. But
Did you see the one Veritasium video where he built that he went to a desert and got in like this weird vehicle with like a weird propeller or something like on the top?
Oh yeah.
And you see that one? And then like some mathematician dude was like betting him money that he was wrong, and he was actually right. And they made like a model of it at the end and put it on a treadmill, and the thing literally went faster with the propeller. That was kind of crazy.
And there's the other thing that he was right about that people thought he was wrong about the electricity.
The electricity, yeah, that one was cool.
So yeah, I mean, most times he kind of is right when people think he's wrong. But in this case, I'm gonna go with my gut and say that I'm right.
Well, yeah, I've heard it the way you said it.
Yeah, yeah, right. Well, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to, because maybe because it's such a difficult technical thing to, because you've heard Bill Nye say Earth is a closed system, we can't leave, and you've heard and the thing is, open and closed systems, like especially the Earth, for example, the Earth can be considered an open or closed system depending on what field of physics you're talking about. So it's sort of confusing, I guess. So I mean, I don't know.
Explain to me how the heliocentric model of Earth would be a closed system.
Okay, well, closed system is defined as able to, an exchange of mass to and from, and I'm sorry, not an exchange of mass. So there's no exchange of mass or negligible exchange of mass to and from, and a exchange of energy. So energy can freely come and go, mass not so much. And so people would say,
oceans get here?
Well, they got here. What do you mean?
Don't they say that the oceans came from meteorite impacts for billions of years?
That was long ago, right? That's not happening today.
Meteorite impacts don't happen today. Did you hear what happened in Russia, where the meteor exploded over the city?
Over the city, right?
Right. It exploded.
Tunguska.
So that was the one from the 1800s that leveled like 80 million trees or something.
The blast did. The energy did, yeah. The actual matter from that, though, all dissipated into the air. And that's the point, is that the amount of matter that comes and goes, like the astronauts that leave the Earth and the meteors that hit the Earth and all that type of stuff, this exchange, it's a minuscule exchange. So it's considered negligible in the grand scale of things.
That's so funny because they say that we're getting pelted by like, what is it, thousands and thousands of meteorites every day. It's just they all burn up in the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. So that matter comes down, right? Matter can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. So just because it gets transformed, it still makes it all the way here, according to your guys' model, from quintillions of light years away from deep space. That's an open system.
Is it?
Technically, he's correct. So it depends on how you want to look at the system. Then you set the guidelines for it and analyze it from that perspective. Nothing wrong with saying it's closed for the most part. If you want to start incorporate and make it more complicated by saying it's open and we're allowing any to enter the Earth and touch the surface, then it would be technically open. But you can set up any way you want.
Yeah, it depends on the parameters of what you're discussing. That's why I said it's negligible. So if it's negligible in the case you're talking about, which is going to be almost any case, when you compare the mass of the Earth and the mass of the amount of Earth that comes and goes each day, it's on the top of my head, I would say it's several dozens of orders of magnitude different.
Is it technically correct, Kosha? How you doing, bud? Is it technically correct, Zanuck? And you're fucking a long shift tonight. But is it technically correct to say that it, according to the model's basic considerations, it's a sort of a follow-on extension? So, in other words, is it technically correct to say that the extrapolations are based on the technically correct exception that we are on a surface that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour around the sun, 60,000 miles an hour on the sun, 600,000 miles an hour around the central force, and 6 million miles an hour? Is everything technically correct within that parameter? That's my question, Kosho.
He said Zanuck's name and he said my name, so I'm gonna let Zanuck answer.
Nice one. I don't really. Maybe you should try, Kosho, because I don't quite understand the question. But I think he's saying that. I think we're saying that yes, you can define the system any way you want, open or closed. Probably not isolated. I wouldn't be very.
No, yeah.
And by the very fact, understanding that we know how much mass enters our atmosphere and touches the atmosphere, lands on the Earth, we can say for the most part it is a closed system. But if you want to look at it as open, that'd make the calculations. But it surely could be done. It doesn't have any bearing on anything, really.
Yeah, I would say it differently. Go ahead. Well, P, hold on one second. I said that it depends on like the field in science that you're talking about, or field in physics. But I would say more specifically, it depends on, like I said, the parameters of what the purpose is of what you're describing. Like if you're doing a scientific experiment, for example, then the system that you're in question is going to pertain to the time frame and the
consideration
level of exchange. Yeah, right. The consideration of what's coming and going and how much that's going to be affected by your, in your experiment. You can have isolated systems for the sake of experiment, like a thermos. You can use an isolated system if the if the parameters of the experiment allow for it.
I don't see how a door could be open and closed at the same time. It's either closed or it's open, right? So if it was a front door to a house, right? If it's locked, it can't be open, right?
Sure. Here's a perfect example, because if you were talking to somebody and you were talking about the air coming in and the bugs coming in, and you said the door's open and the door's closed, you mean it's actually physically open or it's physically closed. But if you're talking about an intruder, if you were talking about an intruder coming in, then you're talking about it being locked. So it could be closed but still be open because it's not locked. So it just depends on the parameters of what you're talking about.
And thank you, Kosho. Can I just say, Hank, I was just about to say that we deal with closed or open, but a little bug can creep through. Now you don't want bugs to come through, so now you have a sort of an airtight door. So now it's more closed than it was previously. So it's just all about parameters and, well, once again, consideration.
Yeah, maybe a car door would be better, because car doors are actually airtight when they're brand new cars. So if it's closed, it can't be open. So I kind of think that this is a true dichotomy. The Earth has to be an open system, according to you guys, and according to flat earthers, especially the ones that talk about, the three criteria. The third one being, how do we have gas pressure? The ones that talk about that all the time, which I'm not one of them, by the way. So I'm not trying to start an argument over that. You guys can do it, but I don't want to. But and for them, it would have to be a closed system.
All they're doing is presenting a model, Hank, and what they're actually doing is a more honest endeavor, I think, than the average flat earther. No disrespect to anyone, but the point is that we're faced with a real situation that we're trying to resolve, and a model is presented. So yes, the question is not just back on them. Okay, we have faults with their model, but what's our own model then to deal with the greater question at hand? And I think this is the little misstep or the slight. We have been fooled into thinking that the battle is between us, me and Kosho. No, it's not. No, it's not. But yeah. He has presented a model, in other words. He's trying to. So let's just, archetypally represent Kosho, and there's no better representation, I should think. But yes, he's trying to represent the model in its entirety, and all of the extended little tentacles or tendrils are stemming from an initial core, sort of, hopefully honest center. You know what I mean? That you're trying to deal with the reality that we all are in the midst of. As honest as you can for the betterment of oneself, one's family, and, well, greater humanity. So I think that's the key here. That's the key. Definitely.
Hank, I'll just say again about the thermos, because the thermos is a good example also, because like an isolated system is one where energy and matter can't come and go. And so it's true that in reality, there's no such thing as, there's no true isolated systems. Like there's no actual true isolated systems. Like if you extend the time limit out to eternity, nothing is gonna, maintain energy or mass or everything. But having said that, like you can restrict the parameters of what you're discussing. So it's like if you're doing an experiment, and if it's based around a specific amount of time, and the amount of energy that is leaving the thermos is negligible, and the amount of matter that's leaving is also negligible, you can, for the sake of that experiment, you can consider that to be isolated. But like I said, like if you extend it out until its actuality, it wouldn't be isolated.
Yeah. Let me say something here. This is the local considerations, Kosho, and what I meant to say is lots we could say, I guess. But you're a man of science. Science is all about observation, experience, application of experience to observation, and trying to rationally, reasonably, sort of extrapolate. A good way of putting it. The problem is, though, with everything that you're selling, Kosho, and you know it yourself. You just said it. You can demonstrate something on a local level, but when it comes to a greater expansive consideration, all of the rules of our experience, our terrestrial mindset break down. From pressure... from pressure without... Let me just finish then. Give you 3 instances, or from all of our experience surface, from all of our experience on Earth as a flat surface, so you have the opposition, and then to this enclosed surround, or the opposite, which is a pressure system, without a container.
The problem with extrapolating things, though, is you run into a scaling fallacy, because things don't always scale. You can't always extrapolate them up. If you have an ant that can carry 8 times his weight, and you do the math, and now you have an ant the size of a human, it can't lift that much weight anymore. Like, things don't always scale, if you try to extrapolate it out. So there's that. And the second thing is, the thing Larry said. I could have gas pressure, but yet still have an open system. I'm not saying there's not going to be a container there, but I could think of ways to have it to where there's walls to a container but no top, but the gas can't leave, but things could still enter. And you could also maybe have other objects leave, like a rocket or something, if we shot something up.
The human body is an example of something that has gas pressure and is an open system.
Another thing is there any container that you can have that can actually store hydrogen with zero loss?
Zero loss?
Like a closed,
Zero loss. I remember something with my memory tells me that there is something, but I'm just
hang on.
For a short answer, no.
Hey, Jeremy, how do you maintain that the human body is an example, or Kosho, how do you maintain the human body is an example of gas pressure without a container? That's seemingly on the surface obnoxious.
You can call me Jeremy. That's what my mom calls me.
Well, who said that? I'm not sure if
your mom calls me that too.
It was you, Kosho.
Your mom calls me that.
I was going to say that the sphincters are usually closed, right? Unless you're farting or burping, right?
Oh, whoa. First of all, let me just say that I didn't just mean that kind of gas.
What?
Yes, but yes, I know it was you, Kosho. I know it was you. So what do you mean by that? The human body is an example of gas pressure without a container. Please expand. I'd like your fixture, hopefully.
You have you have lungs in your. You go ahead, man.
It's a container, but it's an open system. It's an open container.
Yeah, but how is it gas pressure without a container? There's still the human body containment.
Yeah, I know there's a container there. What he said made no sense. Yeah, there's a container there.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't.
Container.
It's a container. It's an open container. That's right. It's an
Yeah.
open system.
So it contains.
When you eat food. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's an open container.
That's just an open system.
Gases
use the
are
word
free.
container as long as we're clear. We're talking about open systems, but yeah, I'll
gases are
open container. That's it, because we got to know the difference.
Gases are free to exit and leave our body, right?
And well, it's not just that they're free to; it's just that they do.
They can.
We have an exchange. Well, you breathe. You have an exchange of air. You have an exchange of fluids. You have an exchange of matter.
So where does it turn from Earth to space? Like Earth air to space. Where is the line?
The Kármán line.
Oh, well, actually,
how big is that?
It's kind of arbitrary, not really though. But
yeah, I was giving an arbitrary number.
Okay, I'm just asking how big that is. What's the threshold there?
How big it is?
I would say it's arbitrary. It is arbitrary. So
it's not arbitrary. Totally arbitrary. You know, it's not.
Well, it's not. There's distinct. There's reasons they give it that line, but they gave it that line. They said that line because they wanted to have a point where that happens. But you know, you can make a lot of distinctions. You could say, like the distinction they made was like where airplanes can't use lift anymore. Where lift doesn't work on any kind of aircraft anymore. Basically.
Okay. And is that standard everywhere?
No.
Oh.
It changes too. Yeah.
I see. So how do you calculate for that to change? So you can send stuff out.
Well, typically they just don't even bother trying to fly anywhere near that. I think they fly 5% of that usually, right?
That seems a little. I mean, if you're putting lives on the line, that seems a little sloppy.
No, not really. They only fly. The airplanes only fly at 8% of that, or 8 or 10% of that.
That's like the line where it's impossible to have to. Yeah. So, anyways, I wanted to bring this up the other day because I used to argue this. You know, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation if you have Earth without a container. But, I mean, if the gas pressure does keep getting lower and lower as we go up, like when does it become a second law violation?
It could be like a fish tank. You know, like a fish tank holds water without a top, right? I guess if it just went on. If it just went on for eternity, I guess, the atmosphere is a fluid like water. It's not exactly the same, right? But I think that the whole gas pressure argument is bad for the globe, but at the same time, it's not necessarily good evidence for the flat Earth. I think it's just bad for the globe. Thanks.
I agree.
There.
Because you can't validate over a stationary Earth exactly that there is a barrier. So that argument sort of falls in the sense that I know the claim of trying to say, well, because you can't, you have to have a container to have gas pressure, at this level where we're at. Okay. But that still doesn't validate that it's functioning like that, on the larger macro scale. But having that function on a globe is faulty because they claim the difference between a claimed vacuum and the pressure of Earth. So it is valid in that sense that's inconsistent with physics in terms of the globe claim.
Yeah, I mean,
I mostly agreed with. Go ahead, other Jeremy.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I mostly agree with what Hank said actually because, yeah, I mean, I can post you examples of balls of water, like the one that Don Pettit had on the spacecraft, where the ball of water, just like Hank was saying, in a fish tank, the water's sort of there's not a barrier between the water and where there isn't water, and if you were in a place like where Don Pettit was, that water could go into a ball perfectly reasonably. So if
Well, I
air
said
is
a
synonymous
fish.
with it, then
It's not synonymous. It's not the same as water. But I said if you had a fish tank with walls that went up for eternity, right? So eventually it would just run out of atoms and the pressure would just taper off, right? But this is all hypothetical. I don't actually believe that's what the Earth is like. I'm just saying that I don't think it's a good argument to prove the flat Earth. It's a good argument against the globe. Bad argument to prove the Earth is flat. Thanks.
I like to think of it as a petri dish inside a warehouse full of racks with scientists and other petri dishes.
of your weird scientific weird shit you're saying. I watched this documentary on that dude who did the rat utopia thing. We should talk about that later because it's kind of interesting. I know you fucking love talking
What is
about
it?
rats.
Mouse Utopia?
Universe
Rat
25.
Utopia. So I think it's universe. I don't think it's 20. I mean, it might be 25, but it certainly isn't mice. They're rats.
Would you agree that the major cities are basically in the middle of or nearing the end of the Mouse Utopia thing?
I don't want to jump to that conversation just yet, but I
Yeah,
have an
shit's
opinion
getting
on
pretty gay. It's getting pretty gay in there. The beautiful ones constantly grooming and getting all these surgeries, top and bottom and face surgeries, right? Yeah, it's getting pretty gay in the city.
I didn't mean to jump right to that because we were right in the middle of something, right, dude? Right in the middle of it. The entropy versus water and the fluids, which is what I wanted to get to, was that the water and the gas are both fluids. This is why they can be thought of in a very similar way. Being that the rules that are dictating why they behave the way they do, like why the water can stay in the fish tank, why it will turn to a ball, why if it had infinite walls or infinite length walls, like you said, it could just stay there. Like these are all fluid dynamics; they're not just liquid dynamics. So fluid dynamics apply to both gas and liquids.
You start having problems when you mention the word vacuum. That's where all this goes to, you know what?
Poop? Yeah. It's not that bad of a word, SE. But anyways,
why are you avoiding it then?
No, I don't mean vacuum. I mean, you didn't say shit. Like you just said you couldn't say it for some reason. But no, here's what's wrong with the vacuum?
Well, you're what Jeremy said before. The gas pressure getting less and less. That's irrelevant. That's another topic. It's just that when you say the word vacuum, that whole idea just vanishes. Gone. Can't happen.
I just got
inspired.
As long as you don't think of it as a Hoover vacuum cleaner, it's not a problem.
That's probably, yeah. Well, or a Tyson or Dyson, but
Dyson.
yeah, those are good ones. But SC, I just thought of it, dude. I just had a great analogy. And Jeremy always hates my analogies, but check this one out. Imagine that you had like a extremely high column of air. Okay, I don't know how high it is. Who knows? But at the very top of it, let's just say at the top of it, it's absolute zero. Like at the very top, it's absolute zero, or something extremely close to it. And at the very bottom is a heat sink, or heat source. I mean, so you have like a heater at the very bottom of this column. And if you were to take a thermometer after some length of time, you would see there was a gradient from the very bottom to the very top, where it's almost zero. Right? Like at the very bottom is probably, let's just call it 1,000 degrees. I don't know. It's very hot. And then you go up, and every step of the way, there's a mixture. It might be slightly, like if you go very close, it might fluctuate a little bit, but it's always decreasing into the very top where it's almost zero. And it's true that if you have cold next to hot, the cold is going to absorb, it's going to basically, the entropy will take over and it will be evened out. But you have a constant supply of this heat at the bottom, and these regions where you have 5 degrees next to 6 degrees, there is turbulence or whatever, but it's still trending towards lower as you go up, right? Like all that makes sense.
Sure, all that makes sense until you put it all in a vacuum and try to do it again. Then you will realize how ridiculous this whole story is. Very easy to do.
Yeah, but in this example, or the absolute zero, or the very low degrees, the temperature that exists at the outside of this thing, like let's say instead of a heater in a column, it was like a ball that was heated, and a room completely filled with gas, or maybe not completely filled, but yeah, because it's going to be hard to say absolute zero. But anyways, let's say it's completely filled with gas. Okay,
a room,
the temperature,
gas?
a very large room. Okay, like a room the size of the
with
universe,
walls, a room with walls, with containers.
There's no walls. It's an infinite universe with infinite air. Okay, because that doesn't matter. That part of it doesn't matter. The part of it that matters is the heat source, and everything right outside of that is where the hottest air is going to be. Everything further and further away is going to be, less cool and less cool. And you won't exactly reach absolute zero, but you're going to get pretty low temperature, right, as you move away. Okay, so if there's a region of this entire universe that is completely void of any of that heat, there's no heat at all, because the heat, it barely reached it. So it's a very small amount of heat, like of heat that it's not worth anything, right? It should be sucking up the heat from all that other, where the heat source is coming from, right? It should just suck it up and it should even out. What? Who said that? Thanks. Sound like Oscar the Grouch or something.
Didn't you change from gas to heat? What are we talking about?
I'm talking about the heated gas. Yeah, I guess it is kind of confusing, but I'm trying to give you the idea of it, because there has to be convective heat in this example. So I have to use gases.
It's not confusing, bro. You can show variations in pressure in a container. Sure, why not? Maybe. But you can't do that if you put it in a vacuum chamber. You know that. So, I mean, this conversation is like irrelevant. I mean, it goes against all known physics.
Okay, in this universe that we were just in before, if there were a region that we said was basically absolute zero, like if you went far away enough from that heat source, there was like the gases there were so like low energy that you could almost claim it was absolute zero. If this kind of this is most of the region, by the way, in this infinite room. Or this very large room. Anyways, if that place existed, wouldn't it suck all the air? Wouldn't the place with the heat not be able to exist by the same principle you're saying? Like if there's a vacuum in space, and so there can't ever exist a place where there's like an attraction where, a large amount of gas can collect together, right?
Now you're talking,
a pressure. Yeah, exactly. Right. So, so you're saying that can't exist in that world. But
exactly. Therefore,
but then in the other world with the heat sink or the heat source, that can't exist.
Right? No, I'm not talking about the heat. I'm talking about a gas ball, right? Cannot exist in a vacuum chamber. A ball of gas cannot coalesce into a ball in a vacuum and ignite. That is physically impossible.
Because the vacuum
that's what
wouldn't
you
allow.
Say the sun is. Yeah.
But you're saying the vacuum wouldn't allow all the matter to coalesce together. It wouldn't allow for that amount of matter to come together and that amount of pressure to be created. Right? That's what you're saying. Because exactly. The vacuum exists. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's what I'm trying to show you with the case of the heat. The principles are the heat in this example, or the heat source, is the same as like a gravitational source, gravitational attraction. Okay, so if there's a concentration of this weight that's creating this pressure in this one place, and if you spread out from that place, it's like dissipating smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, right? Just because there's an emptiness, at the end of that radiation or whatever, doesn't mean that where the collection of energy is, or the collection of pressure in this case is, it can't exist. In the same way the heat can't exist because there's a heat source there. There's a heat source, and if you get away from that, it gradiates to almost zero, which shouldn't be able to exist in a place where there's heat because it should dissipate away. And you see what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing. If one is allowed, then the other should be perfectly reasonable.
I don't see how you're making that correlation. Do you think you can demonstrate that? You think you can give me a demonstration of how gas can coalesce into a ball in a vacuum chamber? You think you can demonstrate that? Gas coalescing into a ball in a vacuum.
Hell to the no. Hell to the no.
I'd have to use a magnet, but yeah.
A magnet?
Yeah, like they have those things called fusers. They're like small, and also what do you call those? Magnetic containment, which is what they use in fusion chambers, right? They take this huge amount of hot gas, and they try to, they get an area where there's only that gas, and then outside of that area there's the vacuum still. Close to.
Yeah, you know why they use the magnets in that instance?
Yeah, to have a force to contain that, to have a reason for the mass to collect there. Otherwise, you're right, and entropy would take over. But there's something they have to use something to work against that.
Well, actually, no. I read up on that, and the reason they have the magnet there is to keep the swirling heat mass, right, from touching the metal, because it will melt the freaking metal. That's the explanation they give. So they keep it
no, that's true.
Kind of suspended swirl. That's their explanation.
And that makes sense too, because that would be superheated gas, right? Like plasma.
Yep.
I've seen some of those fusers, but so that would also be a reason. But you'd have to still have a way to contain it in the first place, which is so it's the purpose of the magnet is to contain the energy, and then.
The purpose of the magnet is not to contain it, not to let it touch the metal, or else it's going to melt it. The containment is done with walls. It's a chamber. It's a machine. It's not an open air.
But you just said but what's the container?
It's metal, aluminum. I don't know exactly what metal they're using.
No, because you just said there's a glass. Yeah, there's a glass vacuum chamber, like a glass bottle. This is containing the gas, but the walls, it's not meant to touch the walls of the container, otherwise it would heat it up or whatever. So that's actually not the container of the gas in that case. It's actually the magnet. It's a magnetic field.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I thought you were talking about the fusion reactor. The one...
No, the same thing. Yeah, well, it's the same idea. Those are like the large fusion reactors. Yeah, those are made out of metal and all that stuff. But I was talking about like a small fuser, which people make at like home, like in their garage and stuff. And they're like, they use glass usually. A small glass.
I don't know about those, and I don't know how viable those are using glass to create that. Somehow, I don't.
No, the glass is just to contain the vacuum.
Okay, well, I don't know what you're talking about then. I'm talking about these huge things that they're trying to simulate the sun, the fusion reactor. They were able to get it to this tremendous heat, but only for like a minute or so. And they used magnetism in order to keep the swirling gases from touching the actual mechanism, or else the thing would freaking melt. That's what I'm talking about.
You know, it's really weird. Every time they try to recreate space, like the Large Hadron Collider, they try to create what space was like a long time ago. Oh, it's fucking covered with magnets. They try to recreate the sun, right? Magnets. Just show me the magnets in space.
Yeah, everything is magnets, but then they tell you it's a gas ball of nuclear fusion in a vacuum. And they think we're going to believe that.
Black holes have some of the most, the craziest, or like neutron stars. They have some of the craziest magnetic fields you can imagine.
Are you an electric universe proponent?
No, you missed what I said yesterday, though, Hank or Larry. Because I always thought that it's strange that people have this because people were talking about a magnetic universe yesterday. I was like, why do you have to pick a magnetic universe, or electric universe, which are part of the same force? And then, why can't that just be a large component of the universe that has like a couple more forces? So it's like I don't leave out gravity or the strong and weak force. I talk about electromagnetic force. So it seems like you need all of them for the universe to work, right?
Yeah, I think the electric universe stuff is going to get woven into the standard model of cosmology at this point. I mean, it took a while for them to say that the aurora borealis was what they say that it is today, right? At first they told him he's crazy and whatever, and now they accept it. And now I think the electric universe is going to be woven in because this whole dark matter, it looks silly, it looks bad. So I think you guys can fix your model if you'll just admit that Einstein's gravity is not the ruling component of the universe. It's actually more like Faraday, Carl Proteus Steinmetz, Tesla. These people are actually ruling the shit. Their electromagnetic ether is the ruling forces because, let's be honest, your shit's weak.
I agree, yeah. But hey, that you were making my point though, also about what I was saying about like electric universe or magnetic universe, or you're claiming that we're gravitational universe, but I think it's actually first of all, the way I think of it is like scaled. Like I think at different scales, those forces, some forces are more dominant than others. And actually, it does seem to work that way. Like gravity is dominant at a scale greater than the field that we live in, which is like electromagnetic force is sort of dominant. And then if you go down, you scale down and scale down, like there's the strong force can be dominant at the closest range. And then I think that they'll probably find out that there's something else that creates a dark energy, and it's like a force. It's like a force that we just don't understand yet. That happens at a scale greater than the one that gravity works at. But in that universe, oh yes, it's not bad. Space Force, maybe that's what they'll name it to. But but regardless, yeah, I don't think any of them are dominant than any of the other ones. Though, I just think that it's like they're just intertwined into each other, that dominant at different scales.
Yeah, if you guys were to come around and say, yeah, the whole dark matter thing, we were, honest and said that we didn't know what it was. Scientists nowadays are thinking that the whole dark matter is actually plasma, and plasma has electromagnetic properties, and that would, hold the galaxies together, and that would solve the problem that, gravity couldn't do it all. That's why we invented 26% of the universe, but we actually didn't invent it. It's actually plasma. And not all plasma shows light. Maybe I thought you could say something like that. I don't know.
That's what I was going to ask you. I thought plasma does do that. I thought you could observe plasma. I could be wrong about that, but I guess there's probably a threshold temperature.
What up, Coach? Oh, you're not wrong.
Fair enough. There it is. Because I think dark matter.
I was going to say, do I get the Nobel Prize now that I solved the cosmological constant crisis?
I just think that, dark matter. I don't think plasma is like a candidate. Like it's like it had to be like a plasma that nobody knows exists yet or something. But I kind of happen to think that it's just from my quasars, the quasars that used to exist and shit. They were spewing out at like these huge velocities, like so much of the matter of the galaxies that they were, So basically, there's probably an unknown amount of matter around all, especially large galaxies, that's sort of hard to detect directly. it seems almost obvious. So it's like I happen to think dark matter is something simpler than it just happened to most of the matter, but I happen to think that it's just actual matter. Yeah. It's just good because the matter, it spews out so far that it's not able to gather together gravitationally, but it's still going to be there though. Yeah, so it's almost like there's just a bunch of matter that's all over the place that is not even close enough to come together gravitationally or whatever.
But it's not baryonic matter, and you know it. What are you talking about, Kosho?
Well, who says that for sure? Who says that? Who says they know that for sure?
Your model does. Your people, your peeps do.
Show me that.
Undetectable, can measure it, can touch it, smell it, hear it, can't bounce anything off of it, can in any way, shape, or form. The only thing it seems to do is go on, left lane.
I was just saying the only thing I've heard him say about it is it doesn't appear to interact with light. That's about all I've heard him say.
So if you click on the link that's posted, you scroll down to the graphs. It shows you where it says it's not baryonic matter. So
yeah,
it says dark
model of it, right?
Dark energy and atoms.
They're right, Kosho. It is considered to not be baryonic matter because one of the defining characteristics of baryonic matter is that it interacts with the electromagnetic interaction, so it gives off light or it absorbs light. What they're calling dark matters only seems to interact gravitationally for sure, and potentially via the weak force, but that's still up in the air if it interacts.
Yeah, because I know. Okay, so I know that there are most models or most hypotheses or whatever. They don't even include it as matter, or they include it as what do they call it? What's the WIMPs, the WIMP model, or whatever? It's almost like the WIMP
model.
Well, this is almost okay. So here's my point, though, is that I'm saying that they haven't ruled out that it's baryonic, or is that what you're saying, Jace? That it's
they have, Kosho. They have ruled it out.
I'm not saying most models aren't that's the case. I'm saying that hasn't been ruled out, but I could be wrong about that too. I don't know. I've only come up with that quasar thing like a few months ago.
It would, right? So the whole WIMPs and axion thing, right? It can go either way. It just depends, right? They'd have to discover a particle for these things, and it would depend on the spin of that particle. If it had a half-integer spin, then it could be considered baryonic. If it doesn't, then it's not going to be baryonic. But it's generally thought that it's not some type of baryonic matter that's having this dark matter effect.
Okay, let me, because I know I've just been.
So that means it's not made of atoms, right? Like we learned about atoms. So it's not made of atoms.
Wait, atoms, but okay, but think about that though. If they were from quasars, right, and there was these supermassive black holes that had like an unknown amount of matter that it was sort of fucking project, like there was this huge ass. That's how I think of it, is the magnetic field from one of these would be so incredible. They create these massive funnels that spew, and that's what creates the quasar effect. It's like that's why you see them when you see them straight on or you see them sideways, whatever, you can see them spewing it out. And I wonder if when it's this, like the matter goes into like the what do they call that? What do you call that? But anyways, when that's happening, I wonder if it becomes like a subatomic. Like it's not even, like it's mostly just protons or whatever.
Kosho, why are you not getting this, bro? It's not real matter. It's not matter as we know it. It's not baryonic matter.
The problem with that, Kosho, is that like the matter that's made the protons and neutrons and stuff like that, and even the quarks and the electrons that are making up atoms, right? Just by their acceleration, they give off light, right? Like that's how a synchrotron works. We accelerate charges and then culminate the X-rays because we're accelerating them to very high energies, so they give off X-rays that we can then culminate and send through crystals and stuff. But yeah, so if it was what you were saying, Kosher, right, it should be giving off by the black hole accelerating the matter. It should be clearly visible to us. It should be giving off light.
No, but it's okay. So
and
hold on. Wait, sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, instead of them saying that we don't know if dark matter exists, and that would imply then, well, gravity doesn't work. They say we don't know what it is, right? Which is true, but it's kind of a misdirection. Ole.
I see what you're saying, but so what you said also, Jace, about the right, exactly. You would see it because of the light gives off from acceleration. But how slow would it have to move, or how much energy would it how isolated would it have to be, and would there ever be an energy that it's given off that's so low because of how slow it's its velocity is or whatever?
It ain't giving off any energy, Kosho.
No, but hold on, because here's the thing.
Kosho.
No, here's the thing. I forgot where I was going to go because I was going to respond when Jason, but I remember now. Yeah. Okay. So what if this was the case? Because we're talking about quasars, which don't exist for the most part around us. Like we don't find them nearby. Right. So they're older. So quasars are mostly from the early universe, and that means that there's plenty of galaxies around us that maybe were quasars before and aren't quasars anymore. They're just smaller galaxies, right? Because all galaxies have supermassive black holes in them, but they're not active. They're not like fucking active like a quasar or whatever. And so,
bro, you're all over the place, bro.
No. But here's my point. What if there are those gases that came out of the galaxies to begin with, and would have had high energy? What if they just don't have? They're so spread apart now, and there's no energy that is coming from those black holes anymore.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying, Kosha, but that would require like an extreme dispersal of the matter, of the baryonic matter that would be doing this, right? And it wouldn't give the gravitational effects that are observed, right? You need huge clusters of matter to have these kind of flat galactic rotation curves like what's observed, right?
Yeah.
And with that density of baryonic matter, you would indeed see it. If it was cold, you'd see the 28 centimeter line, and if it's got a lot of energy or hot, then you would see the X-rays and stuff that it gives off.
Yeah.
And Kosher, you have to remember, it's not like they discovered this stuff, right? They just put this in as a placeholder, they call it, because they were desperately wrong with gravity as it explains galaxy rotation. That's what this is. You know that.
Yeah, that's why I call it the dark matter god, right? Put a child on a merry-go-round and spin it till he falls off. Now spin it 10 times faster and pray to your dark matter god that he doesn't fly away. That's what's going on with the galaxies.
There's two possibilities, right? That they were wrong about the whole gravity thing is one, or that they're just not accounting for a source of gravity. So those are the two kind of possibilities. Obviously, you guys are on the side that they're just completely wrong about it.
Well, I mean, usually when you got
how could there be two sides to this?
Like I just said, right? If I propose a model, right, but I forget to account for something, right, but that something still has the same effect that I'm proposing. I'm trying to measure the effect on something, but I'm leaving out an aspect of it that contributes to the magnitude of what I'm measuring. Right, that doesn't mean I'm wrong. It means that I'm not accounting for something, right? And that's one of the possibilities, that there's a thing that they've called dark matter, and it has gravitational effects, and that's why when you don't factor that in to your general relativistic calculations, you get the wrong answer for the galaxy rotation curves because you're leaving out a portion that's contributing to the magnitude that you're measuring.
Well, that's very convenient. I have another interpretation of this. You have a theory, right? Einsteinian gravity. You witness what you see in the galaxies, how they're spinning. You realize that, holy crap, I got this all wrong, completely wrong. It doesn't jive.
Yeah.
So you have, hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done, bro. You have two options. Say that you're wrong, or invent 34% of the universe to make your theory work. Which do you think is more sensible?
No, there is the option that you're just wrong about gravity, but there's also the option that there's just something you're not accounting for that's contributing to the magnitude of the measurement that you're making.
Yeah, you left. Yeah, and that part, what you just said now, is the answer to what your problem is. Is you guys said, okay, let's invent 34% of everything out there and call it dark matter. To me, that is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard in my whole life. Next to dark energy, that is. Like, think about it. We know 4% of what's out there, and you guys invented 34% to account of your mistake of gravity.
Yeah, but just because it's 34% doesn't mean it's wrong. It could be 99%. That still doesn't mean it's wrong. Just because the percentage is large, it could still exist and it could still be that percent, right? Like that doesn't have any bearing on the truth of it.
You're kidding me, right? You have a theory, it's wrong. You didn't just invent like a world, an Earth, or a solar system to come up with your faulty explanation. You invented 34% of everything, to put a patch in your theory. That is ridiculous, bro. You can't, if you're an intelligent human being, you cannot possibly entertain that. How could you possibly entertain that idea?
Most people do because the logic you're putting forth doesn't make sense, man. Just because it's a large number doesn't mean that it's wrong, right? Like you have to actually show that it's wrong.
What do you mean it's a large number? It's more than a large number, bro. It's 10 times what you see and know. Everything you've ever seen and known. Everything we've ever recorded with our telescopes. Everything that we see. You invented 34%. You invented 10 times more of that. 10 times more of that to make your theory correct. And you're sitting here and trying to make logic to me out of this? It ain't gonna work, bro.
Yeah, what you are saying is not logical, right? I could be trying to take a measurement of, let's say, I call something flippity, and there's some kind of object, we'll call it tokyon, right? And it has this property of flippity, right? And so I take a measurement of this flippity property, but for some reason, my prediction is 10 units, but the measurement is 30 units. Now, that doesn't mean my proposal of flippity is completely wrong. There's a second option that there's some other kind of object that also has flippity that I'm not accounting for. And this object composes most of the magnitude of the measurement that I'm making. So it's not that my flippity proposal is wrong. It's that I'm just not accounting for all of the magnitude of the flippity that I'm measuring. Now, it could be that that second object with the flippity property actually doesn't exist. And then, yes, that's the second option, that I'm just wrong with my flippity proposal.
Well, your flippity is what is regular stuff, right? Now you're saying my flippity should work this way. You observe and you see, no, it doesn't work that way. So instead of saying your flippity doesn't work, You invent 34% of 10 times the amount, of everything that's out there to account for your flippity. There's no logical argument you have on this, bro. You have zero argument on this. I'm sorry, man. You can't sell this to me.
Well, luckily, you're not someone who it needs to be sold to. So,
Just have to say we were wrong. We got gravity wrong. That's all you gotta say, man. Be honest. They got it freaking wrong. That's it. I'll make mistakes.
Go ahead, Gosha.
Hold on, man. I'm looking at this paper that sort of agrees with me, but the more I read this paper, I don't know how legit it is. I was curious if you'd look at it. I posted it in the chat. It's about quasars and dark matter and shit. But yeah, these guys, I don't know. I've kind of read a lot of the paper and they sound. I don't know. They're not. I don't know. They're sort of not talking in certainties or using like evidence or anything. But this is. I was wondering if you tell me what you think.
You posted a paper in the chat.
Yeah. I posted a Wikipedia thing, and I posted two links together when I did that, so it's kind of hard to find. But if you look for that Wikipedia thing I posted, it's one of the links I posted.
Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Because I mean, this sounds exactly like what I was saying. I was like, whoa, yeah, dude, there's like evidence because they're talking about how neutrinos, but they're also talking about another type of matter. So
yeah, there's a lot of proposals because different people are trying to address the two different possibilities. Right, there's a bunch of people trying to address just the fact that general relativity is just wrong, gravity is wrong, right? Like SC is saying, but none of those models seem to work out either when you're trying to just change the gravitational model. That doesn't seem to work either. And then there's also people that are trying to make models that just account for this unknown form of matter that's having some magnitude on the measurement that's being made. But that isn't going smoothly either. So right now, it's just still up in the air. It's an active field of research. It hasn't been there's no consensus conclusion on what the model is yet.
that's fair. That's what I was stating, anyways. I wasn't saying that what I was saying was true. That this is just what I believe, but yeah, it's clear that most there's many hypotheses, and they're all some are better than others, I guess. But I'm just saying that it's not been ruled out that this is just some sort of I mean, it could still be baryonic, and just
it could be. It could be just acting differently than what we would expect baryonic matter to act.
Yeah, well, let me ask you: if you had imagine you had a bunch of protons, just regular protons. No, so there's no electrons, and this was being like spewed out of a galaxy. Okay, if there'd be a point. Let's say there's where it gets to. There's just a vacuum. Okay, this is hypothetical. But let's say these protons just spread out, sort of like you can imagine, like, because I've made simulations like this all the time. You have like little magnetic things spreading out because of their repulsion from one another. Anyways, and so they're spreading out. They slow down. Wouldn't they eventually come to a point where they're so slow that they might not be? Because you're talking about them emitting some sort of energy that is detectable, right? Like the spectroscopy, right?
Yeah, right. Like if we can't detect the light from like one proton that's like light years away, right? There's not enough density of electromagnetic radiation that's going to be hitting our detector to actually detect that. You need a region, a density of the protons, quite a high density for it to be able to be detected.
Yeah, but even if there were, so like I said, I'm imagining these things are spreading out. They're spreading out so far that I don't know. I'm gonna make up a number. It might even be it's probably unreasonable because in voids they're not even this spread out. But let's say there was only one proton per cubic meter. Okay. So there's one proton per cubic meter, and to by themselves, like if you looked at one region of the sky, there'd be enough of them, or would there be enough of them? I guess for the photons to reach you, or would they be already too spread out at that point?
Yeah, it depends on the distance, right? If they're like really close by in astronomical terms, then maybe you could detect them. But like these things are happening, and these effects are happening in galaxies. They're galactic distances away, light years away. So
right.
The problem, I get what you're saying, but the problem your argument is going to run into is that you have to disperse the baryons, the protons, so far that they're no longer going to be dense enough to have the gravitational effects, right?
Right. Well, that was my point. That was the reasoning I had given at the beginning. I was saying that's why it behaves like this, is because when that spewing occurred, like this massive, I forget how big they are, but compared to a galaxy that's already huge, like these things can spread like millions of light years basically, and beyond. So, right. So what was I saying?
You got a big issue even with that.
Well, what Jason?
Because you're saying that the baby created 34% of the matter responsible of it being able to spin according to your theory. You realize what you're saying here?
Well, the paper I posted accounts for that. I just hadn't gotten to that part yet. Also, when I was thinking about this a few months ago, whatever, I also it made sense to me that it'd be spinning at the same rate. I don't remember the reason I had for that. But something to do with the way the quasar. Something to do with the way the quasar was behaving to begin with. So it's like, I'm not going to make it up. I'll try to think about it because I had some
quasar?
Reason
what are you
talking,
bro? Are you okay?
That's my claim, dude. That's my claim, is that dark matter is really just this remnants of this quasar, which if you imagine like a massive, like an early universe galaxies that have so much mass collected together, there's just supermassive black holes form in the center of these superstructures, and they have so much mass, to suck in basically, that you're gonna get a quasar. So that's why you get these quasars. You get these huge effects. Like those are the radiation from from them being sucked in, right? Whereas like the supermassive black hole in our galaxy doesn't have mass to do that with, right?
Bro, let's just see if we understand what you're saying here. Are you saying that baryonic matter is creating non-baryonic matter? Is this what you're saying?
No, I'm claiming that in my idea of what's happening, it is baryonic matter. It's just baryonic matter that's it's probably so spread out in its local region, even like it's not close enough to have this gravitational effect. That's what Jason said. That's what I was responding to. So yeah, because of this effect of this spewing, like this enormous amount of energy, magnetic, repulsion, basically. If you have a plasma or something like that, and like
protons, do you have one of those multiple word generators? Are you pulling our leg now, or what? You got one of those things? Well, what's that thing?
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Random bull, random. Bro, what are you saying?
No, dude, just listen, man. I'm just saying that the gas is spread out because of the quasar. The quasars were the early versions of the same galaxies. Okay, same galaxies that exist closer by us today. And that was so much. There was so much gas that was spewed out. That actually is more gas than exists still in the galaxy, and they're spread out so far that that you don't get this. You don't get spectroscopy readings from them. but you get gravitational effects from them when you're looking over a grand scale, like a huge scale, because there's enough mass, like for what's it called, gravitational lensing or something like that, which you would imagine that would have an effect on, because of the region that you're looking through. But that's why I was asking about the light, if the light would be able to reach you if there was a lot of them, but they were still spread out, like they were a cubic meter apart.
Light doesn't interact with this.
So what?
Light does not interact with dark matter. Jace was trying to explain
I know that.
spreading and this and that.
That's the idea that we're getting. Yes, that's the observations, because we don't get spectroscopy readings from them. They don't. I don't think that we get any sort of absorption readings or anything like that. So it's like, yeah, we don't. It doesn't interact with light. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I was asking about gas that was spread out that far, if you'd be able to get spectroscopy readings from them. I still don't understand, but it sounded like he was saying no, you wouldn't. So.
What gas, Kosho? What gas?
You right, Kosha, like if you have just a lone hydrogen atom out in light years away, it can be giving off radiation. If it's accelerating, then it is giving off radiation. But it's the density of that radiation. We're not going to be able to pick that up on a detector here at Earth, because it's just not enough photons in enough time for our detector for them to even reach us without being absorbed by something in between, and for the ones that do, for our detectors to detect them. So
it's
that can
unfalsifiable.
be true. That can be true, but in order for that kind of thing to happen, right, the reason dark matter was proposed was because of the gravitational effects it was having on galactic rotation curves. But if you're spreading the matter out that dispersely, it's no longer really going to have that kind of effect.
I agree with that. The thing is, when I first was thinking of this a few weeks ago, I had a reason for that. I just wish I could remember it, but it had something to do with the way that no, it doesn't make sense. I had a, you know what? Let me. I'm not to think on that one, because I had a reason for why the the early black hole, or the early supermassive black hole or quasar would have basically spun at the same rate, but I just can't remember why. And actually, hold on. But the truth is, there's a curve like that, but still, when you get to the center of it, there still is an effect of. I think that's what I was thinking. Okay, so how like there's no difference between the rotation rate from the inner and outer, but that's not true for the center. Like at the very center, there certainly is a faster orbits, right? When you're closer to the ones that are going right around the center, right? I think at the beginning they were all, they were going at basically the same rate, because it was more massive or something like that. And then after it stopped, I don't know. It's making less sense as I'm saying it. So.
If it was pulling more, like if it's an AGN or quasar, right? That means that it's like there's more matter being pulled in per se to the black hole, right? So I mean, yeah, that would have an effect on the rotation curve, but I don't think it would have the kind of flattening effect that's measured.
Yeah, you know what? In order to actually really speak on this, I'd have to look at all the data anyways, because I don't know how. Like, obviously, there's a difference. It's not completely flat if you compare like the very inner and the very outer, right? But it probably. I'd have to look at the data.
It's not like they're all the same exact. They're all moving at the same exact rate, but there's a relationship that's happening, at one point of the curve, and then you can see that the relationship from the bottom to the middle is totally different. It's a totally different kind of velocity relationship than the middle to the top is of the curve.
Right. Well, you know what? Like I said, you know, this is my assumption on it. We have to find out what's going to happen with dark matter as time goes on. But I do think, I think it's still a candidate that it is like material from the quasar, but it's, yeah, I mean, it's probably just, it'll be found out in a few years. Who knows? Chronic will find out, and then he'll tell us.
Do you know how many quasars would have to spontaneously combust to make baryonic matter? Like 1,000 times more than themselves, the mass of them. Like, Kosho, man, come on. Seriously, bro.
They're not making baryonic matter. They're taking the matter that's already there, right? It has a temperature, and when the nuclei becomes active, it heats up. It gives the matter more energy via its magnetic field, and that's the X-ray radiation that we see is from the energy that is being imparted to the matter.
So you're
Quasar love,
proposing a
driving me
way.
mad, making me crazy.
Yeah, they're proposing a way to make not matter, Hank. This is what you just heard right now. Proposing a method of making not matter, dark matter.
Well, I didn't propose anything. Kosho maybe, but I don't think so.
So where does this stuff come from that you just said?
It's already there, right? When
No, you said a quasar made it.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, my bad. Where did it come from? Where did the dark matter come from? Because Kosho said from a quasar.
I was just referring to how the matter goes from the matter that's already present when the nuclei is not active. It's at a lower energy or lower temperature. But when the nuclei becomes active, right, it starts to impart energy on that matter, which causes the temperature of the matter to increase, and above a certain threshold of temperature, the matter starts to give off X-rays rather than like UV, visible light, or infrared or radio waves.
So you're talking about baryonic matter now?
Yes.
Nothing to do with dark energy, though, right?
Well, Kosho is what I think he's saying is that there is a way that this matter is just very dispersed, and that's why we don't detect the light from it.
I'm asking that basically, but yeah, Jace he's like steel manning my position. He's not necessarily saying that this is what dark matter is. He's giving you.
I'm trying to steel man your position. If I'm wrong, tell me. Isn't that what you were saying?
Yeah, you were wrong. You were wrong what you said, man, about galaxies, quasars combusting or whatever. Because the way that I imagined the universe was like, if it's expanding, it was once a volume that's much smaller than it is now. Still big enough for. So this is like after, light exists and gases are coalescing, or atoms are being formed, like the hydrogen and helium exist or whatever. Like I think that the regions of space were so much closer that there were opportunities for massive amounts of more dense regions of matter. They collected into these massive structures, and even more dense part of that thing would have had this. So it's like supermassive black holes formed out of this crazy thing, and those supermassive black holes were so energetic. That's why they're active galactic nuclei, and they're like quasars basically. It's like I think at this point in time, there was a lot of quasars, and those quasars were taking a lot of that matter that was once like it was all collected together, like fairly close. And so when that black hole's formed, it's able to spew that out at huge velocity, like huge funnels. I think they're called like magnetic funnels, and they so like during this event, all of this matter, like for however long period of time that this went on before those quasars settled down and became, more recognizable, like calmer galaxies, where there's just like the stars that are left over are orbiting this supermassive black hole. Sort of like when the planets coalesced and it became less active, and they're the stable ones orbiting around the sun. Anyway, so the leftover part, would be this in this empty space. It seems empty. It's just this really spread out, quasar waste, basically, which is most of the matter, which could have
So
gotten
the
like
quasar
annihilated.
waste is the. Are you
Dark
done,
matter.
Kosh? I mean, you were talking.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so the quasar waste is dark matter. Is that what you're saying?
In my idea, yeah, that's right.
So I
I'm
was
not saying
right.
this is mainstream. I'm
Somehow
saying this is
the
what I
quasars made dark matter. So I was right. That's. I don't know. You buying that, Jace? Baryonic matter in the form of quasars made dark matter.
I'm not saying it was made though. You not hear what I said?
I heard.
That's what you said, yeah.
Right, and I'm just giving you like my understanding and my thoughts off the top of my head. Not doing like a critical analysis of this, but right, I told you the dispersion problem between the electromagnetic radiation being detected and it having a gravitational effect. But there's also like the nucleosynthesis puts a constraint on how much baryonic matter there actually can be, and I would think that this proposal, Kosho, like there would need to be significantly more baryonic matter present, and that means that you're then saying that the nucleosynthesis is incorrect, and so there could be some problems with that. But I mean, it's still you'd have to really dig into the details to say for sure.
I'm thinking I'm gonna have to study astronomy now because there's a bunch of details that I'm just not aware of. So it's like when you look at a certain region in the sky, like, well, actually, I could do that math kind of simply, actually, to be honest with you. But because if you just know if you happen to know the amount of matter, and like you can take up like the I don't know what you would call that, but like if you turn your entire sphere of vision, so the I don't know what you call a square area. Is that a parsec? A parsec's a distance. What do you call like a square area of the sky in astronomy? Who knows?
Just a region, I guess.
Yeah. I was just saying, I'll call it a sky acre, maybe, I don't know, but whatever it is, like a pixel or something like that. Right. So if you try to imagine like how much gas is in that column, basically in that pixel from you to that point, it'd be minuscule, but you can actually quantify it. I wonder, if you wanted to turn it into something that had like a gravitational effect versus like a visual effect, like you can sort of try and vary that amount and see where the limits are.
Just remember, Kosho, all you have. Sorry, just real fast. All you have to do, Kosho, is make your theory unfalsifiable, and as long as it doesn't, get rid of gravity, it'll probably be accepted.
You should do the opposite, Kosho.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I should probably do the opposite of that. But because that's actually when
You're gonna get rid of gravity? Seriously?
No,
You're gonna do the
not
opposite
get rid
of
of
one?
gravity. No, but to not falsify, like make it unfalsifiable. The point of the test is to make something that's falsifiable. So
I think what's his name? Zanuck would disagree with you guys earlier. He was in here saying that it doesn't have to be. You got to divorce your experiment from your hypothesis, even though the hypothesis is getting tested with the experiment, because the experiment is a hypothesis test.
Indeed. The problem is people have tried to just, remove gravity and modify it, and none of that seems to be working out either. right? The actual approaches that do work is kind of a mixture of the two, of both changing gravity but also including dark matter. And now that's not the reason why it's not in favor is because it's not very parsimonious, right? Like if you're going to include dark matter anyways, then why change gravity too? But you should, because that's what the data indicates, right? It doesn't, you don't always have to go on the principle of parsimony. Like it's a good place to start, but if the data is indicating that the simple parsimonious explanation isn't going to quite do it, then you got to deviate from that. But it's not what's in favor still at the moment.
I hate to be a party pooper, but none of them works. Not the mods, not this theory, not that theory, not many worlds, nothing works. Sorry, man, it just doesn't work. Not the way the model says.
Well,
It defies physics.
Many world is a model of something completely different. But so is kind of Mond is too. But yeah, you're right that individually they don't work, right? Like I said, the whole parsimony principle is what's being questioned currently, because it seems to be a mixture of the two that actually fits the data.
I don't know. I think you guys should be just a little bit more skeptical, and you might be part of the solution instead of part of not the solution.
I mean, you can't just throw stuff out without offering alternatives.
Yeah. Also, like my focus is different areas.
Pete wants to get unmuted. Did he do anything bad or anything? I don't know if he muted it.
I'm sorry. I gotta interrupt here. Left Lane just said something that I thought was kind of weird. You can't just, go taking stuff away without having a replacement. So if there's a trial and they find this guy not guilty for murder, does that mean that they can't turn him loose until they find out who did it, or is falsification independent of replacement?
It is, but more.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's like gravity. It's like you completely ignore the fact that it's utilized and works, and we have it and use it, and you just think that you falsify it and say, "Oh, it's crazy," and we falsified it. But you say buoyancy, density, or different things, but you can't show how it works. So it's like you're throwing away a something that does work, and you don't have anything to replace it with, and there's no value in that.
And it's like in the trial, right? It's like we have the DNA, we have the suspect on camera at the scene of the crime at the time of the crime, but like the suspected murder weapon we found actually isn't the murder weapon. Do we just say like, oh shit, we fucked it all up, it's not his DNA, that's not his picture at the scene, and we just throw it all out and start over? No, that's not the sensible thing to do.
Well,
your problem.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, bro. I spoke enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of think that you guys are really partial to gravitation. and Einstein, and I don't think you guys would ever let that go, even if it was provable. The thing is that it's not falsifiable. So because you can't falsify it, you guys actually never have to let it go. So even if the mainstream comes out and says, you know what, we were wrong about gravity, we think we got something better, like there would still be remnants of you guys saying that, no, the government's wrong. I don't trust the government. Gravity does work. It is real. Einstein was right. He was a genius.
It shouldn't be the government telling us that thing. I guess we should be reading it in the primary literature from the researchers doing the research.
And to add to that, the formulas and the calculations and the results that we get from gravity will still be the same. So at the end of the day, you can call it unicorns, you can call it whatever you want, but the effects of whatever you want to call it will stay the same.
Yeah, the effects are
But
there. It
general
doesn't mean you can make
relativity.
stuff.
Go ahead.
Go on, bro. Go on.
No, you can go ahead.
I was just gonna say the effects are there, but you can't just make up stuff to why they're there. I mean, you know.
As long as the
general
calculations we
relativity.
derive. Sorry, I was just going to say, as long as
Go
the
ahead, man.
calculations
Go ahead.
as long as the calculations we derive from them can help us on a day-to-day basis, I think that's all that really matters. The rest of it can be answered as time goes. But as long as the formulas and the stuff we know, so we'll call it gravity, we use it every day, we understand its impact on us on a day-to-day basis, that's all we really need to know about.
Yeah, that's a smart way to go about it. Yeah, you don't know something, you don't know. You see an effect, do what you will with it. Just don't try to make up stories of what it is when you really honestly don't know what it is. And it's certainly not time and space put together and bending. That's absolutely ludicrous to even entertain that idea for just 1 second. That's what I think.
More of an ordering of events ordered in time and space.
What if it's just light bending and they've taken this bend and they've given a logarithmic fucking to it, and at the end of this bend is like light years, and at the beginning of it is more local.
Bending light that at the end of it is
light.
more local? Well, what does that even mean? Like, are you saying the appearance of what looks like bending light? And
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was. Guess bendy light.
I'm wondering the same thing. I mean, can anybody make an argument for this model? A logical argument? I say no. Impossible. The cosmological model, you cannot make a logical argument for it.
They'll just say the model isn't meant to be logical. The model doesn't have to fit within human logic for it to work. If it
course it
works,
does.
if the math checks out,
But math fits within human logic. It's like our quantitative version of logic.
Yeah, it does have something to do with it. Yeah. But I know what he's saying. They're gonna, because you guys, like, how can I say this? You don't use regular math, right? You use pie in the sky, like quadrillion, billion light years math. That's the, yeah.
Virtual math.
Yeah, yeah. Not the math. I have $100. I spend 80. I have 20 left. Not that kind of math. No, no, no.
Well, they all kind of have the same axioms and just extensions of each other.
I don't know, Jace. What do you think the probability is that they got the cosmological model correct? Being a scientific man, what do you think the probability is?
Well, right, that depends on what you mean by correct, right? Like there's definitely errors with it, right? There's active fields of research still going on with it.
Yeah, so nothing conclusive.
Yeah, I would ascribe like certain confidence intervals to certain things.
Okay, so let me ask you this, knowing what we know now, right, with all this new discoveries, would you base the probability that the Big Bang cosmological model is more correct or less correct? Like, cut the percentage in half, 50-50. What would you give it? Of it being correct or a percentage of it being not correct?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say, 200, 500,000 years from now to look back on the current cosmological model, we would probably, think that most of it was at a minimum incomplete. But right, like if you want to say that that's wrong, sure, and I'd agree with you. But it's the kind of wrongness, the scope of the wrongness that I disagree with, right? Like it's not that the model's wrong and like we're gonna go backwards to like flat Earth and religious stuff, right? Then when we're making new models, the new model you propose has to incorporate all the correct things that the old model did. So there's certain things that aren't going to be thrown out.
Yeah, of course. It's still good. You're still going to need a match to light your fire. You're still going to need water to put out the fire. Oil is always going to rise on top. That none of that is going to change, of course. No one's saying that. We know what stuff works. But by saying that, we also know what doesn't work. Right? And this is pie in the sky, man. This is just one man. Jace, one man came up with this, bro. And he didn't even come up with it. He stole it from another man. There's no such thing as the fabric of space-time, bro. It's lunacy to believe that. It's not logical to believe that.
Well, yeah, like I said before, it's more of an ordering of events ordered in space and time than some kind of like substantive fabric. But even so, I would say Einstein didn't. He came up with like relativity, but even the model of relativity for the universe that he came up with isn't the model that's used today. Like his model was conclusively shown to be wrong, and he accepted that. He accepted that he was wrong about the cosmological model he was proposing.
Yeah, but everybody accepts it and uses it, and that's the standard
No,
model.
they don't. The lambda CDM is not Einstein's cosmological model.
I didn't say it was. I said the current accepted model is Einstein's Big Bang cosmological model. Yes, unless they changed it and I didn't
No,
know about it.
Einstein did not propose the current cosmological model. Like I
Yeah,
said,
he stole it from somebody else. Yeah.
the model he proposed was shown to be conclusively wrong, and he accepted as such that he was wrong about it. The model that we use, the lambda CDM model, is primarily based on the flower metric, or the FLWR metric, which was proposed primarily by four people: Friedman, Lemaitre, Robertson, and Walker. The people whose initials is in the metric.
So you're saying that we don't use Einsteinian relativity is no longer in favor. That's gone. Yeah,
He
Einsteinian.
proposed relativity, but relativity isn't the cosmological model. The cosmological model is the lambda CDM model, which uses the flower metric, which is a version of relativity, and a version when Einstein was proposing relativity, who he would have said that's totally wrong if it was proposed to him as he was developing relativity. But then was shown that his model, his version of relativity, was actually wrong, and that the flower metric is the current one.
The flower metric, yeah, and that's the one that incorporates dark matter and dark energy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back to where we started from. It doesn't matter who came up with it, how many people came up with it, right? It's still nonsense, right? Any one of these models that you can come up with, right? Whether it's the the CDM model, the dark matter, dark energy model, that's nonsense because you just made up 94% of the universe to explain that. The Einsteinian one is nonsense as well. The fabric of space-time, that's another absurdity that cannot be proven. I mean, bro, we can go on and on this. You have nothing solid, nothing factual. It's just a guesswork on top of guesswork. This guy said this, that guy said that. They measured the quasar, they did this, but there's nothing solid. There's nothing empirical about what you said. Zero. Like really, man.
Of course there is. Of course there is.
What's empirical
The
about this,
measurements,
the
the
lambda CDM
measurements
model? Tell me.
themselves, the measurements themselves are empirical to begin with. But right there's something called the power spectrum of the CMB. I think this is the reason why the whole separating dark matter, keeping it as either a particle or a new model of gravity rather than the combination of the two. I think one of the big hangups with getting over that barrier is because of the power spectrum that the CMB has, right? As you propose different, you're making a graph of the intensity of the CMB, the intensity of the light versus the angle of the sky at which you're measuring the CMB in, right? And it forms a graph. But beforehand, you can propose different models and they will form a graph for what that measurement should look like. And the one model that fits the actual measurement is the lambda CDM one. And I think that's the big hang up on keeping it either new gravity or particle thing, and keeping it from being combined into, well, it's a mixture of the two.
Yeah, it's a mixture. It's a hodgepodge. You take a little bit over there, a little bit over here, and you try to make it work. But so far, nobody has come up with a complete model. There is no complete model that combines all the forces with gravity. So you know, it's just attempts at best to explain what we see. And whenever there's one problem, they patch it up with another problem. But that problem was based on a previous problem, which was based on a previous assumption. So it's like you're trying to explain Harry Potter, and you're finding problems in the Harry Potter story, and you're trying to explain them away with other Harry Potter stories.
I don't know, man. The data seems to not really agree with that sentiment.
Well, on the contrary, the CMD model, right? They did tests, right? And they found crazy stuff. You know about the axis of evil? So they found that the universe is not spread homogeneously. They found that it appears that the Earth is at the center, and it also appears that the matter is distributed not homogeneously, but as a flat disk. So I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Wait, you talking about the?
We had this conversation, but that's a separate thing from the whole dark matter thing. If you're going to
Well, did you talk
to that,
sorry, to?
no, I haven't talked to him yet. It's a summer,
Okay.
man, so it's kind of hard to. People got to be around. I have to be around. I've been doing a lot of contract work at a different lab this summer, so I haven't necessarily been at my academic lab that much to even go see them since we last talked. But nonetheless, to propose this whole Earth being in the center thing, but that's only true with the lambda CDM power spectrum of the CMB. So you have to first propose that the whole dark matter thing is the correct answer. Then you can say, based off of the data, that the Earth is in the center minus what we had talked about the other day. The
No, you
issues with
don't.
it in that sense.
No, you don't. Dark matter has nothing to do with the CMB. The CMB is the radiation left over from the Big Bang. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dark matter's in the word.
No, it's not.
I think you think
The
he's
radiation
CMB.
left over from the big. Bro, I don't know, man. I have to explain you your model. I mean, it aggravates me when I have to do that every time, bro.
But you're not. You're explaining something you heard that confirmed your bias, and so you looked no further into it to get any more of the minutia involved.
Okay, genius, expert. What's the cosmic background radiation? What is it?
Oh, I'd love for you to tell me what it is.
It's the radiation left over from the Big Bang. That's what your model says. No?
That's very vague. How was it produced exactly?
Oh, that's very vague. Now watch, he's going to tell me exactly. You tell us what it is. Go ahead. Tell us what the
It's
cosmic
showing my
background radiation is. Go ahead.
It's showing my point, right? Like the radiation produced by the Big Bang. Number one, that's not even really correct, but that's like an super oversimplified, vague version of what the CMB really is.
Well, thank God we have an expert like you on the panel. Go ahead and tell us, what is it?
You don't sound very genuine.
Well, you're trying to say that I got it wrong. You're trying to play down. You're trying to like punk me almost, right?
No.
And
You
now,
told me
and
you
now
have to
I'm asking
explain.
you a genuine question, and you're telling me that I'm what's wrong?
You told me you have to explain my model to me.
Yeah, and I said what I said. Now I'm asking you, was I wrong in that explanation? And you said, yeah, you gave a general thing. And I said, okay, then, can you please explain it to us? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I can learn something from you. Please explain to us.
Sure. I know you're not genuine, but whatever. Right. If you're going to say that like the Big Bang was some kind of substantive event, like an explosion, and the CMB is the remnant of that, that's totally incorrect. The CMB, or the Big Bang, is just a description of the evolution of the universe. And the CMB is the radiation emitted during the recombination event where atoms were in a plasma state because the temperature was above 3000 Kelvin, where atoms can't exist as electrons and protons bound together. They exist as a plasma where the protons, the positive charge, and the negative charge is just freely, they're not bound together, they're free existing. And during that state, it was opaque because any radiation going through that plasma, it can't travel very far without being absorbed and then emitted again and absorbed, right? So it's an opaque state. But at the 3000 Kelvin, it's not degree, it's 3000 Kelvin mark. Once you fall below that, hydrogen nuclei can capture electrons, and now light can freely travel. The universe becomes transparent, and that's what the CMB is. It's the light that was emitted, the first transparent light that was emitted when those hydrogen nuclei captured electrons.
You're talking about ionization after the Dark Ages. That's what you're talking about.
No,
right?
this is well before the Dark Ages. This is during the I want to say there's a name for the epoch. I forget what it is, but it's around 280,000 years after the t=0 mark.
Okay, irregardless of that, does your model state that matter is homogeneous, spread out homogeneously?
Yeah, the CMB is of thermal equilibrium, so the matter would necessity be almost exactly homogeneous, but it does not exactly, but very close to.
Yeah, it's like if you look at a sheet of wool or something. Okay, just go with me there. But if you look at like a sheet of felt, I don't know. Anyways, and it looks like it's exactly one color. You could say it's exactly one color, but if you look like completely at it because of the shades and the shadows and the light, like they would be slightly different colors of pixels of green. If you zoom in a lot, there's no the homogeneity is it's more spread out, like in a solar system or something. But if you look at the whole structure as a whole, you know, you see it as being homogeneous. So it's important to understand that that's the
Well, it's
distinction.
important to understand that the findings they found went against that. And that's only part of your problems. Now you have the baby galaxy problem. You have all kinds of stars that shouldn't have been there in the first place. That's another problem. You have all kinds of gases that shouldn't have been there in the early stages. So basically, the whole model is falling apart right before our eyes.
Oh, we can test that hypothesis. Like we could do check back intervals like 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years, you know, and see if lambda CDM is still the current model.
Say it again. Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
You're proposing the hypothesis that the model is falling apart before our eyes. So if it was, right, when models in chemistry and biology and biochemistry fall apart before my eyes, I discard those models and propose new ones and incorporate the data from the old model that has to be incorporated. Right. So if what you are proposing is true, then we could look back in about 6 months, in a year, in 2 years, and 5 years at these intervals, we can look and check to see if lambda CDM and the flower metric are still the current cosmological model, or if they've, you know, fallen apart as you're proposing.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm willing to wait, but I tell you, it doesn't look too good with these baby galaxies and massive black holes in them and supermassive black holes roaming around on their own in a time where there wasn't enough time for a star to form, die, let alone form a black hole. So yeah, there's a lot of splaining to do. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I'm a patient guy. I can wait.
Well,
Well,
we
I
have to
think
seek
that's actually.
truth as well.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm totally for we should be seeking the truth, right? And part of that is that accurate information has practical application. If something's just totally wrong, then it has no use to you.
Let's just say I'm not confident in the scientific community's ability to change their mind in the face of them admitting they were wrong about just about everything that they came up with.
Okay. I would say like we do that all the time, right? And there's huge examples in the past, like Newton was one, Maxwell, Boltzmann, and all them, the development of thermodynamics, then Maxwell and electromagnetism, then Einstein, of course, the big one, and then Planck and Einstein and Schrodinger and Dirac and all them with just normal quantum mechanics, and then Richard Feynman and Schwinger and the Japanese guy, I forget what his last name was, but they developed quantum electrodynamics. These were all huge mind changes in science.
Were they really? Or were they just, you know,
Yes.
little adjustments to the current model?
So
what would you call when they found out that the galaxies weren't rotating and they invented 34% of the universe? What would you call that? Would you call that a slight
But they
fix?
didn't just do that. Let's see, right?
They
You're
did exactly that.
misrepresenting. Right, Fritz Zwicky did some measurements in the 30s, and he proposed Dunkle Materie, dark matter, right? But it wasn't really caught on until Vera Rubin did her measurements in like the 70s or 80s, right? But even now, like I said, there's two options. There's the option that gravity, general relativity, is just totally wrong, right? And there's groups, bunch of scientists that are exploring that option. Then they're having the same problem as the group that is exploring the other option, that there's just a form of matter that we're not accounting for its magnitude in the overall measurement that we're making, right? Both of those options are having the same issue. That's why the mind hasn't really been changed yet, because both the options for changing your mind are both not panning out.
No, it's the explanation of what this matter is that's puzzling me, and I call it ridiculous. And anybody that could think will also call it ridiculous. They're saying that there's something there that doesn't interact with anything except the way these galaxies are rotating. Isn't
But
that kind of convenient?
Not every group is saying that, SC. There are groups that are saying, no, there isn't dark matter. There's no extra matter there. General relativity is just wrong. And we're going to propose a new model for gravity. But they're having the same issue. Any new model of gravity that they put forward, even electromagnetic based models of gravity, don't account for the data. They're having the same problem.
Like what? What's the same problem? You have
their
one person said. Sorry, go on.
Predictions of the model don't account for they don't match up with the measurements.
Yeah, but this group that doesn't believe that it's this, what exactly are they? What are they proposing exactly?
It's more than one group, but there's many different proposals. Kosho was alluding to one of them, but it's kind of different than just discarding gravity altogether. But Mond is one of the big ones, and then there's like different versions of of gravity that aren't general relativity. There's electromagnetic. There's some based on the Kaluza-Klein theory, right? And there's a multitude of them, right?
Yeah, Mons, modified Newtonian gravity. That one.
That's one of them.
So they're going to take an existing thing and modify it. Nothing to do with the fabric of space-time.
But within that, right, that's just one of the proposals. Like I said, there's things based on the Kaluza-Klein theory and electromagnetic models that have been put forth, and all sorts of different models, right? But there's one type, there's a set of models that are called MOND, right? And even within that, there are some that aren't just really modifying Newtonian gravity, like they're really changing it quite drastically. It still fits under the label of MOND, but it's really a different thing than just plain Newtonian gravity. And then there are some that are just little slight adjustments of Newtonian gravity. But the overall problem they all have is they don't account for the measurement. They don't account for the data.
Well, I'm glad they're working on other stuff. That's all the positive thing I can say about this.
It's good. It's good. I have a public service announcement. I need someone that once in a while, just once every once in a while, can mute and unmute and put a timer on 2 people for 2 hours. If you can do that, send me a DM. Thank you. It's going to be dope. Anyways, what
If it's
were we talking
muting
about?
Zanuck, I volunteer. If it involves Zanuck, I volunteer.
No, seriously, I need people that can, like anyone that can do that, send me a DM because we're trying to fucking do something here. All right, what do you say? Or even if it's an hour or something, or I don't know, anything. Spend any amount of time. We're trying to do something.
Are you talking about like somebody modding a debate, or sounds
Yeah,
pretty vague?
Two people. Not you don't even have to mod. All you gotta do is just mute and unmute, and have a timer on them. That's it.
Hey, if I'm around, I'll do it, man. I mean, I don't mind.
All right. You don't really have to mod. There's going to be nothing to mod because there's not going to be any interruptions. So.
Well, SC, it's just the thing that, as you know, a lot of times when there's a debate type thing going down, it's one thing to have the open channel, where there's a large panel and there's kind of an open debate. It's organic. It can be cool, the different people can jump in. But there's also the thing where just the chaos, the interruptions. And when it gets into that debate mode, people, they feel like they were interrupted. They want to interrupt back. There was a little ad hom. They want to clarify their question. They didn't feel like the person answered their question. There's all these things that happen, So we're just talking about ways of being able to streamline it. Like last night, I was trying to mod it quite tightly with like Veach and Negator and myself and several people. We were all and doing it that way cleaned it up, by like it, like in this idea in one way, it, like very strict. Like let's say you and I are debating. I say my piece. I don't monologue. We have to have it timed 30 seconds. I'm done. I am muted. You are unmuted. You say your piece, 30 seconds, uninterrupted. You say your piece. Of course, there needs to be some kind of timer so you don't go overboard, and then you are muted, goes back to me. I respond. You know what I'm saying? Just really clean audio that is very a good listening experience where all the points can be heard, without all the wildness that happens,
Oh yeah, we can easily do that. If 2 people want to debate, and let's say I have time, I could easily dedicate an hour to do that for sure. Yeah.
I got you down for 3 hours. All right. Good shit.
I mean, it actually is surprisingly. It's surprisingly labor intensive. Like I did it last night, and I've done this. We've done this before. It's not like a whole brand new idea, but it really does take like. first of all, I noticed when I was doing the muting and unmuting that I really couldn't maintain in the conversation because I had to, mute, unmute, all of that, So I felt like it's like being a referee, you can't really play in the game when you're reffing. So there's that part of it. And then there's it's surprisingly labor intensive because you basically have to stare at the screen and click and unclick, so you can't walk away. You can't go to the bathroom. You can't go get a cup of water. I mean, well, ideally you got to have a backup person so someone can take a bathroom break or whatever. But I'm just saying it actually is surprisingly, it takes a lot of focus. It's like a full-time job basically to do it.
Absolutely. Who you got in mind, Jeremy? It's got to be an interrupter. It's got to be a Zanuck, or I don't want to mention any other name.
We just want to be able to do debates like that where it's clean and crisp. You know what I'm saying? I got you down for an hour, bro. That's huge. Yeah, if you're there, all right, good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but most
even if it's a half
people,
hour,
you don't even need a mod. Most people, right? It just depends who it is. Yeah.
I don't know. Have you heard many debates where there was no interruptions?
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
So this would be just a way. I mean, that'd be beneficial for the listeners. The debaters know they're going to get their whole point out. No one else is going to monologue. You get your time, no interruptions.
Well, it instantly takes it from like a semi shit show argument where like there's just chaos, where we've all heard it a million times where there's a little interruption, a little clarification. He's not answering my question. He's obfuscating. There's all these components. And to really do it like we've been talking in a more advanced way, if you're going to have it like a courtroom style, there's even more advanced ways to do it too, where you have, you can have objections, you can have fallacies, you can have a jury, sort of like a court case. You can have a jury that votes, for different things. You can have an actual like clauses in place for obfuscation, for example. You can hold people to a point. Like, for example, let's say somebody has presented their point. They're looking for a rebuttal. And if the other person doesn't rebut, then the moderator can say, okay, you didn't rebut the point. Would you like to, you can really hold people's feet to the fire in that way to have them rebut the point. There's a whole layers of complexity. And we've been talking the last week or so about this and all these different facets. I've talked about it with Issa, with Witsit. Issa used to do a show called Flat Earth Court, and so on. So yeah, there's all these different ways of doing it on an even more advanced level where you could even do those things. But just to kind of also say, like last night, it was getting pretty wild with the interruptions. And at one point I was like, all right, guys, I kind of started to do the mute unmute thing and it just instantly got it under control. Like it was awesome. It's like, okay, Veach, he did his, minute thing. It was clean audio. He got to say his whole thing. Boom. And Brian Leakey responded. He got to say his whole thing. And everybody kind of calmed down. It's like you get out of that like feeling like you're on a treadmill running 1,000 miles an hour. It's like, oh, you're going to get interrupted. Oh, they're not answering your point. Somebody jumps in side rails, all that kind of stuff, which it's just the negatives of having an open panel debate structure. Those are some of the negatives. The positives of an open panel debate structure is that it's organic and it's fun and this guy jumps in and that guy jumps in. It can be cool as well. But I'm just saying, like the way, doing that last night, the minute I did it that way, like everybody calmed down, everybody slowed down, and then the audio was really clear. All the points were able to be made, and you're really able to get more to the bottom of the actual points being made, without all of the kind of, just all of the side rails and the crazy stuff that can happen, and then it goes off the rails kind of. It's almost like the whole room is spiraling sometimes. It's not like one person spiraling. It's just like the whole room because there's interruptions and everyone's rushing to get their point out and nobody feels like they have enough actual uninterrupted time to know that they'll get their point out without being interrupted. So then they're rushing and yeah, I mean, we all know how it can get.
Yeah, so if anybody's available to mute and unmute two people and have the timer on them, let me know. You don't even have to be a mod right now. Anybody.
I'll do it.
All right, how long? Can you do it for 2 hours straight?
Wait, what'd you say to do?
Jesus Christ. That's how you operate? You're just like, I'll do it.
That's exactly
I could have been, yo, does anybody want to...
I offer my fucking help, and then I find out what people
need.
We'll tell you what it involves. It involves a back room, dark.
Okay, I'm down.
two dudes. Kosho's in. No, but seriously, it involves muting and unmuting the same two people, and having a timer on them.
You're talking about a hypothetical debate.
Yeah, how long would you be able to mute and unmute and time people for?
I do it for 2 hours. But I told Gio a long time ago I tried to make a bot that would you'd be able to do that better.
We're not
yeah,
putting on your CIA spy bots on the server. All right, nice fucking try.
Any of you guys ever play craps? You guys ever play craps?
No,
I got
actually,
you down
the
for
thing,
2 hours.
Yeah, the thing about a CIA, I know what you mean. Like, but the thing is, when you add a bot, you tell it which permissions you want to give it. So, I mean, if we only gave a bot like server mute capabilities, for example, if Kosho or I know Bacon had a bot at one point that he was talking about and he was working on, but I'm just saying, like, we'd be able to select what permissions the bot has. And if all the bot can do is server mute, then it can't ban people or do anything crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless you've got some real hacked code in there that you can surpass Discord's permissions or something.
Yeah, right. I never heard of that though. But you're right though. Discord will offer you like something like 36 36 restrictions or permissions, and you can just point at the ones you want. But it is true that because it's not, I don't think you can just pick mute or unmute. Whereas like you'd have to pick like like for instance, if you needed to have admin powers, you can admin, or you can get like no, there is a mute and unmute thing, but I think there's extra permissions that have to go with that.
We need it done manually, bro, because we need another person stops talking. They might not use their whole time. We don't want like 15 seconds of dead air.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, dude. That's why I asked if you guys ever played craps. It's because in craps, unlike any other game at the casino, requires like 3 dealers at any given point in time. There's like a person like at the main part of it, and there's 2 people at the other ends, and they have to like literally like pay attention to everything that's happening and all the bets that are made. And my point is that if you wouldn't have a debate like that, you'd probably need like a mod for each of the people. Like each
Negative.
of those 2 people.
Your analogy is also horrible,
Each of those 2
as
people would need a
per
mod.
usual.
Yeah, because
All you need.
think about it, dude. It's hard to unmute and mute people at the same exact time, which is what you would need.
No, you have to. It just takes a second. I wish Discord made it easier because you got to like right click and scroll down. It would be nice if it was just a little thing right next to their name. Like, what is wrong with Discord? You can't
One
just make
person can do it though.
All they need to have, like, I'm looking at my screen right now on the PC. To the left of everyone's name, there should be a little mute thing, and if you're a mod, you can click unclick. Why don't they do it that way? Unbelievable.
I can make it right now to where you can press, like, let's say, like K and L on your keyboard. I can make it so like you can press K when you want K to talk and L when you want L to talk, and then like J when you want it all to be opened up.
Oh, that's an easy macro right there. Yeah, it's not. It's not even hard.
I can do that simply.
That's pretty
good. My 13-year-old can do that.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
I taught him. Yeah,
that's a good idea. I'm glad I thought of it.
I was leaving the house one day and I wanted to help out. I was like, Dad, come here all the time, dude. I might as well help out sometimes.
So I got you down for 2 hours. I got SC down for an hour. All right, because you do need a backup, like Gio said. Somebody's gonna have to pee eventually or something, or you need a backup.
I can make that so SC, like, so I can make the macros like that. Yeah, that I can just like it'll be related to a bot though. So there would need to be a bot that can do that, because you'd have to be able to type in their name and mute them. Like, there's no function in Discord where you can just type in mute and then mute this person and then unmute them. So the bot would have to like instantly do that, but you have to press like one letter to type all that out. You know what I mean?
But does that bot need admin perms? Because that's never.
No. It would just, like you said. It's like you said. You just whichever perms it needs, like mutable. Bacon actually probably has more familiarity with JavaScript bots, because I have more familiar with Python bots. I think the JavaScript bots are the only ones where the bot can unmute and mute directly, whereas through Python you have to give them a role that mutes them. So it's like you have to it gives them a role, that role mutes them. So it's like it takes a little bit extra time. You know what I mean?
See, this thing could easily be done, right? Like, let's say now, example, Zana comes up with a crazy idea. The Earth has to accelerate, whatever, right? In both locations. Right now, there's 10 people that want to get in on him, right? So instead of having chaos, right? The 3-4 people that want to do it, that's when you can have this thing come in, right? Okay, who wants to go? This guy goes, and you get whatever, 10 minutes. and that's it. And then the next guy could go, instead of having chaos and everybody waiting, not listening, just waiting to scream so you can get your turn in. And you know what I'm saying? That might be one way to solve it.
The thing I'm talking about is more for like a debate, like a one-on-one debate, you know, with this whole muting and unmuting thing. But yeah, I mean, the list, as far as like the open panel, like the list works good. You got a list, everyone can get 5 minutes to go back and forth a little bit, or you can do a list where everyone just goes once, or you can put someone in the hot seat to where, like, yeah, if everyone's trying to go at Zanuck, you can put Zanuck in the hot seat and he gets to answer after everyone's turn.
Yeah, but the list is good, bro, but not really. You know why? It's better to let two people go at it for 5 minutes. You know?
Yeah, well, you can have that be the list where there's people wanting to go. Okay. And everyone and like say we're going with somebody and you get 5 minutes and it's whoever's next gets 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but for that,
like that, yeah.
For that, the stage thing that Discord already has works good though. Like if you have a stage thing where if it's one person going against a bunch of people, then the one person gets like the stage thing, and then the other people raise their hand basically. But then you get put into a list because their hand's raised, or their hand was raised, you know. But that's like a very specific thing, like where there's one person, you know, and there's a bunch of people going at them.
Well, the stage channel, that would work good for a debate where maybe it's two versus two or 1 versus 1 or something like that. So, you know, the moderators and the debaters are all up on the stage, and then you can still mute and unmute them. And then everyone else is in the audience. And then, of course, after the debate, you can take questions and answers. You know, people in the audience could raise their hand, be brought up on stage to elaborate on a certain point or ask a question or something like that. So yeah, that could work with the stage channel as well.
Anyone else that can mute and unmute people for a nice chunk of time, 30 minutes at least.
Explore Earth said in the text chat he'll do it.
All right, you're on the list.
I'm sure at any given moment, you'll find somebody to do it. I'm sure that shouldn't be a problem at all.
Well, I mean, maybe we should even do this even more like let's just say right now a debate breaks out. You know, someone comes in, whatever it is, and it starts. Like we could even do it that, you know, we could even kick it off. We could even do it that way, you know.
I would love to serve.
Exactly. We can do that right now. Like, let's say Hank wants to debate Kosho. I can do half an hour of that, what we just said. So that's what I'm saying. Depending on who's here, I'm sure you can find somebody at any given moment.
And we can
on days. Sorry, I'm just trying to pledge. On days that I'm off, which is Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday, I would love to serve the community.
Nice, Larry. Nice work. Way to pitch in. Awesome. That's what I'm talking about. We can produce some nice debates like this. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard a debate with no interruptions? Because that's what we're talking about.
It's like never
First of all, there's never been a debate. Have you guys ever seen a structured debate? I haven't. Ever. In all the years that I've been here. Anybody?
I mean, like they do at colleges and universities and shit? Like the debate
proper
team?
debate, yeah.
I don't even know if I've ever even seen one of those.
Yeah, they're usually set up where the moderator has a list of questions, and the moderator will ask each person the question. They'll have a set allotted time to answer the question. You know,
you're talking like
specific stuff,
like those presidential debates where the two guys and you got the moderator and
Yeah, formal.
Yeah, I
like
remember.
Opening,
yeah, I remember from school. That's how they did them. The moderator had a list of questions on a specific topic, and they would ask each individual would have an opportunity to respond to the question.
But not even that. Even open questions, but the structure. Like, have you ever seen a debate structured where there wasn't chaos and ad hom and proper moderation? With all due respect to all moderators, right?
That's what we're talking about doing right now.
No, but I'm saying, have you guys ever seen a debate like that? I'm not putting anybody down. I'm just simply asking the question.
No, that's why we're trying to do this.
Okay.
Is that already?
Right.
I've never seen one. Has anyone else?
Like on modern day debates or any other platform, it always turns into a shit show, no? Name calling and ad homs and
over talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
We can get rid of the over talking. Well, this is what I'm talking about with the mute and unmute thing. We get rid of the over talking completely. No more over talking. So that solves that problem. That's a good fucking start.
It's a good start right there.
That alone is huge. Yeah, right? That's what I'm talking about. So I need some muters and unmuters. So we got like 4, 5, 6 people right now with me, you, Geo, Kosho, Larry, and Explore Flat Earth. It's 6 people. It's pretty good. It's a good start.
And we can also give temporary mod roles to anyone. So like, let's just say right now, two people are going to debate, and then if somebody who doesn't have a mod role wants to do the role, they can do the temp mod role. And of course, if they could be added as a permanent moderator, in the future as well, And we're also going to be doing a update on the platform soon, which will be adding moderators as well. So I'm just saying, like, just that anyone could have a temp mod role at any point as well, if they want to do the mute and unmute, or help in that way as well.
And we probably got to cover it with the mods that exist, but yeah, wouldn't hurt to add a couple mods, or try people out for a mod role. Yeah, if anyone was interested. I mean, that would just be a dope ass debate, dude. You want to debate someone, Essie? I think Sean G's been trying to holler at you.
I already had a debate with him.
If we did it to where all debates, whether it's an event, whether it's a whole show, or whether it's just an impromptu one, but we're always doing the mute unmute thing, that with either temp mod roles or moderators who are here can do it. I mean, that alone would just clean everything up so much. There'd be clean audio, every time, ideally. So I mean, that would just change things in and of itself.
I can set up that like basically it would be a conjunction with a bot and auto hotkey. I can set it up to where it can easily like I can give it to somebody if they're at the computer. You just install the auto hotkey and it will work. Because I do that for a whole bunch of stuff. Like I had one where where I made like a Jeopardy game or whatever, and like because I didn't want to have to clicking on people and stuff like that, so I would just click. I would have them click like X. Like if they wanted to come in, like buzz in or whatever, they just click X on their keyboard, and it would get them in, right?
But does Discord have a built-in server mute hotkey feature to where you're then macroing it? No. So the bot is the thing that transfers it from the actual server mute function into a macro.
Well, no. So I would make a macro that would type out the command that the bot would do. So it would be like the macro. So it's like you had 2 people debating, and you made like K and L. You make K be the mute the first name that you. So you would give it 2 names. Like you would write in the command of the bot and give it the 2 names, and then it would set up the 2 names under the 2 keys, and then the person who did that, they would have when they type in I'm sorry, when they type in the first name. Yeah. Sorry, I think I confused it, but
no, I got you. If it's a command, then the hotkey thing just types the command. So that means you'd have to be in a certain text channel with your cursor, blinking at the text thing, and then hit it.
Well, yeah. Well, you'd have to. Well, exactly. Yeah, that's true. You would have to have. Well, no, you wouldn't have to have it blinking at it, because you could put that in the auto hotkey. So you can actually have the auto hotkey take you to the channel and everything. But let's assume you're in the channel. The auto hotkey would click on the bar where the text is first. That way, it made sure that when it typed it in, the command went there.
This sounds like an old copy con command in the old days, where you can press one key and have it execute like a number of things. Is that what you're talking about?
Sure, yeah, it's like a macro. Yeah, because you can make auto hotkey macros do all sorts of stuff like that. Just type out the code, and then you press, like, when you press P, it does all these different things. You can tell it where to put the cursor, when to click, how many times to click, what to type out.
Start a program.
Yeah, start a program. Yeah, but in this case, you can have it click on the text box, type out the names of either person A or person B, and then press the mute button, and then also at the same time unmute the other person. So you have it do both those in one command, but depending on which button you press. I have, it's funny. I made an auto hotkey in Gem's server. I made an auto hotkey just to mute Jin. Like it only mutes Jin and unmutes him. I was gonna make
pressing
it
one letter. What one?
Say what?
What? Just typing in a single command just mutes one guy.
Yeah, well, actually, because I wrote it, because if you have mod roles, then you don't have to just type it in. That's the easiest way to do it. But I have it so it actually clicks on each thing. Like it'll click on his name, it'll right click on his name, it'll click on mute, and then click on, So it's like you have to click to confirm all this type of stuff.
So it's like a macro. You can do that. That's free. So you can do that in Discord.
Well, you can do that while using Discord. You can use that. I mean, you can use macros. Like, yeah, exactly. So you can use a macro that interacts with Discord. Yeah.
But how do you execute the command in Discord? Will it recognize? I don't know.
Well, there's like a
computer's doing it.
Yeah, there's like a software he's talking about. My keyboard does it. I have a keyboard that there's like 10 keys on the left side of it that are all specified macro keys, so I can like do it with my keyboard. I can program
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's cool too, but your computer, like you do have to download auto hotkey, but it's basically made for Windows, so it's like it doesn't take up any space in your computer. So it's like if you have auto hotkey, it's just built. It's just basically like a tool. It's like another Windows tool, basically.
Yeah, but the command gets executed in Windows, right? Not in
exactly. Or it's your computer that executes it. Yeah.
Right.
Hold on, Gio, is there a command where you could just type something in the chat and it mutes the person and unmutes the other? Like, do you have a mute unmute button, or sorry, command that you type in the chat, or no?
Well, I wish I could say it's easier. I've done a ton of research. Okay, first of all, if you do a custom bot, then yes, absolutely. And it sounds like Kosho and Bacon. I'm not much of a coder, but they've both said that they have the ability to do that. I have searched bots long, and I haven't done it in a while, but I've done so much searching to find any bot that does that. And there's one that I have that kind of does it. I guess the quick answer is like yes and no. Right now, I don't have an exact solution where I could just, with a bot that could just type a command and mute someone that, but there's one bot that kind of does it, but I'd have to remember what it was. It was like a little glitchy. So I guess the answer is I don't have a way just right now with a bot that we have to just instantly make it to where, !M space and then at their name will server mute them. But there's the one bot I have that kind of does it. And then I know Kosho, and it's not like a thing. Try not to be too long-winded, but it seems like Discord bots, like it's kind of like a permissions that is a little bit of like almost taboo or something to do to like actually server mute people, if that makes sense. Meaning most bots don't do it. So,
well, it's just it depends. Like because back in the day, Python bots, like I said, you don't have the ability to. There's not a function in Python to do that without first changing the role. So you can change a role, and then you can make a role that is automatically muted or something. You can do that with Python, but with JavaScript, you could actually directly mute and unmute people. And I think that's
what we need.
Depends on.
Yeah, we want to.
I can make one. I can make one in 30 minutes. I'm not very good at JavaScript, but yeah, I can make one in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it needs to be something that actually does a server mute, because I understand the role one, which like Dino has that, and Me6, a bunch of the big bots already have that, but it doesn't really server mute them. It just changes the roles so that if they join a room. I mean, that's what the warning system currently on this server is. It's done through Dino, and so but yeah, because
that makes sense. Yeah.
Like, isn't there a command?
It's a slower process because each of those things is a step that it has to actually run through. So they have to change the role and then they get muted. It's like it takes a whole thing.
Can't you, like anywhere in Discord, if you're a mod, like type in, like for example, IM or ISM and a person's name, and that should server mute them? Like, hasn't anybody thought of doing something like that? Like, I don't get it, man.
That's why Discord's open source, is because they make the structure of it, but all the bots that people have in their servers are bots that, you know, were made privately, like not by Discord. So it's like the function exists, it just doesn't exist as a function that Discord themselves has created. You know what I mean? It's like but you can put it on Discord because they give you the code, you know, to program the bots. So that function, you can make a bot do. If you gave a bot all the admin roles and all the roles, you can make them do anything. Like that's how I pull text off of people's Discords. It's because you can pull all the text if you have, you know, all the roles.
Yeah, but Discord, they're not very intelligent, man. Like what Gio said before, if you're a mod, any name that you see on the list there should be a little button there that you should just be able to easily press and mute them. I mean, this doesn't take rocket science like intelligence here.
Right, and then you should be able to not only do that, but there should be a little, like a little text box maybe that you could type a time too, like a timed mute. You know, so you could be like, right to the left of their name, there could be a little mute thing, and then also a little. So maybe you could type 3 and then hit the mute thing. So 3 minutes. You know, so let's say somebody's whatever it may be. Like, you know how convenient that would be, just to do like a quick little 2-minute mute or whatever. That's just automatic. Like in case there's 2 people are interrupting each other and it's chaos. Yeah, you know, there's you know, if you could just do that, just a time to mute.
That's why Gleam posted the same video I'm watching right now. I'm watching this video real quick on how to do the JavaScript time mute. This just takes me a minute because I don't, like I said, I don't usually work in JavaScript, so the environment on my yeah, it just anyway. So it's gonna take me about half an hour. Unless Gleam says there he goes. He says he's got some code right there. But is this from the video or is this watch it export?
I mean, I can do
oh,
some.
Yeah, there's the whole
I mean,
function right there. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I've done coding before, so I mean, it's not like I'm not like an expert in it, but I mean, I've done cut and paste and figured out how to get certain things coded.
Well, if you know how to make a basic Discord bot, which is like involves like the token and you know, you got to create it in the developer mode and stuff like that. But once you have it created and you have it called, if you put in this function that Gleam's just posted, this function is all that's required. You don't have to make a sophisticated bot. You can just make a basic bot that has this function, and you're all set.
Yeah.
There you go. We got a volunteer, Gleam. So if you need help, Kosho,
nice.
You know who to ask.
Gleam to build the bot or whatever, or to do mutes.
Well, he's posted the video for the like I told you in JavaScript you can do the mute function, in Python you can't. So he posted the function right there. So if you have a very basic JavaScript bot, you just add this function to it. It would have to be a little bit. Hold on. Yeah, it would have to be a little bit more because I don't know in the Python when we make the function, the name of the function has to be what the person is calling, but it doesn't looks like they're calling this function. So I think there's probably a little bit more to this function, like one more box outside of this one. But other than that, yeah, if you add this function to your code, you should be able to just mute and unmute people.
It takes a little bit of time, you know. You gotta, if you were going to try to do a time mute or something, you got to go on the text chat. You got to type, you know, exclamation point, whatever it is, and then it's not like too bad.
Yeah, but like you have, okay, so your keyboard, for example, you have 10 buttons. I have one that has like 6 on it, and then like you can make an auto hotkey that just does like the numbers on your number pad or something like that.
No, dude, I have for multiple servers and things. I have the macros on those 10 keys. They're actually like the passwords to my servers and shit. So all I have to do is, because I have to log in and out of a lot of different systems, so I literally just push one of those and it types the entire password for me.
That's good to know. All that information is good to know.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to hack me? Maybe you could. I don't know if you can hack it that way, but
you always seem so fucking secretive, dude. Because like it takes you forever to get to the mic sometimes, and you're like, "Oh, I'm away from my mic," It's like you're doing something really secretive, man, and then you have all these secret codes on your number pad, on your hotkeys.
It's not secretive if I'm not at my mic. I might just be in the kitchen or in the other room, or
That's true.
it doesn't mean.
Well, do you use earpods? If you have a headset,
No.
I mean,
I don't Bluetooth anything now.
so you can hear it, like you can just hear it like on the speakers or something.
Yeah, I usually have the speakers on so I can hear it throughout. Like
I do that too. I have the earpods in my ear, but I use a microphone for the mic or whatever, and so it's like I can hear from like all the way halfway across the house sometimes. So yeah, it does take me forever. Like I'm cooking or something like that, and somebody will say something, I'm not to come all the way back.
Yeah,
But
and there's
anyway,
nothing secret about the servers. The servers are for running this platform.
I know. I'm just messing around with you. I'm only messing around with you, Gio, because everyone knows it's not the case. You're not some secret spy. But what were we saying though? We're all the way off. Oh yeah, right, with the bot. But yeah, so like on the number pad, you can make it so like it would depend on what you wanted to do. If you were talking about like just working with two or three people, like three people, like let's say like Xanac and Witsit or something, and you were gonna give them timed mutes so the other person could say what they had to say. So if they needed like 1 or 2 or 3 minute timed mutes, you could make like a couple of the different buttons on the number pad, like certain amounts of time. You know what I mean, for each person. See what I'm saying?
You mean make it to where it's like pre-timed? So like you
No,
put
it's
one.
just it's like if I press one, that means Xanac is out for 30 seconds. If I press 2, that means Witsit's out for 30 seconds. If I press 4, that means Xanac's out for a minute. And if I press 6 or 5, that means Witsit's out for a minute. You know what I mean? Like it's like each of those would be sort of like one of the two people.
Could you make
in
one
this
that's
debate though?
Could you make one that's just ban the globe?
Ban the globe. You could make a button that did that. It's like just in case of emergency. It's like that squiggle button in the top left or something. It's like in case of emergency, press this button and it'll ban all globers.
No, I didn't even mean ban all globers. I just meant ban the actual globe. I'm just kidding. Another way to do that. What? Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say yesterday, Beer Man and No Tanks agree with him, but I think I'm a no earther now. I'm with those guys, Beer Man and No Tanks. So
yeah,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say another way to do the back and forth in a debate, which I mentioned this to Jeremy. He didn't like it because it does seem a bit like, okay, there's a voice cue bot, because I also researched a bunch of voice cue bots, where, and the one, which I don't even know if they've updated it or how, but basically what it does is it pops an embed message in the text channel. So you'd probably have to have a separate text channel for it. You wouldn't do it in the live stream where there's a bunch of people typing. It'd be in a separate channel, and it's like a voice queue, and it has little emojis. So to add yourself to the queue, you click an emoji, and then if you're a moderator, you can cycle through the people, and that bot will mute and unmute people automatically. So I'm just saying, like, meaning that you could have like a 2-person queue. What it would mean, though, in this scenario is that both of the debaters would have to be in that text channel, and then I could give them the mod role for that time or whatever. They could be with that bot. They would have to have the mod role for that bot, which means they could cycle through them. So what it would be is kind of like a game of tennis or like chess where you hit the timer when you're done. So that's what it would be. There'd be the text channel. There'd be the embed message there that would stick there, so it wouldn't be flying up the list or whatever. And then there would just be little emojis. So let's say I'm debating. I say my piece. I then have to click my thing. Boom. I click it. It mutes me. It unmutes Kosho. If you're, and then you go. And then when you're done, you click it. It mutes you and it unmutes me. So that's kind of a way, almost like, the chess timer thing, where when you're done with your turn, you hit the thing. Jeremy didn't like it just because it's like, is everyone going to be sitting at their computer at the text channel, fumbling around to try to click it when they're done talking? But I'm just saying it's another option. It might work well for some people because then you have control over it. Granted, there's then the timer issue thing. Someone goes on monologues for too long. So there's that. Plus, like I said, the people have to be staring and clicking it every time they're done.
Well, there's macros you can build on your cell phone as well. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think it just needs to be done manually for now, and I don't know. Like I said, we all chip in, and we should be able to get it done easy. You know, if he's got an hour, me and you, whoever else, you know.
Yeah, I can do it. I mean, when I'm at my computer, like, yeah, usually I'm kind of multitasking, got multiple screens open. So yeah, like, but if I just take the time to focus on it, you know, just focus on the one screen and do it.
Yeah, we can just start off with like 1 debate a week or something. You know, nothing crazy.
I mean, I did it last night, and it completely.
It's awesome. I know.
It was like Brian Leakey and that Hugh guy, and then Veach, and you know, there were several people, and you know, it was kind of that classic, somewhat haywire. You misrepresented me, this and that, you know. And once I did it that way, like I said, the whole thing slowed down, calmed down. Everyone could get their points out. It was such cleaner audio, and we were able to actually hear all the points. And so, yeah, it's definitely way better in that way. It still takes away a little bit from the organicness, you know. But honestly, with these, when it's in that more debate style, I mean, unless the two people, we all know how it is, though. There's certain people that can do it fine. Like Kosho and I could debate Kosho and there'd probably be 0 interruptions. Like we probably wouldn't even do the clipping thing. Like we would totally be fine. Maybe there'd be tiny bit of interruptions, but it'd be literally almost 0, even if we got heated. But I even noticed myself though with other people, I have had, like with Hugh last night, because he kept interrupting me, and then I was kind of, you know, anyways, even I found myself kind of jumping, because when it gets like that, it's just like it's like you almost have to interrupt to get in. So yeah, it's just not ideal.
You know, I had these same. I gotta leave in a sec. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy. You opened your mic. We know you're 5 seconds behind.
We need no. I'm good. I'm on the best Wi-Fi in the world right now. But yeah, no. Even just to do it for a debate, yeah, doing it during the open panel and shit is dope too. Absolutely. But yeah, doing it during a debate would be fucking awesome.
Wow, dude. Sounds like you're smoking a blunt over there. First of all. Second of all.
Oh, we're getting lit. It is lit.
Yeah, I know. I let you go just to say that. By the way, I wasn't making much sense earlier, and it's because I was out smoking. I was smoking a bowl in the garage.
You could have.
Yeah, I know. You had some bad Chinese food last night. I know.
Anyway, I'm not kidding. Anyways, I was responding to what Gio said, but now Jeremy's got me all fucked up with this. Anyway, I gotta
about the chess timer style.
No, I wasn't even listening to that. It was right after that. I wasn't here, so I couldn't hear that part. But
he's not even listening. He went into global mode. He's not even listening anymore.
No, dude. No, it's not that. My girlfriend, she wants me to go to the gas station all of a sudden, so I got to get my shoes on. My arm came out of the socket, dude. So I got an arm hanging out.
Ooh,
it's a whole thing. So you drive with one arm.
Sorry to hear that. That's painful.
Yeah, it's all right, but I'm having surgery on Wednesday. Hopefully, they can reattach my arm.
It came out of the socket.
There's got to
there's
got to be a masturbation joke coming, right?
No. Okay, dude. I mean, to be honest with you, first of all, I've seen a TED Talk. This is a side note. I've seen a TED Talk where this guy was talking about how this is the first time in history where a majority of people were masturbating left-handed because people were on the computer. It's like a weird TED Talk, but not important.
Yeah, who wants to use a mouse with their left hand?
I mean, I switched it up years ago for other reasons, but
Jesus Christ, Gio's right. Okay, so the masturbation joke's over. On Real Talk, the first doctor I went to said that he couldn't tell if it was my tendons were fucked up or if I took 4 sets of X-rays there. He couldn't tell what was going on. He was like retarded. And I went to the VA doctor and got different X-rays, and they said you got your arms out of the socket, so we're going to send you to a surgeon.
Bro, didn't you see Mel Gibson in Lethal Weapon? You just bash that shit against the wall, you're good.
Yeah, I know, dude. You want to hear something crazy? That's what I've been thinking, dude. Like ever since they told me that was the problem, I've been in so much pain, And like I thought it was just my body needed to heal, but ever since I learned that it was just like they even told me that all my bones and my tendons and everything are still perfectly healthy, everything's intact, and they said it's just out of the socket. And then I've like it doesn't hurt as much anymore because like I feel like it's not broken, but I can see where there's a huge bump, and so it's like I kind of want to see if I can push it back in myself, but I'm gonna get a free. It's free for me to get a surgeon to do it, so I'm just gonna do that.
Lethal Weapon 1.
That once more.
I mean, the thing about the debates that could get more interesting, though, I mean, the mute and unmute thing is good for sure, but like I was talking with Whitsit and Issa and like, you know, and Jeremy and others, where it's like there's so many additional things we could do that could make it very interesting, you know, because muting and unmuting is good, but what if the other person just keeps obfuscating or they keep avoiding the point or they keep doing a fallacy or something, you know? So it's sort of like, all right, you're muting and unmuting, but then the guy who is asking a question or something, like if the other one doesn't answer it, then it goes back to him like, okay, I'm going to ask it again. And then if the guy still doesn't answer, okay, I'm going to ask it again. You know, back and forth. It could kind of get that way. So there's ways to even do it with additional components where, you know, you actually have like, for example, like both people start with 100 points and you have a list of things, you know, a fallacy is -3 points, an ad hom is -5, obfuscation is, you know, that kind of thing. And then there could even be a whole tally system and a system to do that as well.
That would be based on the judges in that system where I think it's a good idea though, but you know, because we've had this idea before where instead of what you're saying, that was like people was marking it like that, you have the audience do it like let's say like every like let's say the debate was broken up into like 5 parts or 3 parts or something. Like each of those parts, like you just get like reactions from the audience, like people who are paying attention, like get some of their responses. Some people to like speak up and say something, and that kind of will help you gauge like, you know, that'll help keep the people in check. You know what I mean? Like it keeps them in check, and the judge as well. Like the judge also, you know, engaging at that point. But then you get back to the 2-person debate. You know.
Like that show Love Connection back in the 90s where the audience would vote.
I was kind of thinking of something like that. Yeah. Like where you talk to the audience. Yeah, exactly. You talk to the audience and they butt in every so often.
We could do like phone a friend. Do all kinds of stuff. If someone's stuck on a debate point, yeah, they could be like, I'm going to phone Kosho to come in and answer this for me.
Yeah, but people do that. Well, people get accused of doing that all the time, right? Like people, dude, you guys accuse everybody all the time of that shit. Like you're like, oh, you're probably calling up McToon right now. You're probably calling up Zanuck. Zanuck's probably telling you from behind the scenes. Sometimes you're probably not wrong, but
I mean, I don't say that stuff, but I know other people have said that stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it is true. Like you're right. Like there was a period of time in 24/7. Like I would say I went through phases, and there's probably like a month phase, like only a month long phase, where yeah, it is true that I would be in there in the shadows, and then you guys would be harassing, not you, but there would be people harassing like a young person or like a person who's like new in the subject, like a college student or something, and I would give them the answers to the questions you were asking them, which were known and obvious answers, but the average person is not going to know them. And you guys always made fun. You guys always thought I was always doing that, but I did that for like a month or something.
You know, we always knew they were because the guy would be laughing and then he would be reading something off his DMs, and then we would ask him more about it, and he would just not have anything more to say about it because he just read whatever you typed him.
Yeah, well, it depends on like if you guys gave him an answer for something, or if you guys gave him a question, like we know, let's say I gave him an answer, or let's say like I told him he was actually wrong about it, like I just would help him out. But like I said, that was a weird part of my relationship with that server, because I was like my resentment phase.
Yeah, it was definitely daily cringe in that server. There's always a cringe every single day, multiple cringes.
No, but I promise you, you guys accused people of doing that though 100%, or not 100, like 1,000,000% more times than it actually happened though. So it's like, let's say it happened once or twice. You guys accused that of being the case. Like you guys always said, "Oh, Kosho's DMing you, isn't he?"
Yeah,
but
I think others were though. Others were. You had Gambino probably doing it too.
I'm not kidding. Where I taught Gambino. I taught him the ropes. Because he was bad at making. Like, he would always make a new account, and the name would be sort of generic, but the picture was always the regular Discord emblem. Like, nobody in here is using the Discord emblem, right? And so it's like you always think someone's a troll if they're doing that. So it's like I just gave pointers like that. I'm like, yeah, dude, always find a picture, dude. Always find a picture, and then we'll think you're authentic. This is tips for being a troll.
No, but the thing about the court style debates, I know what you mean. Like, who makes the decision as to whether it's a fallacy or not? But there's ways to do it. You can have a jury, and I mean, there's ways to be able to, like, jury type structure. I mean, to be able to kind of decipher that. But what about this, dude? What if it was done where there's real money involved? So it's like the winner. You have a point system or whatever. So the winner gets $1,000. The second place guy gets $500. Everyone on the jury gets $250. The judge gets $500.
Dude, you could. Okay, so listen to this. I've been actually admiring a bunch of the big YouTubers lately, like Mr. Beast or whatever his name is. Like, I never watched him before, but he makes some fucking huge. He made like a Willy Wonka video where he did like a whole Willy Wonka thing, gave people like fucking golden tickets, and then the winner actually got like $1 million, right, or $500,000, something like that. And so it's like, if you're a YouTuber like that, you can actually use that money in the show for show shit. So it's like, if you had a show that was big enough, you had enough people watching, you could make it so that the proceeds to the actual viewing of the YouTube show, let's say it was like you got like 50,000 people to watch it, and you got super chats, and that went towards it a little bit, and and then maybe you pocketed a little bit, but you would make it a debate where the audience is like choosing like who wins, who loses, and like the actual winner keeps keeps the purse. You know what I mean? Like a fight or something like that. Actually, you could make money by doing that too, because like people might be interested to watch the more people are watching, the more fucking money that's in it. Not a bad idea.
The guy you mentioned, they did an estimate how much his business is worth, because he was offered $1 billion and he turned it down. And a guy did an estimate and he's. Sorry?
You said who?
Mr. Beast. I think he's talking about.
Oh, Mr. Beast.
Yeah, Mr. Beast. Yeah.
Dude, he's worth way more than $1 million, dude.
20 billion.
$1
billion. $20 billion?
No, the story is he was offered $1 billion for his YouTube channel, and he said no, and he said something like if he was 15 or 20 billion, he might take it or something.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a smart decision. It could have been. It could have actually probably would have been a smart. I would have sold it for $1 billion, maybe. But I've also remember when George offered fucking Brendan $10,000 for his fucking server, and he said no. First of all, can you imagine buying Brendan's server for $10,000, and can you imagine not selling that server for $10,000? Like both those. It's like, dude.
I mean, at the time though, it was pretty popular. At the time it was kind of bumping. It was kind of active, but
I don't want you to do it right now, Gio. But I would say, how much would you sell this for? I think that, I mean, the number. I mean, I don't want to say, but I can tell you what I would do it for. But yeah,
if you give me sharks with laser beams, maybe.
Chronic talking about.
That was also before George kind of. That was like, I think he was maybe a little more financially good at that point, because sadly he had someone, remember his whole house burned down, and he kind of lost it all in a sense in terms of that at that time. I mean, I know he passed away, and rest in peace and blessings to him, but I'm just saying, I'm not really talking about that. I'm just saying that, near the end of his life there, it's like he had some hardship.
Yeah, I wasn't that like familiar even with that. Like, I know that something happened, but I don't even know what exactly happened. But hey, SE, just real quick, do you see what Chronic is saying in the chat? Sounds interesting. I just was gonna get your attention too.
Yeah, I did just read it actually. Where is he doing this?
I don't want to take away from the conversation. We'll just type about it, and I just want to get your attention. But
okay.
Yeah, but yeah, and who was talking about that? Oh yeah, yesterday Red Cloud was talking about that, or Q, or whatever you call him. That's cool that he's doing that documentary too, like the 10 years later thing. the same people. But yeah, it's sad that there's a bunch of the people that are on that were in that video, that his original one, that aren't going to be there.
Wait, what is this?
Yeah, you didn't hear about Red Cloud talking about that? He when I first met him, he
Talk about
was talking about making a documentary about the whole community. And last night, like at one point, he told me that was it was scrapped. He's not doing that no more. But then last night he was saying that, yeah, he's still doing that. He's still making a documentary about the community, but he's gonna do the interviews he did in the 2000 or in the what was it, 2017 conference, 2008? No, it was a 2018 conference, and he's gonna do a 2017 conference. Sorry, and he's gonna do a 2027 conference, like 10 years later thing. Interviews, like all the same people.
Maybe one day we'll talk some sense into you guys, the experts, the so-called experts, the chronics, the Jaces. Maybe we'll take you away from the dark side and put some sense into you. Do some proper research using your knowledge. Instead of towing the party line, if you know what I mean.
What is B-Ball posting self-portraits in the chat or what? I'm kidding. I know that's not B-Ball, but
B-Ball is still selling his drop. That's B-Ball after 100 pizzas in a row.
that's B-Ball in 10 years. Does anyone know what you look like, SE? Have you ever been on camera or posted a picture or anything like that?
No, not really, bro. No. I'll give you a clue what I look like. I look a bit like Joe Rogan type. That kind of style.
I never would have thought that, but it is something funny to think. Here, I'll post a picture of what I look like real quick, but then I gotta go.
I wouldn't mind, but if it wasn't the toxic people, and we won't mention any names and what they've done, we all know, right? Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind. I would share my camera or something like that. I mean, I'm sort of in that Netflix behind the curve thing. Not, only because I went to that Jeranism test or whatever. So.
No way that's you, Kosho. No freaking way.
No, Kosho's.
Yes, that's when I had braces still. Yeah.
Kosho's.
Yes, no way that's you. You're freaking lying through your teeth.
I have a real picture of Kosho because back on 24/7, somebody just sent it to me out of the blue, and I have to this day never shared it with anyone. I did save it, so I do have it, and I sent it to Kosho, and he confirmed. So, but I promised I'm not.
I confirmed that was a real person. But I'll be back. I'll be back.
Yeah, dude, it's definitely you. It is. But I like I said, I agreed not to share it. So,
first of all, Kosho said that. What did he say? He's half black, half Jewish, if I remember correctly. So that doesn't look like like that description right there.
Yeah, that is not Kosho.
Well, I dyed my tips. So what? That's the natural color of my tips.
You've also used your real photo in like one or two of your profile pics was you. So
maybe.
I don't know about this. I don't know about this 11-year-old boy thing you got going now, but
it's supposed to be a baby. But yeah.
No, when
That's Mid-Journey made
that picture that I told you someone had sent me or whatever, like, yeah, that's definitely you. Good looking guy. Maybe a guy to, hang out and do some blow with.
Well, you got a proposition, Kosho.
By the way, I don't do blow. I'm just joking. That was it. Just for I remember we're on the live stream. Like, wait a minute. No, that's an inside joke from years ago. One day, Kosho comes on the stream. He's like, dude, I was Ubering. I met this guy, hung out with him, did blow with him all night. It's like, he's never going to live down that joke now.
Yeah, the Tesla guy. I was talking to my girlfriend about him the other day.
He meant to say he blew him all night.
No, dude, did I tell you? At the end of the night, dude, it was like 4 a.m, and we were freestyling because we were
freestyling, huh? That's what you call it nowadays.
No,
okay.
no, yeah, because we were both into it, and he freestyles, I freestyle. But then he would start telling me stories that just never ended, dude. Like, you ever freestyle with somebody? I don't know if you ever freestyle, but you freestyle with somebody that they don't fucking
only
stop.
with a female member. I don't know about you.
I have heard people tell me stories that never end when I talk to blowovers.
All right. Well, it's just like that.
I think it's pronounced.
I was trying to leave for. Sorry, Larry. Sorry.
Free. Oh, he said free basin instead of Freemason. That's funny.
No, I was trying to leave for so long. I'd be like, I try when it was my turn. I'd be putting in the fucking freestyle a little bit. Like, okay, I gotta go. Just let me know what Not like I was like shit like that, but he would take it from me, and he would just freestyle forever. So it's like I was there for hours and hours and hours with this guy just talking my ear off. But anyway,
well, are you surprised doing a bunch of coke with a dude all night? You don't think he's gonna talk your ear off?
That's a good. He spilled a bunch of it over in the backseat of my car, and then he's like, "I got more upstairs," and he was really the best I've ever done in my life, to be honest. I haven't talked to that guy since then, unfortunately, but yeah.
Well, you were saying he was gonna get you a job at Tesla or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what we were talking about all night. He was telling me about how he works there and how it'd be so because he's a higher up. He told me there's different tiers of people, and he's a tier 5 or something like that. And he said he easily get me. He said, no, but not only that, but he used to work at Tesla's other companies. He worked at SpaceX and he worked at something else, as a a hardware engineer. So he does software engineering. It's a whole thing now, but yeah, we talked about that the entire night.
Did you tell him the Earth isn't a globe?
I don't know if we got into that, dude, to be honest with you. I probably brought it up, though. It was one of those things where once he started talking, there came a point in the night where he was the dominant talker, dude. He just would not shut the fuck up. I couldn't even leave because he was talking so much.
How wild is it when you talk to someone but you've only heard their voice and you have a picture in your head of what they look like? And then when you see what they actually look like to see if it actually matches what you thought.
Yeah, sometimes it could be anticlimactic, but sometimes it's just a shocking contrast. But yeah, it's the same with anything, dude. It's I don't know. There's something to that though. It's there's a whole personality around who that person is, and you just don't put it to that face. But then when you see the face, it goes together. I mean, it doesn't go back. At least you know what I mean. You see it as a new thing now.
All right. Yeah, if you guys weren't nuts, I'd be on video and shit. I wouldn't even care. But I've already told you so much information about myself. I can't risk anything else.
Yeah. Well, he's got one eye and a grill. So you ever seen those fucking?
Post a picture of me.
Sketches, those police sketches.
Post a picture of me. You got.
All right, hold on.
This is not really me, by the way, but
I gotta find it. The picture I made.
Some people here. Some people know what I look like.
Didn't you go to pool hall with what's his name?
You met up with Travis, right?
Yeah, Travis.
I met Travis. That's right. We went and had some breakfast. We got breakfast. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's nice of you. You paid for breakfast after the fact.
He bought me breakfast. What a guy. He bought me breakfast.
That's what's up, man.
Guaranteeing another night.
Exactly, another night. Exactly. You have to do that, dude. Otherwise, you just scare him off. He's not gonna come back.
He was right down the street. I mean, he had already tried to meet up a couple times, and I was busy and shit. And then I was not doing nothing. He was like, "Yo, I'm right down the street." Basically, I was like, "All right."
I've been to a couple.
That's what. Yeah, sorry.
I've gone to a couple flat Earth meetups, so there's a lot of people, like 50, 60 people there.
That'd be awesome.
Probably cool as fuck.
Yeah, it was awesome. They were amazing. Yeah.
Supposed to go to Dallas conference with Branch and be pussied out, and
Branch been hanging out a little bit.
Who?
Branch he's been up in here recently, hanging out.
The past couple of days. Yeah, I was worried, dude. I haven't seen him in a long time. He came up here. He's my boy.
That's your boy.
Yeah. So what?
Nice. That's your boy. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remember this next time he starts wilding the fuck out. I'm like, that's your boy. You make shut the fuck up. That's not my boy.
I'm usually the one who unmutes him, so it's like, you gotta be responsible. But he knows that himself, though. He's like the Hulk. He's actually exactly like the Hulk, dude. Like,
I'm pretty curious.
Like he doesn't know. He doesn't fucking know when
Do you
he's the
think
Hulk.
that?
I'm pretty curious to see what Branch looks like. Although I don't think he'll ever reveal himself.
He showed me a celebrity he says he looks like, and I think I've seen a picture of him also, though I don't know if that's real. But the celebrity, he was like a soccer player. He says, yeah, people always say I look like this guy. And I didn't imagine, because I always imagined him to be shorter, but I think he's actually taller than you think.
Yeah, I kind of picture him as short for some reason.
Yeah, because his picture is always like of a troll, so you always imagine like a little troll or something.
I mean, if you know how to spot me on that behind the curve thing, you can totally. There's like a full body shot of me, like you can see me, and then there's like several. It was like one like close up of my face, practically. Like, it's actually not that hard to find.
I literally watched it one time just to spot you, and I didn't. I don't think I did.
Also, when I was at one of those Flat Earth meetups, I don't think it's still on Karen B's channel, but like basically they were passing, like Karen B was live streaming on her channel of our meetup because this somebody who's kind of in with kind of close with the Globebusters crew like was the one hosting the meetup. So anyways, and so she was live streaming it, and then she was kind of passing the phone around, kind of sort of like interview style. Yeah. And so Jaronism was talked for, like that. And then they passed it to me. And so yeah, but I don't think that's still on her channel. I don't know like what happened to it, but she was basically like an interview. So yeah, it's like, that's like a kind of like a, yeah, it was like talking right on camera.
It was so cringe when she went up to Stoned during the other conference, the Dallas conference. It was like harassing him a little bit. But
a little bit. She was screaming at him. Oh yeah. She was she was screaming at him. I mean, she was
I know. It's like I know Stone sometimes can be a little bit abrasive, but still though it seemed uncalled for at the time.
A little bit abrasive. That's a neat way to phrase it.
Dude, I know me and Gio have both been in here where Stone's been legit, dude. You got to admit that, Gio, right? You've been in here where Stone's been like we were talking about legit stuff, right?
Yeah, I've had some. Yeah, I have had a couple moments with him. Yeah, decent. Yeah, talking with him.
Although I know what you're saying, Jeremy.
Well, I think that thing that happened at that conference was because like he had been, let's just say, involved with trolling and Gem Panda server and Karen B. You know what I mean? Like he had already been doing stuff for a long time. So when he showed up at that conference, I think Karen B was just ready to let him have it, I guess, with the verbal attacks.
Oh, so I got you down for 2 hours on the list. The mute unmute list. You're on other lists of mine too. Don't worry about those. But I'd love to see a debate like that. No interruptions. Awesome.
Yeah, it's really the only way to do it, especially with certain individuals that just can't do it.
Like people like Kosho, you know. No, I'm just kidding. Not Kosho. There are people, yeah. Kosho's actually on the opposite end of the spectrum, but I mean, he lets me interrupt the shit out of him when we talk, so. That is the only way to do it. We gotta get up on that. Who wants to debate now? Not right now, but Sean G keeps trying to. I think either Brian Leakey or SC or something. I can't remember who we wanted to debate.
The winner gets.
I already debated him on evolution. You don't remember?
I mean, I've heard you debate him on evolution at least like 2 or 3 times. So yes.
Oh, we can do it again if he wants, but we already did it. I don't mind.
I don't know. I think you wanted to debate on gravity or something. I don't know.
If I'm here, no problem.
I told him I'd debate him, but you don't want this beef.
You don't want a piece of you? No.
You don't want this beef, no.
You're kidding me.
You can't handle it. You can't handle it.
Wait, who's that?
I'm like Con Ed. I'll put his lights out. They call me
Sean
Con Ed.
G. Apparently.
Oh, yeah, Nick G. I'll tell you who wants to debate Jeremy. A sadist. Who wants to debate this guy, man?
What did you want to debate? Transvestites, Kosho?
What the fuck? Listen, man, I'm driving to the gas station. I can't argue right now, okay?
You look like a nutcase running around talking about some of the shit we talk in public. Like you're like in a bank trying to argue.
The first
you're
time
lying at the bank.
I debated Quantum Racer. I was at Target, dude, for like an hour. I was at Target. I was on speakerphone too. I didn't even have headphones. So I was on speakerphone, fucking talking to Quantum Racer, dude. And yeah, I probably looked crazy. I probably did look crazy. I had to use their Wi-Fi. That was the very first time I debated Quantum Racer.
On Wi-Fi at Target. Don't start making excuses to why you lost.
No, I didn't lose. Actually, I retained a lot of the arguments I used. One of the things I said to him that day, I said to somebody yesterday in here. Not as an argument, but as a way to understand how the air works in the atmosphere. Because QE asked me the same question. He asked me what is air? How does the air blow? And
did you use your baby, the analogy with the babies?
No. I gave him my analogy with a boiling pot of. I think I said a cauldron of water, or boiling pot of water. When you heat up a pot of water, you get turbulence in the pot because of the heat exchange, the differences in heat in some places, and so pressure changes in some places. You get wind, you get turbulence. Same thing happens in the atmosphere, except for it's not boiling. And of course, because I compare it to a boiling pot of water, you use that to ridicule me and all this kind of stuff. But Our conversation, that was the first time we ever argued, and the first time like we started a conversation actually being cordial to each other. I remember that. Very cordial. Talking about the military, but then he had quickly turned. But anyways, all this happened at Target. At Target, yeah. Walking down the aisles.
Do you still shop at Target?
I bought $70 pants at Target 2 days ago, yeah. What of it?
I thought Target was like in the same boat as Bud Light these days. You supporting them?
Bud Light?
Hold on, do we have to like? Yeah, Bud Light and Target. You know, they're like in the same boat basically.
No, dude. I have the top 3 places to meet women: the casino, Barnes and Noble, and Target. Okay.
Okay.
Top 3 places to meet women, and Target still remains to be one of the places where there's women shop there, dude. There's not many places in the world where you have like 80% of the people there are women.
I didn't know you only shop places where you're trying to bump into women. You know, like.
But you thought wrong.
No, and I'm not even like fully versed on like what happened there. I just know Target's been in the spotlight recently, the same as Bud Light has for the whole like transgenderism and stuff like that.
What happened?
They're promoting things that conservatives do not feel like supporting, and they're being basically boycotted and losing a ton of money.
I get it. Oh man, it was just some pizza. Anyways, yeah, I get it. So I'm making some stir fries. I go pick up some eggs. I'm talking and thinking at the same time, driving 3 things at once. But no, go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm not trying to change the subject. I thought you would know what I'm speaking of. I didn't mean to like turn it into like a 3-week-old like news headline. But yeah, I mean, I never really was a Target shopper anyway, but I'm not going to start now. Just like I wasn't a Bud Light drinker, and I'm not going to start now.
You haven't heard about the Bud Light and how much they lost?
It's like 27 billion supposedly now. Like those numbers, I can't believe that. Like I can't believe those numbers. Like that's ridiculous to think that they could be down that much and still be a company. I mean, they're just made up numbers. But
what are they down on? Stock price? Stock price is down, or that's where the billions are?
Yeah, supposedly they've lost 27 billion in value in the last I don't know, few months, ever since the Dylan Mulvaney thing.
Yeah, it's not bad. If they're making money, they're making money. Whatever the stock prices.
Well, I'll tell you what. All the stores got Bud Light on sale for record low prices. Nobody's buying it. At least not in conservative areas. Like if they do buy it, they're gonna get made fun of. Like you can't take it to a party. You can't take it to serve to your friends.
Me and my wife drink Bud Light limes. They're fucking delicious. But I mean, dude, people are still buying that shit. You know? It's Budweiser. Or did people stop buying Bud Light and Budweiser are the same people?
It's specifically Bud Light because do you guys literally? I mean, I don't really watch the news either, but I mean, I turn it on to catch the weather in the morning and whatever. I'm still somewhat up to date with current events. It's like you guys just literally have no idea what's going on in the world, huh?
I don't. I stopped watching the news. It's not healthy.
Yeah. No. It's like Bud Light. They had their spokesperson become or they ran an advertising campaign with this Dylan Mulvaney, which is like a transgender woman So it's a dude who thinks he's a woman, and they're like, they ran an ad campaign with him, and ever since then, it's been quite a while now. You should have caught wind of this. Like most conservatives have like just been ragging on it, and Bud Light has lost $27 billion according to their numbers in their worth, their stock like prices or whatever it is. And now Modelo is the number one selling beer in the world. Yeah, like Bud Light was the number one. It's now like number 2 or 3 or something like that. Like literally, like everybody who drank Bud Light quit drinking Bud Light.
Yeah, if they're still the third best selling beer in the world, I mean,
it doesn't. No, good. It doesn't. Yeah, it's still pretty good, but you have to understand the amount of swing that is. Like they basically completely I don't know. I don't like to use the word disenfranchised, but that might be a good word to describe this. But like all of their consumer base, like they basically spit in their faces and abandoned them, and so now the people that they should be advertising to, like NASCAR fans, football fans, baseball fans, hunters, shit like that, they're number one consumers. They basically have gone and spit in all their faces and said, "You're wrong for being you. This is what you need to be." And all of those people have stopped buying their product. The loyal customers that they've had for decades.
So because Bud Light started promoting trainees, people stopped buying their beer.
Yeah, like a ton of people. Not everybody, but yeah, a lot of people. Yeah.
Well, that just goes to show you how people really feel, because you start letting money talk, and you'll see what's what. And yeah, a lot of people aren't with this whole thing where you can just be whoever They don't want to play along with the fantasies of other people.
Right. I mean, when you're talking about Bud Light, you're talking about a company that's advertised and sold their products to typically you're kind of like rednecky type, patriotic American. You know what I mean? You're conservative, so on and so forth. And when they did this ad campaign, they had to have known what was going to happen. I in fact think, like, being conspiratorial minded, whatever, like I think that perhaps it was all designed, kind of like the people who in Bud Light like knew that they were going to come out with this campaign. It was like insider trading. Like they could have easily sold their stock off before they ran the campaign for a short sale, and then when it's at an all-time low, they go and buy it up again to make record profits because it's got to bounce back. It's one of these things. Like there's such a big company, they're too big to fail, right? Eventually they'll come back. We're so short-sighted as customers and as people, like they're gonna forget. But
maybe
in the meantime,
maybe, bro, I'm not so sure. That's a pretty big thing nowadays, and people got a really strong stance on that, where they stand with that whole thing. So we'll see.
Yeah,
this was a message.
People start talking with their dollars, and then you see what's what, who's really.
Yeah, but
who's really behind it?
The biggest companies, the whole thing about talking with their dollars and stuff. It's like we already experienced too big to fail with the auto industry and with the banking industry, and when it comes to these giant corporations like Bud, they might also fit into those categories. Like I don't think money really matters to them. I'm pretty sure any losses they take will be subsidized by the taxpayer in the long run anyway.
No, this is not about they're a giant fail. No government's going to bail out a beer company. That ain't going to happen.
No, he's saying they have so much money that.
It won't be like that. Won't be the way that they frame it. But dude, where does our money go anyway? How do you know that your money's not going to them?
Either way, though, they're a giant corporation. They'll do what giant corporations do. They're still the third best, biggest, most selling beer in the world. Like they'll scale down, they'll lay people off, they'll adjust. They're going to be fine.
I was blown away to find out that Modelo took their place as number one. I didn't know Modelo was that big. I mean, don't get me wrong, Modelo's a pretty good beer, actually. But I thought it was just the roofers that drank it.
You ever been to a house lately? You say you just got your house built? Oh, you didn't have your house built. You had people move out of it. You go to any new house, dude, what do you find? You find cans of Modelo. Cans of Modelo still in the house, dude.
Yeah,
I think Modelo. Yeah.
Yeah, all the Mexican construction workers are drinking Modelo. Like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, it's yeah. But actually, like, I had a Modelo a few days ago. Like, it's because actually construction a roofer freaking they had some freaking Modelos and I had one. It was frosty cold and it was pretty fucking delicious at the time. I gotta tell you, I would much rather drink Modelo over Bud Light any
Yeah, I
day.
was gonna say that,
never
exactly.
would. Yeah.
And it tastes much better than Bud Light.
Yeah, Bud Light limes are banging. It's almost like a Corona when you put a lime in it, man.
I think it's better than Corona. But, yeah.
It's way better than Corona. Corona is piss beer. Like Corona is only good once you put a lime in it. Like it
Yeah, no doubt.
I put tequila in my Corona. Actually, I put tequila in my Dos Equis, but that's what I did. I used to do this. I used to bring a flask or a bottle, like a tiny bottle, pint bottle, to the club, and every time I got a Dos Equis or a Corona, but usually Dos Equis, I'd take a sip and I'd pour tequila in it, and then I would drink that.
Well, I have the Dos Equis too, drinking Coronas.
all right. I totally got a freaking. All right, I can't talk about you because I like you, but you're not helping my opinion of you with your backing up Bud products. In fact, like, what are these girly Bud products you're talking about that I've never even taken a sip of? Along with Corona and Bud Light products, like Bud Light freaking girl drinks. Like, dude, man, you got to get better beer taste.
I don't know, man. My wife put me on this shit. I'm not really a big drinker, but
Don't ever let your wife get you into a fucking alcoholic.
You know what I do like? You know what I do like? Blackjacks, Jack and Coke. It's a Jack Daniels mixed drink they sell already mixed in a bottle. They're fucking good.
You know what they should get? They should have a black and white. A black and white is black and Coke. I'll take some of that. Black and white. Like, give me a black and white. Like, all right. So he comes over, he has like a full pump, a huge line of Coke. He's like, here's your Jack Daniels and your white.
Yeah. If you listen to your wife, like back in the 90s, you were drinking Zima. A couple of years ago, you were drinking White Claw.
I don't do that shit. Kosho still drinks Zimas though.
I just bought Michelob Ultra.
You never put a Jolly Rancher in a bottle. You never put a Jolly Rancher in a bottle of a Zima. In the bottom of a Zima. Come on.
Zima and White Claw are the same damn thing with a different name.
No, but the seltzer.
No, I don't do that seltzer shit. That shit don't taste right.
That's for women. So I'm saying, I had to go to the store just now and get that for my girl. She drinks Michelob Ultra seltzer. But yeah, I think dudes drink that shit, dude. It's weird, but no offense, by the way.
No, not real dudes. Dudes who just want to like cuck to women, basically, drink that shit. Like that, and like college kids and high schoolers, like that can't hold their alcohol, so they just want to like pretend they're cool because they're drinking something alcoholic, but it's like low alcohol, a lot of water, seltzer water. Like, it's just, oh, I just want to watch my calories and my form. You know, I'm worried. I don't my carbs. So I want to watch my carbs. Too much carb intake. I'm gonna drink 2.3% alcohol because of it. Friggin' just piss all night and not even get a buzz.
Hey, can you hear the radio in my car?
Yeah,
What's
you're hot
up?
micing. You're hot micing. Yes, we hear you hot micing, Coach Joe. The highest percentage beer I ever saw was when I was a kid, obviously, and we used to go to Montreal, and we had like 8, 9, 12% beers and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what I
dude,
drink,
actually,
dude.
if
I
you get
drink.
into dark beers and
That's what I
you get
just
into
picked up,
dark beers
dude.
and imports, you can easily find ones that top that. Like you can find, 14, 15, 19% alcohol in beers and malt liquors and shit. Yeah.
Well, I drink the one I just bought. I bought that for my girlfriend, and I drink. I'm drinking malt liquor. Yeah, I drink Earthquake. Earthquake has 10% alcohol. Yeah, I can't drink it if it's not. But if it's less than 9% or like less than 8%, I can't really drink it, dude. It doesn't taste that good to me.
Without getting into it, like, so my family's microbrew. They have an Abbey Triple, which it's a German style beer. An Abbey Triple that it's like 14 to 18% depending on like the batch. Dude, it's more like a barley wine. It literally, dude, just you drink a pint of that and you're pretty good, pretty fucking good.
Yeah, you ever see like a bunch of frogs in the road, like hopping across the road? I mean, you hear you like in the rain especially. I try not to fucking run over them, dude, but there's like so many of them running through the road, and then you hear them pop. Disgusting.
There was one night I was driving down home from the Adirondack Mountains, and there were so many frogs you couldn't miss them. It was impossible to miss them.
Yeah,
We probably ran over hundreds.
Oh no shit! I just popped over when I heard it. I hate it though, dude. Yeah, they're just happening right now, dude. There's so many of them.
Is that your wiper? Is that your wipers I'm hearing knocking?
I'm fucking I'm fucking Jeremy's wife.
You're fucking. Is she a frog?
Hey, watch your mouth, man.
All right. Coach, do you know what rise over run is?
Yeah, slope.
Yeah, man, dude. I heard you talking about this earlier today, dude. This rise over run thing, like literally, it was covered in like middle school. Maybe it was freshman.
That's how you get elevation, right, Coach?
No, it's how you get a slope. Just said that.
Well, I have a lot of citations and shit showing that it's how you get an elevation.
Well, you can get elevation that way. This is how you get a slope.
Yeah.
It depends if you're talking about the slope of the elevation, and yeah.
Yeah, look, Kosho, he's right, but when he keeps talking about rise over run, it's like almost sounds like a gotcha, but it's like a gotcha to like a sixth grader. It's like, you ever heard of rise and run? They're like, no, we haven't covered that yet.
Yeah, but they make a horizontal line. And then if you go out, you go out a little bit, and then if you're 1 foot up, you've raised 1 foot in elevation.
You want to know something, Jeremy? Yeah, I know how it works. Like in carpentry, okay, like when you're talking about taking a pitch or a slope to a roof, we talk the run is always 12 inches, or 1 foot, right? So we talk about rise over run in terms of like a 4-12, a 6-12, an 8-12, a 10-12 pitch, like, or it could be
I'm talking about it in
odd number
surveying.
too.
I'm talking about it in surveying now.
Yeah, no,
they do this for surveying, and they get elevation.
It's the exact same concept. And
okay, so you make a horizontal.
It requires right angles. It requires a right triangle in order to do it. And the baseline has to be flat. Yes, you're right.
So you make a horizontal. You go out a distance, whatever the distance is, and if you have raised, if it's 1 foot up, you've raised 1 foot in elevation. So that doesn't work for a ball though, because that would not be the correct. You would not be at the correct elevation. You wouldn't have raised 1 foot in elevation. It would have been more. Globe serving underneath.
Here's the thing. If you're gonna go 1 foot of run, or even if you were to go like 1 mile of run, like you're only going to be talking about, in a mile, you're talking about 8 inches of slope to it. which they don't. I mean, they don't ever take it in miles. Like it's in surveying, it's what with the theodolite, it's at a max of like 400 feet.
Yeah, so you wouldn't make a horizontal line and have an elevation profile off of that because that wouldn't be correct on a globe.
Right. They do it assuming a flat baseline, but that's not necessarily proof of one way or the other. It's just saying that in surveying we assume it to be flat. And now your hard-headed glober would be like, no, but are you telling me that all surveyors are globers? Like, no, what we're saying is that this is how they do it. This is like that they have to assume so in order to do their job. They have to assume that it's flat.
I'm just saying the method of getting rise over run, the way they do it in surveying, does not match. You would be wrong. You would have an incorrect elevation if it was a globe.
It's Euclidean geometry. We use it all the time. It's the same thing with like all surveying. It's the same thing with the way that intercontinental ballistic missiles and all of our freaking, like militaries, like planes and whatever, they all those documents that we found where they say that you have to assume a flat, motionless plane in order for it to work. It's because this Euclidean geometry, assuming a flat plane, is what assumptions they've made in order to make these things work. Now, yes, I agree with you. I think that is more than satisfying enough for me to say that yes, in order for these things to work, the Earth must be flat. But for a glober, this isn't proof. To them, it's like, oh, you just made an assumption, and we're always throwing that at them all the time. Look at all the assumptions you have to make. Like they're pretty cold to this. They don't really give a shit. It's like it's the assumption, but it's a simplification, is what they'll tell you. We know that they'll tell you that we know from NASA that overall that it's fucking curving and all this stuff. They're able to hold the contradictory belief, the cognitive dissonance in their head. And no matter what you say, rise, run, it's not going to mean shit to them.
Yeah, Lou sounds like he knows what he's talking about. However, I was just entering into the house, and I had to get out of the car, put the groceries up, and then go to my laptop. So if I was gone for a minute, that's why. But rise over run, I can assume what Jeremy means by this, and it's if you take two positions, you compare it to something, who knows what. There will be a slope, and he's saying that slope is actually, you would think it would be elevation, but it's not. Blah blah blah. Elevation is instead gotten by the slope. The slope and elevation is gotten by comparing the two elevations and the difference between their elevations. So
No, in rise over run, they're saying if you have a horizontal line, you go out from one point, make a horizontal line. They're saying if the horizontal line doesn't change in the distance, that's you all right, kiddo?
he's a good dad, man. I would have kept arguing, but he's a better dad than me.
I mean, like when I was trying to describe roof angles and stuff, like we're talking about in 12 inches. If you go up 8 inches and you go over 12 inches, that's an 8-12 pitch, right? This is no different from what you're talking about. It's just that yours is a lot more subtle when you're talking about in miles, or if you're talking about like in surveying. Yeah, there's no land that's running at an 8-12 pitch unless you're in the mountains, right?
Would you call me? Hey, you ever heard of foresight, backsight, and leveling? Like they level foresight, backsight, keep going, foresight, backsight. The slope that you get from doing this will be an elevation change, because you're comparing only one site from the other site, one site from the other site. That's fine. It's not the same thing as making a horizontal that extends out forever. Those are two different things. Like foresight and backsite, you can actually get elevation change. Whereas if you do a single horizontal,
I'm not
and
100% sure what you mean by that, because I know I'm not familiar with that US, but from what you're describing, it sounds like that you're going to run into some type of paradox doing that. So like it's like no matter what, it's when you look one way, it's like it's going to be going downhill. When you look the other way, it's going to be going downhill. Kind of like the QE example, where all of a sudden you got like this guy and that guy, and they're both looking downhill at each other.
Yeah, but let's say you have one dude who has a site. Let's say he can sight to the 6 foot. He's at the site at the 6 foot marker on the other post in front of him, and the 6 foot part of the post on this one behind him. And he goes to the next one, and the same thing. He goes to the 6 foot part of the post and the 6 foot part of the post. And he goes to the next one. He looks in front of him, looks at the one he just did, 6 feet. He could do this and go all the way around the curve of a sphere, and the elevation there would be no slope in elevation. Okay. However, he could do this, and then if he got to a portion where 6 foot backwards, 6 foot forwards, 6 foot backwards, 6 foot forwards, 6'5" forwards, right? And then when he gets there, it's 6'5" backward, or I don't know, it'd be whatever it is backwards, but he would see a higher thing. He would then add that to an elevation change, and this could be on a sphere, an elevation change.
Well, okay, you could run this the other way though. So like, if you were on flat ground, perhaps it has to do with the way that we see, like our vision. Maybe we don't see in perfect lines, which you guys are fucking known for fucking claiming that refraction is the case. Like in typical situations, typical refraction is one where the light wants to sink towards the ground, towards the denser matter, correct? So that would give you this bending refraction downwards. That would possibly give you this illusion of curvature or spherical land, even though you're not actually curving. You're just walking on a straight, perfect plane.
See, you got to be careful here because it sounds like you're using too much logic. So tread lightly.
Who's the warning towards me or Kosho? I'm definitely using logic, so that's got to be me. I'm too much logic. Oh shit! What did I say?
Well, you're using terms like straight line and stuff like that. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just throwing it back at him. I'm saying the same thing he said to him, only the other way.
Yeah, what you explained to him, we call that the double drop. He's very familiar with it.
Of course he is. Yeah, he's no first timer. Neither am I. And of course, he's very silent right now. I'm sure he had to do something for his many girlfriends. Well, one of his many girlfriends called.
I think his guy friend just texted him.
Time to go. Drop everything.
Yeah, I have to know that I'm actually peeling potatoes right now for my girlfriend and Jeremy's wife, two different people, and my ex-girlfriend, also Jeremy's wife. So just still two people. I'm peeling potatoes for both of them, and we're gonna gossip together, the three of us, yeah. And then we're gonna have sex after.
And for extremistus, is he getting in on this too, or what?
You know, one of these days, Jeremy's wife is going to be listening to the stream somehow, and she's going to be like, "What is the? What are these guys talking about me for?"
And you're allowing it, sweetheart? What's going on?
Talking the other day and say some Xanax, and she's like, "Fuck Xanax" or something.
No shit. I was showing my girlfriend Xanax yesterday or 2 days ago. You see on Netflix they have a American Gladiator documentary now. See if Xanax on there.
Dude, he is. I think.
Well,
Well,
Xanax the latest American Gladiator doc.
Yeah,
Well,
they made one, dude. The episode with Xanax is so crazy because he dominates them, dude. Yeah, the guy
He really
like,
did.
hates Xanax.
Look, I hate to admit it as a anti-Xanacer, whatever you want to fucking call it. I don't know what that is, but like, dude, he did fucking kind of mop up on fucking American Gladiators. He kind of whooped those gladiators' asses. That was a long time ago too, and he's not doing the same against some puny fucking flat earthers online like he thinks he is.
Well, I told him once if only his mental abilities could match his physical abilities, he'd be like, wow, yeah. Because being on the Gladiator, I mean, that takes, you're not a wimp when you do that.
I mean, I think to the younger generations that didn't grow up watching American Gladiators, like they're not going to get it really. They're not going to see it because, especially with today's TV, like all these types of events or things that you have, they're so staged. Like I think in American Gladiators, like the gladiators, like they really had some pride. They were trying to beat up on the contestant, right? Their contestant. What do they say? What is it? Contender? What do they call them? Anyway, yeah, they were trying to flex on them. They were trying to show their muscle. Yeah, yeah. And so when you beat Blaze or Turbo or freaking whatever it was, like you knew that this guy was good.
Dude, that episode was awesome though. Like Turbo, like Xanax, dude had him beat every time. Like that, like when he was doing that football thing, like he fucking did that movie, got around him. Turbo was so fucking pissed until the very end when he had Xanax on that mountain. Remember that part where he's on the top of the mountain with Xanax? He just fucking throws him down the whole thing.
Dude, yeah, Xanax climbed that thing. If that's really Xanax, that dude climbed that shit pretty fucking quick, dude. He had no fucking problem.
No, not the mountain. The mountain climbing thing. Yeah, Xanax fucking got to the top of that so quick. Yeah, yeah. I'm talking about after that when they were like on that foam mountain, like they were climbing up that.
Yeah, the one
mountain.
at the end where they got to tackle the guy from the top of the mountain.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that dude tackled Xanax from he threw Xanax down from the top of the mountain, dude. He threw him all the way down to the bottom. It's crazy.
You'd never tell by his voice.
Like he did. That's pretty cool that he did all that stuff, but it doesn't mean that he's right about the Earth or that he's smart or anything like that.
You'd never tell by his voice though that he sounds like a little nerdy, little skinny, one of those guys with glasses and tape on them.
Dude, even in the show back in his prime. I mean, yeah, he was well built, but he wasn't like a muscle fucking. He wasn't a meathead, Like none of the contenders were. They were always small compared to the gladiators.
Yeah, those guys were all on roids, but let's be honest, right?
Yeah.
Even Schwarzenegger has come out now and said that he used roids in his prime. Stallone admitted it, that he used roids in his movies. I mean, there's no way you're gonna look like Schwarzenegger without doing roids. That is impossible. Like, no way.
So, is there a Netflix? I mean, a couple months ago, A couple months ago, Zanuck, he came in here and he was like, well, he's like, I may or may not be going to Hollywood in the next week or two for, an American Gladiators reunion Netflix filming thing. So
does he? Are you assuming? Are we going to assume then if he's on this Netflix thing, he's getting royalties then for his likeness and his use of his image, right?
But here, I just looked it up. Muscles and Mayhem. Is this it? The unauthorized story of American Gladiators. Boy, someone's got to tell me the timestamp. I do not want to watch this whole thing just to see the part Zanuck's in.
I mean, Zanuck, literally from what I've watched about, in fact, I showed it to a coworker, and he said that he remembered Zanuck's appearance. Like this guy, Zanuck's appearance was one of the most dominating fucking appearances on American Gladiators.
Really?
Yeah.
It looks like this is a whole series, actually. Well, there's like 5 episodes. It's number 2. It's in the top 10. It's number 2 on all of Netflix right now for TV shows. Yeah, he must be in this then.
People love that stuff. I remember my mother-in-law used to watch American Ninja. Just to give you an idea.
Dude, what was the name of the event where they had like the baskets that you had to shove the ball into, but they like pivoted around and they got tackled as you were trying to put them in the hole? Dude, Zanuck fucking mopped up in that event.
Oh yeah.
Like
No,
dude,
but if you remember
absolutely.
the ball he threw in came out the pocket, came out the hole. He got it in, it bounced out, dude. I don't know if he got points for that because the ball went in, but it bounced out. I don't know if he get points for that. He might though.
Sounds like Zanuck's debating style. He says his point, and then he just interrupts and blumbles over the response to where his whole point is lost.
Do you think if I were to talk about his appearance that he would talk over me while I'm trying to praise him and then fucking kill my point while I'm trying to praise him?
It's a little bit doxing because he doesn't. There's stuff about him that I know that he.
You can't dox a person who's a public figure, especially if they went on national television.
But
you are if you went on national television to fucking do this shit. There's no such thing as doxing.
It's not necessarily
somebody.
doxing, but if he doesn't want to have he doesn't want his identity known.
Well, dude, you know me, I would be very respectful if that's the thing. He never has really asked for us not to. He's just been a little bit downplaying of it. But the thing is, dude, he has a YouTube channel called Zanuck, and it's on that channel. So come on, it's like right there. I mean,
yeah, he's not hiding, man. He's not hiding it.
No, but you're right, and yeah, so it is what it is. I just like I said because he's told me things that he said, hey, keep this on the downloads, personal, whatever. But it's like if you know who he was, then that stuff would just already be known. So
yeah, no, I think he just doesn't want it to become like who Zanuck is here in these forums. It's not that he's ashamed of it. It's not that he denies it. It's not that he didn't know what he was doing going on fucking TV to do it.
I'd say it shows good on his character. I mean, I gotta say it, man. Like he doesn't brag about it or anything. So it's quite a good character trait. Like,
well, while we're doing it,
there I said it.
He also got the driving race cars and shit. That's some other cool shit he's got on his channel. Like, dude, those are some nice cars he's fucking driving, man.
If only he knew his physics and shit, you know?
Yeah, he wouldn't tell us what car it is, but he was saying he's got like some kind of really souped up Porsche or something. I think he was saying he wouldn't really tell us what it was, but I think he has his own car. I think, but I don't know for sure. But
I'm not into the racing circuits myself, but I just know those are not cheap fucking cars to freaking race and wreck. Because in those types of races, those cars they get wrecked all the fucking time. It does got to get you questioning. Like if you're going to be the somebody like me. So what gets a guy to be propelled onto American Gladiators racing circuits, and then also become so passionate about arguing against flat earthers later on? You know, perhaps you have somebody in the family, some connections somewhere that sort of prop you up. Where does the money come from?
Money. You know, he told me he got into racing. He said when he got into racing, all the parts he got for his early cars, he got as spare parts from other, like he would use scraps from other people.
Xanax no poor dude. Xanax no poor dude.
I didn't say he's poor.
This isn't.
I didn't say he's poor. He just was. He was doing. He wasn't. He didn't have the money, like you said. It's expensive to get all those parts. You know, so he would use spare parts from other people.
He didn't just fucking put together a fucking car out of the scrapyard to do this.
That's what he said.
It's
Dude.
not.
That's what he says. His first car.
At least that's maybe where he got started as a teenager or something like that. But that's not how he got his race car. No.
Okay, dude. Wait till you ask him yourself, dude. That's what he said. But yeah, I don't know if I was gonna say something else, but that's it. Scraps.
No, dude, those cars, those cars that he was racing in those videos, like you're talking about treating $120,000 worth of fucking minimum worth of car like a toy, like something that's replaceable, something that you can destroy and come back next weekend and do it again.
Well, someone's got to go through that Netflix thing and see which episode in a timestamp. I don't want to watch all 5 episodes, but I'd be curious to see the Xanac part.
Yeah, that'd be tight if he was on it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he is because he literally came in here. It was like it was like maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3, and he was like, he just said right in the live stream, he's like, "Well, I may or may not be going to LA next week for American Gladiators reunion filming thing."
What if he was going to the premiere? What if he's just going to the premiere?
Well, it could have been something like that, I guess. Yeah, he didn't say he's well. And then I asked him, I was like, "So are you in it?" And he's like, "Well, I can't confirm or deny." I mean, you know, it's kind of.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
I'm gonna watch it. I can recognize him because I remember his name and everything. But oh, that's right. That's what I was gonna say. You know, in that thing, they said he was an American. He was an All-American decathlete. First of all, by the way, I have that's the in the Olympics. That's the one event that I have the very most respect for is decathlon. That's probably the best.
Well, that's sort of like a canned sounding response to me. Like I understand why you say that, dude. I understand why you say that. It's not. You're not the first person ever to say that. Like decathlon.
I never heard anybody else say it.
No, dude. When it comes to decathlon or triathletes or whatever, like every time they get the highest props because they're trained in multiple sport or multiple. You know, and running and swimming and whatever else, right? Like it's like, and so it is a grueling test. You have to be good in more than just one thing.
You have to be good in general. Yeah. You got to be the best in general.
It is true.
Yeah. Which is why fighting to me is the most pure sport. But then again, there's stuff it leaves out. If there was actually an event in decathlon where it was like fucking, there was fighting also, they should like add that to it. Just add fighting, make it 11 events. But
I just don't know if it's a good enough statement to say well, I already kind of forgot exactly what he said, but like, you know, to praise. I'm just saying to praise decathletes as though they're the epitome of being an athlete. I don't know if that's warranted. I'd actually like to see like.
Would you say the gold medalist decathlete or the gold medalist 100 meter dasher was
I'm
athletic.
not into. See, that's the thing is, as far as athletics, I'm not. I personally don't think that like being able to run far or fast or swim far or fast or I don't think this is necessarily what it means to be an athlete. Like I would like to see I'd almost like to see like a head to head battle. Like I want to see gladiators, like top decathlete or and top versus top UFC fighter, and see who
Like
fucking
Ninja
wins.
Warrior.
Whatever.
They
Like
the Ninja Warrior. They should make Ninja Warrior an event in the Olympics. That'd be
yeah.
awesome, dude. If
Well,
they
no,
made
I
Ninja Warrior an
just
event in
want
the
to see
Olympics.
when it comes to athletics, like in my opinion anyway, and I could be off base, but like what all of these trainings have to do with is like how fit you are to fight or to survive, right?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm
So
saying. That's why I said fighting is the most pure sport. That's true, but it leaves some things out. Just if you just make it a pure fight, like the best fighter against the best fighter isn't the most athletic per se. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
they're usually not. They're usually they're usually a better huntsman. They got keen wits about them, and they're very strong. They might not be able to have the endurance like a decathlete might have. And then, like a decathlete or a runner, like sure they can outrun their opponent to get away, but that's prey. That's not the predator.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why a decathlete or a fighter. So let's take these two things. First of all, fighting is a pure sport because the purpose of sport is domination, like dominating your prey or your opponent or your attacker. The goal is to win, so to be able to best them. So that's why fighting is and it's really it comes down to a fight. But then again, there are many other ways to take down a prey, right? And a decathlete actually encompasses a lot of those other ways, like like a javelin or shot put, running, all this type of stuff. Like these skills all
Yeah, true.
together.
If you can outrun and outlast your opponent and gain distance on them, and then throw a spear into them while they're trying to rest,
Yeah.
yeah,
If you're
now
if
you
you're
win.
if you're an ace decathlete, dude, I think that
No.
you're top notch, in my opinion.
And don't get me wrong. Also, I mean, I just like if you're run away to fight another day, there's something to that. But I don't think that it proves that you're the better.
What's that thing called? Hunger
Better
Games?
athlete, yeah, but you're not a better fighter. You're not a better, you know what I mean?
Well, think about like Hunger Games or like you look like people on an island, like 10 people on an island, like best man win. If you put like Olympic athletes on the island, you put like a wrestler, a boxer, a swimmer, a runner, and a decathlete. I think the decathlete would win, dude.
Well, yeah, if that's the freaking circumstances, but I mean, let's get them all out there. I mean, and there's more to it than that. Like, besides decathlete, like what's the one in the winter games where they have to
The
freaking cross
biathlete?
country? Yeah, where they have to
Yeah, no, I
cross
hate
country
that.
ski and then shoot, and then like I think that dude might be even better.
Yeah, right. That's crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. So a triathlete and a biathlete would be useless in this event that I'm talking about. You put these people. Let's say you have like 12 people from 12 events. We have a decathlete. We have a runner. We even have a fucking what do you call that? Archery guy. Okay, and we also have a biathlete and a triathlete. The triathlete and the biathlete are worthless, dude. Completely worthless. Those are worthless events in real life. I got news for you. My dad, by the way, did an Ironman, like he does triathlons. But triathlete is the most useless. Triathlon it says nothing about you, dude. It says that you're good at endurance, basically.
Yeah, it's an endurance test. It's exactly what it is because the farther you run, the more winded you get, the less accurate you get when it comes to the accuracy part. When it comes the biathlete, when it comes to the shooting, they do that at the end of all the running and all the cross country or the cross country skiing and dude, like you are so fucking tired, your muscles are so shot, and then you have to steady a weapon and fucking get scored on accuracy.
Well, they should do something like that in the Summer Olympics, dude. If they had like dude, actually, that's not a bad idea, dude. If they had an event where you had like run a course, like they should actually run a course, like you're running a course. Sometimes you have to get on a bike a little bit.
You got to get back on foot, run a course, but then like every now and then you'd have to shoot a target. Like, that'd be crazy, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think those guys, especially if you're talking about introducing weapons, like if we're doing this for like a survival type thing, like those guys are the ones that are probably tops of them all. It's so far brought to the game anyway. Anyone else got somebody they want to present? I mean, I think it like what they do is similar to like what you might expect like a SEAL to do or something, like a Navy SEAL or something, right? Like where they're you go into an area and shit goes haywire. You got to get the fuck out. You're gonna run. You're gonna swim. You're gonna freaking ski if you have to. You're gonna do whatever you got to do, and you're gonna be tired. You're gonna go through every extreme possible. And when you're at your very highest limits, where your body just can't take anymore, all of a sudden you got to grab a weapon and you got to steady that thing and you got to shoot. Keeping the clearance of mind, being able to calm your body and your breath, being able to tell your muscles to stop twitching.
I want to talk about that, to be honest with you. My shoulder came out of the socket and it's hanging down on my arm. It's not funny, dude.
Yeah.
By the way,
No,
how many muscle relaxers can you take before it's dangerous?
I think you can take as many as you want. Pretty sure. You just turn into a pile of goo.
I have a problem, Dak.
No, I don't take that advice. I think they are dangerous. I think they are dangerous.
I just took a whole bunch, dude. No joke. I mean, if you take a whole bunch, it starts to feel good now. I took like 2 earlier. I'm gonna take two more now. I'm only asking this because my shoulder hurts a lot. Anyways, let's not talk about that anymore.
Yeah, my shoulder hurts a lot too. Why?
So many reach-arounds?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Actually, I take such heavy dumps. All those reach-arounds to wipe my ass just fucking do a toll over time.
Okay, all right. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back, man. Where are you currently on cosmology, dude? What was the latest thing in cosmology you've heard? Huh?
Cosmologically, like I'm not getting into any of this new fucking bullshit. It's either, dude, the Earth. It's either the flat or globe argument, and
okay. Well, what do you think about that? Where are you on that one?
Same place I've always been, honestly. Like, I'll even though which is right, because like I've never been a fucking flat earther all the way, and I've never been a globe earther all the way. Like I'm one of these few flat earthers that'll tell you, like, I'm always willing to be convinced. There will always be that percentage or whatever that has me in doubt, because as soon as I am confident that I have it all figured out, like that's when I stop learning.
You right now. I'm gonna convince you right now.
You know, you're not gonna do it.
Yeah, we're friends. There's not that many people in here. I got the time, 20 seconds. I'll convince you right now. So what I like to do is describe these lines. They're called meridians. They go all the way across the equator in the world. So any point is gonna have.
They're not. Do you mean circles?
No, meridians. I call meridians.
Yeah, meridians. They're not lines. You call them lines. Are they circles
I call meridians. I might name my daughter.
Are your meridians lines? Because you said they were lines.
Oh, the meridians. There's these lines of meridians, and what they are is they are a direction directly north and directly south. If you were to, travel this direction and every second stop and make sure you're traveling, north and south. If you were to draw these, you would draw a line connecting the north to the south, And if you went around,
well, you don't have to. I'm not in third grade. I know what the prime
you're
meridian
questioning it,
and.
so that's why I thought I had to describe it, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you. I'm not questioning it. I'm questioning you because you called them lines. They're not lines, even in your own paradigm. They're circles.
All right, fair enough.
They're not.
Whatever. Sure. So, anyways, these lines or circles, whichever one you want to call them.
No, they can't be one or the other.
Well, they go around the Earth.
They have to be one or the other. It cannot be both.
Well, the point is that they are things that go around the Earth, east to west.
If you no, not east and west. Meridians go north south. By the way.
No, the lines go north to south, but the lines are, you can have one line here, then you go over east to west, you have more lines. What I'm saying. So lines are next to each other, east to west. They travel north to south, but they run east to.
So are you calling all lines of longitude and lines of latitude meridians?
God damn it! No, I'm saying the lines of longitude. I'm saying the meridians are the lines of longitude, and more. They go north to south. The lines go north to south, and these lines will. I don't know how to say it, but
Are they real lines? Are they real lines, or are they just ideas in your head?
They're definite lines. Yeah. I'll give you.
Can I go find? Can I go find one on the earth?
Lou, I'll tell you why they're definite lines. Because at any point in time, there's going to be a time in the day called noon. They say it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's noon somewhere. And this somewhere where it's noon, that's going to be shared with people who are along this same line. Only those people. Only these people have the the honor
You're
of sharing.
again now in that case, you're talking about literally only on the equinox.
No.
Yeah.
Only in the equinox. No. The meridian will be half of the Earth, basically, but
no, that it won't be a straight line if it's not on the equinox.
No, it will be. It will. No, all meridians are.
In fact, it'll never be a straight line. It won't be a straight circle except for on the equinox.
All meridians are great circles. There are straight lines on geodesics. Yes, all meridians are this. Yes, because all meridians intersect the North and South Pole. Every meridian will intersect the North and South Pole.
So there's lines on the Earth. There's lines on the Earth that I can go to that run north and south.
Yeah. So my point, I'm trying to prove something to you,
do they converge at the middle, like at the endpoints at the north and
south poles? I just told you. All these lines, they're 69 miles apart at the equator, at the middle. They converge to the North and South Pole.
I've never heard anything like this before in my life. I don't know.
Well, that's
what I'm going to do with this
and you've been proved.
All right, now I'm definitely questioning whether or not the Earth is flat.
Well, you got to. I got to make this food. I've been arguing about this for a minute. The point is, that's my proof. Okay, just hold on.
Okay, that's not very good proof. You just told me a story about what you believe in.
Yeah, I believe in it. I believe that every point in time will have
do you want me to believe in it too? I'm not here for belief. I need something tangible.
Yeah. Oh, Lou, you got to let him finish a statement, man. He's not started one sentence that you hadn't interrupted him.
Shut up, Levlane, dude. He wasn't. Dude,
I appreciate that.
No. Of course you do. I'm not a newbie coming in here, freaking trying to be schooled by a freaking Glober so that I don't fall for the trap of the flat Earth. Okay, like I've heard all these arguments before. They don't hold up, and I know where they're going before they even get finished being started. Okay, like I don't need to give you the time to fucking waste your breath on me before I tell you, shut the fuck up, this is stupid.
Let's be the nice thing to do.
I'm saving you your breath. That's the nice thing to do.
I got news for you, dude. Not a lot of people know this, but I'm going to use my breath regardless. So I'm going to be breathing in a case if I'm explaining it or not explaining it. I'm trying to make fish stir fry, and I'm trying to see a good recipe to make it. So hold on.
Make your fish. And by the way, Left Lane, you didn't have to come in White Knight once again like you always do. Kosho and I were doing just fine.
Oh. I was actually really appreciative if you did that, dude, because I was like, am I the only one who realizes that Lou's doing this? And then, boom, Left Lane hooked it up.
Oh, you wanted to have a sermon?
No, I don't want to have a sermon, but my girlfriend does the same thing. Not that I would like to compare you to my girlfriend, but she also does that. When I'm trying to make a point, she's some people, they really want their point to get out. They want their point to get out first, and it's upsetting because you have a point that you invested, part of your words already. Like you've said half the sentence, and you're saying what you're thinking, and then somebody else just comes in because theirs is more important. And it's a very
All right,
cruel thing
listen
to do.
here. Listen, the cool thing is that would be cool if you had a point, but your point literally was to say, hey, I'm going to convince you now that the Earth is a globe, even after all this time. Like, it was like, are you buying it now? And the answer is no. So, no, I challenged you the entire way. If you were making a new point, I would have allowed you to say it. If it was something new, not some bullshit that you say to like a guy who wandered in off of YouTube, that's a totally different story. You're gonna talk to me like I'm freaking some dipshit off of YouTube. I'm gonna freaking talk stupid shit back to you.
Well, they're just hoping to get their first convert back to the globe.
Yeah, it's not happening with me. Try again.
You sons of listen. You guys understand we've got a lot of converts.
Still looking for your first. Pop your cherry.
You guys have only one. We have at least 20 or 25, dude. Be fair. You guys only have Brummy. We have.
Well, we have one person that we've convinced to be a flat earther out that was already a globe earther. Are you kidding me?
Count. That doesn't count.
Every single flat earther was once a glober. Every single one of them.
You can't count those, Lou.
Why not?
That's not fair. That's not fair, dude. You win by default.
Well, you made a shitty argument then.
No, you made a shitty argument because that's not fair. You can't just say every flat earther is one that
so you're talking about you need somebody who changed from being a glober into being a flat earther, who then was. So what are we now looking for? Somebody who was born a flat earther, who turned into a glober, who then turned back into a flat earther?
You can only compare people who were globers, who converted to flat earthers, or who are flat earthers who converted to globers. If you're using a normal person who became a flat earther, that doesn't count, dude.
It only counts if they were a glober, then a flat earther, then a glober, then a flat earther, then a glober.
That's only one person. Bandsaw's the only person.
You know what? I don't think it even counts unless they were a concaver for a minute. Like, forget it. You got to be a concaver for a minute.
Dude, if you counted every person who was once not a flat earther and then later a flat earther, the number of people you would have would be equal to the number of flat earthers. If you took the number of flat earthers who became globers, you would obviously have a less number.
Nearly all, like 99% of all flat earthers believed in your globe for most of their lives. And in fact, most of us flat earthers were so invested in it that we learned so much about it that we saw the contradictions to your side. We were so enthralled by it that we abandoned it.
So listen, Lou, I'll give you this, that you guys are more knowledgeable than the average bear. Okay, no pun intended. Maybe
it doesn't mean that we drank all the Kool-Aid, dude.
Hold on, but Lou, hold on. You guys did not become flat earthers because of your interest in the globe, Earth, and the science behind it, and then learned so much that you realized it wasn't a globe.
No. That's at least in my. I can't speak for everybody. In my case, I was very interested in it at an earlier age, but very early on, like it might have even been middle school, probably early high school. I started to see the contradictory speak. like the Bill Nyes and all this shit, and like going, and I had questions, and I literally asked them to the teachers, and when they were stumped, and the book, like we literally like thermodynamics, we covered it, and then we also covered gas law, or gas law, thermodynamics, and we covered, and then shortly after we covered the vacuum of space, and it was like 2 different chapters, maybe a semester apart, same year, and I said, well, didn't we just cover this over here? Like, doesn't that violate this? And they were like, well, it's a different chapter, like you'll learn more about this in college. Like I had questions then, and it wasn't until flat Earth came to be prominent where all of a sudden I was like, look, I'm not fucking nuts. I had these same questions way back then. It's not that I don't know enough or that I'm ignorant or I'm too stupid to understand or I didn't pay enough money to fucking have the education that it takes to understand it. It's that even the teacher couldn't explain it and that there is no fucking valid answer. And then when we come to questioning you guys, you don't have a valid answer either. It takes drinking the Kool-Aid to believe what you believe. I don't know, like, what batch of Kool-Aid you're trying to serve me, but I ain't drinking.
Yeah, it's good. It was poison, so.
I knew that.
Go show your heart pumps Kool-Aid, and you live the life of a Muppet.
So what? You wish that was true about you. Have you ever seen the Muppet Show, dude? It's a bad life. They get to hang out with celebrities every day and do a bunch of other shit. Let's bring it back to some real shit. Come on. We got Chronic in the house. We got Charlie. He's muted, but let's fix that. We got a bunch of people in here, dude. Let's get Incarnation.
What's up?
What's up, Charlie? Hey, hold on. Chronic, if you're in here, Charlie, you might know something about this. I asked Jace about this, and he disagreed with me a little bit, but I'm still kind of determined to see if this is true or not. But what do you guys think about, like, quasars, active galactic nuclei, the amount of mass it spewed out into space through like these magnetic funnels, and what dark matter is?
Are you asking flat Earth? Is that?
No, I'm asking Chronic is an astronomer and Charlie's a smart guy. Flat Earthers, your opinion is good too. But I just want this is my idea. Well, it's not just my idea. I want to see how viable this idea is about dark matter just basically being maybe related to this active galactic nuclei material.
Are you talking about what was it, that theory that tied? I thought it was dark energy to.
I've heard of that recently.
Yeah, what you talking about, Kosha?
No,
I thought it was dark energy, not dark matter.
No, you guys shut up.
Am I wrong about this, Chronic? Are you actually?
Symbiosis here. They're gonna disagree, but then suddenly just agree. Like, yeah, that's exactly what it's talking about, and that's that's exactly what I thought you were talking about. And then they're gonna have a long, drawn out conversation about it.
I mean,
I listen to these guys chat.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just hear me finish my statement before you tell me what I'm going to say? So, my understanding, I don't know what any of this has to do with like quasars. I thought the whole quasar thing was that that dark energy, the expansion of the universe, was correlated with the mass of quasars. As for dark matter, I mean, I don't know. I'm undecided. I saw some shit nowadays that dark matter might be axions after all. I've also heard. I mean, I'm not a cosmologist or an astrophysicist, so I don't know how to gauge the strength of the evidence besides just hearing out people that I trust that know more, right? But they've also said modified gravity seems to be like an also pretty good contender for what it actually is.
Sorry, I'm eating dinner.
I'm about to cook dinner.
I don't know what you talking about, Kosho.
Hey, fuck you. I feel like I asked you this question
Sorry,
before.
guys. I'm making popcorn. And I'm looking for butter. I just gotta get more butter.
Look next to your bed, next to your bedside, next to the wipes.
Well, I don't want to talk while I'm eating. While I'm chewing, so that's why I said that.
Oh, it's fine, Chronic. But my point. I asked you about this before, Chronic.
I remember.
You thought it was crazy then too? You said it was like, oh, okay, maybe.
No, I never said it was crazy.
Oh, okay. Well, you said you didn't know what I'm talking
did I
about.
spew nonsense or did
No,
make sense,
Charlie. I think what you talking about, Charlie. I've heard that too, but it's I didn't misspeak. I didn't mean dark energy. I meant dark matter. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Chronic. Respond to.
1 sec.
Well, in my opinion, the entire heliocentric model, it basically, the reason why it's there is to cover up free energy, and the way that they cover up free energy is they have to make up this story, which involves gravity, and then to explain gravity, that's when the space industry comes in to show that it is a ball, and that's why that's how gravity works.
So what is free energy?
Well, free energy is what you can gather from the atmosphere, and to distinguish the free energy, then they had to say, well,
like
gravity.
windmills.
You know, the whole purpose is just to, control the population with their bullshit technology, and they're keeping all the good stuff for themselves. Yeah.
When it's windy, do you get more energy on a windy day?
There's free energy there, man, and the way they've been able to disguise it and cover it up is because of gravity. You have to. The underlying question is why do things fall to the ground? And then they have to make up all the stuff when really there's the free energy is there available.
So why don't you use it, or why doesn't anybody use this free energy if it's there?
Yeah, because it's been squashed. It's been taken, covered up, and suppressed.
Well, what do you mean it's been taken? How can an abstract concept be taken?
Well, anytime that someone comes up with it, it just gets squashed and taken away. The technology, the patents, just people's ideas of how this place actually works. I mean,
Okay,
it all comes back down to a big cover.
Can you tell me how I can harness this free energy?
I can't tell you that.
Okay, so who can? Can you show me like?
There are a lot of people that
Can you show me like a blueprint or a patent or an invention that I can like build at home?
Well, we know the energy's there because the CMB measured it, right? The background radiation that's everywhere, right?
And Charlie, he said that's why he said in what he was saying is that's the part of, or either part of, or the entire motivation behind the entire globe deception.
Right, but like, how does he know that the free energy is there if he's never seen a design that can actually extract the free energy? That seems like an unfalsifiable thing, right? Like,
measured the
there's free
energy
there, but it's not possible to gather it because the globers keep squashing it, right? Well,
okay, but you know the energy's there, right?
I agree that energy is there. I wouldn't call it free. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't even believe in conservation of energy, right? So
I don't think he was making the claim saying he has the key, he has the blueprints and the machine in his garage for free energy. I don't think he was making it in that light.
Right, but he's making the claim that the free energy is there, right? And I'm asking for like, how does he know that? And he just doesn't. He just assumes it's so.
No, I do want to talk. I'm just trying to reverse my car into this impossible smallest car park. Like the car park is literally shorter than my car. I think I went through some type of a time dilation, and my car just shortened, and I got through a tow bar and a bumper. Yeah, but no, like the whole purpose of this globe is really to explain why things fall. right? And they've hijacked free energy. They've hijacked everything to explain this. And then the lie goes on. I mean, and the contradictions are there, and we can see it with the with the shit that they pull off, on the ISS and underwater swimming pool photography and blue screen and fucking chroma key and all of this trick photography. That's just one of the things that we can use our discernment to see, like, the cost that they're willing to go to cover this up is just enormous.
Sorry, my Discord crashed for some reason. I don't know what the hell's going on. So, what I wanted to ask you is, like, again, you keep giving an explanation to why the globe model is, right? It's to hide the fact that we have free energy, right? But I don't care about the motivations for why the globe model exists. I care about this free energy that you keep talking about, right? What reason do you have to believe in it? Right.
What reason do I need to believe that there's energy available for everybody that can have their own power source and not rely on big oil?
Yeah, like,
follow
to
the
me,
money. Follow the money, right?
No. You're not answering my question. To me, what reason that I would have to believe, for example, that my house exists, right, is I can see my house, right, or I can go inside of it, I can touch it. For somebody to say I believe in free energy, to me, the obvious question is, okay, how do I witness this free energy, right? I'm asking you, how do I witness this free energy that you believe exists? Because right now, all you're telling me is, well, it's the only explanation why the Globers would exist, right? But I don't really buy that. I think that's sort of a leap.
Have you ever looked into Antiquitex? Have you looked into Tartaria and all the devices that used to be utilized in the in the old world buildings that were able to
No, that's what I'm asking you
utilize?
for, right? Do you have like a blueprint or a patent that I can see and follow so I can extract this free energy?
Yeah. Go and read Tesla's papers.
I have. Which one?
All of them.
Okay, well, that's not really an answer. I'm asking you. I don't feel like I'm asking for like a lot, right? Like, if you were to ask me to, like, how do I build a Van der Graaf tunnel?
You're
Like, you look at the
asking.
blueprint,
You're
let me hand it
asking
to
for
you.
me. Okay, you're
Yeah.
asking for me to show you free energy, and if that was
Yes.
the case, I wouldn't be talking here on Discord. I mean,
If what was the case?
if it was that easy, just okay, here's the free energy. This is why they're lying.
Well, I don't want just the free energy. I want the device that extracts this free energy, right? Because you believe in it for a reason, right? Presumably the reason because you've seen it, or because you've witnessed it, or because you've seen the blueprints, right? And you agree that they would work. But if all you're saying is it's the only reason why Globers would
If I
exist
was
is because you're trying
able
to cover
to
up free energy,
show,
like,
if
all I
I
can
was
say
able
is
to
that's
show
not really a good
you,
reason to believe anything.
that doesn't make sense. If I was able to show you the free energy, then we
Mhm.
would have free energy.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Where is it?
Yeah, well, you're asking like something that's impossible to show because it's all been covered up.
No, maybe it's impossible to show because you haven't seen it because it's not real.
That's a really lame excuse, eh? That's not really an argument.
I mean, if you can't back up your claim, I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Well,
If I
I don't
claim
know.
there's a
I
blue
don't.
unicorn out there, the obvious question is, okay, can you show it to me? And then if there is actually a blue unicorn out there and I have seen it, I'd be like, yeah, sure, here it is.
I don't think he was claiming it in some kind of debate point, like, "Hey, I have free energy in my backyard. I'm proving it today on Discord." I don't think that's what he said.
Right. Okay, but he doesn't even have to do that. He could just say, you could just explain to me the physics of how a theoretical machine that could extract the free energy would work.
Are you
And he can
familiar
do
with
that.
Are you familiar with oscillators?
I am.
Okay. Well, in these oscillation devices, as
What
is,
kind of oscillator, though?
they're able to pull the energy from the environment and turn it into AC.
Hold on. What kind of oscillators? What kind of oscillators are we talking about? Are we talking like a quartz oscillator? Are we talking about like an RC circuit or like an RLC circuit?
Yeah, once you start getting into the fine detail, you're asking someone to show you free energy on a plate, you know. And
Well,
if that
no,
was
I'm asking
possible,
you to show me evidence that free energy exists. Right? I'm familiar with oscillators. Please tell me which kind of oscillator you're talking about.
have you ever gone to your car, touched the car door, and got an electric shock?
Yes. What kind of oscillator are you talking about?
There you go, free energy. The
What
energy
kind of
is in
oscillator are you
the
talking about?
atmosphere. Did you answer my question? Have you ever touched the
I
car
did.
door and got an electric
I did
shock?
answer
Yeah,
it. Can you
right.
tell me what
Free,
kind of
there
oscillator
you
you're
go.
referring to?
It wasn't me. That was Geo. He was talking about oscillators.
All right, Gio, what kind of oscillator? Geo? All right, I guess we're done with that. Anyway, so why do you think static electricity is free energy?
There's energy everywhere. There's static electricity in the atmosphere. That there's a measured amount of voltage that increases as you go up in elevation from sea level. It's there. It's been proven. It's just the technology to extract and tap into that has been squashed.
What makes you think it's free?
Because it doesn't cost anything.
Well, not you, but the energy comes from somewhere.
Exactly, from the atmosphere.
Right, but it's not free for the atmosphere. Just so
it
like
comes
just so like wind power isn't free energy, right? It's wind that gets slowed down. You know, the energy gets taken from the wind.
wind is free energy, actually.
It's not free energy. It's
Well,
not at all.
yeah, there's a cost involved in extracting it because you have to build
It's not
those.
even that. Even if we had a perfect windmill, right? The wind has a certain amount of kinetic energy. When it hits the windmill, the wind slows down to speed up the windmill. There's a transfer of energy. It's not like the energy is free. The wind loses energy so that we can gain some. It's not free energy.
The wind. Are you telling me that wind can lose energy?
Yes, absolutely.
Hold on. If we have radiation, do we know how to get energy from radiation?
What kind of radiation? Are we talking photons? Are we talking like gamma particles? Are we talking like what are we talking about?
Hold on, I'll find out in a second.
I want to understand how wind can lose energy. If there's a constant flow of wind in one direction hitting a turbine,
right,
and it's obviously slowing down,
okay, what is the wind made out of?
At the point where pressure,
Carlos.
at the point where it slows down, right?
Carlos.
That's where it'd be, eh?
Carlos, what is the wind made out of?
It's pressure,
right, but
in the atmosphere.
What makes up pressure?
Well, it's a differential.
Right, but
in the atmosphere.
Are you aware that pressure is really just molecules hitting a container? Not necessarily a container, right? But just like a wall. Like it's just molecules hitting those walls. So like in the case of wind, it would be like air particles.
Yeah, I believe that there's dust in the air, but I don't believe that there are any specific sort of like air particles, quote unquote.
You don't believe in oxygen, carbon dioxide?
I believe in gases. I believe. I mean, it's not something you need to believe in. Gases, is it?
Well, I mean, you tell me because you said you don't believe that wind is made up of gases. Apparently.
Well, the whole atmosphere is made up of gases. Apparently, they've measured it. There's like 70% nitrogen and 30% oxygen.
So do you believe that wind is made up of air
No,
particles?
wind is not. Wind isn't made of anything. Wind is a attribute to what is a force that is being enacted upon the gases. So, like all of the gases that make up our atmosphere are being pushed around by the wind, which is caused by high and low pressure zones. It's literally like the displacement of air because of
potato. My point is that
no, not
the molecules, the molecules are moving around, right? The molecules have kinetic energy. When they hit the turbine, they lose that kinetic energy as it is imparted to the turbine. That is how the wind could lose energy.
Oh my God! If there's a constant flow of wind, like a tunnel of wind, it's constant. What do you mean losing energy?
Right.
It's not losing anything.
Constant flow of wind is an idealization, right? There is always, when you
That's
extract
how you
energy
would
from
test
the
something
wind,
like this, though.
it
Isn't it like a wind
decreases
tunnel? You would do this.
infinitesimally.
That's how you would test something like this. Isn't like maybe I wasn't paying a lot of attention because I was watching the text chat, but I'm not trying to get totally
That's
thrown
self-evident
into
from what you're
this
saying.
either. But yeah, I'm not trying to get totally thrown into this either. But when you try to say things like the wind, blah blah blah, I had to correct you there. That was a moment ago. Go ahead, continue.
Thank you for that. That added so much value. So
Just shut up.
the fact that there is a flow of wind that you call constant, right? That's an idealization. Whenever you put anything in it, like for example, your hand in a wind tunnel, your hand is stopping some of the air particles that are flowing in, and those are losing energy and they're being imparted on your hand. That's how the
If
wind
you
can
put
lose
your
energy.
hand, if you're driving 100 miles an hour and you put your hand
Mhm.
out the window, is the wind losing energy because you put your hand out the window?
No, what's going on in that case, right, is that you're the one who's moving, although Newton would say that there's really no
Well, either way, it
difference,
doesn't matter.
right?
I can
Because
correct you
it's
here
relative
too.
to you.
This is
You
easily
relative to the
explained by.
air, the air has kinetic energy relative to you, and as you put your hand out there, there's a bit of the air that's in front of your hand that is losing kinetic energy
Called
relative to you.
resistance. Called resistance. That's what can easily be explained in either fluid, like plumbing, or electronics, like resistance, resistors, like
Have you
something
been
that
drinking?
resists the wind. Yeah, yeah, dude. It's fucking
You
Saturday night
sound
on a
very
fucking
much like it.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm not fucking dumb because of it. I'm correcting you
Well,
here.
I
Okay.
apparently
So
guessed that you were drinking for some reason, right? And it
okay,
wasn't.
it doesn't just fucking prove what I'm saying to you right now.
Why do you think I detected that you were drunk?
Because I had a few whiskeys.
No, because what you're saying doesn't make any sense. How would I
No.
know
Okay,
that what
listen,
you had
have you
whiskeys
heard of
by telekinetic
Dude,
powers or whatever?
no, shut the
Can you
fuck
hear
up
me?
for a second. It's called
Yeah.
resistance. So when you are resisting something, if you are driving with your hand out the window, your hand is creating wind
Right.
resistance.
You seem to think that
Okay.
because you can attribute another concept that is also happening, that therefore the other one is invalid, right?
And yes, your hand is also slowing down the air as it comes into a high pressure zone, as it's pressed against your hand.
Excellent. Thank you for
Then it
admitting I'm
has
right.
to.
Can I tell you? Can I give you an example?
Yeah, sure.
Have you ever heard of ionic an ionic drone?
Yes, are you talking about the kinds of drones that give the ions
So
around them an electric charge and therefore accelerates them backwards, therefore
it
imparting
causes
momentum on the drone?
it causes an ionic wind around the drone with no moving parts, and the drone
Yep.
is able to fly.
Yeah,
Now,
I've seen
where's that energy coming from? That's it's obviously it's got batteries in it as
So
well. Yeah,
the energy is
Uh,
coming
but
from the
there's
batteries
no.
that are on the drone.
But the thing is, there's no moving parts, and also
So
it's not just coming from the batteries. It's gathering this this energy, this
nope,
capability from the atmosphere around it.
nope. It's coming from the batteries.
It's not purely coming from the batteries.
It is absolutely coming from the batteries. If it wasn't, you wouldn't need the batteries.
How does this thing work in the atmosphere with no moving parts?
Because it has an energy source. It's called a battery.
Yeah, what's the
creates-
medium? What's the medium that it's able to move in, and the power that it's using? It's using energy.
What makes you think that there needs to be something moving for there to be like an energy?
It's
for
the
it not to
exchange of
be free
energy, right? You have to admit that there's an exchange of energy in this
Sure.
device, yeah?
Of course there is.
Okay, so where's the exchange of energy between the drone and the atmosphere?
There is energy in the battery, right? There's a potential difference between the positive terminal and the negative terminal. Okay. And as far as the actual ionic mechanism, my understanding is that a charge is forced into the particles that are around the drone, such that there is a charge difference between those particles and like a grate that the drone actually has, therefore accelerating the particles either down or backwards if it flies more like a plane, right? And because of the conservation of momentum, mass goes out one way. Therefore, to conserve momentum, it means that there must be some mass going forward, and that mass is the drone.
This thing can lift off the ground with no moving parts and fly around, and there's definitely an exchange of energy between the atmosphere and itself.
No,
to
there's
do
not.
that.
You're wrong.
You think with okay, so you think there's no exchange
energy
of energy
coming out of the
within
battery. If there wasn't, if it could just fly off the energy of the atmosphere, it wouldn't need the battery.
It's
What do you
not
think the battery's
solely.
for?
It's an exchange of energy. So there's definitely energy in the atmosphere which is utilizing.
Again, it's not free energy if you have to provide energy, that is equal
I wasn't
and
using
that
that.
provides the same amount of energy that you're putting in, right? That's
I
not
wasn't using this as an example of free energy. I was
okay. Then
using this
why'd you bring it up?
as an example to show that there is energy in the atmosphere, in the medium that we're in,
Of course
which
there is.
is
I don't deny that.
yeah,
There's mass,
yeah.
therefore
So
there's energy in it. Sure.
yeah, and you can take out what you put in, so it's equal and opposite. If you're able to have that balance with one of these drones, the equal amount of energy must be in the atmosphere.
Okay, hold on a second. If you think you have a system in which you can put in some amount of energy and you get back at most the same amount of energy that you put in, that's not what free energy is. You don't know what free energy is.
Well, it's
The
fringing on
limitation is
that.
the
It's
battery.
fringing on that. So, like, yeah, the idea of free energy in the engineering aspect does have to do with putting in less input than you get for output. So, if you can
Sure.
if you can meet that balance, that would almost qualify. But no time in history have we created any type of instrument that we can put in less effort than we get out for output. Like it's even if you have a water wheel, so like the energy of all of the mass of the water coming rushing down the river, going into that water wheel, there's always resistance lost in the turning of the wheel before you get your output. Okay, so there's always loss, and that's what we create heat from,
Thank you
resistance
for
heat,
teaching me the
energy, so on and
basics
so
of
forth. So
thermodynamics.
I'm
I
not
did not know
talking
that.
to you. I'm explaining it to him. You are so fucking cocky, dude. Why do you think that everything is? I was actually backing you up in this, dude. I fucking can't stand people like you.
That's great. Go look for a solution at the bottom of your drink.
Dude, I'm gonna look for a solution by never talking to you fucking idiots. I was literally backing you up in your argument against him, trying to explain it to him about what it really means to have a free energy system and how it's impossible theoretically. Okay, like that's where I was going. It's what
I wouldn't
you
even say
stated
that.
and what I was backing up.
Free energy is totally possible.
Well, what I originally wanted to say was more like a philosophical idea based on the reality of the contradictions that we see in our current paradigm with this heliocentric model, and the base axiom, the base reason is basically why things fall, and then that's how they have to come up to, explain gravity, and then why the lie is continued. I mean, if you can't see that, I mean, I wasn't wanting to get into a debate about is there free energy and how can I prove it. I just wanted to be able to say, well, this is
believe
why
in it,
we
right?
are here today. It's not a belief. It's just like so obvious that big oil, big pharma, the rest of them, the whole lot of them, the space agencies, the governments of the world, in collaboration to control the people.
And that leads to free energy how?
Oh, bro, I haven't seen you in a long time. Holy shit. We find ourselves again. You probably don't remember me.
Because the unicorns and the magic space fairies and the underground mole myth.
Oh, come on, don't mute Chief. He's cool.
Make sure to bring in all your fucking Glover buddies. Where's McToon and fight
I
the
didn't
flat
invite
Earth?
him, dude.
I want someone to debunk the video with the astronauts clearly pushing buttons on the side of the so-called interior of the ISS to manipulate the wires that are lifting them around on little little spinny wheels, and try and debunk that.
Why would I do that when I mean, I literally work for a satellites communications company. Like, I have actual telemetry coming in from fucking satellites.
You literally friggin' stand on a high horse thinking that you got it all figured out because you work
do.
for a company. Oh,
I do,
I
yeah.
like that. You're not willing to like tell me how I'm wrong in that statement. You're gonna say yes, I am on a high horse.
I thought you weren't going to talk to me again. How's your drink tasting?
It better now that you just fucking said that.
Yeah, well, obviously there are technologies that work. It doesn't mean they're working exactly how you think they are. I mean, you're obviously on a very low level compared to a Masonic fucking astronaut.
I don't expect you to understand the concept of zero knowledge proofs, which is why I wouldn't expect you to understand why there is no other way for these things to work out how they do. Right,
So
like there are certain questions which you can pose to certain systems, which by necessity, by the way that the question was answered, they must have a mechanism by working out certain functions, right? So
So the fact that you have a job, the fact that there's
It's
an
cool.
industry.
It's cool you brought those up, dude. Because I want to rap with you about zero knowledge proofs at some point, dude.
You what?
Different reason. No, I want to talk to you more about that at a different time for a different reason.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, zero knowledge proofs are the shit though, for especially for the future of cryptography and stuff like that, and the blockchain technology, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's how I learned about them.
Yeah.
But anyway, for those of you that don't know what they are, they're basically a way of proving that you know something without revealing anything else about it. You know, without leaking any sort of extra information about the thing that you know.
How do you prove something without giving anything else away?
It's called a zero knowledge proof.
Okay, explain zero knowledge proof.
I mean, I feel like at the level of education that you have, I've given you as good as an explanation as I can.
So I have to trust you? Is that it?
No, I mean, you could Google it and learn it yourself. You can go, there are free cryptography classes online that you can go and walk through, right? Like 2 semesters until you get to zero knowledge proofs.
There's no such thing as proof that I cannot verify for myself.
Of course, you can verify it for yourself. I'm telling you, I can't explain it to you
Zero
right now in a way
knowledge,
that you would understand
zero
because you don't have the
knowledge, I
background information needed. And it would take a
Yo,
hell of a
there's-
lot longer than a few hours that we have right now.
Well, there's literally a YouTube video.
Oh, so
called-
therefore I have to
there's a-
trust.
No, Lou,
No,
Lou,
you don't
there's
have
a
to
video-
trust me. I'm telling you, you can go and read about it yourself. I'm not going to educate you on it.
There's a video
Oh, so
called Zero
you're
Knowledge
just
Proofs.
claim it. You're gonna claim it and then back away. You're gonna claim it and then back away.
I thought you were going to talk to me. Go have your drink.
No, I'm gonna take a leak and I'm gonna fucking pretend that this water is your fucking mouth.
Okay, that's sort of a weird sexual thing for you to do.
Dude, it's not sexual. It's
Yeah, I mean, that's
totally,
what people fucking do for sexual stuff, dude. That's fucking weird.
I
Why would you do
don't
that?
know. Only R. Kelly does that to fucking teenage kids.
Yeah,
like
so why
that's
would you
not.
fucking do it? That's kind of weird.
No, it's literally just
Kind
like
of gay too to be talking about pissing in each other's faces. That's come on, dude.
No, just why don't you tell me what zero knowledge proof? So you can prove something to me without me needing to have any knowledge of anything, or
Yes.
is it?
No. I can prove something to you. It's that I can prove. For example, what's a trivial example of a zero knowledge proof?
Like you can verify that you know the password to something without actually giving the password.
Yeah,
That'd be one
that's
way
a
of
good
saying it.
example.
Say that again, then. Wait, hold on. Prove that what without a password?
I'm cooking a little bit, but I'm just
So-
saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the example he gave was good. Is for example, imagine being able to prove that you know a password without actually revealing the password.
Well, how do you prove that?
There is actually a way how to do it. I wouldn't be able to actually tell you how though.
So you are ignorant about zero knowledge proof. You're just claiming zero knowledge proof.
Yes, I don't know everything about zero knowledge proofs. That's true.
Here's a basic
right, so-
example. What is the password? The password is giraffe, but you don't say that. You say, "Oh man, my neck sure does hurt."
So, like, literally, this dude, he's trying to make me look like an idiot for not trusting
Oh,
zero knowledge
brother,
proof.
you have done that yourself.
You don't trust it yourself. You don't know it yourself.
I
You're
have
just
done it.
stating words
What are you
that
talking
you
about?
have
I
no
took a year of
understanding about.
cryptography. I know this shit.
No, you don't know it. You clearly, if you did, you would be able to explain it to me, but you are stumbling.
Oh, this is a good example. 2 balls and a colorblind friend. Okay, could you humor me for like 60 seconds? Imagine your friend Victor is red-green colorblind, while you are not, and you have 2 balls, one red and one green, but otherwise identical. To Victor, the balls seem completely identical. Victor is skeptical that the balls are actually distinguishable. You want to prove to Victor that the balls are in fact differently colored, but nothing else. In particular, you do not want to reveal which ball is a red one and which is the green one. Here's how you can prove that. You give the 2 balls to Victor, and he puts them behind his back. Next, he takes one of the balls. Hold on. Next, he takes one of the balls and brings it out from behind his back and displays it. He then places it behind his back again and then chooses to reveal just one of the 2 balls, picking one of the 2 at random with equal probability. He will ask you, did I switch the ball? The whole procedure is then repeated as often as necessary. By looking at the balls as colors, you can, of course, say with certainty whether or not he switched them. On the other hand, if the balls were the same color and hence indistinguishable, there is no way you could guess correctly with probability higher than 50%.
Right? How does Victor apply? How does Victor apply to what you just said earlier?
Right. So Victor can choose to either swap the balls or not behind his back, and you wouldn't know. Do you understand?
I understand that, but
Great.
how does that apply to what you had just said?
Great. So we just proved to Victor that the balls are actually differently colored without actually revealing which one was which color.
No, Victor still doesn't have proof. Victor still just has to trust you.
No, he doesn't need to trust me because if he didn't trust, let's assume I was lying to Victor, right? That means that I would have to correctly guess the swapping of the balls however number of times Victor wanted to play this game. That's close to impossible to do. Do you not understand this? Jesus Christ.
If Victor can't discern the difference for himself.
Of course he
Victor
can.
can't discern the difference for himself.
Correct.
Then it takes his trust for you
what do you
or
mean
anybody else involved.
No, he doesn't need to trust anybody. Listen to me. Lunatic. Listen to me. You're colorblind. You're Victor. Let's play this game, all right? You're Victor. Okay, here's what you're going to do. I'm trying to convince you that the balls are different colored, okay? Here's the game that you can play. You hold the red one of the balls in your left hand and one of the balls in your right hand, right? You show me one ball, the one on your left, right? And then behind your back, you decide whether or not you want to swap them.
Yes.
Right? And then you show me the ball on your left hand again, right? If
and you now tell me that it's either red or green.
Hold on. Then you ask me, is it the same colored ball? If I'm lying to you, then I would have to be able to predict whether or not you swap the balls behind your hand, even though behind your back, even though I can't see behind your back. So you don't have to trust me at all.
No, because you have no way of discerning from the very get-go.
Discerning what?
The difference between the 2 balls.
I can. I'm not the one who's color. Holy shit, dude! How fucking drunk are you?
I don't think it's the drunkenness.
You don't think it's the drunkenness?
No.
I mean, does any other
think of it like this.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on, Lou. Hold on, Lou. Think of it like this, Lou. Hold on, Lou. Think of it like this. As we are now, if we had 2 cards, say you had 2 decks of cards, and you pull out the ace of spades from both the cards, and I tell you, yo, I can tell that these cards are different because they're different colors, and you're like, bullshit. You put them behind your back, and then I have to pick if you switched the card or didn't switch the card, right? If I was just guessing and they were actually the same card, I would get it wrong if you switched the card.
Look, with your card green doesn't work as good because the ace of spades, it's always black. Like, it's always an ace of spades. Like, you don't need to be colorblind or have full color vision to know the difference for that. Like, if there's 2 aces of spades, then the deck is rigged.
It's the example though that I could print an ace of spades that was green. There could be an ace of spades that was green or distinguishable somehow. But if they're indistinguishable and you try to do this, I'll get the guess wrong sometimes because they're not indistinguishable. They're the same thing, or they are indistinguishable.
What I'm saying here, for his example, and yeah, maybe I'm not getting it because yes, I have had a couple of drinks Saturday night, blah blah blah. But listen,
Why don't you fall back a little bit then?
No,
Why
hold on
don't
a
you fall
second.
back a little bit then?
Because they're focusing on me. They're focusing on me, and I'm gonna stand up.
Nobody's
Look,
focusing on you. You're the one who's like thinking that you're correct and interjecting and making a fool out of yourself and your side. That's what you're doing.
No, you are the one who couldn't back up your own claim about this
Wow, still not backing down, huh?
no knowledge thing. What was it? No knowledge proof. Like, and now you're googling it. Now you're googling it and reading something off about Victor. Okay,
Yeah,
and you don't
apparently
fully
everybody
understand
else
yourself.
understood it except for you.
No, everybody can read Google, and you fucking don't have any more knowledge than what Wikipedia and Google tell you.
Well, clearly you're still trying to understand the hypothetical, so maybe we should start there again.
Hypothetically, what I'm trying to tell you is, in the hypothetical, Victor cannot distinguish the difference. It takes a certain amount of trust on somebody's part for Victor to fucking believe that he has it wrong or right. Okay,
So
like no matter what the result,
Mhm.
no matter how many times you switch the ball behind your back, he still can think he's being played and has no way to discern. Unless you label one with a Titleist 1 and one with a Titleist 2, he has no way of fucking knowing.
They're identical balls. Lou, they're
first-
identical balls, and he's colorblind, so they look indistinguishable. He can't tell the difference. He's like, these are the same balls. The other guy is like, he can see colors. He's like, dude, they're not the same balls. One's red, one's green. How do you prove that? How do you prove it to him that they're distinguishable?
The first
that
trial,
they're not the same balls.
The
You do
first
what you do what Charlie's saying, dude. Hold on a second, man.
Oh, you
Trying
keep
to explain
pausing.
this shit to Lou. I'm not pausing. I'm in the middle of a thing. So how do you prove that they are distinguishable? You have the guy put them behind his back and change them randomly, and if you get it right every fucking time, there's no way you can guess right that many times whether he switched it or not.
Well, the person who's switching it behind his back knows what he's doing behind his back. That's the thing.
That's why he'll know. He'll be like, "Oh, you guessed wrong. I didn't switch it that time." But if they are different and I can spot the difference, I would never get it wrong.
The first trial, he would only have a 50% chance of getting it right. The second trial, it'd be 25. The next one, it'd be 1 out of 8, then 1 out of 16, then 1 out of 32, onward and so forth, until it is mathematically impossible that the guy would get that many right in a row.
No, it's always 50-50. It's always 50-50.
No.
Probability is only a future.
Hold on.
Probability is only a
Jimmy's right. You only have two choices. It's always 50-50.
Holy shit, you are actually... I'll explain it to you.
Dude, don't interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake. Jesus Christ.
I understand. Like, they just show that they don't understand statistics, so I'll explain it to them again. In a first trial, it's to get only one right, it is 1 out of 50 or 1 out of 2. To get 2 right in a row, it is 1 out of 4. To get 3 right in a row, it is 1 out of 8, and then 1 out of 16, and 1 out of 32, then 1 out of.
If you're talking about getting it right every time in a row in a sequence, then yeah, your chances.
That is literally what the fuck
That
this
is what we're
scenario is
talking
about,
dude. Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
But that's not okay. Explain how that fucking has to do with where we got here. Like, how is this no knowledge test?
Because eventually, Lou, because eventually the guy would get it wrong. If I'm saying, yo, these balls are distinguishable, I can tell the difference every time. Obviously, they're different fucking colors. The guy's like, no, they're not. If I ever guessed wrong, then obviously something's wrong. Whereas if I guess it right every fucking single time, then obviously they're distinguishable.
I would actually still argue only for the sake of arguing, honestly, here. But I would still argue that probability says that still doesn't determine that that's the only possibility. It just says that you might have got lucky a bunch of times in a row. Or that
I mean,
you
yeah,
have an
could you guess
algorithm,
right?
or you have something that's close but not quite perfect. And if you were to run it 5 more times, 10 more, that same sequence, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, that eventually it would fail.
Yeah, how many times do you think you would guess had a coin flip in a row successfully? I mean, eventually you're going to get it wrong.
Your best is probably like if you can beat 5 in a row, you're all of a sudden getting kind of crazy odds.
That's what I'm saying. If the guy puts the ball behind his back, and you can tell every single time 20, 40, 50 times, 100 times in a row, then obviously there's some distinguishable characters in the ball. I wouldn't have used that one. I would tell you if I wanted to show you that I knew a code without telling you the code, I would say, hey, I know the code to the safe. And then I would just open the safe and not let you see the code I punched in and be like, look, I know the code. I didn't tell you the code.
Here's a
So
really
to bring
basic
it back, let me just ask.
There's a much easier way to show
Let me
you
just
that.
ask this. So when he brought up the whole this whole no knowledge friggin' proof, blah blah blah. Is this is the idea that like we don't really have to be able to like have a natural experiment like independent or manipulating an independent variable or anything like that? Like we can just do something, and if it works over and over and over again, then it's proof of the same thing the question that we're begging.
No, dude. I guess I have to remind you of the original point that you inquired about. The point of zero knowledge proofs is to demonstrate that you know something without letting on what you know.
So it's not a begging the question fallacy, you're saying?
I honestly don't even know. I don't think you know what that means.
I do know what that means.
So, proofs in general are not begging the question fallacy. They're showing 1,000 examples of something with nothing to show a counterexample of. That's what a mathematical proof is. That's what a geometric proof is.
I'm not saying that all proofs are begging the question. I'm saying that if you have to do it through this method, that it is a begging the question.
No. It's like if I were to say, like some other guy on here, like several hours ago, show me one example of a triangle whose hypotenuse is the same length as one of its other sides. I can show you 1.5 million examples of a right triangle that has a hypotenuse longer than either side, but we'll never find one where a side is equal to the hypotenuse. That is just a simple geometric proof that 7th graders learn. It is not a begging the question. It is just simply a mathematic, or in this case, a geometric proof.
You're talking all hypotheticals in this. Can you do this? Like, go ahead and do that again. Present it in real life. Can you take physical measurements and create what you just said?
Run that what?
Okay, go through your
Sorry,
entire.
this is just too boring with this guy dominating the opposing side.
No, geometrically, like mathematically and geometrically, yes, you can prove things through math that aren't necessarily possible in reality.
Hey, Lewis, can you hear me?
Okay, cool. So I'm going to make the statement that there is not one right triangle. Well, of course, it has to be a right triangle to have a hypotenuse. It's in the definition of a hypotenuse, right? So there is no triangle that has a hypotenuse that has the same length as one of its other sides.
There's no right triangle. Yeah, that's correct. No right triangle that has a hypotenuse. Yeah, you're right.
Well, that's the only triangle that has a hypotenuse is a right triangle.
Are we talking about flat geometry only?
No, all triangles have a hypotenuse. It's the longest length of a triangle.
Yo, I thought of the
equilateral.
I figured out the radiation.
Specific.
Hold on, real
to
quick.
right
Hold on,
triangle.
I'm changing. Yo, my man. I figured out the radiation, microwave radiation. Can we get energy from that?
Yeah, sure you can.
Okay,
But
that's
you
what
could
the
have
it's
CMB
free,
is.
though.
That's what the CMB is. It's microwave radiation all over the place, right?
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's free though.
Well, it's there. I'm just saying the energy's there, and we know how to get it, right?
Yeah.
So, how do we get it?
My understanding is that in theory you can extract energy from an oscillating field. I don't know the specifics of the device to extract it from, right? But
We could just suck energy out of from the CMB.
you can. In theory, all you really need is an antenna, right? That's sensitive enough to that frequency. Then the voltage.
Perfect.
The voltage across the antenna goes up and down, and then from then on, the question is all about efficiency, right? My understanding is that in practice, we don't have electronic components which could actually use that energy in an efficient manner, in a way that it would be worth it.
So
Alright.
now you're saying there is free energy. It's just whether or not it's efficient. And
No, I
earlier
never
on, you
said
were
there's free
saying
energy. I very clearly said it's not free energy. We agreed that it's not free energy.
it is free. It's
Well,
just not efficient.
It's like a solar panel, right? The sun's shining for free, but we just gotta make a little thing to catch it.
Correct, but you're saying it's not free, but Carlos keeps insisting that energy coming from the sun, for example, is free when it's not. That's not what people mean when they say it's free energy.
This would be more of like a renewable energy, you think, with the microwave
Yeah,
background?
I would even be willing to say it's virtually free, right? Because as
It
far as
does
we
seem
know,
virtually free, yeah. It's
Yeah.
just there. I mean, it's always gonna, it's not like wind power. Or,
right, but that energy's still coming from somewhere. Is my point. It's not.
it's free for us.
Yeah, it's free for us.
Can we go with that? We'll go with that. So how do we get it?
I mean, what goes with that as well is like an indefinite supply.
Sure.
Yeah, like that's never gonna run out, right? The CMB.
And something that you don't have to put anything in to get out. You can just extract indefinitely or pull it indefinitely, basically.
I mean, I've seen dudes that hook they'll put some pipes against the fence and some wires and shit, like a chain link fence, and then they'll get some energy out of that.
Well, like
Never
or
seen
like a
that.
Corona motor. Corona motor will run indefinitely off of the
How much?
environment.
That's the one with the down. That's the one that gets the juice out of like the downward current flow on Earth.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Jeremy, if you were one of the Mario Brothers, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying a Corona motor though is fairly limited. Like it's like an electrostatic atmospheric motor, but it is limited. Like you couldn't like power a house with it or anything.
No, dude, I imagine if you have a superconducting wire, which it'd be very difficult to come by. But if you have a superconducting wire, you could establish a pretty strong connection, given that you make one of those points pretty high. Like
what could you do with a Corona motor?
Yeah, the higher you go, is that what you're saying, Coach? If you put it really high,
the longer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but there's no resistance too. So yeah, you go pretty high, you got zero resistance. Yeah.
Cool. Then you gotta have it super cool and shit. That takes mad energy.
Maybe.
What could you do with just a Corona motor as is, Geo? Is there any like? Could you charge a cell phone? What if you had a bunch of Corona motors?
Can't you charge a cell phone with a potato?
No, you would need about 50 potatoes.
I think you can get a little juice out of one.
You gotta be Irish.
I don't mean to charge it from dead to full. Yeah, for that you need more.
You could get more juice if you just squeezed them.
thousands of potatoes. Charge your phone.
I see what you did there. Hey, you know, I have one of those flashlights, like a crank flashlight, like you crank it up and it charges stuff, like you twist it. And I tried charging my phone, dude, and then I twisted it for a long time. It didn't even go up 1%.
Well, you know what? That's the thing about that. I haven't tried to use it yet, but the house that I bought, they've got a the people left behind. They left behind one of those crank radios, like an emergency radio. You know, like I think you're supposed to give it like 15 cranks or something like that, and then it'll last for a while. The thing is, your cell phone takes so much energy. I don't think people really have a grasp of how much energy their phones actually take. You have no chance of keeping up with that. You'll be cranking all day. You'll be a hamster on a wheel running in circles to try to keep your phone charged for the amount of use that you use it for.
Word.
Did you know that the amount of power in a common cell phone battery is enough to raise a standard pickup about 2 feet off the ground?
All right. That for a certain amount of time, or just
Wait, hold on. What do you mean the amount of? Hold on. What did you say? You mean the total amount of energy?
Yes, the watt hours in a cell phone at 100% conversion efficiency is enough to raise a pickup a couple feet off the ground.
So you're saying if I keep my pickup truck lifted off the ground by 2 feet and attach it to a winch, I could in theory use that to charge my phone by just letting it drop slowly?
I've also heard this. This might be a better analogy.
Yes.
I got possibly a better analogy. So I've heard in some of these like African like third world countries where they really don't, they all have a like shared community well, and they don't really have much power in their community. Like what we use in one of our cell phones is enough to give. It's the same amount of power that an entire town uses in a day. Like one day of our cell phone is the entire town's energy usage electrically in one of those countries.
So, y'all are thinking that like these corona motors are actually powered by the atmosphere?
What is a corona motor anyway?
It's an electrostatic motor.
Well, it's powered by the slow upward flow of electrons due to the atmospheric voltage, which is created by lightning happening in other regions, right?
Actually, all these videos are just people who put electricity, like power, straight into them.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because I've measured the atmospheric potential.
Okay.
I think there is a potential, but I thought.
Oh, here goes Jesse again.
There's because hold on a minute. The charge in the ionosphere versus the charge on the ground, and so you get that steady gradient, but there's fluctuations due to like the weather and stuff like that, so you don't get, it's not always a steady flow. But I thought that's what the reason was because of the different charges in the different regions of the atmosphere.
I'm talking about Jesse's girl. Sorry. Not really.
You're almost getting there, Lou.
Come on, I could have gone way harder than that. Don't give me that. Don't give me that shit.
Is some new Guinness in the process of becoming some old Guinness?
Guinness sucks. It's like the worst beer ever created. It's like worse than Bud Light, and it has less calories than Bud Light. Anyway, tell me about Jesse's girl. Jesse's girl is testing the atmospheric potential, right? Tell us again how you did that.
I made a zero current input voltage follower and made it differential with differential inputs. And then I attached the input leads, one to the right and one to the left end of the wing of a model airplane wing. And then I hooked a little voltmeter up to the output of the amplifier. And then I ran around the yard and tipped the wings right and left and measured the difference in the potential as I tipped the wings.
Actually, seems kind of reasonable.
Wait, tipping the wings is reasonable? Like
Wasn't
not
there a
not
YouTube
dipping
video of
in
this?
altitude or anything?
Are you the guy who made a YouTube video doing it?
No.
Yeah,
no,
he's the guy. Yeah, he's the guy. Nobody else did this other than him.
No, people did it in the 1970s. They used it on their remote control model airplanes, and they used to put the voltage difference on the wingtips as a sort of autopilot, because back then gyroscopes and accelerometers weren't a thing for model airplanes, and so they used the atmospheric voltage as a feedback to help keep the airplane stabilized.
Wouldn't that be almost a proof that like literally that small differences like in altitude have a higher or less amount of atmospheric potential? Like that's how they were able to get a reading from that. I don't understand how you're saying that there is none. If they're able to gather the information enough to navigate by it, then there's clearly a difference in a very small amount of range.
Well, it's an extremely weak current, so you need a very, very sensitive amplifier to actually measure it.
I don't understand how you're turning this into a proof that there is no atmosphere. I'm not even one of these guys like the Electric Universe or freaking Ether guys. I'm not even one of them. But what you're saying, I don't see how it refutes it.
I'm not refuting anything. I'm just making a point of fact. The problem, though, with using the electrostatic field of the atmosphere to stabilize an airplane is it's only level. The atmospheric electricity gradient is only level over, a flat ground or flat water or whatever. If there's a tree, it tips up and wraps over the, loops over the top of the tree, or flows over the top of the tree. Or if there's a mountainside, it'll be slanted sideways. So yeah, it wasn't a super.
Hold on. That's an important thing to discuss, not just breeze over, which is kind of ironic because that's the way you just talked about it. Like it just flows over a tree like a breeze. Why would electrostatics flow over a tree like a breeze?
I didn't say like a breeze, but it is the same path as a laminar flow, sort of. Well, let me find a diagram for you.
An electrostatic charge is surface charge, isn't it?
Oh, am I using the wrong term? It's a field. It's an electric field in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be affected by shrubs.
Oh, yes, it would be, because they have water in the sap going up the branches and into the leaves, and so that water.
Minutely it might be, but no, not for what you're talking about. For flying a plane over it.
No, I'm telling you, the current in the atmosphere is so slight that a tree or a shrub or a blade of grass acts as a conductor and shorts it to ground near there.
Yeah. Okay, so if I have let's say you're flying over, let's say I have a 10-acre plot of land where everything is mowed, it's perfectly flat, and everything is it's all wheat that's 3 feet high. But there's one tree in the middle of it. Your plane is you're gonna read a difference like with that tree, that one tree.
Let me see if I can find a diagram.
Wait, I want to know though. Okay, will there be a difference on the one tree or no?
The field lines will curve up and over the tree. I got just about to paste you a picture.
So that's a yes.
Yeah, he's that's a yes. It's not like a for sure yes, but it's a yes.
It sounds like a yes, but I just wanted to hear him say yes.
Okay, I'm not sure.
But I feel.
I'm not sure. I understand what your. Oh, hold on. That picture I copied too much.
I was about to post the same picture. It's funny.
No, I this whole thing. It's once again it's the common play. It's another straw man idea of what people are trying to talk about, what people are arguing for. When they're talking about flat Earth, or when they're talking about electric universe, or electrostatic potential, or the ether, or when they're talking about any of these things, they're just naysayers, and they are straw manning the argument and not actually listening to what it is that the argument is that's being said. They're just trying to come up with anything that their listeners or their followers will go, oh yeah, those people are so stupid. I like you. Here's a super chat.
I'm not gonna try to insult you, but that sounds kind of crazy. You said.
Yeah,
But,
sideways.
Yeah, Jesse's got a new picture.
I don't think you've dropped a drink all night there, Lou. But anyway.
I told you. I've been telling you guys for the last hour. I've been drinking Saturday night on a fucking holiday weekend. Yeah, I'm fucking drinking.
I would think that you'd be a little bit more humble about the things that you say, given that you recognize that.
Dude, I'm still not fucking retarded. Okay, like it's easy to tell when something's retarded.
All right, guys, you gotta let
No,
Jesse.
dude, you guys. I can be as drunk as
Lou,
I
you
can
gotta
be
let
as
Jesse.
drunk.
You gotta let Jesse speak, Lou, or as well.
No, I don't. The guy who's going, I don't have to fucking
Doesn't
let
matter.
that
He's
guy.
not talking anymore because he's gonna let Jesse speak too, man. Just let Jesse speak.
He wasn't even interrupting him. Dude, he was just responding to the guy going,
Dude, I'm not interrupting
All right, go ahead,
either.
Lou. Go ahead, Lou, because that makes the most sense. Go ahead, Lou.
We've been doing a back and forth. I'm not interrupting anybody. It's just that this guy wants to chime in and say, because you've been drinking, you're wrong. And that's not the case. I can fucking challenge you, my friend, any day of the week, drunk or not, and fucking destroy you.
I wasn't. All I was saying that I don't think you had dropped any yet tonight. That's all, and it's okay. But anyway, in the diagram, you can see how Feynman has drawn, say, the 100-volt line up and over the guy's head, and the 200-volt line, and the 300-volt line, and so on and so forth. The same thing would happen for a tree, a shrub, a blade of grass, or whatever.
hey, Jesse, is there something you can do to your mic? It's buzzing and like making a pretty awful noise. Is anyone else hearing that?
No, I'm not hearing it.
You're not hearing it. Huh. Do you have them turned all the way up or something, or all the way down?
Mic check.
Sounds
That's
good.
better.
Yeah,
No, that was way better.
I put my headphones on.
Oh, dude, thank you. Yeah, it's like killing my speakers. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that.
No, you didn't know you're doing it.
So can I address Jesse's diagram?
Yeah, I was wondering what the significance of this is, Jesse.
Oh, this just shows the electric potential at different elevations in the air over non-flat surface, for example, or non-smooth surface. For example, there's a guy standing there, and because he's very slightly conductive through his shoes to the ground, he's extending the ground potential up, and so that kind of compresses the electric field lines up and over him.
Yeah, I understand. I understood the idea based off of the same question that I asked you about the tree. Okay, is this diagram proof of the tree?
Yeah, it's the same explanation.
Oh yes, this is what the tree would do also.
Okay.
Doesn't this pertain only to like the electric field to anything grounded?
Yes, but because the electric current in the air is so small, it doesn't take much of a conductor to effectively be grounded if it's even slightly connected to the ground. And since humans are only, a couple thousand ohms, if you poke in through the skin, and trees are, maybe megohms, but they're still, they're still a conductor of some sort, unless they're totally dead and dry. But if they're a live tree with moisture in the bark, in the cambium layer and in the leaves, then they're going to be at the same electric potential as the ground, and so the lines
Even if it's dead, it's rooted into the ground. It's actually going to be a better conductor than we as people walking on the earth will be.
Well, it depends on what kind of anti-shock insulating boots you have on. So maybe.
Right, either way, so the point was, I gave an example of a wheat field with a single tree in the middle. And your response was to post this diagram. Did you create this? Who created this? What does this actually show? And how can we actually say that this is proof of anything? It's just a fucking drawing. That's all it is.
Richard Feynman drew this for his book.
It doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, who the fuck is that? Richard Feynman, random person, right?
Feynman.
Good question.
Somebody check that guy's early life.
Yeah,
just kidding.
His early life is on record.
Yeah, no, we heard of Feynman. He's big on like refraction and all kinds of stuff, isn't he? Like that's his thing. Like
yeah, that's right. That's his
how he's known. He's
work.
big on refraction. Of course, that's
his
Feynman.
major work is in refraction, actually, exclusively. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what? It doesn't. So we know of him, but this diagram holds no weight.
Yeah, because he's just the refraction guy.
But it illustrates what I'm trying to verbally tell you. I could draw a diagram, and this is what I'd draw. Except I'd draw a tree instead of a man.
All right, you're getting destroyed destroyed by a drunk dude on fucking 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, getting destroyed. Holy shit.
Yeah. If you're talking to your sandwich, then you're right. But otherwise, yeah, Dick Feynman, he actually made these lectures when he was in physics. He was teaching introduction to physics at I don't know, somewhere. But that's what he was teaching when he made all these lectures. By the way.
Probably some Illuminati school for the Illuminati.
Actually, he got denied the first few schools after he got out of the Manhattan Project. When he tried to go teach at schools, he got denied the first few schools that he applied for because they had like a limit. They had a limit to how many Jews they could have on staff.
Wait. Hold on. You said he worked on the Manhattan Project. What is that?
It's like mapped out Manhattan and made the subway and stuff.
No, seriously. I just want to know what it is.
It's the project to develop the atom bomb, is my understanding, right?
So he's fake and gay, dude. Okay, that's cool. That makes more sense.
Okay, so you're a fucking liar and weren't actually didn't want to take this seriously, right?
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure that I just wanted to make sure that he was talking about the Manhattan Project that like developed the fake technology that they never actually used, and they basically
Oh,
terrorize
Jesus.
people and
or
demoralize
or
populations
even
with.
Well, how did I
better
fall
yet,
for that?
even if it's real. So you're talking about one of the guys who developed the thing that changed all of the world through like social engineering and political design.
Yeah, one of the smartest dudes that worked on it. But here's well, at least top 10. But let me give you something better though. So you something else to
Smart.
laugh at. Hold on. He also is the one who solved the Challenger disaster.
How did he solve it? Did
Challenger
he get like
disaster.
a dustpan and like a broom and he swept up all the rocket pieces, little
I just
chunks of
want to
blood
know.
and bone?
I just want to
He was
know
on the
about this
panel. He was
diagram,
on the
man.
panel. He was on the panel, and he was the one who suggested the thing about the O-rings and what they do at the sub-freezing temperatures. He showed,
All right.
trivially how that works, and yeah, that was
So
concluded
does
with
all of
the
that
issue.
does all of that mean that this diagram is true?
But for the most part, yeah, it means that Jesse knows what he's talking about, dude.
Oh,
Jesse
you just
corrects
fell
me.
for a
Jesse corrects me
fallacy
all the
right there.
time, and he knows what he's talking about. So, I mean, you might as well just take his word for it.
So because he did those things, then this picture, this drawing is true.
Well,
Yes.
my experiments with actually measuring the voltage correlated to this. They matched to this.
Yeah. That's substantial.
But it's not a hard thing to do. You could do it yourself if you doubt
I
it.
can draw that picture too. You're right. It's not that hard. It's a
No,
very.
dude.
He's not
You're
even a
not
good
listening to what
artist.
he's saying. He's saying he measured it. He noticed that it's
No,
shaped like
I
the
know what
diagram
he's.
depicts. He's illustrating to you what he saw. Whether or not you believe him, it's up to you.
No, this diagram is up to me to fucking believe as true. It was presented without any fucking backup, other than Richard Feynman fucking said so.
Yeah, and I honestly, every time I hear people saying like, "You don't believe in the science thing I showed you," it's like, no. Why would I believe in science? Like, this is brainwashing.
Yeah, why would you believe in the system where you make a hypothesis, you test
Yeah,
it,
you
and
don't need to
then
believe in
it's
that. You're
demonstrated
right.
whether or not it's true or not? Why would you
You're
believe
right.
in
You
that?
don't, because you don't need to. You're 100% right. You definitely don't need to believe in anything that is reproducible, measurable, or just factual. You don't need to believe. Like, I don't need to
Yeah, why
believe
would you
water's
believe in the
wet, dude.
system that would allow you to verify whether stuff is true or not?
Dude. Look, I just said I don't trust the science. It's all good. I don't need to put my faith in something that's reproducible. I don't know how else to say it to you.
This diagram doesn't even show any science. It's literally like an illustration that you would put in a third grader's textbook. Like, do you want to know how to think of things how they work?
It's
Here it
meant to
is.
be. It's meant
Just
to
go
be a
ahead and
visual
think of it.
aid.
Think of it like this.
It's meant to be a visual aid to help represent
Right.
an
It's
idea.
non-scientific. It's non-scientific.
It's not trying to be scientific, dude. He's trying
Well,
to
then what?
demonstrate to you what he witnessed. Whether or not you believe him is up to you.
Okay. Well, what we're looking for is something scientific.
Yeah, dude. If we were talking about beliefs and like, you got to believe him. Like, maybe if he was trying to sell us a religion or something, but he's not. He's trying to talk science. And I love you, Jesse. You know that. But this guy's getting it twisted.
Oh, what's that? I wasn't listening.
All right.
I was just
Your
whispering
plane
sweet
thing.
nothings.
Remember the plane thing, and the tree, the wheat field, this diagram.
Uh-huh.
We're looking for something scientific. Can you actually do the same thing, but only scientific this time?
You mean, well, I don't know what you mean. Like, other than measuring it with a voltmeter that's designed to measure electrostatic fields?
No, but that could be scientific, but you would have to actually present data, not just your findings, hearsay through your words of mouth.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, this was like 20 years ago. I didn't film it. This is before I even knew about flat
That's
Earth.
unfortunate for you, isn't it?
I mean, I know it's true because I remember doing it. I really don't see how one way or the other has anything to do with flat Earth. If I had to demonstrate it, I could, but I don't even see why it would matter. What difference does it even make?
It means you were willing to present us with a third grader's friggin' drawing here, as proof of something, even though it is clearly
No, he never
non-scientific.
did that. You fucking liar. He never did
But
that.
you didn't. I can take a screenshot of it.
This
No,
has already been this has already been clarified for you. It's not meant to be a scientific or proof of anything.
Oh no,
It's
okay,
a visual
okay.
aid
But then
to help represent
when
an
I
idea.
ask for something that is scientific, he backs away and says, "Well, unfortunately, I didn't take data and I don't have science for it. But I just know this because I've already been there and done that." That is.
Lou, do us all a favor.
Am I
And
supposed to
guys,
trust him?
no, yeah, you're not supposed to trust him. But keep in mind, Lou, you've already admitted to being a little bit over the limit or whatever it is. So
Gypsy?
No,
So
no.
just
I'm
so,
not
so
over the limit.
everybody be aware of that, and then also Lou be aware of that also, so that doesn't have to get this far.
Yeah, beware of me before you start thinking about fucking questioning Globers.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But
I'm not over the limit for this shit. I'm over the limit possibly to go and freaking pick my daughter up in a car or something, but I'm not over the limit to fucking talk to you assholes.
Okay, it's fair enough. But if Jesse says that 20 years ago he did a test that shows that there's voltage, what do you call that? Like what do you call
Differential.
yeah, potential, yeah, differential, potential, whatever you want to call it, in the atmosphere. And he's measured it. I mean, I don't know why we would. There's no reason to call him a liar since this is what everybody else says, and like this is what Richard Feynman's saying.
No, I didn't. I'm not. I didn't say he's a liar. I didn't call him a liar. I said present your fucking proof, and he literally said he doesn't have any.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? We're just having a conversation, dude. It's kind of fucking weird for me to say, "Hey, bro, I went to get some ice cream yesterday," and you're like, "Fucking post proof of it right now."
Dude, this is a debate server where we debate things like this. For you guys to be gaslighting
and
Lou.
we also don't
it's
debate
actually
things.
not a
We
debate.
also have regular conversations.
Excuse me. You just spoke over me. We don't do that here either. I know it happens, but you're not supposed to.
Oh, spare me the barrel clutching.
Okay, well, if you want to be like that, that's fine.
You know very well that every single sentence that we have isn't just pure debate, right?
Are you done speaking?
If I'm saying, "Hey, I went to get ice cream yesterday," it's really fucking weird for you to be like, "Well, why don't you fucking post some pictures and prove it?"
All right, I'll repeat myself. This is a debate server where we debate topics such as this. If you don't like his debate-like style, don't engage with him. Otherwise, don't complain. And don't gaslight him. That's not chill, dude. I came in on a debate. You guys were exchanging ideas.
That
Lou was
wasn't
challenging
the debate.
him.
He was saying,
Oh man,
he
you
was
just
commenting
really don't
that
have
he
any
measured the
self-control, do
electrostatic
you?
potential, that he noticed a particular shape for it.
Charlie, good to meet you. Go ahead, just do your thing, dude.
I don't know why you're not understanding it. If he claims, if he makes a statement, a conversational statement, right, in a non-debate manner, it's fucking weird for him to
No. It's
approach
not
him and
weird.
say,
It's not weird.
"Post your fucking proof."
No, it's not weird. And
It
in
is
fact,
weird.
now that you thank you for bringing it back up again, he noticed a particular shape, was unable to present the evidence for it. It was just a pattern that he saw 20 years ago by his own words. Okay? So now if you want to back him up, why don't you show us the evidence or the proof for it? Or give us your testimony for it?
Nobody here is trying to debate that point, dude.
What are you talking about? You just stood up as doubling down for him on that point, something that was 20 minutes
No,
past.
I didn't. I'm trying to explain to you what this conversation isn't. Jesus Christ.
It's not weird to ask for proof of a claim.
Especially when you're making claims in this server, dude. Lou's well within his rights to ask the guy, prove what you're saying.
He's sharing with you what he saw.
Why are you crying, dude? Just stop. It's fine.
It's not a claim.
Sorry, that's
Dude.
not gonna work here. If you put passion in, you'll get banned.
It's not a claim.
Glory, that is a lot coming from you. I have so many unread DMs in all caps, dude. Like, it has nothing to do with emotion. It's the way you're presenting the information is not palatable.
All right.
Also, I just want to point out, as Gio has stated many times in the last week, this is not a debate server. It's a place for open discussion and conversation.
I said debate style. I was very, very specific. We have debate style discussions about it's. You're right. There's no regulators. It's not one person gets 5 minutes, the other person doesn't. It's open, right? But there are. Never mind, dude. If you've been here long enough,
look,
if you've
I
been
can
here,
help you there. I can help you there. Even still, even still, the idea of Earth versus globe is an open debate, like to the public. Like this is a debate. This is a debate format, a debate question. Like it doesn't necessarily have to follow a formal debate format, but these are questions and that you should be expected to be asked, ready to be asked. In fact, only an hour ago, I was getting grilled the same way that I'm grilling this dude, and now you guys are coming to his fucking side, like saying, "What a weirdo would ask those questions."
The idea that a bunch of globos are going to come in here and just start like talking about curvature, and the flat earthers that are here are just going to be like silent and being like fucking getting in trouble with you guys for asking you to prove fucking what you're saying, or like, dude, guys, do not gaslight Lou. I heard it. I didn't like it. Don't do it.
So what is Jesse even saying? What are y'all in opposition of?
They were having an open discussion, not debating, not arguing about anything. Just
we're talking about
sharing an idea. Jesse posted a visual aid is what it was, not a scientific proof, not a visual aid to represent an idea. And Lunatic felt it was appropriate to jump in, attack him, ask him, "Where's your evidence? Where's your science?"
No, that's not what happened. By the way,
We're not gonna. Hey guys,
I have to interrupt. It's not what happened.
Lou.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna be the judge on this one. I'm gonna rule in Lou's favor, and we're gonna stop talking about having a conversation and actually have one. If you guys want to talk about something else, it's all good.
No,
you just move on.
No,
Is it all right if I just correct this guy? Like, no, he didn't do it as a demonstrational aid. He did it in response to my bringing up the freaking wheat field with a single tree in the fucking field. Okay.
Yes.
Like
did you
that's when
did you
he
show that diagram to illustrate what you witnessed, or did you post that diagram as proof that that is the shape of the potential field?
I strictly showed it as an illustration of what I was trying to describe, not as
Okay,
not
Lou,
as
why are you
evidence.
fucking lying?
Okay, look, I understand why.
Go ahead, Lou. If you really want to take this, Lou, you can do it.
No,
but
I don't want to look. I'm not. I don't need. Look, I understand. Like you're trying to like save me here from these guys because they're ganging up. I get it, but I feel like I could hold my own. Like the thing is, Jesse, is that you did that in response to what I said. Okay, and if that is your proof, it's insufficient, and I will end it there.
So do you think there is no electrical potential in the atmosphere? Is that what you think?
If we're gonna hash this out, I'm gonna get my 2 cents in right here. I entered the conversation by saying, "Wait, I want to know the answer to that. Is it yes or no? Is that what's happening?" And Jesse, you were like, hold on, I'm looking up this diagram," and I was like, "Yeah, but I want to know, like, is it yes or no?" And like, you never even answered yes or no to Lou's question. You just posted the picture. So this is exactly what I think globos do. Is they're like, I don't want to have any real discussion.
Wait a minute.
I want to start a stop. I want to start a gaslighting session, and then when I get called out on it, we're gonna have a 15-minute discussion about whether or not the gaslighting was going on. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to do that. I don't think anybody else does except for the globos.
What is the question? What is the question in question? And stop calling people names.
You guys call us flat earthers. I can't call you globos. You're not globos.
I don't say flat earther in a derogatory manner.
Globo is not even a fucking. Nobody's ever heard that until now. Like, what do you mean names? Like,
Let's get back to the fucking issue. What is at hand? What is the question at hand?
So Jesse was sharing with the class that he went out and measured the electrostatic potential as a function of height. And it came up in conversation that he noticed that it sort of warps around like trees and people. And my understanding is that Lunatic couldn't visualize or couldn't understand what he meant by it. So
No, I
Jesse
perfectly visualized and understood. That's why I
Jesse put up a
questioned him.
diagram of what he meant, of like what the electrostatic potential was shaped like.
And his picture
And
was
Lou,
exactly what I
and
was
Lou took that
describing.
as an attempt to demonstrate that that's what it actually was, as opposed to an attempt to illustrate what he saw.
No,
Yeah, no,
that's not at all
he
what
posted a
happened.
picture. He posted
No,
a picture of what I was describing that I thought he was thinking.
It
So he
was
basically validated my understanding of what he was saying.
it was a simple cartoon drawing, unlike anything that Jesse posts in here. We've seen his work. We've seen his diagrams. They're very detailed. This is a simple cartoon drawing to represent an idea.
It's not about that. It's about is that his proof? Is that his proof? Because he has
No,
nothing
nobody
else
has
other
claimed.
than
He's
that.
not trying to prove
Dude,
anything.
stop, Charlie. Stop answering for him, dude. It's kind of annoying, bro. Like, I heard the question. It's what I want. I wanted the answer. I still want
Well,
the
it's kind of funny because that's exactly what you're doing for Lou.
dude.
Yeah,
I'm not doing
to
anything
be
for
fair,
Lou.
Even though Lou has explicitly told you that he can speak for himself, Jesse hasn't done that.
All right.
Is that the shape of the electrical current?
that's the shape of the electrical field.
That's the shape of that field. It goes
So
in that
the
perfect
electrical field
wave
goes
pattern.
around trees, buildings, and people.
It doesn't follow the path of the tree. It rather just like expands out at the bottom and narrows at the top like that.
I don't understand your question either. But if the tree were taller, it'd be the same thing but higher.
So then it would obviously be pointed out further on the bottom. Like if we were to describe this as a triangle, the base would get longer on a taller tree.
Wider? A base would
Yeah.
get wider?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not exactly a triangle, but that's kind of a good way to put it.
Yeah, so on a real tall tree, that gets wider because it has to jump in that wave pattern. It's not like it follows the trunk of the tree up.
Right, it doesn't cling too close to it. So, Platypus, the reason I didn't answer yes or no on Lou's question is because I didn't understand exactly what he was asking me, but I was hoping that a diagram would help him and me understand what we were talking about, and it did. It turns out it
I
did.
find that hard. I find that hard to believe. I know you're addressing him. And Platypus, by the way, I also want to throw this out. I totally appreciate what you were trying to do there, but like I said, I don't need anybody to take it up and moderate for me. But anyway, Jesse, when it comes to this thing, I do not trust you when it comes to your reaction right now about this. I knew exactly what you were saying, and I described it, and then you fucking posted this picture, which also illustrated what I was describing about your claim. Okay.
So my picture answered
that
that
to
yes.
me that was the validation that I needed. That I was perfectly understanding what you were illustrating verbally. Okay. Now you gave me a visual, and now I know what you mean. Yeah, and that's also why I gave the wheat field and the tree. And you're telling me this is what happens. Now, if I have this illustration, I understand your argument. Now I need the proof. I need something better than that stupid illustration. You know what I mean?
Okay, so it sounds like I did answer Lou's question with the picture. As soon as he saw the picture, he knew that my answer was yes. Did you still have a question, Platypus?
Wait, so is the argument that
I'm good.
Is the argument then that the gravity would act different under trees?
I don't even know. Okay, that's something. Yeah, I don't think it really has anything to do with gravity. As far as what Jesse's claiming, it has to do with electrostatic potential that creates that shape, not necessarily gravity.
I gotcha.
I'm just here to crush Glober's souls. I'm just here to reap Glober's souls.
I think everybody's a little fired up.
So what's the phenomena that
I gotta
causes
say,
the
guys.
electrical field to go up and around trees? Because they're grounded?
Yes.
Well, and I mentioned that as well. That trees are deeply rooted in the ground. So even if it's a dead tree, it's very fucking rooted, very grounded.
It's wild to me that the taller the tree, the voltage has to know where to start climbing to get over that tree.
But I just want to know where you got these readings from, because like it was just a claim that you said that you've experienced it, and I'm like, how did you experience it? Can you show me that data? And you're like, well, that's something I did 20 years ago. I'm like, well, then it's just a claim. It's bullshit. You could make it up today and claim it was 20 years ago. I don't know.
Well, that's just the way it is. I had that experience. I gave you my testimony of it. You can take it or leave it, but it was relevant, and that's my experience. If you've had an experience that contradicts it, then do tell us about it by all means.
Well, no, I mean, I would love if you're going to come in here and try to sound so authoritative about it. I would love for you to have some data come with it, seeing as how, especially how you seem to be pretending on the guise that you're some kind of scientist or mathematician, or that you follow the freaking method or
Hold
whatever it is,
on. You
or you're
accuse him
just
of
a truther.
pretending?
No,
Oh yeah,
why is the
absolutely. Oh,
potential?
absolutely. Yeah, I am.
Why is the potential when it's further away from the tree the same as when it's at the very top of the tree, almost touching the tree, or in that diagram of the person?
This is a sidetrack. This is a sidetrack.
Wait, what's the question?
No, what I'm saying is why is
Not
the
a good drum.
voltage? Why is it going in that wave pattern but it's close to his head rather than to his arm? It's further away. Why doesn't it just follow the body?
I'll back out. This isn't addressed to me or Jesse. So just you guys figure it out.
Who wants their fucking soul crushed? I see negators in the chat.
Yo, why is the sky blue, you guys? Do the Globos have an answer for that?
Someone tell Negator to get off deafen so I can ruin his day.
We're all gonna learn to get along one way or another.
Have you dropped a drink all night?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't drink.
Maybe you should.
No, I went to the skate park for 4 hours today, and I was just filming girls skateboarding. Just part of what I do. And then no, they want me to be filming them. They specifically asked me to follow them on the pump track that was just built here in Inglewood.
You just pump tracking them girls all day long, right?
Nah, I'm a good Christian boy. I'd never do that. No,
got them girls on the track while I'm pumping filming.
I can post some of them if you want. You can see some of the last girl I did today was not.
Yes, please. But not really.
Yes, please.
No.
Yes, please. In the chat, please. Thank
you. Girls in the chat. Platypus bringing the girls to the chat.
Actually, you know what? I am somewhat interested, not necessarily because of girls, but I'm a snowboarder first. I do get on a skateboard basically for off season, just kind of training balance and so on. And I've been using that also for my daughter, who is 9. I've been teaching her to snowboard, and with that's the main reason why we picked up the skateboards. We've been, I want her to, like, the best training for snowboarding is skateboarding. Like in the off season, like, dude, you're not bound in, and when you fall, it hurts more. Like you got to learn. You learn so much of those fundamentals, but with more of the disaster, and you can do it all year long.
Oh, dude, this new pump track they built is so slick. It's so much fun, and I've pretty much dialed it in now. Like, I'm starting to get air on my carver over the hips and stuff. Working on my transfers.
I got a freaking kick-ass, dude. You might like my. I've got a cruiser. It's a hybrid longboard. But it's got a. I got a Arbor cruiser. It's got like a. Dude, it's a beautiful board. It's fucking.
I wish we had one of those pump tracks here, man. Those look legit.
Yeah, it's dope. I just posted the video in the chat. I'll post some other. Dude, I got one guy who asked me to film him, and he was so excited, and he ate so much shit. I'll post that one. That one's pretty good too.
I ate shit last week on the way down to go get a burger. I fucking decided, like, I just moved to this new area, and it's downhill all the way to this bar that serves good food. And the hill's way steeper than I thought it was, and the sidewalk is super narrow and it's all rough and shit, like big bumps. I couldn't like slow myself down without doing like I was trying to like carve to do it, and I went into like a parking lot to slow down a little bit. But eventually I got like so fast, like there was nothing I could do about it. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have to ditch, and I freaking went and did a Superman slide in somebody's front yard. Got fucking grass stains all down my freaking knees and elbows, and then I went into the bar and got a burger.
You stole a burger from that guy's house. Well, anyways, now I've taken gnarly falls on skateboards too, but gnarliest fall I've taken yet was last week on this fucking scooter, unfortunately. But I've that's the cool thing about skateboarding is back when I was skateboarding a lot, you get really accustomed to falling down, and you start falling down in such different ways that you kind of become hardened to it. It's kind of like the same way fighters will like have their like shins, hit against with like a stick or whatever, harden them up. It's like skateboarding hardens you from like falling.
Yeah, no,
you learn to fall right.
Like actually, I would almost say softens. Like, you learn how to fall, like you said, and because of that, you don't take those bumps and bruises the way that otherwise you would. Like you learn how to do cool stuff and soften the blow.
You learn to use the momentum. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Like snowboarding, though, that's my thing. Like, I've never been much of a skateboarder. I hung around skateboarders a lot as a teenager, and I just could never really, dude. It was too hard for me, man. Like, too many bumps and bruises and racks on the nuts to figure out how to do that shit gracefully. Like, I was like,
Getting racked on your nuts is not very common.
Are you kidding me? When you're trying to learn how to do a kickflip, dude. I watched
I guess you're right. No, you're right. I thought you meant like on a rail or something, but yeah, there's plenty of times like when you're bored, like in your board, you land straight, and your board's like straight up in the air. I've done that a few times. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I watched too many friends land fucking square on their nuts on that board, trying to learn how to do a good kickflip. Like, yeah, I don't know, like, and so many injuries. Like, snowboarding is not forgiving by any means. It's not like the snow is a puffy cloud. You can break your wrist and your freaking arm and your leg and your freaking hip and your tailbone, and you can do a lot of damage just on a snowboard. But either way, you're bound in, and there's a little bit of forgiveness there, a little bit. You get on a skateboard and you're doing it on concrete and curbs and freaking iron rails and shit like, dude, there's no forgiveness to that, none whatsoever.
I literally just brought home a new deck. I was at my neighbor's house. We were talking about skating. He's
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I totally forgot. I have like 4 signed Bam Margera boards in my attic. Do you want one?" I was like, "Sure." So he's like,
Oh, dude, hang on to those. Hang on to that, because he's kind of on his way out.
"Yeah,
I
totally."
hope he
Kind
turns
of.
around, but that'll
Kind
probably
of.
be worth something soon.
He's been on his way out for a long time. Yeah. So I'll add that to the collection.
Yeah, that's dope. That's super dope. I just bought some new wheels. I've been going real fast. Like, I was never very good at skateboarding when I was younger. Like, I learned to skate vert, and I could never like kickflip or anything. But I picked it up again as an adult. And I just go so fast and catch air. That's all I do. I can do like a front side air and a half pipe, and I can just like get air, I guess. But I can't ollie. My board doesn't even have a tail, really.
Frontside air is no joke,
dude.
Frontside.
It was really, I was impressed that I was able to do it. I was like,
I can't do a frontside air. I mean, I've probably done it on a 3 foot in a 3 foot ramp like a long time ago, like on a 3 foot half pipe, but barely. You know what I mean?
I've got videos of me eating shit trying to do it. I like almost broke my wrist again.
Yeah, I used to skate vert, but just because I suck compared to my brother at street, but I couldn't even do a frontside air. So, but
well,
I skated street though mainly. I did a 6 stair naked with no shoes on, and I fell like the first 5 times. Well, my friend stole my clothes. It's a long story, and but anyways, and yeah, so when you fall naked, that's the worst.
Damn, yeah, that sounds pretty rough. I didn't know you skated. That's tight. Mad respect. Skateboarding is fucking hard.
I gotta tell you, not that everybody in flat earth or in this community, even it's not even just flat earthers. Like you said, you're talking to Kosha now, but I think it's very common in this community, both flat and globe, like where these people are, sort of alternative, like from back in the day. You remember like late 90s, early 2000s, we were sort of the alternative crowd. That those of us who are sort of true to this conversation. There's also a lot of stick in the muds that kind of got themselves put in here, but yeah, like talking about metal or punk or freaking obscure freaking like hip hop freaking like just beats mixing all that shit that made you unique back in the day, like that draws a lot of people into this conversation today.
Well, I mean, flat Earth is like the ultimate counterculture thing that you could do. Like today, you want to be counterculture, like for sure. I'm not saying that's why I became a flat earther by any means. I have noticed that a lot of us are very counterculture in other regards as well.
I agree completely.
I've noticed that some flat earthers, they get it because they're good at like extreme sports that require lots of balance. Like people who are good, or like I don't know, whenever you're doing like physics equations subconsciously to like land a flip trick, it's like, you know what flat is. You know what?
Well, at that point, it's no longer. If you're coming in here, it's no longer subconscious; it's conscious. Like,
right.
It's the same as like me being in construction and telling the guys that I work with, like, if you understand a water level or a plumb line, then you understand that the Earth cannot be curving. And like if you understand that, then if you understand that the Earth is curving and you also believe these two things, I want you to explain to me how. These are the things that I say to the guys that I work with, the guys that I train. Like I literally do that shit. Like I like it comes up. I'll because I don't really have much of a filter. I think you guys know. So it comes up, and then they'll question me, and I'll be like, look, yeah, I'm a flat earther. Look, if you think otherwise, I want you to explain to me how. And I'll put them in the spot like that, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, that's cool, man. Like they got to go home and think about it. I'll wait another day. I will wait another day. I'm not gonna put you on the spot like that. I'll wait a fucking another day. And on your time, you come to me and you fucking ask me. I'll do that again.
I went too hard on my friends in my early flat Earth years, and like two of them saw it and was like, "Holy shit!" And it was really tight to have close friends that get it. But 3 of them did not. Actually, more than 3 of them. Yeah, there was a couple of them that really did. It definitely we're almost not even friends anymore. We were friends for 10 years. They just can't handle it, dude.
Yeah, some people can't, but if they can't handle it, they don't cut it. That's the way I see it. Like, dude, they're not good friends, they're not good family, and they're not good freaking coworkers. Like, dude, cut them out, get rid of them. Let's do this better without them.
Well, they cut me out, so I don't need to do shit, really.
Yeah, no, no. Forget that. Don't look at it that way. They cut you out. Fuck that. No, go ahead. Take the lead on that one. Cut them out before they can cut you out. Fuck them.
Yeah, they also all got vaccinated and all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it was unfortunate.
Yeah, dude. If that's the case, dude. I mean, maybe it's different regions or whatever.
Why is it unfortunate that they got vaccinated?
Why do you think it's unfortunate? Because they're probably gonna have myocarditis. Like,
probably are. That's a huge claim.
Hey, can you just give me 1 second? Can you just give me 1 second to moderate here? Because we're streaming on live on YouTube, we can't say certain words. I said the word, I shouldn't have said it. Definitely can't say the M word here, the mayonnaise cardinal word. So we're not going to have this discussion unless you guys can use different words. You can talk about it all you want. Just
I'm willing to use a different word and have this discussion.
Okay, well, the secret, I'm going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you.
They're likely to have the
Tell me the rules. Tell me what words I can't say. Tell me the Voldemort words, and I won't say.
Yeah, you can't say that. You just call it the jab. You can call it the pandemic. You can. I would say chest pain would probably just really advanced chest pain. Maybe I think we can get away with saying that. I don't know, Gio, if you can hear this.
Die on a soccer field. Can we say that?
You can say collapse and die on a soccer field as a result of getting the juice. Of them having the juice, I'll say something. The secret ingredient in the V's was gay guy cum. There you go. That's my theory. Yep, that's my theory. That was the secret ingredient. So if you got the stick,
how'd they get a sample from you, dude?
From me, dude, I don't know, man. They must have cloned me a million times over, and then just forced me to, produce, milked me in a lab somewhere.
Can we say that they're likely to have heart palpitations and problems from there on out?
I feel like the more scientific, you get with it. Well, here's another thing that the Globos like to do. They know we can't talk about this on YouTube, and now they definitely know. And so, they're going to be like, oh, well, how can we get this channel taken down by, pushing the topic and,
Yo, why are you attributing intent? You have no idea what the fuck.
And then, hey, before I'm done, just don't. Is that Charlie interrupting me?
He brought it
Hold
up.
on,
I took it further.
It's all good. It's all good. Charlie, I'm not going to give you another verbal warning for interrupting. Please stop. And if it's not Charlie, whoever the hell that was, just you probably know better. You sound like a Charlie. I'll tell you that much.
All right, you sound like somebody who took the thing that you're now worried about. How about that?
Sound like you were like maxed out with the juice. You were just like juice maxing.
Not really, no. I took the jab. I got boosted once. Then around the time where I was supposed to get another boost, I got COVID, so I didn't take the boost.
Oh yeah, you can't say the C word. I'm sorry. You gotta say that you got.
What,
you got
dude? I'm pretty sure we're
AIDS. You
allowed
gotta
to
say
say
AIDS.
the C word.
Oh well.
The thing is, like,
call
the
it
thing,
AIDS.
yeah, I mean, we don't really know what like YouTube will or won't. The only way I think it works though is that if the words are used, I think they have an AI, like an algorithm that will scan, find that word, and then it looks. It either has a manual person like flag it, and then somebody sits there and goes and listens to 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, and sees if there's anything they can hit it with. I don't know how strict they are these days on it. So we've had conversations
nowadays, you look around on the internet, man. Gio, look around. Like these people are talking about all of these topics, like the Mayo thing, the CV thing, the freaking V thing, the freaking all of these things that we're supposedly not allowed to talk about. They openly talk about it everywhere except for here. We are the only group of people who is actually self-censoring themselves, saying we're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, Lou, are you aware of how many servers just got completely deleted and hundreds?
Yeah, no, not
Are you
just.
aware of Are you aware of all the servers that just got blown out and tons of people's accounts got deleted all over Discord? And look at we're here, so we're standing strong. So you can make fun of us and you can try to do all of that. Listen, we can deafen the live stream and we can talk about anything you want as long as we don't post anything in text chat. I personally am not trying to censor anyone. I think it's important that we keep this server live. It's not the end all be all of this platform. It's not the end. It's not the end destination. It is, but it's a holding place, a placeholder, and it's important that it stays up. So for that one topic, it's not really worth skating the line and having that happen, for that one topic. Like I said, we can mute the live stream. We can move to another voice channel. We can go use Telegram. There's a bunch of other things. So we're just trying to be as careful, and the server is still up and it needs to maintain up. So that's the reason that we're just being cautious rather than careless.
Wise, Gio, wise.
Anyways, yeah, I agree with Gio. I'll admit I didn't like the self-censoring. Like probably like 7 or 8 months ago, I was pretty like, no, we need to be like screaming this at the top of the mountains. But it's like, dude, they're just gonna keep deleting our shit. Like this is like my 20th freaking Discord account. I'm just kind of sick of it. I don't mind just finding new words. Like it was just an AIDS pandemic, basically. So I'm gonna call it AIDS.
That was monkeypox.
Well, I mean that's AIDS too, pretty much. Like
Yeah.
Hey, look, if you were scared of getting,
By the way, we have had like we've had like pretty much as reckless conversations as you could have on this topic right on the live stream, just completely using code words, like silly code words like orange juice. Use all these. Hold on, Lou. Hold on. You can speak after me. Let me just finish. I'm just saying we can use the goofiest code words ever, and as long as everybody uses them, but that's the problem. If somebody just pops in and then they, you know what I mean? But if everyone uses those words and it's chilled, then technically we've had like pretty in-depth conversations, using all the code words. But yeah, go ahead, Lou.
My point is like, yeah, we don't have to overdo it. Like, sure, don't go and obviously like try to get yourself removed from any platform or anything. But the thing is that see, we've been through the worst of it already. Like you were saying, servers were taken down. But now look around you, like all these servers, all these mainstream platforms. Literally on the mainstream news, like Fox News, CNN, and all this stuff. Like they're able to openly talk about it, and on all of their YouTube channels and all of their freaking streaming channels, whatever it is. Like, they've gotten over that whole hump, that hysteria that they needed people to abide by their bullshit for a period of time, and they knew it wouldn't last, and we're over that hump, and now it's kind of fair game, but they've already convinced people. Look at the people who are still wearing the masks, even though the fucking science tells you that it does nothing. Look at the people
I
who
hear
are
you, but
still.
I hear you.
Like,
I hear you on all that, and I know what you mean about it. It is probably less like censored now, but dude, with the topics we talk about here, bro, I mean, we get we go deep on it. I mean, there's times where I'm talking about just so many things, and not only me, but many of us in terms of truth topics and all kinds of things. So I'm just saying, if there's any, set of discussions of the thousands of hours we have on the YouTube channel that would already be in a range that they would want to, so it just makes more sense to be, like I said,
Dude,
rather than careless. But yeah, I hear you.
I think they're okay, check this out. Gio, you gave me a great idea. We should just start dropping the buzzwords when we're not talking about that stuff to just like force these YouTube employees to listen to our conspiracies and then basically red pill them, and they'll stop
dude,
working for YouTube.
that's the problem. No human ears are even on it. It's literally an algorithm that is fucking choosing you. That's why it's so discriminatory. Like, that's why it's like their algorithm is focused on channels like this. The either the alt right, as they would probably put it, or the conspiracy realm, or whatever else. Like, they have an algorithm that is out there listening to these things, and when they hear this term once or twice, or in conjunction with another term, they automatically, boom, the algorithm gets it. There's no human ears on it. None.
And actually, the more important thing
Said
is
the same
really
thing like 3 or 4 times.
the most important thing is actually the Discord server, because this is where like we've put a ton of work in just the community and getting everything set up. Like, it's actually the Discord server that's most important. The YouTube channel, like what? There's I have all the audio backed up on thousands of gigabytes and terabytes of everything, all backed up, all the audio. So even if that got deleted, we're not going to lose any of that. So in terms of the YouTube, I'm saying, so even if they deleted the YouTube, we could just create another YouTube. It's not like we have 50,000 subs or, in that
Well,
sense. So
and I
technically,
gotta tell you and Helio also, that like your guys' channels, like the YouTube thing, you could lose everything and it won't matter to anybody. Nobody goes back except for moderators and you, like server runners. Nobody goes back and uses that for anything. It might matter to like people like FTFE, or like the anti-globers who want to trap you into something. But literally, these forums are for us in the moment, and it has nothing to do with the stream whatsoever.
well, I see it as history. I mean, there have been some incredible conversations, that we've had, and so I see it as historical. Also, meaning it's documented for time immemorial going forward. That this is a unique time in history. So there's that part of it, and then there's also people do go back and reclip stuff. I go back and listen to parts I've missed sometimes. If it's a little quiet, I'll go back and listen to something I missed or whatever. And then people do go back and clip stuff out. But I hear you. Yeah, I understand. There's not hundreds of thousands of people listening, going back over them and stuff. So I hear you on that. But
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's for the majority of us anyway. For the majority of us, it's about the server itself. It has nothing to do with the live stream.
How about topic?
Dude, I had no idea that you were backing up everything. That's so tight. So like when like Skynet goes live and then we eventually defeat it, we just come out on top with like all the Discord logs, or the AI
The way
listens.
about Geo with an EMP.
No. The AI will listen. The AI will listen and know we're super chill and probably help us. Maybe send us some cool robots. I don't know. I don't know yet.
well, if somebody really was had the industriousness and the editing skills to be able to go back, I mean, over the tens of thousands of hours, I mean, there are some prime clips of moments, so if it'd be cool at some point to see some of these clips like put into a shorter, more digestible form, or we just obviously make new ones in the future that are even better. So,
dude, some of the clips are really good for our side, but the way I see it, like they can always cherry pick all of the clips and make anything look good for their side as well. You're essentially like logging this stuff for them to cherry pick. Like all the stupid shit that we say, all of it, all the stupid shit we say is there for them to cherry pick.
Stuff. I don't think exposure for Effie. I really don't. I think as long as people know there's a choice, they're like, oh, I have to believe randomly all this CGI, I can just cool.
I don't like being recorded. I never wanted to be recorded. I hate. I tape my cameras. I freaking tell all of my apps not to fucking use voice. I freaking, except for this one. I come in here and I fucking do this. You know, like dude, I hate it. I hate having any. I don't want anybody ever showing me my own voice later on down the road. If I hear my own voice, I am so cringe. I'm like, I shudder. I fucking shudder and shiver. My shoulders go, and I'm like, literally, like, I'm like, who do I gotta fucking kill?
Jesus Christ.
How about a topic?
Shoot it from the hip, baby.
I also see a lot of this in this current state, and I know that maybe some people that are strong on the globe side would just sort of maybe do some ridicule or chuckle or laugh or something, at this concept. But to me, I actually think that this is like training, as it were, for the future. Like it's like practice, because I absolutely do think the Earth, on all levels, is not a globe, and we are in a paradigm shift of massive proportions. Even though right now it may seem like it's still under the surface, as it were. Like it's not obviously, sort of hitting the masses yet as full as it will. But I do think that
Trump had a.
I'm just saying, I think it's a very real process that's unfolding. The shift from out of the entire globe paradigm, and those of us discussing it, aware of it. Not to say that we're like better than others or in some hierarchy, anything like that, but it's just the conversations being had, and in a way they're rare when you look at the masses, but the fact that it's true even makes it that much more poignant and potent. And I think there's a lot more to come in the future in terms of the information, the discussion, the research, and everything that will continue unfolding.
Yeah, it's definitely like it's going to be a big surprise for a lot of people, I think. Just like a lot of people were really surprised that like Trump won, and I'm not saying that was like a legitimate thing and wasn't planned out. I'm just saying there's more surprises in store for everybody here. I was at the skate park talking about the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, getting people pumped up, telling them it's an excellent time to get your pro skater career.
So I'm a Glober. Do you guys think that you've made any actual advancements since starting the Flat Earth thing?
Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? You've got so many people that have come out to say that it's flat. Eddie Bravo.
Sorry.
Oh, man, dude, like a bunch of celebrities.
You misunderstood his question.
Yeah, I didn't mean
it's not even a question. It's not
have
even
a collection of people come out. That's not what I mean. I mean, like, have there been advancements in like thought or like I don't want to say scientific advancements, but like just any actual advancements other than some more people have thought it's true?
Advancements in what? In technology and business? in
Literally
industry.
any of that stuff. Yeah, like the collective knowledge of humanity, has it increased because of the flat Earth movement?
Well, I think you wrote off his last answer. Like it's more about the awareness at this point. We're waking up a lot of people. There's a lot of people waking up. And now, and what I can tell you is, I can give one example. Like, and this has already been like 5 years now. But like what was it? There's a Major League Baseball team. I forget which one it was, but like he was in the box on Major League Baseball, like and he Flat Earth came up, and he said like that half of his team was flat earthers. Or no, it was a pitcher. It was a pitcher that was for this team. He said half of his team was flat earthers. Like the influence that has. I'm not saying like just because an athlete thinks that the earth is flat means anything, but it has a lot of influence. And when flat earth becomes more widely accepted as a possibility, then people's minds will get going. Their gears will get going, and we can actually do something. But I think we're still in the very early stages of any, like what you're trying to say. Like, no, I don't think there's been anything major that's really happened yet, but I think it will.
How do you know that? How do you know that baseballer wasn't lying?
Really heard it.
Yeah,
dude,
I mean, like,
Oh, so if
we
I
already
if
know-
I
we
say like
already-
I
we
have a
already
10-inch
know it.
penis because you heard it, it's true.
We already know that tons of athletes. We already know that tons of athletes, not just in baseball. Like that one team said, the pitcher said that half of his team was freaking flat earthers.
yeah. What if he was lying?
That's
What
an
if
extreme
it was a
example.
joke?
What's his
we
intention for
also know-
lying? If you're
know
calling
that plenty
someone a
of other-
liar, you need intention.
No, you don't.
His
we
intention is
also know that plenty of other people, like Shaquille O'Neal came out.
That doesn't
Kyrie
prove the
Irving,
Earth is flat.
Stephen Curry.
He isn't.
guys.
Shaq's a flat earther. That's funny.
like
I didn't
tons of
interrupt
people.
anybody, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're
Yeah,
saying.
dude. Well, it's hard to follow when people start throwing in loud things, but
I know. I think he just has it out for me. Flat puss. I mean,
Shut up, Charlie.
Oh no, I'm sorry,
Hold
Charlie.
on.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to make this a public thing. No, that was from like 30 minutes ago when I was like, yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. I got home now, so there's your warning, bud.
yeah.
That's 107.
By the
To
way,
answer your question, like
30
what
minutes
have you
ago. I
done
don't
so
understand. You're
far
giving me
with
a
the
warning
flat
for
Earth?
something I did 30 minutes ago?
Yo, whoever's Charlie, shut up.
Charlie, you're doing a lot of blatant interruptions. It is disruptive. I think the warning's valid, although it looks like you're not server muted. So, but the warnings add up, and you know the way it works. Lou, were you in the middle of something?
Yeah, I was. And I'll sum it up. So, because obviously people have had enough, but like when it comes to, I'll just re-summarize what I already said. You know, we haven't done much yet with it, but we're in the awareness stage. Okay, so, and when we have celebrities, especially like athletes that affect clearly influence, like influencers is a big thing with you guys, right? Like when they influence the younger generation and they're open with it, like it's going to get their minds spinning about it. And
So what you're saying is that there's a heap of leaders that are saying that the Earth is flat, but there's been no advancement in like anything about it. So wouldn't that just be the creation of like a cult, a shitty cult?
dude, what can you tell me the difference between what you already have?
Yeah, we keep making like technological advancements based off the science that gave us the idea of a globe Earth.
Let me just jump in real quick, just because I want to back up what Lou was saying. I'm posting this article. This is CBS. Adam Wainwright says half the Cardinals teammates believe the Earth is flat during an NLDS broadcast, and you can read the article. So I'm just saying, like, when someone just said, "Oh, did Lou just believe this?" Well, I mean, this pitcher from the Cardinals, professional baseball team, was saying this. He said he had to battle half of his team over whether the Earth was flat. He also threw in, most as an aside, that there were also doubts about the moon landing, and He
Wait,
said,
sorry, can I interrupt?
I just
want clarification quickly. So did he say he had to battle half the team in order to show the Earth was flat, or to argue the Earth was flat, or did he say that half the team believes the Earth is flat?
I'm just reading the quote from what he said. He said, "I had to battle half my team thinking the Earth is flat this year." He said, and they think
You
we've
can
never.
literally listen to his words. You can literally listen to his words.
You guys,
Damn.
please don't interrupt, guys. I know. Just let people speak their 20 seconds, guys. Please, just don't interrupt. Just one person at a time. All right. He said, and they think we've never been to the moon and all kinds of crazy stuff. I've got a bunch of flat earthers. Paul DeJong, smartest guy on the team, is a flat earther.
Okay, so he named one other flat earther on the team.
Dude, I love this. I love this. When they're like, well, how many think it's flat? Well, it's not half the team. It's like, dude, our whole point is that Major League baseball players believe the Earth is flat, amongst other well-known celebrities and athletes. And
primary. Oh, sorry.
Only growing.
Well, it doesn't.
It's a prime.
Even still, even with that, I'm the one who presented the argument. But even still, like, is add celebritum or something like that. Like just because a celebrity believes it doesn't mean it's true. Okay,
Especially
I know
celebrities
that,
whose like basic thing is to just be really good at a sport and not have anything to do with thought or like academia or working out what's true in the world. They just have to like hit balls real hard.
Dude, they spend their entire lives, their entire profession revolves, no pun intended, around spinning balls and curving. They know
right, but
exactly.
this wasn't about whether or not it was true though either. It was about whether or not. It was about whether or not we are doing something. And yes, it's slow. We haven't done anything in 5 years, 7 years, whatever, like that you would acknowledge. But wait and see another 20 years and see where flat Earth is.
No, thank you. That's a long time.
I mean, yeah, I would say, dogs. I mean, everybody.
The answer is pretty clearly no.
I mean, everybody has their viewpoints on things. My viewpoint is, I would say yes. There's been tremendous advancement over the last 7 to 8 years. I think
I would agree. I would agree, but it's not been anything for him. For somebody who's him, like him, he's like, have flat earthers gone to the moon? Have flat earthers freaking plotted the globe Earth?
I didn't ask any of that. I just asked, like, in your opinion, is there any advancement that flat earthers have made to anything at all?
Yes. We've literally put a spotlight on the pseudoscience that is draining the taxpayers billions of dollars, and more people are realizing it every day. Yeah, we are advancing.
Okay, that's a great answer.
Thanks, Potter. That was a good answer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I wanted.
Yeah,
So,
just look at the influence too.
Where does the claim? Does Shaq actually is Shaq a flat earther?
He said some comments in 2017 about it, but he later walked them back.
The handlers got to him. Gotcha.
The handlers of Shaq, the multi-billionaire who makes his own business decisions. Yeah, sure.
Does that count as one of
It was a handler situation with Shaq. Basically, he was on like a radio show, and they were talking about the moon, how far the moon is, and how he was in like Miami, and they were talking about, somebody said, like, asked him something like, "Hey, Shaq, is Los Angeles further or closer than the moon? How far the moon is away?" And he basically kind of like, "Well, looking at the moon, it's right there. LA is way further away, so the moon is closer, than LA, from where he's at in Miami." And obviously that led to, he basically like said it off the cuff. And then he talked about the Earth being flat, and, on that radio show, which was not really like right on mainstream TV. It was like on a podcast or whatever. And then right after that, it did seem like he was absolutely told, whether you viewed it as a handler or his public relations team or whatever, because he specifically, in kind of a sheepish way, when he was on like Jimmy Kimmel or some of these other shows, he purposefully kind of had this like little thing of like playing it off and, walking it back kind of thing.
You don't want him to get Kanye.
It's just like he was telling us out.
Stop using
it. We can't let him get Kanye.
Basic knowledge, like just say what we say. And if you ever go off of your own instincts again, you will be punished.
So I would like to.
Yeah, that's you reading into the
same
situation,
guy
but the fact is that Shaq said the thing and then later said it was a joke.
Yeah, the handlers told him to say it's a joke.
clear. How do you know that though? You're taking one
I
step
don't think.
further and saying there were handlers, but there's no evidence.
Yeah.
Well, no, we know the evidence of the handlers has been proven time and time again, separate to this debate. So we already know the handlers as a fact. And we see a man saying something out of his own free will. We see a man. The next person who fucking interrupts me, I'm gonna fuck you over if you're a Glover. So we have handlers. We know they exist. We know every celebrity has handlers. Then we see a man say something, and then later have to go against it without any reasoning. It would make sense for us to conclude that the handlers told him to reverse his opinion on the subject.
Well, I don't believe that you have evidence there were handlers.
Look. It's the same thing as the Stephen Curry moon shoes. The moment he didn't even say anything about flat Earth. He said that he didn't think that we landed on the moon. And the moment he did that, he got publicly shamed. And the next game that he played after a suspension, he came back with shoes that had craters on them, resembling the moon.
Wait.
Yeah, wouldn't it make sense that what happened?
Wait, lunatic. Did he get removed from the game for saying that didn't land on the moon, or is that like
I believe he did. I could be wrong, but I know that the next game that he played, he had moon shoes on.
Wouldn't it make sense?
Dog and pony show. Okay, what were you saying?
Wouldn't it make sense that what happened was he said, we didn't go to the moon. And then people said, hey, dude, we went to the moon. Here's a whole heap of evidence for it because he's, a public figure, so lots of people reach out to him. And then later on, he retracted his statement because he learned a whole heap of new facts.
So he got a whole new shoe custom made for it.
You're misunderstanding.
Yeah, potentially.
You're misunderstanding the fact that people are given a platform, and with the platform comes a bunch of handlers that tell you what you can and can't do with the platform. That's what you're missing.
Oh, I don't believe you have evidence of these handlers. I think you're just saying that.
You don't think there's such thing as handlers?
Yeah, the thing is, you believe in the moon.
Do you understand that?
Why would you? Okay, are you going to interrupt me?
Just quickly.
Okay, so you are going to interrupt me blatantly. Yes or no?
No, I'm trying not to. Sorry, I'm not going to interrupt you. Keep going.
The way to do it. Hold on.
Let
me just say
Thank you. It's over. Let me just say this.
Well, let me just say this. Hold on before you go. No, hold on one second, dude. Just hold on. The thing is, when a lot of people want to get in, it's a bit heated. We have to just whenever someone speaks, give them the full 20, 30 seconds without little snips and cuts, because it seems like when you try to do the quick back and forth thing with a big room and everyone wants to get in.
Are you yelling at me or him? Because he clearly had the floor, but I literally made a very clearly, evident point. Do you not believe in handlers?
Nobody's talking to you, Lou.
I was kind of talking about dogs kind of clipping and jumping in. Noah, you got the floor, and then if you want to go next, dogs. But let's just try to go one at a time.
Yeah, we're not gonna sit up here and try to prove things to you, because we've tried to prove things to you before, and things as basic as the moon landing, you won't even look at our evidence. So why would we then go in to find more evidence of handlers so you could just hand wave dismiss it? You saying I don't believe something doesn't mean anything to us. We don't really care. We don't care what you believe.
Right. So the fact that handlers exist for some people doesn't mean that handlers exist for Shaq. Shaq has handlers that don't want to
exist, and if you deny them, you are out of reality.
Dude, you just dude. You just fucking stomped on his face. Let him finish his point.
I actually kind of want to stomp harder, honestly.
So I never said that there weren't handlers. I just said that it doesn't show that Shaq has handlers. So the existence of dogs doesn't mean that all of my neighbors have dogs. You understand? So then the next thing is that I haven't dismissed any of this moon landing was faked evidence. I've looked at heaps of it, and none of it's very compelling, or there's reasons why I don't think that it's actual evidence against the moon landing.
Well, I mean, that's a subjective experience, because, I mean, for example, when I first looked into the moon landing back in 2004, 2005, at the beginning I was on the fence, meaning I generally accepted it. I didn't really have any knowledge that it was, I had heard that it was a hoax, but I didn't really think I would generally accept that it was true. And I spent a good amount of time, every day, in my free time, an hour or two every day, I was researching it. Probably some days even 2 or 3 or 4 hours when I was really, in the evenings going deep on it for 2 months. Every day, spending hours and hours. And I looked at everything I could, positive, all the websites and information, and everything I could find, documentation saying it was real, everything showing that it was faked. And I came out of it without any question of a doubt in my mind that it is not authentic. So it's interesting that whatever you went through and saw, you were saying it was not compelling. So that's interesting, in terms of the truth of it, and then how different people, and I'm just saying what the truth is. I'm not trying to say say I have it, you don't. I'm just saying that there is a truth. And so, if we came to different conclusions, then, one of us is faulty.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But then we'd have to get down to evidence of it, right?
Right. And right now, I'm like driving in a fucking car, manual, and I'm getting out of I'm in my car to my friend's place. I'm not gonna be pulling up Shaq's handlers for you right now. You know what I mean? So we're just gonna
I
have to
completely understand.
we're just gonna have to agree to disagree and then move on. And we don't have to stomp on each other's face doing it.
Yeah, I mean the Shaq's
That's-
handlers thing. I
that's
think I
fine.
don't think anyone claimed a Shaq's handler as if there's some absolute 100% proof or evidence of that. I don't think anyone claimed that. It's more of a speculation, a thought, a consideration. Whether you view it as handlers or not, though, he is a public figure. He has public relations teams and stuff. So you could call it a handler, but it also could be his team kind of being like, hey, Shaq, this is not going to be good for your career. There's going to be too much kickback. You're going to be hitting.
That's likely exactly what happened. That's what he means by
seen
handler,
Shaq-
like his manager, his agent, the
PR,
people around him, etc.
PR is a big thing. So like, so
seen
when you have
Shaq do that thing
agents
where-
and a team around you, somebody who isn't from our aspect, our point of view, somebody like we might call it a handler. You'll go, no, it's just his PR team.
Right, but like I have a question for you. If you
Hey,
like,
wait, I was
if
trying to
you
get
like
in
tomorrow you say
I
like,
was
hey,
trying to
yeah,
get in before you even started your first
no,
statement.
I mean,
real
you
quick.
leave us starting to
Yeah,
talk.
no, I was talking before you even started your first statement, so I was just gonna say something real quick, not for you and for Dogs or Gods, but for Lunatic and Geo. I've seen a clip of Shaq doing one of those pause things, if you know what I'm talking about, where he's just they're trying to talk to him and he's just completely
Like the
paused and then
MK
someone
the stare.
yeah, he was just fucking he was just paused. And he was paused, dude, 4 minutes while the other sportscast guys were trying to like play it off and laugh. And then finally like someone came in and like somehow like did some hand movements and then he like unpaused. So I mean,
I could possibly write that off for that too, man.
I
Like,
would not be
if you're trying to be human.
Wait,
like,
hold on, Lou. It'd be fair to let Charlie go because him and Noah. Go ahead, Charlie.
Yeah, he did it because he's an asshole. He knew exactly what's going on.
Well,
if you tomorrow just say like, hey, I'm a Nazi, right? And your family presumably that they love you, they would tell you, hey, that's a really bad and stupid thing to say. You really should not be doing that, right? To me, I would imagine that's what happened with Shaq, right? And I would not be necessarily calling
Shaq was under the influence of Nazis. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's just making an analogy. He's just making an analogy that it's a controversial thing, and if you're going to make that your headlining thing, it might change your career. And then there's all the other. The thing is about a lot of these, like these, in Hollywood and these different guys. I would not be surprised if there is, sort of word through the grapevine. I'm not talking about like that they're all in some kind of Freemasonic thing. Some of them may be at different levels in secret societies, but I would not be surprised if virtually almost everyone in Hollywood has at least heard like, yo, the Earth's not a globe, but don't say anything in some way. I'm not saying like told by some high level Illuminati Mason, whatever. I'm just saying like word in the grapevine, like kind of smile, wink, wink, like, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would even say it's something broader than that. Like,
I think you might agree if you just give me a second. So like, I think celebrities, when put on the spot, they might be caught saying something that they think, and then be all of a sudden in the middle of a sentence and realizing that they're like about to say something that won't look good on camera or won't be good for their PR or won't be good for, like whatever else. And all of a sudden they're stumped. And it's just like, all of a sudden you get this weird, like, it's like, what the fuck was that? Like, what was that? Like, they just, all of a sudden they went blank and they fucking, like, what was that? And we're just left guessing. We that's the main thing, is that we're left guessing.
Dogs, you still there? Dogs Are Gods, I think was his name.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Unless someone else wants to go a different direction with the topic, but I was just going to respond because you were saying, what has been done. I mean, what I would say is this, though. I would say, in terms of experimentation, real world experimentation, there has been some advancement, but probably not as much. Well, certainly not as much as will be required in the future, because of, I think, the money that's involved. The crew and the time and the money that would be involved. We're looking at 30 to 50 million dollars, a team of 20 to 30 plus people, and a solid 5 or 10 years to really do it.
Where is that money
Hold
figure
on.
coming from?
What are you hoping to achieve with that money in that time?
Well, I mean, okay, we can go into different details. I'm just saying that if you're asking like what has been done in terms of the experimental side, I do think it has been some, but not nearly as much as is needed. So like if someone came to me and said like, what hard, proof and evidence and experiments have been done, I mean, it is somewhat minimal when you look at the larger scale.
Oh, dude,
Hold
dude,
on.
we've done way
Luke,
more.
stop.
We've done way more with way less
Luke.
than they fucking have. Like when it comes to if you want
Answer
funding
his question.
for good experiments, like if you want flat earthers to go out and do the experiments that you're asking for, we need government funding because you guys have plenty of it. You guys got millions
No,
and
not
millions
really.
of dollars
Most of the
coming into.
funding. Sorry.
Can anybody hear me?
Where are you gonna? Why do you need? What was it? $30 to $50 million? Like, what experiment do you want to set up that's gonna cost that much?
What? Why should ours cost $1,000 while yours costs like 5 million?
Well, because I can tell you what exactly we're going to test, and based on the parameters of the things that we want to test, I can tell you how much the equipment is going to cost. I can tell you how much the engineers that I need
Hey,
to run
well,
the test are
why
going to cost.
don't you think that we might need the same equipment?
Can I just like give an example here? So the idea is like you use a radio emitter and receiver to test how far away the moon is, for instance. So you can do that for just maybe like $5,000. So you guys could do that to test, like, if you believe in the firmament, you could do it to test the firmament. You could do it to just test how radio waves move over the ground. You could test all of this stuff for like,
We're
$5,000,
gonna be stuck
$10,000.
with we're gonna be stuck with rudimentary tests that you guys can already have something else to shoot it down with.
And that's not
Well, yeah,
validating. Hold on, that's not validating the shape of the Earth too. It's actually irrelevant. Anything in the sky to strictly the shape of the Earth. I think Platypus is trying to get in before. We could hear you, Platypus, but there was just a lot of people talking.
Oh shit! I thought my mic was broken. Okay. I was just gonna give like a list of like basically inventions that were made by flat earthers.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I'm not saying nothing has been done. But let's say on a scale of 0 to 100, 100 being at the maximum amount of all tests and experiments, 0 being nothing. Where are we at? 25, which is not bad. Like we've done.
All of aerospace invented by flat
Let's
earthers.
say 100 is like a fully functional model of like the Earth we live on. So the globe Earth might be at like 98, 99. Like we'll say 98 just for the surface of the Earth, right? Would you guys be like maybe even 1% into that?
Maybe 10, 15.
Okay. And what do you have sort of evidence that?
I mean, these are just absolutely just, off the cuff numbers here that I'm giving. I mean, this is just, you know what I mean? This is just completely off the cuff. I'm just giving, I was just trying to use the 0 to 100. Like, okay, like that's 30 to 50 million, a crew, 5 to 10 years that I said. If that's what it would take to get to 100 or, 90 or something, I'm just saying like, we're not at, a big into that yet. We're not, through.
Yeah. So why don't you use like the radio wave or like even just a surveying?
We're big into radio waves.
Like
We love
10 grand.
radio
If you
waves.
put like
You
10
wanna know
grand
why?
into buying.
You want to know why we like radio waves? Because radio waves work off of line of sight. They can't go around curves.
But if you guys were to like test how radio waves work with like a set of controls to see what fits your observation and hypothesis, then you could do that for whatever the cost of like a decent radio like emitter and receiver would be, right?
Yeah, we're able to receive way too far, just like we're able to see way too far. all of these things that you mentioned will always prove a flat Earth.
Example.
Unless
Well, I'm
you
not trying
want,
to prove. I'm trying to.
unless you want to claim that they are bouncing off the ionosphere and returning back to us to give us a better signal from farther away.
Well, but I'm not making the argument that these things prove a globe Earth. I'm saying that, like, what do you guys need? And then I'm saying, well, what if you just do it with like $5,000-10,000 worth of equipment and
We
time?
already have
Why haven't
everything
you
we
guys
need.
achieved
It's
any of
you
like
guys
this
who co-opted.
real movement towards showing what the shape of the Earth is?
We already have everything that we need. You guys co-opted all of the known understanding of how these things work and tried to claim that it was around a ball. And you succeeded in convincing people, but not the technology. Like, we know how the technology works, and we know that it proves a flat Earth, not a globe Earth. You have
Okay,
only
so if I ask you
succeeded
sorry,
You've
if I
only
ask you what
succeeded.
radio waves are, can you explain?
Of course you can't.
What do you mean? Of course. Why is it that short?
Hey, you guys, the gaslighting, condescending stuff is not appreciated.
It's been.
If you want to ask a real question, ask a real question. Don't just.
That is a real question. You keep
No, right.
rejecting. You keep blocking questions like
You're
this.
just throwing random shade, so please don't do that. And Lou, if you could please not interrupt, that's getting intense too. But go ahead. Was it Platypus?
Yeah. I just wanted to say they've been gaslighting for a while now. I came in earlier and it was like the first thing I heard. And this dude Charlie had a mouth. Dude, you can be here. Just take your, wait your turn.
Just have a real conversation. Just offer information. Give us some knowledge, some wisdom. Just like trying to just shit on people and just do this gaslighting thing. It's just. I know that's what you want to do because you just want to kind of throw shade and just try to make people frustrated or whatever the tactic is, but we don't let that happen here for the obvious reasons.
I would argue.
If I was to say radio waves bounce off physical things, would I be able to come up with an experiment to show that the Earth is more likely a globe than a flat Earth?
There's been radio waves that received over 10,000 miles at a high gigahertz, like 100 gigahertz.
Yep, I'm aware of that. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm just trying to come up with like an observation we have, which can be that. And then what's a hypothesis we can have, like the Earth is flat or a globe, and then a test we can do for like not $30 million that we can then show, might indicate the shape of the Earth. That's what I'm trying to do.
The 30 million has to do with multiple tests within multiple areas. I don't think any one is necessarily going to be a final. There's multiple things we have to do on multiple scales within several different entire fields. So that's why I mentioned that, because I'm talking about like the full stop of what's needed, but in terms of the radio wave one, yeah, there's several of those. Some have been done and some have been talked about being done. I don't know how much you've been listening and things, but if you know who Whitsitt is, he has been talking about one in specific using specific frequency and involving with the skip zone, because on a globe I don't know how familiar you are with this, but there's a skip zone on a globe based on the curvature and the way that the ionosphere refracts and bounces the signal. And so it's essentially testing for that skip zone and seeing if the signal can be received in the skip zone, thus invalidating that the skip zone is the sort of end-all be-all explanation that it has to be bouncing in that way to bounce around a curve. That's just
so for that,
that's a super
for that
quick,
Whitsitt would
it's a quick
for
summary.
that Whitsitt would just need.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
No, I'm just saying that's a very brief summary. I'm just trying to summarize it quickly. That's not the full thing, but that's a sense of it.
Yeah, cool. So just for that, Whitsitt would need what? To rent a radio tower of a known height, and then to rent a radio receiver somewhere, which is easy enough to do, and then set it to the same frequency and see if at a certain point on the what we say is a globe, if he can detect radio waves, then it's likely a globe. If you can no longer detect radio waves at another point, then it's probably not a globe. So he'd be able to do a test, right? It wouldn't be that hard. Wouldn't be that expensive either.
I want to bring something up after this.
That's cool. Also, the this radio propagation thing, it's really complex. So radio waves don't just go out in straight lines. They tend to diffuse. Same with light. That's why you get the inverse square law of light. The light itself isn't actually degenerating; it's diffusing, which means that it sort of goes out in a cone. So the radio waves, when they're sent out, they can actually follow the curve of the Earth a small amount because they're diffusing outwards like a cone or a triangle.
Does sound follow the curvature of the Earth as well?
Sound propagates through a medium, so yeah, it would. If the medium followed the surface of the Earth, sound would follow the surface of the Earth.
Oh wow, that's weird.
It's not weird.
You know what? I
Makes no-
haven't
Because
been really
whales
listening.
can communicate up over 6,000 miles in deep channels, and those deep channels would need to be straight. Like if they were curving, the sound would just shoot out of the channel after a while. The sound's not going to stick to the curve. Like that's how whales communicate. And like even modern day sonar can only track and detect up to 300 miles away. Yeah, we've got whales that are doing it over 6,000. So like the whole sound, can you show me sound conforming to the curve of the Earth, please?
I'll look into it, but I have never seen that
You mean
proven. I'm just going off
diffraction?
what I think would happen based off the known physicals. Like if you've got a puddle of water on the floor and you drop a rock into that puddle, then the waves in the puddle would follow that water, like the surface of the water and underneath the water. So it makes sense that sound waves, which is essentially the same thing, it's a wave pattern moving through the particles of whatever the medium is made of. It would do essentially the same thing, to just follow whatever that medium is on top of.
So
No,
it would move. I mean, an even better way to show it, right? All you have to do is propagate a water wave through a slit, and you'll see the phenomenon of diffraction. That's all you need, right? Like the wave is just going to spread out in every direction that's available to it, even if it was previously being blocked.
Way. That's good. I mean, I don't think you're going to be able to do that, and we know that. I'm not buying that. No way. No way.
Diffractions
You're not
is
buying what?
heavily evidence. It's not.
What
You
you
don't
guys
need
are
to buy it.
making stuff up right now. I'm bringing
I
you
mean,
fast.
you could do it in your home right now in your tub. Fill it up with water, right?
I
Get
can-
2
I
pieces
can
of cardboard with a split in
now
between.
that
You'll
you're
see
traveling-
refraction.
Okay. You done? Okay. No, I
Well,
cannot.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of fucking rich that you complain that I interrupt a lot, and you're doing exactly that.
I'm not trying to interrupt you. It's kind of
Well,
hard
you're
to.
doing it.
We can do more like strict mute and unmute, if we need to.
Yeah. Do you want to debate me on this right now? Because that's what I'd like to do. Because you're wrong and I'm right. And
talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Sure.
All right. If you guys want, I'll mute and unmute.
That's fine. You can go ahead and do you want me to? Because I'm making the claim that whales are communicating over 6,000 miles in deep sea channels. I cannot replicate that in my home, in a fish tank, or in my bathtub. That's ridiculous. That notion that you.
So here's the thing. Before I get into this, I don't want to take over the conversation from dogs. So if you're done, I would love to get into this.
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is,
I just want to quickly say the idea of whales being able to hear other whale calls from thousands of miles, and sonar only having a range of 350 miles. They're different outcomes, right? So sonar has to give you direction and like the shape of the thing it's hitting to then bounce back and you to decode. Whereas whales, all they have to do is hear the noise which propagates underwater and just like hear the call and understand it, like language. Like me shouting through water would be different than me using sonar. So that's all I wanted to point out. And then you guys go ahead.
I take you, dogs.
So yeah, go ahead and prove to me that sound conforms to the curvature of the Earth underwater in deep sea channels. Thank you.
Sure. Do you agree that diffraction is real?
I'm not answering any questions. You can just go ahead and prove what you're talking about.
All right. Well, I'm not going to play this childish game with you, right? If you want to have a real adult conversation, I'm willing to have that with you. But if you can't grant me the ability to build up to a point, this is fucking pointless.
Damn, that sucks, bro.
Well, the thing about like,
how do you do today? Find people.
All you got to do is teach him diffraction, then you win the argument. So Google a picture of diffraction being explained, post in the chat, game set match.
No, he said he's not. He said he's not answering. He's not listening, right? He's basically doing the la 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 until I prove my point to him. But All right, paradoxical because you won't hear my point be proven.
Well, here's the thing. Let me say this real quick. We're rolling out an update to this platform soon, and part of it is going to be a new structure for the more debate style type discussions. Because as we know, sometimes they end up like where the whole room is spiraling with interruptions. And I'm not saying any individual spiraling. I'm just calling the room spiraling when there's interruptions and half thoughts and half ideas and half cocked interruptions, and then you can't really get your idea met, answered, and then someone else jumps in, and then there's all the tactics and the obfuscations and stuff. So we could, we're going to start even doing it a bit in the live stream. So I mean, for example, right now, if Charlie and Platypus, if you want to go back and forth, for 5-10 minutes on a more structured style, I can moderate it. I know Platypus is a moderator, but I can still mute and unmute, even though I don't think he'll interrupt. Platypus will interrupt, but I can do that anyway. It's like literally just like mute Platypus, Charlie speaks, mute Charlie, Platypus speaks. That way it's completely clean audio. Yeah.
Dude, I would do that. That's
Dude,
lit. You just go one-on-one, and there's absolutely no way the other person is going to come into what you're saying. That would be that's fire, bro. That would be fire.
That's what we're setting up to do, bro. We're getting it all exactly, dude. It's going because, dude, when you think about it,
Dude, Gio, that is so fire, Gio. That is so fire. I can't believe that. That is such a good solution, dude.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier, and Jeremy was like, "Who wants to help?" And a bunch of people were like, "Yeah, I can do it. I can do it for an hour. I can do it for 2 hours." And even if someone doesn't have a mod role, we can give temporary mod roles if people want to help out in that way. And of course, that could end up being a more permanent mod role in some cases, and so on. So yeah. Now the mute and unmute thing keeps the audio really clean, and both people can speak knowing that they're not going to get interrupted. They can lay out their ideas. And we can just do it the mute unmute way, which keeps the audio really clean. And when you think about it, in all these years in these discussions, that's like virtually never been done. You know what I mean? It's always the interruptions and the ad homs. And I mean, we've already tried to reduce the kind of shit show thing as much as we can here, but there's still this.
Dude, Gio, it's going to be like the Wild West. It's going to be like the Wild West, Gio. We're all going to be chilling in the room talking. And then when two people have a disagreement, they're going to go outside and have a one-on-one duel. And bro.
Okay,
it's lit.
I want to do this, guys. I want to do this though. Can we do this now, Charlie? Like, are we gonna do this?
Yeah, but I was just gonna say.
I mean, everybody here heard you say that you're gonna your ears on my point. So why would I engage with you right now?
No,
I'm willing to engage with you if you want to be good faith about it, right? But you have to promise to actually be good faith.
Well, this is the thing. So there's hold on, let me just say this. There's a one way to do it where we just do mute and unmute, and then the people just get to say whatever they want, basically. But the problem with that is there can be fallacies, there can be obfuscations, there can be ad hoc.
I don't want to do that.
Well, hold on for a second, bro. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is there are levels of that. There could be a very extreme set of rules and boundaries of fallacies, or it could be a little bit looser. But if I moderate between you guys, for example, I could at least in between when you guys are talking, I could try to facilitate, at least in a somewhat structured way. Meaning, if Charlie doesn't feel like his answer is being answered by Platypus, I could sort of reiterate, like, Platypus, did you want to try? There's things like that. So we don't have to have it super strict in terms of a whole point system and fallacies, because these are some of the ideas and things that we can do in other structures.
Dude,
it doesn't have to be all that right now, though. Right now, it can just be a just clean audio and a back and forth, so both sides can fully get their points out.
Yeah, bro, the 20-second reminds me of those chess games, bro. Or those little kids are fucking taking the chess thing and putting it on a timer really quickly. It seems like a duel, bro, because you only have 20 seconds and the other person is basically gonna attack you in that 20 seconds, and you have 20 seconds to just refute and defend and then attack back at them. It's like a straight up duel, bro. I fucking love that idea.
Well, the problem with the time limit stuff, with having for example 30 seconds for a response, is that it incentivizes people who talk longer and people who grandstand, and I don't fucking like that as a fast talker.
All right, well, dude, if you don't like it, dude, then you don't have to debate me. But you sound scared, and you're making up a lot of excuses.
Of course, you were gonna say that, right? Because that's
you're making a lot of excuses.
Dude. All you can do is fucking theatrics.
Well, the thing is, hold on. Let me just say with the timing thing. Yes, there's different ways to do it. There's a 30-second. We found that 30 seconds is enough time to get your point out, but it does feel like you can't go on longer. A minute makes it feel like you can lay more out. If it gets beyond a minute, it does start to feels like monologue-y and starts to be too many points. Now, if I'm going to do it right now, I could do the timer because you'll be surprised how the tendency to monologue. Because when it's your turn, you're like, oh, I have the mic. I'm not going to get interrupted. Hell yeah, let me lay this all out. And it can get to very easily where you're laying out 10 points and 20 points, and then you end with an ad hom or whatever. It can get to be too much in that way. So,
you could do 10 and 10, 10 seconds
funny.
each. That's even
I
faster
said,
pace, dude.
I said, do you want to debate me right now? And you said, fuck yeah. I quote you, fuck yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then within 3 minutes, you
when
threw
you
a
revealed that you
tantrum.
were a fucking kid and a clown, of course I said, oh, well, I thought you were being good faith.
Right? What do you mean?
I think
What did I
even the
what did
flat
I do that
earthers
wasn't in
here.
good faith?
I think even the flat earthers here recognize when I asked, wait, so do you agree that refraction
why
is
are
a
you
real
guys
thing?
talking
You said
about
I'm not
anything
responding to
instead
anything
of
but like
fucking
a direct
debating?
answer to like
Debate
the
right
debate.
now.
Let's
Debate
So
right now.
like
Charlie,
I think
all
even
right.
the flat earthers understand that you're not just being good faith.
All right,
That's
Charlie.
a fucking clown thing to
No one
say.
cares.
I'm here, bud.
No one cares. Debate
Yeah, let's
right now
He
or
asked
it's
me a
over.
question, dude.
All right, let's
Debate
just
right now or it's over. That's
yeah,
it.
let's just
Yeah, I
completely.
already said I don't want to.
Charlie, hold
All
on,
right,
dude.
and there's no debate. It's over.
Yeah,
right.
that's what I
Fucking don't want to
said.
hear it anymore.
You don't want to just go 5-10 minutes with being able to get your full point out, Charlie. Just
Not with a clown, no.
Okay, so maybe
All right,
somebody else
Charlie,
besides Charlie can explain to me how diffraction pulls sound waves to the curvature of the Earth, because that has nothing to do with what diffraction is. So let's go ahead. Somebody who's not Charlie, who wants to answer.
Okay, I thought you didn't want to know what diffraction was.
I could answer.
Hold on, Charlie.
If you do want to know that, I can do that.
All right, bro, hold on. I'm going to mute you because you're just, okay. Do you want to, Charlie, right now, I can mute and unmute. You guys can go back and forth for 5 or 10 minutes. It doesn't have to be super strict. Doesn't have to be super hyped. We don't even have to do a timer. Just, I'm going to unmute you. Say your first point if you want to go. No more personal bickering and ad homs and dumb stuff. For the audience, go ahead. You make your first point.
Do you agree, Platypus, that diffraction exists?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So if I were to stand on one side of a cylindrical but very tall building, and you were on the other side of the cylindrical but very tall building, I could say something real loud and you would hear it even though you're on the other side of the building. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Great, excellent. Even though we don't have direct line of sight, right? Because the sound waves hit the spread out in all directions, right? And as soon as it hits a barrier, it'll spread out in all directions that it possibly can, and it'll do that over and over and over again, wrapping around the building. That is what diffraction is. The same thing can happen at the size of a fucking planet.
Yeah, a cylindrical building is not a deep sea channel that spans 6,000 miles and contorts or conforms to the curvature of the Earth. I'm just not getting your point. So maybe do explain it a little better.
So I'm starting the mute and unmute just to make sure it's super clean audio. Go ahead, Charlie.
Did you not hear what I said? Do you know what an analogy is?
He just said his whole point, man. Did you hear him?
I did. I'm responding to it.
Okay, if that's your response, then okay.
Yeah.
All right. The problem is it takes a second to mute and unmute, but yeah, I wish it was quicker. Go ahead.
Yes, I know what an analogy is.
And then this is when it gets, if you guys are going to do it like
this. It's jacked up.
All right, well then I guess, I know. Well, see, if people are going to lay out longer points, you know what I mean? But all right, then just don't. I would just don't interrupt each other. Can we just
let's just not interrupt each other? I think that's a great way to do this.
Right, but see, the problem is that I'm not calling you out for this. In general, it happens to me too. So I'm not trying to be on a high horse. But we get emotionally triggered. We get activated. We feel like we were misrepresented. We feel like
I get it.
You know what I mean, so if you're going to do it, the two people have to just hold their tongue and be very respectful. Like I can debate people without.
Gio, I get it. I get it.
Go ahead.
Why do you not agree that the two situations are analogous?
Maybe if you showed me like a spherical or like oblate spheroid with water conforming to it, and then you went under the water and like said something or made a noise, and then showed that it was picked up on the other side, like whatever the 6,000 miles would be equivalent to, but a building is not what you're claiming the Earth is. You're not claiming the Earth is a cylindrical building, right?
I'm going to ask my question again. Why do you not believe that the two situations are analogous? Obviously, one situation is not exactly analogous to its analogy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an analogy, right? Analogies have differences. The point of analogies is that the differences are immaterial in the point that they are trying to demonstrate. Do you understand that?
So what I asked you was to show me how gravity or whatever it is you're claiming is pulling the sound waves to the curvature of the Earth, and you brought up a cylindrical building, which is not what what the whales aren't in a building.
Okay, I never claimed that gravity was pulling the sound waves. I don't know what you're claiming that I said that.
I didn't. I said whatever it is that you're claiming that's pulling. I offered gravity as an explanation, and I thought maybe that's what
No.
some people might think. But I said, so what is it that's pulling the sound waves down to the curvature of the Earth?
Really, you really honestly are claiming that you didn't hear me answer this already? Because I said very clearly diffraction, right? And you agree that diffraction exists. And I gave you an analogous, simple scenario in which diffraction will curve a sound wave around an object such that somebody who is occluded from, from another person who might be speaking would still be able to hear the person, right? So I'm going to ask you again, why are the two scenarios not analogous?
Okay, well, for one, the building is a circle, but it's not a sphere.
Correct.
And it's not going around an object over 6,000 miles. It's also not in fluid, so I think it's going to be a little different.
Right. Okay, but like none of those differences matter, right? If we were underwater and there was a building in front of us and we were underwater, right? I could, I don't know, have my watch beep and you would still hear it even though you're on the other side of the building, right? So clearly the medium isn't the problem here. Like the building being a cylinder versus a spheroid, another immaterial difference that you point out that again is immaterial to the analogy. Because if the building was spherical, clearly you would still be able to hear me on the other side of the building. Right? So we're left with the 6,000 mile one, right? Which, I mean, hold on. Do you agree that I've debunked the first two so far there?
No, I just want an example that just is like the one that I gave, not a building.
Right, but
Charlie, I think he wants an example that involves dimensions equal to Earth. So can you find another planet and use that as an example?
Well,
by the way, I just hold on. Let me
I can give you an analogy in which.
Is this a debate? Is this a debate or is this an open floor? Because I've been quiet the whole time.
Oh, my bad.
They were kind of doing a one-on-one discussion.
Yep.
Okay, I'll shut up.
So, like, you are excluding, right, analogous scenarios in which the dimensions are smaller, which the whole reason I picked them in the first place is because they're familiar to you and I in everyday life, right? But you gave me no reason why you're excluding them. So, like, why are you excluding them?
I don't know how to say the same thing differently, to be honest. So maybe we're at an impasse.
I guess so.
Yeah, I can open the floor to anybody now who thinks they have a better answer or a better rebuttal.
I just want to say that was a really good pace. Like, that was good, dude. You guys were leaving like a solid 2 seconds of silence after the other person's finished. As long as we do that, like, some people may need the mute and unmute, but it does take a lot more time and effort for mods to be able to do that. So, like, what you guys did there was awesome. Like, like you guys were leaving space. Whoever had the mic totally had the mic. There was no, Charlie, maybe you did a couple times. You said yes or no, which can be a little bit startling if the other person's laying out their point. But in some cases, that can be okay. But in some cases, it can get to be a bit of a poking, prodding thing. Not saying you were doing that, but it can. And then a couple times you came in real quick, which is not bad. But I just think leaving that like 2 seconds of silence is super good pacing.
Can I try one more thing with you, Platypus?
Yeah, man, shoot it from the hip.
So I'm a big Jordan Peterson fan. All right, Jordan Peterson has this video that I really like, in which he lays out a strategy for couples that are having an argument. Right, And he lays out a rule where when people speak one at a time, which I think is great, as we've been doing now. But before the other person can respond to what the person said, they have to restate what the other person said as they understood it, and have the person who said it agree that that's a fair characterization of what they said. Do you want to try doing that?
That is an excellent idea, Charlie. Dude, that's spot on. Thank you for that. That's some good wisdom. We're going to integrate that into the new structure that we're working on developing. So as one of the options, because, dude, that's fantastic. Absolutely. Like earlier today, Witsit asked left lane to Steelman, a particular position, and there was an unfolding of discussion from that. So it's similar. But what you're talking about is doing it each time, which is very interesting. So, I'm kind of doing it right now, actually. I'm summarizing what you said, and then and then you just said, you just made a kind of sound. So we just kind of did it right there. Like, I'm just reiterating what you're saying. You confirmed. Now I repeated it. You confirmed it. That is a great idea, bro. Because then, like right now, if I had to respond to that right now after I just kind of summarized it, I couldn't just obfuscate as easily. You know what I mean? Because it's like I just repeated it. Like that is the whole room is hearing that the person did receive it. They did hear it. So it's not like they misheard or their phone cut out or their connection cut out. They heard it. And it is fully expected that now the onus is on them to give a full response. So that's an awesome idea.
Yes, it ensures much closer to true communication where people aren't just talking past each other and being delusional about what the conversation is about.
Or avoiding, yeah, exactly.
Yep. So Platypus, do you want to do that right now?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, great. So why don't I start? Okay. I believe that the issue that you have with what I said is that you don't believe the situations are analogous. But I could not tell you why you believe the situations are not analogous, right? I couldn't point to you the fundamental reason in which they differ and in which that difference is material to the point.
So you don't understand what I'm saying and how I'm disagreeing with you that the building analogy you gave me is not analogous to the whales communicating over 6,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay.
Well, the 6,000 mile thing is not, the distance to me is not really as important as the curving around an occlusion point. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think the 6,000 miles is important because the longer the distance traveled over a curved surface, the more curvature you will encounter.
Sure.
Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a question now. Do sound waves travel in a line of sight direction, as in like straight forward from where they were emitting from?
No, they travel in all directions.
Even behind you, right?
Yes.
And below you?
Yes.
And do sound waves get stronger or weaker the further they travel?
They get weaker. Has like the way that I envision it is like as a sphere, the surface area of a sphere sort of gets diluted as it grows, right?
Okay. So now let's talk about this channel. You have the sound waves. You're in the channel. There's walls on either side of you, and then there's just open water above your head, and of course the seafloor, right? So now
I'm not understanding your scenario. Could you repeat?
Okay, we're at the bottom of the ocean, and we're whales.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a deep channel where there is solid objects for the sound waves to bounce off of beneath us, and to our left and to our right. Mm-hmm. Not in front of us, not behind us, and not above us.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain to me how the sound waves will bounce in a way off of only the bottom of the seafloor and from side to side that will cause it to curve around the surface? Because there's nothing to bounce down to continue to keep the waves going with the curvature of the Earth.
Correct. Okay, so for my point to work, I don't even need the sidewalls. I just need the floor, right? Just like how in my scenario, You can think of it as sort of the the cylindrical building that I'm talking about would be the floor, right? If I put my face up against the building and I speak, my voice will still reach the other side of the building, even though the building's in between me and you, right? The audio will, or the sound wave will wrap around the building. In this scenario that you gave me, right? Ignore the sounds on the wall, right? Excuse me, ignore the walls. When the whale makes a sound, the sound will travel forward, right? Or rather spherically. There's going to be a point where that sphere touches the ground, and at that point you can think of a new sound, even though it's the same one, being re-emitted in all directions, and that's going to continue alongside in all points on of the floor. In my paradigm, right, if the world is truly spherical, then in theory, then you do get some signal, although extremely diminished, to the other side of the planet, just like how you get a signal to the other side of the building in which you're standing on.
Now, what if I was to tell you that I left a little bit of information out? It's only 6,000 miles in a deep channel. Once you leave the channel, it's only 250 kilometers. So you need those walls, bud.
I'm sorry. Repeat what you just said.
A whale can only communicate over 6,000 kilometers while inside of a deep sea channel. Once it surfaces above those channels, their sound can only travel 250 kilometers.
Okay, I'm not aware of any of that.
Well, I know.
I mean, I don't understand how that's material to the point, right? Like your point was, how can sound wrap around the planet? Did I misunderstand your contention?
Well, you said that you don't even need the walls of the channel, but you actually do, whether you think it's flat or not. The only way the sound is going to be traveling 6,000 kilometers away, whether it's going over a curve or not, is if it's in that deep sea channel. Once you've surfaced the channel, a whale's song will only reach up to 250 kilometers.
I mean, that's immaterial to the point. In both cases, presumably, the sound wraps around the Earth to some degree.
Well, it is interesting though. Like on a sorry, it's just you guys. My bad. This is such a good combo.
No.
It's interesting. It's just immaterial, right? Like sound will still wrap around occlusions. That's what diffraction is.
Okay, you said that you don't even need the walls.
Correct.
You said that stuff is just going to be bouncing around. Well, that's not true. Do you want me to cite the source?
You don't need the walls for diffraction to work. Yes, that is true.
Okay, but you're saying diffraction is what's curving it around the curve, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then how come when you are surfaced above the channel, it doesn't continue to take the sound around a curve? It just stops.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't even think it just stops. There's probably some other effects going on that just dilute it to the point where you can't hear it anymore. But to say that it just stops is, I don't know. I don't acknowledge that. Could you engage with my hypothetical though? Because I feel like you just started ignoring that. Why? Explain to me why sound makes it around buildings.
It has something to bounce off of.
Excuse me?
Because the sound waves have something to bounce off of.
Which would be what in my analogy?
Well, didn't you say we were inside of a circular building?
No. You misunderstood my analogy. We are outside of a circular building.
Oh, and there's just nothing around?
There's nothing around. You're on one side of it, and I'm on the other side.
There's nothing around?
Yeah.
Well, I don't necessarily agree that I would hear you.
I mean, I think you can imagine me speaking loudly enough or using a bullhorn or whatever, or the building being small enough that it still occludes my line of sight to you, but you could still hear me. Or do you just not agree that's possible?
Okay, I think you're misunderstanding here. So sound does have a distance at which it can travel.
and then, like you said, it becomes too diluted to be audible. The way that the whales have figured out to speak longer is by going inside of these channels, right? They've increased their distance of their song. It has everything to do with the way that sound is bouncing off the channels, the walls of the channel. However, there is nothing for the wave to bounce off of above it to continue with a curvature. If it's a flat, extending plane at the bottom of the ocean with a channel, the sound will just travel up and from side to side. That's why they can get it further, but there's no curve. There's no curve involved.
Why did you disengage with my hypothetical, which I perfectly understand?
Because it's a bad hypothetical.
How could you say that when you just demonstrated that you didn't even understand what I said in the first place? You thought we were inside a building when we were not, right? So, I mean, again, I'm going to ask the same question again. By what mechanism? Wait. I'll ask this again. Do you agree that in the hypothetical that I gave, where you're on one side of a circular building and I'm in another one, you could, in theory, hear the sound going around the building?
Wait, you're in another building?
No. Again, there's nothing around us. We're outside. Hell, maybe there's no floor even. Okay, imagine there's no floor. We're just outside of a circular building. You're on one side of it. I'm on the other side. Yeah, and I yell really loudly. Right? You agree that in theory you'll hear me? Yeah.
Okay, I do agree. Now, how wide is this building? How far apart are we? I guess that's what I should have asked.
It's immaterial to my point, right? So, small enough to where you can hear me, but big enough to where you're occluded from me.
Okay, well, I'm not talking about two whales that have a building in between them and they have like line of sight issues. I'm talking about two whales that are 6,000 kilometers apart.
I know, but the mechanism by which I'm trying to explain to you can whales can communicate, right? Is the same one by which you will be able to hear me in my analogy. So, if you can explain to me by what mechanism you can hear me in my analogy, right? I would be interested to hear your answer because it would demonstrate to me that you do understand that diffraction exists and is real.
Oh, you're just caught up. You just think I don't believe in diffraction, even though I've been talking with you about it for 30 minutes. And you're gonna pretend like me and you on another side of a building is analogous to two whales 6,000 kilometers apart underneath the ocean, and we're trying to decide whether or not it's curved. This is ridiculous.
I'm not pretending whether or not it's analogous. I do believe it is analogous. Yes.
Why? Why is this analogous to that?
Okay. Again, because the mechanism by which sound wraps around occlusions is the same one that is being used in both my analogy and in the whales communicating point of contention. That's why it's analogous.
Okay. Can I change your hypothetical a little bit so that maybe I can understand it? Okay. So let's say that you and I have that building in front of us and we're 300 miles apart.
Okay.
Would you say that diffraction is going to allow for me to hear you chirping?
No, I would have to be either in a different medium or I would have to have like a mega loudspeaker for you to be able to hear me that part, right? For me, I don't understand why you keep wanting to increase the distance. I mean, I guess I do understand, right? But it doesn't magically make diffraction not exist, right?
I'm not saying diffraction doesn't exist. I don't know why you keep saying that, dude. I know it exists. The distance is the.
Sorry.
Just let me finish.
Yep.
The distance is the key point here because the distance decides. I'm not trying to communicate with you over 300 meters where it's like not arguably flat or curved. It's just ground, right? Like we could make it flat if you want. We could make it on a hill if you want. It doesn't matter to me. I don't really care. I understand if there was a hill in between us and I yelled, yeah, you could probably hear it. And if I used a megaphone and we made the hill a little bit bigger, yeah, that's fine. But we don't have anything in the world that's so loud you will hear it 6,000 kilometers away. Now the whales do, and when they use their song, it only travels in open water 250 kilometers. But when they get into the channel, it travels further.
Okay, well, that's a nice point, but that wasn't what we were originally arguing, right? My understanding of what your contention is that you had trouble with sound curving around objects, in particular the planet. Did I misunderstand you?
No, you got it.
So can sound curve around objects or not?
Yes, sound can curve around objects when it's within earshot of it. Absolutely. If you and I are standing with an object in between us and we're in the same room, yeah, I'm going to hear you. But if you put us 6,000 miles apart, no, I'm not going to hear you. If you put us underwater, right? And I would be able to increase the range at which I could make sounds, but it only increases the range to 6,000 kilometers when they're in that open channel where they have walls on either side of them for those sound waves to bounce off of all the way down the channel in a straight line. There is nothing above the channel for the sound waves to bounce off of back down towards the sea floor for it to conform to the curve. Does that make sense to you? Can you do your little Jordan Peterson thing and repeat what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have I don't have an issue with what you just said. I'm arguing with you with the understanding that my read of what you
I'm
said.
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want you to do the Jordan Peterson thing that you asked me to do for what I just said.
Okay, repeat your statement.
Seriously, dude?
No,
That's
this
so
is
fucked
good.
up,
I'm giving you what you want.
No,
I'm giving you what you want.
This is good. Platypus, this is good. I think just patience is my suggestion.
All right.
Dude, because this is important. I think this is key to do this because otherwise we do talk past each other and stuff. So, and I'm going to be this way too. If someone wants me to repeat it back, I may need to hear it twice, maybe even 3 times. I'll have to see because I want to make sure I have it right.
Charlie, I'm sorry for getting upset just now. I'm really badly sunburned. All right, that's not an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it again.
No, but that does release histamines in the body. Yeah, it's a bit of a ride there with the I have not been sunburned in a while, but I know it makes you a bit feisty.
Oh, dude, the sun makes people crazy. But okay, here I go. So, the reason why your example is not analogous to what I'm saying is because the whales are increasing their distance by which they can communicate by going into the deep sea channel where there are walls on either side, and it is flat, right? So it's flat. You got a flat expanse in front of you and walls on either side. The sound waves are bouncing off of the walls and going in a straight line down this channel. Mm-hmm. If it were curved, those sound waves would need to bounce off of something above the channel to bounce back down towards the sea floor to stay with the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what you just said is the situation is not analogous because waves can communicate longer distances when they go into this trench, right? Versus being out in the open water. And in order for that to happen, they would have to have a ceiling above them for the sound waves to bounce off of to go around the Earth. Yeah?
Because, yes, everything up to that, yes, because the only reason why the sound waves are traveling further than they would be in the open water is because they have the walls on either side of them, and the sea floor is a flat plane. It is a flat expanse in front of it.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Yeah. So are you gonna repeat it back now?
Sure. I mean, I'm gonna say my point again. I was responding initially to your claim that sounds cannot curve around objects, but it sounds to me like there was just a miscommunication there. So, like, I don't disagree.
I never said that. I never said that. I said sound is not conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Right. I'm acknowledging that there was a miscommunication. I'm not accusing you of anything.
Okay. So is sound curving with the curvature of the Earth in this deep sea channel?
Of course it is. You agree that it is happening?
No, I said it's only happening because it's a flat plane.
Wait, what? It's only happening because it's a flat plane.
Remember the scene on the in Star Wars when they're going to blow up the Death Star and he goes into that little channel along the Death Star?
Sure.
Right. Let's say that his TIE fighter is a sound wave
Okay, and that he's got no controls. The only way he's going to conform to the surface of the Death Star is if he bounces off of something above him. If he can only bounce side to side, if he can only bounce side to side and off the bottom of the channel, he is going to be able to bounce left and right in a straight direction or up. And that straight direction will eventually take him out of the channel and not conforming with the curvature of the Death Star.
Hold on. You agree that sounds hug and curve around objects, right? So,
yes.
So the only, but now you're saying I'm exempting it from this situation because the distances are long enough, right?
Correct.
But you haven't presented a physical mechanism that would discriminate on the basis of distance.
Yes, I have. There is no ceiling above the seafloor channel.
That's not the mechanism that would discriminate on the basis of distance, because you agree that even in some situations that don't have a ceiling, sounds still wrap around objects.
Only for a certain distance. If you want to increase that distance, you'd have to.
Right, but you haven't presented that mechanism that discriminates on the basis of distance. You're just declaring it to fit your point.
I think left lane. I think you're hot micing a little bit, bud.
Yeah, man. Sorry.
No, you're good. So you're saying that I haven't explained to you, or I'm sorry, say that last part again. I was a little distracted.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you agree that sound wraps around objects, right? But for some reason, you're saying because the distances are long enough here, that therefore that doesn't apply there. But you haven't explained the physical mechanism that cares about distance in this case. Like, what are the physical laws that say, oh, once the distance is long enough, right, then sound stops wrapping around objects?
Well, sound just like you admitted earlier, sound just dissipates eventually with distance.
Correct.
And the way to increase the waves, the distance that the wave travels would be by having it bounce off of things, right?
No, or to make the sound louder, right? Or to change the medium such that the sound travels more efficiently in it, right? Like all those things would work.
Right. Louder means further distance, depending on medium, right? Okay.
I mean, almost always in any medium, louder means further distance, right? But also, you could change the medium to make sound travel further, right, or dissipate less slowly.
Now that would be an interesting argument if you were to tell me that maybe the medium changes within the sound channel, but you didn't make that argument, so I don't really know if we're just gonna like shift gears here like that. I'm still confused as to how you don't understand that sound needs something above it to bounce off of it to go around an object when the distance is so far that the sound's original audible levels wouldn't take it further than 250 kilometers in the same medium. You need to go into the channel to increase the distance.
Sure, I mean,
and there's
I don't disagree with what you just said. Right? If you want to say, yeah, I agree that sounds wrap around objects, right? I mean, you've already agreed with what I'm saying, right?
Can I provide a hypothetical?
Sure.
Okay. Let's say there's like a really long hallway that's in the shape of an arc, and you've got two of them. And one of these hallways has a ceiling over it, and the other one is not. It's just open air. Okay. And you and I are going to stand at each end. Okay. And I'm going to yell at you from one end. Now, would you say it's reasonable that you would hear me on the other end of the hallway if my voice was loud enough in the hallway with the ceiling above it, where sound has 4 directions around it that it can bounce off of?
Sure.
Okay.
I think that the more walls, the more chances that sound will be bounced to the receiver. Sure.
Okay. Now, what about the one without the ceiling? And I'm using the same audible levels. Would you say that you would be able to hear me?
I could probably still hear you, but not as loudly as the one with more walls.
Okay. So at what distance would you say I would have to be for you to not hear me anymore?
I don't know, like depends how
Can we
loud you
say
are.
okay? Let's say
It
that
doesn't
my
matter. Just
voice
pick a number. I'll agree with. I'll
1
agree with you.
mile. 1
Sure.
mile. Okay.
Sure.
My voice is loud enough to travel a mile. So you're definitely going to hear it in the one with the hallway, right? And you're saying that you'd probably hear it, but just quieter with the one without the ceiling. Sorry, the one with the ceiling and the one without the ceiling.
Sure.
So let's
Can I interrupt you?
let's no, just let me finish. I'm almost
Okay.
done here. So let's double the length now. Okay. My voice, unaided by any type of walls that the sound waves can bounce off of, can travel 1 mile. So you're definitely going to hear me, even with it doubled in the hallway, because sound echoes, right? But you're double, right? And by the way, this is not analogous.
Okay. Can I
because
please
it's
interrupt you?
200. It's
I'm trying to reset your point back to you.
You don't need to yet. It's 250 kilometers, and then the sound distance traveled is increased to 6,000 kilometers. And I'm just doing double here. I do not think that you would be able to hear me in the hallway without a ceiling if we doubled the distance that you could normally hear my voice unaided. Thank you.
Again, if your point is that there is a hallway length in which I would be able to hear you on the one scenario but not the other, then sure, that's not in disagreement at all with my initial point that sound curves around objects.
You keep saying sound curves around objects. I understand that. We're talking about the medium that we live in, right?
I'm not disagreeing with you anymore, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, cool. So the Earth is flat.
I mean, if you really think that's an honest interpretation of what I just said, do you really think that's an honest interpretation of what I just said? Do you think I actually believe that?
Oh no, you don't believe that for
Okay,
sure.
so why would you say that?
Because it's true.
So you think I agree with you that the Earth is flat?
No, I just said you don't believe the Earth is flat, and then you asked me why I said the Earth was flat, and I said because it's true.
No, I mean I think that's a little disingenuous for you to say. When you say "so the Earth is flat,"
All right, we're not
it sort
actually
of means
debating.
it
I'm sorry.
follows from
I have
our
to.
discussion
I have
that the
to
Earth is
step.
flat.
I have to step out of the debate now and become a moderator. We're not actually discussing what we were originally debating on. If you've got further points to make that are going to refute my claim, I'm happy to hear them.
Well, do you guys want to open the floor back up, and then? But you guys can obviously still keep talking, so you can still go and have turns, but other people could start to come in a little bit. Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Nice. Well, I was just gonna say one thing, dude. These like massive like channels. That's incredible. Now, on a globe, of course, that channel would have to be curving around a sphere, and I posted an image of sound refraction. And what Platypus, it sounded like what he was saying is that over distance, when you have different mediums, you can get that slight bit of refraction where the sound can angle up or down, but it's not going to curve all the way around a sphere. Like it's more of a mild alteration effect. Is that what you were? Well, okay, I'll throw it your way because I guess what I was going to link to that, because this idea of sound waves bending around a curve. The thing about those channels, which is interesting, is that if it travels so much further in the channels, like thousands of miles versus hundreds, then that seems to lead to, in my mind, the idea that the sound waves are actually bouncing horizontally, left, right, left, right, left, right, in that channel so repeatedly that it's able to create like a much more potent channel of sound by the left, right, that echo effect. That's every time you have an echo of a sound wave, left and right, if it echoes off the walls of something, when those sound waves come back to meet, when they meet in the middle, they can actually get more potent because of it's kind of deep. It has to do with like harmonization and polarization of sound.
Constructive interference.
Yeah, so there's going to be there can be a strengthening of the actual wave, and then that goes left and right, strengthens again, strengthens again, strengthens again. Every time they meet, they're actually it's like a free energy machine. Really, it potentizes and actually gets stronger, and thus can echo over in tremendously long distances. Now, on a planar surface Earth, of course, that makes a tremendous amounts of sense. The sound waves are going horizontal, they're going back and forth, and then they're going in this channel over just a massive planar foundation. Now, over a curved Earth, the left, right, left, right, left, right would pop out of that chamber. Like what mechanism would allow for the sound waves to have a horizontal propagation, left, right, left, right, left, right, while also making the dramatic amounts of curvature, especially at 6,000 miles? That's a ton of curve. Massive amount.
Thank you. That was exactly what I was trying to say.
But that statement requires you have a premise that sound does not diffract. And Platypus, that's why you wouldn't address his theoretical, because you knew that it answered the problem.
No, he agreed that sound diffracts.
He does, but then he presents a situation that ignores the fact that sound diffracts.
He doesn't ignore it. My understanding of what he said, right, is like, why would the diffraction be stronger in the channel, right? Like, why wouldn't it work when the whales are at a higher elevation, like not so deep?
Outside of the channel, correct.
But that's not really the argument, though, since you ended with, well, I guess that means Earth is flat. Because none of your argument showed evidence or proved or explained or conveyed the idea that sound can't diffract around a globe Earth.
No,
All
he
it did
agrees
was...
that it can.
Okay, cool.
Well, now I want to jump in and ask if Negator could reflect back what I said, because that would then link to what you just said. Do you remember what I said?
Well, yeah, that sound is operating like a ping pong ball and needs something to bounce back and forth off of.
Yeah, and in a channel over a planar surface, that left and right horizontal would make sense that it would be like ping pong, just like you said, with two planar surfaces parallel that are bouncing back and forth, just like Pong, for example. You know, the original card game, tennis, all those kinds of analogies. So yeah, and I'm talking about it going back and forth. Yeah, like tennis, a horizontal back forth, back forth. And if it's planar, you're going to get that bounce that will be, So how would you think of it working if that whole channel was curving? 6,000 miles is a lot of curve. How would those horizontal sound waves coming from the whale maintain that back and forth if it's also curving? Because it seems like those horizontal ones, they would go straight, and they would be going straight, and they would come up out of the channel. Like it wouldn't echo all the way around a curve.
Well, number one, it sounds like your whole premise relies on these channels to have walls that are perfectly up and down.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, the angle of them. That's a good point, of course.
Yeah. If I had to guess, I'd say they're definitely not exactly vertical.
Yeah, I never claimed that they were exactly vertical. I understand there can be little grooves and nooks and crannies for sound to bounce off of, but not to keep the entirety of the sound wave or of the sound being made to conform with the curvature of the Earth. And I'm actually doing some more reading right here. I was wrong. It's not 6,000 kilometers. It's actually 10,000 miles.
Whoa, that's way further. I did think it was. Well, I don't know which one you were referring to, but yeah, if you're talking about like the longest distance whale calls, yeah.
Okay, I'd be curious to see that, but just for understanding's sake, it sounds like we're all agreeing that sound can diffract around a globe Earth, and it can diffract and bounce in channels on a globe or flat Earth. And it can go further in a channel. Those are the three conclusions I'm drawing.
I'm open to hear what you think on this, because I'm not saying I have all the answers to this or anything, because it's kind of a new territory.
Well, it sounds like
new. It's not really all new information, but we're kind of moving. It's interesting the way we're navigating it right now. So let me just say this. So, okay, you have a channel. In my mind, if it's planar, that channel is like, it's just the bottom. And if it's planar, then it's kind of like almost like a sound stage, something like that.
Waveguide.
It's a waveguide. There you go. Perfect.
That works in either scenario, right?
Okay.
What a waveguide does, it prevents the dissipation of a wave.
So help me then understand how you think it could be happening if that whole thing is curving.
Sure. So if it's curving, it's not going to be as powerful as if it were straight. But there's nothing that says that it can't be good enough. I mean, I don't know. I haven't done the math, so I can't honestly say that I know this for a fact. But it wouldn't surprise me if 3 surfaces was enough.
I'm going to go ahead and just drop what I think your best argument for this, or one of the best ones, could be right now. I'm just going to become a glober for a minute. Okay, see this image here? You might want to just say, you might want to, as if I'm just kidding, but I think one of the best arguments would be that it's just refracting in that cavity, just like this image I just posted. And it just, I guess, but the problem is that you have to then claim that that's happening. I mean, 10,000 miles, that is a unbelievably large amount of curvature. So this effect, see, I would say that refraction of sound waves, it does occur, but it's somewhat minor, meaning it that's the question, I guess, though. So that's the best argument I think you probably could have, is just to say that it just, because of gravity and big globes, it just sort of, gravity just magically bends it around in the whole, like just literally warps it, just like, you know, you guys try to claim light does too. It's probably what you guys will end up doing.
Question. So, and I think Platypus mentioned this number.
Sorry. Sorry. I'm just saying, but the thing about that, though, you would have to claim that these sound waves of the whale are like perfectly going in the channel and curving, just happen to curve to the exact curvature of the Earth, and also go these tremendously long distances. I don't think this is like definitive. I don't know. I'm just off the cuff right now thinking about it. It could be explained with, you know, if you guys just want to do that refraction thing, and even though I don't think it's a very actual solid logical conclusion, but it's
I don't make up shit to, like, because I think it would be, you know, good for my argument. So I don't want to just accept it because I think it would be good. I have to actually believe it. But my point is, my question to Platypus is, how far did you say these sound waves travel unimpeded in, like, the usual ocean?
For the specific whale that I was talking about earlier, which was a fin whale, it was 250 kilometers in the open water.
Okay, so we agree that probably because of the loudness of the sound that they make, because of the frequency of the sounds that they make, because of the medium of water, that they can unimpeded travel that distance, right? It doesn't surprise me that it can travel a lot further in a waveguide.
Right, yeah, like around a curve like that. Like, I mean, do you like in your sense of like the way sound waves work? I don't know how much you've worked with like audio or things like this. I mean, do you have either any, you know, citations or documentations to show that that happens, or any like demonstration
that what happens?
That a curved channel could become, like the term you're using, like a waveguide, that a curved channel could do that. One on a sphere that's like.
No, not specifically. I don't have any citations that specifically mention that. No, but I would say that it's fairly obvious from a cursory study of waveguides and what waves do, mainly diffract.
But do you think
it does happen?
Do you think this has the potential, though, to actually be a pretty strong indicator? You know, just using the word "if" just to be neutral, the Earth is actually a planar surface, and that the oceans are, like the abyssal plains, actually are planar, and that's why that waveguide. Because you know how, like,
no,
just imagine, like, if you were in a huge like a canyon or a cavity in the Earth, where there's like walls on either side, you know, if you were to like yell or something, like, whoo, like the echo is so potent. But the thing is if that was going off in the distance and curving down, the waves would just dissipate up. You know, they wouldn't curve along.
Yeah, they would dissipate faster than if it wasn't curving, right? But it does. I wouldn't say it dissipates faster than if it was just unimpeded, which is the whole point, right?
But I mean, do you think it's going to go 10,000 miles and keep curving all those thousands of miles of sagitta?
I don't know. I haven't done the math, so I'm not going to lie to you. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was the case, right? Like here's the scenario that I'll give you.
All right. I mean, I accept your logic.
So did you follow the analogy that I gave a platypus?
I was partly multitasking. I did hear most of things, but I may not have heard everything.
Sure, but okay. So the analogy that I gave him was like, imagine we're outside of a cylindrical building, right? And it's big. It's a big building, and so it obstructs my view from you. But when I yell, you can still hear me, right? Imagine now instead that I put a concrete roof that extends out radially from the building, and I also put a concrete floor that extends out radially in the building, such that there's concrete above and below me. I would think, because of that extra floor there, that you would be even to hear me more loudly on the other side of the building, even though the building, is effectively our Earth curve. Just like how in the scenario of the whales, you'd probably be able to hear me further out in a waveguide where you only have like the floor and two walls, but it's open up on top. I don't know if what I'm saying is making any sense. I feel like I have to draw it out.
Dude, yeah, draw it out.
Yeah, that might be good. I mean, I think I was with you for a minute, but then
Sure.
my mind went off into something slightly different.
Let me bust out my MS Paint skills.
What actually made me think about how, like, does sound travel better over grass or over pavement?
Pavement, for sure.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't sound from within water, underwater, bounce off the surface of the water?
Yes.
Well,
why are we not? I don't think we've considered that, have we?
Yeah, that's the thing. You're right. It does bounce off the surface of the water. And when they are close to the surface of the water, you would think that this bouncing effect would give it more than 250 kilometers as opposed to the 10,000 miles of deep sea channels. But it doesn't. And that's because, I believe, the abyssal planes of the sea floor are that. They are planar. And because there is walls on either side, regardless of whether or not the walls are straight or not, because even if these walls had insane divots for the sound to get into and bounce back down, well, they would hit the sea floor and then bounce up again.
And then cancel at the center, at the middle, and then potentize, and then they'll bounce back down. Yeah, it creates like a channel in the middle of like a beam, almost like a laser beam, and then that's the meeting place of all these sound waves, the ground from the left, right, center, everywhere, and even if it's going all the way up to the water level and then all the way down, all of that is meeting at like a straight. I'm just using the term laser beam just to be like that. That's like the center of where all those waves keep hitting and resonating, and like getting more and more potent in that channel, which to me makes tremendous sense if it's in a planar surface, like almost like a tuning fork. And with tuning forks, that's why it's because they have the two forks and those are both vibrating, and then the waves are essentially like smashing together. They're coming and they're intersecting. And that's what creates the actual harmony and the resonance, is because of those sound waves that are meeting, and the way that they meet, they have that capacity to either cancel or become more potent.
All right, I'm going to paste the diagram.
And if that whole channel is curving, I mean, yeah, if I'm being just 1,000%, just intellectually honest, like Charlie said, I would agree. Like, could that be? It doesn't seem to make sense to me in terms of all my understanding of sound waves that that it would resonate at that potent of a difference between like 250 miles versus 10,000, or 250 kilometers versus 10,000 miles, I think is what you were saying. But either way, like that, it doesn't resonate with me that sound waves would be able to travel in a curved channel and keep that potentizing resonance effect. Like if you had a big ball and a channel on it with a tuning fork, you put the tuning fork in it, how much would the sound actually travel through that versus over a planar type of system? Especially on a planar one, you can have the oceans could go so deep, even deeper than they could on a globe.
Imagine just the curving scenario with or without the walls. Do you agree that the one with the walls would travel further?
Wait, what are you saying? If it's open water versus in a
No. Like there's a curving scenario, right? We go down to the channel that we've been talking about. In the scenario where you remove the walls, but you're still at the bottom of the channel in a curved Earth, the one with the side walls would travel further.
Well, is that what a channel is? Is it has sidewalls?
Well, I mean, you can imagine a channel that doesn't have walls, right? Just go to the channel. You're imagining it now. Imagine the walls are gone.
But then it would just be open water.
Well, open water implies that you're not at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, so now you're just talking at a bottom, just like a flat.
Yeah. So like, if you're at the bottom of the ocean with no walls, and you make a sound, it's not going to travel as far than if you're at the bottom of the ocean with walls on a curved Earth.
But I kind of think on a curved it would dissipate, but yeah, I guess I would say.
They both dissipate, right? But you're not dissipating any sound sideways because the walls are there.
I think the walls would make it more potent on both.
That's exactly my point. So it's not surprising that when you have a whale in open water, that its sounds don't travel as much as when they are in these channels. So why would it disprove of spherical Earth?
Well, it seems like that in a channel on a sphere, that the thousands and thousands of feet of curvature, it was like hundreds of miles, I'm sure at that. I mean, we're talking 10,000 miles. It's a huge amount of curvature, so much. I would think that the sound would dissipate out of that channel. It would disperse.
Yeah, you would think that. I would think that it wouldn't, but we can't. Neither of us can say that without any certainty because we haven't done the math, right? We don't know the sound frequencies that these whales emit sounds on, and we don't know the exact numbers as to how sound spreads underwater at that pressure.
That's it, Charlie. We got to put together a $10 million project to get
Task
down
Force
there.
Charlie.
Let's get a submarine, guys. We can name it the Titan, and we can. You guys can go down there and do it.
We'll measure all the abyssal planes, all the walls, every nook and cranny. We'll get every little, and we'll get it all, and then we'll swing by the Titanic on the way up. Let's do it.
So down.
I actually do think that this is within our wheelhouse. I actually do think I could do the math on this.
Yeah, man, do it. I gotta head to bed. I gotta get up in 4 hours. But this has been wonderful, Charlie. I know we didn't start off on the right foot, but I appreciate your patience and it was a good debate. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
We're both winners in my book. I'll just leave you guys with one last thought. If inflation isn't theft, then why can't I print counterfeit money? Good night, guys.
No step on snake.
If inflation isn't theft, why can't I print counterfeit money? I don't understand that.
That insulted me, and I'm a libertarian.
Because the money that they mark as their money is why inflation exists. And the fact that they control it and you can't counterfeit it means that the inflation is the way that they're thieving from humanity.
So how do they make money out of that? Out of inflation?
Well, they print the money, and then they only let us have a certain amount of it by taxing us and doing everything they can to pinch us. And then essentially the inflation is the result of them printing more money so that they can continue the control mechanism, so that they essentially always have the most amount of money and we all have as minimal amount as possible in order to keep the whole system running. So
well, essentially, when they print more money,
is then given back to people, right?
When they're printing more money, they're not printing more value. And so initially the money they have seems as if it has the same value as the dollar currently has. And so they spend it as such. But then we have more dollars and the same value. And so that's where inflation comes in and things start to cost more.
Right.
I get that, but I just don't understand how they're like profiting out of it. Like they're also very rich. So inflation also, it probably hurts them more than anyone else. Like the very wealthy lose much more.
No, it hurts them
as
the
like
least.
a large number through inflation. But like the government, then the money they take off you and hold, they don't just hold, they like have programs that they spend that money into.
Well, I mean, the inflation is the result of the scam that they're running. It's a scam. So to the point to where, for example, if I was going to make the currency, let's just say I print it up in my house. These are the dollars, guys. And I put out $100 for people to use, right? Well, and then I keep as much as I want for myself. Those dollars are just something that I have an infinite amount of in that scenario.
Yeah, I get that.
And then,
but it's the keeping for themselves that I don't understand.
Well, hold on. Well, I'm saying, okay, so they print it, so they have an infinite amount. They're like the Monopoly man with just all as much as they want. So now the humans in this little scenario I made, there's $100 out there, and that has a value. Well, in order for them to maintain the scenario that they're going to be printing infinite money for themselves. When I say infinite, I mean as much as they need. 5 billion, they use it. 8 billion, 20 billion, whatever they need. And that's what they need to keep their whole power going, to keep the whole, control, matrix, tyranny, dictatorship, the whole deal, the whole control over in the structure is based upon them being able to say, all right, we need another 10 billion to do this. We need 50 billion to do 9/11. Whatever they need the money for. We need to buy YouTube, for example, which they did. When they need to do that,
I understand all that.
Hold on, let me just finish the rant. Sorry, I know it's kind of long. Okay, I'm saying every time they do that, that 10 billion that they're just using for themselves was not actually something that came from the actual value of the people. Therefore, it causes inflation. So for them to keep the scam going, they have to keep doing it. Inflation hurts us more than them.
Answering his question, dude.
But if they lose their position, then they lose the whole thing. Go ahead.
I understand that, but they're not profiting from it. Like 9/11, that 25 million that you say they used to do 9/11, completely disagree with it. That would have gone to like military contractors and personnel and stuff. And it's the same with like a lot of the money they take in, like the US government takes in, then goes on to social services. And this idea that inflation currently is caused by the government, which is largely true, but also there's other reasons why inflation has increased. The money that they used, like that created the inflation, they gave to the people to stop them from sort of like defaulting on rent and house loans and things like that. So they gave out a lot of stimulus, which caused inflation, and now they're having to rein back, which Biden is successfully doing, rein back inflation through like increases to the mortgage rate.
No. A large
But I don't
amount.
understand how they're profiting.
Well, a large amount of inflation is caused by paying back. What are the different name for a loan that you get from the government called? Bonds?
Uh-huh.
Right. So a large amount of inflation is caused by the government paying back their loans using their own money.
Yep, so that's putting more money into the system because they're paying people who bought bonds, which is getting money out of the system into the treasury.
Right, but
They're
it's not people in the
paying
United
people
States.
back, which is putting money to people's names.
It's
not
not people in the
necessarily,
United
no, but you can't say the United States is having inflation by money paid out of the United States, can you? That makes
Of
no
course
sense.
I can.
Yes.
Yeah, how is
That
the
is
US
exactly what it is.
experiencing like inflation
That
to
is
its currency
exactly
when US
that is
currency is
exactly
being
what
used
modern
outside of the
monetary
United States?
policy says.
Have you ever played Monopoly?
Mate, look, I'm not going to be too rude, but I do understand quite a lot about this, okay? So you don't have to go to the childish examples. You can just give the argument and I'll understand it.
I'm just making sure you have played the game. So you don't think that the person who's supposed to be doing their role as banker, them having access to putting more money out there as if it's their own, you don't think that's a problem? You don't think that it benefits them? I'm sorry. You don't think that benefits the player who's taking the money straight from the bank?
No, I don't understand how it could. Are they just like giving themselves money? Because that's not what's happening with the government. The government doesn't just give itself like money as if it's a private entity. It has to have programs to spend that money into.
Imagine they land on Park Place, right? And they don't want to pay out of their own money, so they put more money into circulation.
But they won't own Park Place. And if they do own Park Place, they're owning it for the people's usage, right?
Wait. Are you not aware that the
isn't
government
just buying up a private island?
Are you not aware that the government prints itself money?
I'm very aware of all of this, but what do you think happens to that money once it's printed?
It's paid out to various sources.
Various sources, including the general population, right? Like
Sure,
ultimately, it has to.
but your argument hinges on the vast majority of this money going out to the trickling down to the people, which does not happen.
Well, a good amount of it does. When you think about it,
necessarily has to, right?
Where
But
do you think
about
the
it, if
actual
the
debt
government
is?
pays,
Well, that's why the inflation. Hold on, that's why the inflation rate is like not insane to where the whole system would combust within like a year, let's say, because it's been going for quite some time. So yeah, the inflation rate is kind of slow. Like it's not, I mean, it's, fast, considering it's hurting us, and the humans in all these ways. But I'm just saying it's kind of like a balloon that's blowing up fairly slowly, because you're right. A lot of that money that they print to use for God knows what, like when they go buy a yacht, for example, yeah, they're paying,
But they don't.
Hold on, this is such a dumb argument. I'm so sorry. You're saying, oh well, they're not paying themselves because they're spending the money. What are you talking about? If I give myself $5 billion and I buy $5 billion worth of things for myself, right? I can't just say, oh well, I handed the money back to other people, right? Therefore, it didn't benefit me when I'm sitting on $5 billion worth of stuff.
Exactly.
Well, no, what I'm saying is
like Joe Biden and
Right.
like the Senate and the House and all the individual members aren't sitting on all of that wealth.
No,
Like
I
the
never-
money
and I
that they
never said
create
they-
then gets
and I never
disseminated
said
out
they
to
did.
organizations,
I said the
and those
government is.
organizations then disseminate it down to employees of that organization, who then spend it in the economy. So ultimately, pretty much all the money
And
the
what do the
government
employees
generates
do? What do
goes
the
back
employees do for the
into
government?
the economy.
What do the employees do for the
All right, hold on. You guys are talking over each other. I'm just gonna mute you guys for like 10 seconds and say one thing. Let's just keep it rolling. I'll unmute you in 10 seconds. But you guys are talking over each other, and I was getting excited. Well, and those were good points. Let me just clarify one thing. I'll just to kind of keep it moving here. I'll just say this as well, just to clarify. What I did say was, what I just said is that if there's X amount of dollars in the system, and if some very wealthy Federal Reserve, whoever they are, right, at that level, if they just go print like $1 billion and then they go buy a yacht, for example, yes, they are paying for the yacht, and all the people who built the yacht will get paid. That goes towards their salaries and all that. However, that money that they just put in the system, if they just printed it essentially for themselves to buy that thing, that money did not have an actual value linked to the rest of the exchange system, meaning it's just like new, it's like fluff. It's just like new dollars in the system. And so then the rest of the people suffer because the value is less per dollar. So, hence this whole situation. So I was just clarifying that component of it, and just clarifying that that's what I actually was saying. So yeah, let's just go one at a time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, but I think it's just completely disingenuous to think that a Federal Reserve chairperson would go out and use Federal Reserve currency to buy themselves a yacht. They may use their earnings, but generally they don't earn that much as a chairperson comparatively. What they do is they use that power for speculation. It's a whole thing. Yeah, it's probably a bit corrupt, but it's not as corrupt as like printing money
Who here
through
is
the
saying that
reserve
they're out
to go
going
spend
to
on a
buy
yacht for
yachts for
yourself.
themselves?
Dude, who?
That's what was literally just said.
Well, what they're able to do, okay, it depends on how you view the world. I don't know if you view it like there is a group, a secret society, a cabal, a Freemasons, Jesuits, the term Illuminati, all these different words and terminologies. So I guess I'd have to ask you that next for dogs. Like, do you think there is a collective group, a collected group of some types of beings or individuals that are, there obviously is with the Federal Reserve. So you're just trusting that they're honest because they're literally printing the money to the point to where they can put as many digits in their bank account as they want.
No, none of that is true.
Okay, if you don't think
idea that like someone in the Federal Reserve, as part of the Illuminati, would just be able to print money.
Absolutely, because we're talking about the control system, and we're talking about the control system, and we're talking about inflation. So for there to be inflation in the way that I was describing, there needs to be one entity or group who is printing the money that's valueless to be putting into the world, as it were, and they're printing it because they have the ability to do that, hence Federal Reserve. And then the other side of the people that are just using the currency, meaning you go work, you make $100. Okay, now you have $100, but that has a certain value. Meaning when you go buy something, it's going the carton of eggs is going to cost $6 instead of $4 or $8.
Yeah, I understand all that. I understand how inflation works. The problem you're having is that you think the Federal Reserve prints money for its members or itself to go spend. But what it does is it prints money for the government. So the government can spend as a deficit, and the government uses that on government programs, which we can track and which we know a lot of the time, and because of the major stimulus that happened under COVID, we can
And what does
track
the
it all
government
going
get
into
when it
people's
pays its
bank
employees
accounts.
in return?
It gets services.
Exactly. So they effectively got value out of thin air because they printed money and they handed it to their employees. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's not value as in like a form of currency or wealth. It's value as in maybe knowledge or maybe value as in a
No, it's in
service given to
services.
other people.
No, this is fiat.
Sometimes it's in goods as well.
Hold on. This
Can
is
you keep the cleaning of your house as a value? Does that increase the value of your house if someone comes and vacuums it?
well. What I want to say,
in a sense, sure. Not sure. I mean, it's a reason why realtors, for example, make sure their houses are clean when they're going to be sold.
Not if you're selling it, like not if it's up for sale right now, but like the value that you get from someone coming in and vacuuming your house, because you can just do that yourself, can't you? The value you get is that you are able to go spend that time on something more productive and make money. But the government isn't making money. It's not like a business that is making money. So that value that it's gaining is value given to just like the general population by the government. The services are given to the general population so they can then go on and breed value. Not the government bringing value, but the people bringing value because of government services.
I find that totally
Hold
immaterial,
on, man.
right?
Let me jump in. You knew I wanted to get in. Come on, let's be fair and be socially conscious. You guys are. I mean, if you want to do a 1v1, you can. But all right. I was just gonna say,
it's clear that you want to get in.
Yeah, but this is fiat currency. So that's the thing. At the end of the day, when whatever the Federal Reserve is doing, they are the ones who are putting the initial units into circulation. Now, if you trust them that they're all in the up and up and there's no corruption, that's on you. But this is.
Well, I never said I did.
This is a group. I mean, how many people would if they could just go on to the
No. You're sort of getting away from the topic now.
All right. Well,
so I think you're getting away from the topic. I think what you're trying to do is get it into like a conspiracy. Does the Illuminati exist? Instead of being like, well, is the Reserve Bank pushing inflation through some, means of theft or something?
Yeah, both, of course.
Yeah, but what I want to talk about is like inflation. If it's the government spending money to keep people from like going bankrupt, not being able to pay their mortgage, all that sort of stuff, during like a once in 100-year pandemic. I don't care if you guys think that the government did lockdowns or whatever, but if like people are struggling economically because of worldwide supply chain issues and the inability to work easily, the government needs to step in to spend money in the system to keep people from collapsing. And then the government's role after that is to bring inflation down. And the way it does that is through like increasing the mortgage rates or through like a deficit, trying to spend less money into the system or trying to bring money out through taxes. Like all of this makes sense. If you are starving, you might like sell something that you dearly love to go buy food for you and your kids. And then afterwards, you're going to do what you can to get the thing that you dearly love back. But you still have to spend it. Like you have to deal with it.
To be fair, that is into monologue territory. You did say a lot. Go ahead, Charlie. I'm just trying to mod it a bit because you're going on super long. It's not a big deal. Just a quick. Let's just keep the convo live. Go ahead, Charlie.
I don't disagree that we should have spent money during the pandemic, right? The issue that I have with Federal Reserve banking, and especially the way the United States does it, is that we use it to pay off our debt, right? We pull out debt to pay out more debt. We pay one credit card with another credit card, okay? That is the issue that I have.
Yeah, why is that a bad thing?
Why is it a bad thing to pay one credit card with another credit card?
Yeah, so if you've got a heap of debt,
okay,
and then
do you
can
do
get
it in your personal life?
Yeah, so I've had a credit card, and then I got a mortgage for my house, and I increased my mortgage so that I could pay for some, work on the house. Did the work on the house, had left over, so I took the lower interest rate, which is my mortgage, and used that to pay off my credit card, which is a higher interest rate.
Right. Sure, that makes sense. Are you under the assumption that Are you under the assumption that the United States pays off its debt, pays off high interest rate debt with lower interest rate debt? Or that it only does that in times of emergency?
The speculation, I think, in the bonds market, the way the US government buys and sells bonds, has, I don't know, some impact on the amount of money it receives back and the amount of debt that it has. It's very complicated. I don't quite understand. I haven't looked into it enough, but that's beside the point. The US government has income coming in. So like saying that you have $10,000 worth of debt and it has to be paid tomorrow. So you go and get a credit card for, $15,000.
Are you guys, this is getting
pretty... And then knowing that you have a job where you'll be able to pay down that credit card, it's sort of like, it makes sense to do that, doesn't it? So you don't default on your mortgage.
It has the confidence that it can pay off the credit card.
Can you guys hear me? I don't know what's going on. You guys are not aware of any of the conversation. Okay.
I can hear you. We're just like having a decent conversation between each other, and you wanted to jump in there.
No, it sounds like you're kind of like interrupting each other, derailing. And what I was trying to say is that you guys are going off into the weeds. This wasn't even the original discussion, because we were talking about the actual money system being a scam on that level, a theft, because of the last thing that Platypus had said before he left. You guys are going way off into the weeds of all this like finances, credit cards. Like that's just not really relevant.
Conversation.
Well, it was an analogy, mate. The analogy is that like the US government needs to have some mechanism to create currency so that it can pay for like problems that arise every now and then, like a pandemic. And then it needs a system to reduce inflation, which is done through like interest rate increases and bond buybacks. Like,
what is your
there's no scam, no theft in any of that.
Okay, that's your point?
Yeah.
You think
So-
there's no scam and theft and usury? Is that what you're telling me?
There's probably small amounts of theft and scams, but that exists on every level of everything that's ever existed. Like corporations have theft and scamming, right?
Do you know what usury is?
Yeah, usury is lending for like some form of I don't know, like percentage back.
That's what the Federal
You know.
Reserve. That's what the Federal Reserve does. Usury. They are
Yeah, and-
foundationally a scam and theft structure of an organization. It's usury at its core.
Usury isn't a scam. Usury is I have some value, you want access to that value, and I want something in return. That's all usury is.
But they took over the gold standard with their fiat currency. So they don't have
Yeah, do you know why they did that?
They don't have anything of value. They took over the thing we had of value and forced us to use their fake system, which they now use. They apply usury to the rest of the people.
Yeah, gold's only valuable because we decide that it's valuable. And the reason that they had to move from the gold standard is because there just isn't enough gold, or there wasn't enough gold or not enough silver to like make sure that you could guarantee the currencies, and it stagnated the growth of the economy. Like, you ever heard of the tulip crisis in Holland? Did I cut out?
Yeah, I do know about that, but yeah, it just didn't seem like you addressed the fact that that the Federal Reserve is usury, because originally we were talking about the theft, scam, or deception within the system and how inflation relates to that, and then somehow we got way off into the weeds about paying credit cards with other credit cards somehow. But the original thing was like the discussion of the actual system and it's whether at its foundation, whether it actually has integrity or not.
Of course it's got integrity. That's why we haven't found any like major scandals in the Federal Reserve for decades, as far as I know.
I mean, I think it's along with the shape of the earth and a couple other big ones, it's amongst the top 5 longest standing highly corrupt system.
Yeah, but that's just your opinion, right?
No, the discussion currently is what is true. What I think is what I'm sharing my thoughts, but the conversation is not what I think on my own private time. It's what is true.
Okay, well, what seems to be true is that the government exists in order to provide services to the people. The Federal Reserve exists in order to make sure the government has currency to deal with inflation and deflation. There's an inflation crisis right now caused by the printing of money because there was a crisis the government had to deal with and it needed money for, and now the Federal Reserve is stepping in to deal with that inflation through monetary policy. I don't see what's controversial about that.
So when you say the U.S. is undergoing a lot of inflation right now because of a crisis, right? You're talking about COVID?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What percentage of inflation do you think roughly is caused by COVID?
You guys just kind of use other words, please. Use like
Sure. So what I mean by being caused by COVID, being caused by puppy dogs, is that the puppy dogs caused a lot of people to not be able to pay their bills. So the government had to print and spend a lot of money to make sure people could pay their bills in the short term, and that created inflation through
increase of currency in the system.
Right. How many billions? How many trillions?
I don't know. It was like, I think $3 trillion in the 1 year or something.
Okay, so you think the current level of inflation is caused by printing of $3 trillion over the course of a year?
I don't know.
Because my
I don't know.
understanding
I
is that
haven't
it's
looked into the
way
exact
more
numbers.
than that.
Well, sort of. I mean, it depends if you lump in the major bills passed by Biden. Because some of these bills are over like a 10-year
But I
period.
thought you were including those as part of like, oh, this is spending that we needed to do because, because of puppies. So was it because of puppies or was it not because of puppies?
Remember back in the day with
So,
yeah, it was a
better
flow
phrase,
on.
did we have to
a
spend it
flow
because
on
of puppies, or did we not have to spend it because of puppies?
You guys, because you hear Carlos getting in, I don't know about all this puppy stuff, but I'm sure there was a
We
lot.
had to spend it because of puppies.
It was.
I mean,
Again, I'm going to ask you how many trillions then, because your fingers seem a little low to me.
But can you explain why that matters? Can you explain why that matters?
Carlos,
it matters.
Carlos,
it matters.
Get in, guys.
It matters because
back in the day, I'll just say my one thing. It'll take about 20 seconds. Just like back in the day with the Twin Towers thing. Remember, they admitted that they lost like $1 trillion. That was only an admission. What are they not admitting to? How difficult is it to lose $1 trillion? Remember that?
I do remember that. Them admitting they lost $1 trillion is in fact the budget, the black budget for the CIA. So the amount of money they can spend just discretionary spending that they didn't account for in the auditing of that service.
Yeah, dude.
And it was over a lot of years. But that's not lost. That just means they didn't want to tell the federal government what they'd spent it on.
Well, I mean, if we just broke it down to this level, okay, there are some beings, entities, humans, whoever you may or may not think they are, that are running the Federal Reserve. Now, if they handed the keys over to you, dogs or gods, tomorrow, they just said, here's the keys, here's everything. You got full control, ownership over everything, the computer systems, all of it. What that would mean for you in this just dramatic, ridiculous kind of movie plot idea, if they did that, they literally just gave the whole thing to you. Within that, right after that moment, you would be in a position where, of course, the way that it works with the U.S. government and the whole system of essentially lending money, and then it's, the interest and all that. But what it would give you the ability to do at that moment, if you were corrupt at all. Now, if you were totally honest and you were absolutely transparent, you wouldn't do this. You would actually just say, you know what? I got to go out and work myself. I'm not just going to print money in the background for myself and put it in my bank account. I'm going to go out there and work and struggle. Of course, they're not going to do that. That's the whole point of them using genocide to get the Federal Reserve in place, is so they don't have to work. And not only do they not have to work, but they have infinite money to do all the stuff they want to do, like take over the media and take over big pharma and take over the big oil and take over the agriculture and buy all the land. We know the whole thing. So my point is that I hear you that it could be of solid integrity. They could, whoever's running that whole thing, they could just be totally honest and go work a job and struggle and all that. Or they could print tons of money. And then if they're a little evil, they have a little world takeover, they want to do this and that, they can print a little more, a little more, a little more. And we're talking trillions when I'm jokingly saying little. So it gives them infinite money. And how many people do you know that if they had the opportunity to have that position of infinite money would not do it?
I don't think you understand how they work and the mechanisms in place to stop them being corrupt or to audit them. So you bringing this wonderful hypothetical situation is just you saying that, like, I don't understand anything about how it works. I just assume they can print whatever money they want for themselves. And me being a greedy little boy would probably do what all greedy little boys do and take that money. That's all you're doing.
Okay,
but you need to learn the mechanisms.
Explain to me what mechanism keeps the Federal Reserve in check.
The government, the rest of the U.S. government.
The rest of the U.S. Okay, that's not a
they
mechanism,
have access,
right? Excuse, I can describe to you how the courts, for example, keep in check the legislative branch, right, by declaring certain laws unconstitutional. That is a mechanism. Explain to me the mechanism by which the Federal Reserve is kept in check.
I'm trying to figure out the
Federal Reserve.
Dogs, when you hear someone else jump in first, you can't just bowl over them. Especially if they're first, you got to pull back. You're someone that never pulls back, and it makes it very difficult because you're just dominating. Just please be a little more careful of that.
Gio, that's exactly what you're doing.
I did jump in first. Nope, I'm moderating fairly. Now,
you're not only moderating, you want to be part of the conversation so bad.
Yeah, I am moderating fairly. I jumped in first. He's doing exactly what I said. Now, we're just trying to keep it fair and let everyone speak. Now, of course, I probably forget what I was going to say. Oh, man.
What is the mechanism?
Oh, yeah. What I was trying to just say real quick is I'm trying to figure out if Charlie is actually on my side with this. Trying to figure it out, and I was just gonna say it's kind of awesome debating with Charlie on your side. He's on point. I think he is, but that's all I was gonna say. But I jumped in first. I just wanted to say that. So, anyways, I don't know if Charlie is or not, but go ahead, Dogs.
Great. So the questions seem to be that what mechanisms are used by the US government to make sure the Federal Reserve isn't just printing money wildly and spending it however they feel, and that's they have to lodge all the financial statements. It's as simple as that. Like if there's money created by the Federal Reserve, they then have to lodge that financial, like the financial statement of this money was created. They lodge it with both the government and like I think an external third party auditing process as well.
You haven't answered my question at all.
I just answered your fucking question. The federal government and an outside auditor audit all statements for any currency created for the Federal Reserve or through the Federal Reserve, as well as all transactions done by or for or through the Federal Reserve.
What authority does the auditor have over the Federal Reserve?
They have the authority to issue prosecution advice to the DOJ.
Okay.
Well, I remember that there was a third party.
Excellent.
I remember there was a third party involved on ballads as well. So what happened to that?
You guys just don't understand that the election was free and fair. You keep clinging to this idea that every time there's like evidence brought forward to say that it's
hold on, guys,
free and fair, you're just like, oh, but
to the actual topic.
Assume that, but you're assuming it based on like some preference you have to think that all this corruption happens.
So
no, he is okay. Dogs is describing. I mean, you were being rude earlier and trying to say that you're trying to use some kind of gaslighting that you thought people don't understand these things. But I certainly understand everything you've said, and you are accurate in what you've said so far. I don't deny, because you were making also maybe a possible straw man, because I don't think anyone had said that those things are not in place, although Charlie did ask you. So yes, there are structures in place, but and I understand that, like, if you were to go look up on their documentation, they have a system that they claim is legitimate in terms of this. Although it's like, go ahead, Charlie. You're saying
my question was not answered to my satisfaction. Okay.
Well, they have a system.
There are auditors.
Appreciate your question. It was your question.
No. You said there are auditors who can make recommendations to the DOJ to pursue criminal charges, right? That is true for any branch of government. Okay. One of the checks that I gave an example of is the courts, the federal courts, declaring, hey, this law is unconstitutional. That is a separate process. That is a check built into the system to keep one branch of the government in check. There are others, right? Like that's why we have three branches of government, which all have checks towards each other that aren't necessarily like pursuing criminal charges, right? What I would like to say, to hear your answer be is something along the lines of, hey, there are these things in check that one branch of the government can do to the Federal Reserve if they do something that's not necessarily illegal but bad for everybody. That's what I would like to hear.
And the fact that
they can remove board members. They can remove board members, and they pass regulations. Like the Federal Reserve was started because the Federal Reserve Act in like 1920s. The government, the Senate, the House, under the purview of the president. Like
The
do you mean?
House can remove board members from the Federal Reserve?
Yes, Congress can pass. Congress can pass or can choose to revoke membership for board members as well as the chairperson, and they can pass regulations that have to be adhered to and shown to be adhered to by the Federal Reserve.
It's so shady.
I mean, that's true. I mean, you just said Congress can make laws. I mean, I'm not trying to be pedantic here.
Well, I think you are.
They can't.
Well, there's another thing.
I would ask that you check.
Do you
Review my intent.
That's why I asked before. Do you understand how usury works? The entities doing usury are never subordinate to the others. They always are on top. That's what usury is, and that's what it does. That's why it's built the way. That's why it is what it is. So the people that are doing the usury, hence the Federal Reserve at that level, are not subordinate and underneath some other authority that can come in and do anything. They own.
Of course they are. They're subordinate to the government that created them, that appoints their board members.
That's not. I'm just saying usury. The people doing that's why they do usury is so they can have that position.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do you not understand this? If I'm like a small time lender and I have some massive corporate client that's like, okay, I just want to borrow some money off you, and I'm completely dependent on that corporation's paying back of interest to me in order to make money through my usury, I would then be beneath them and dependent on them. So your view that usury always means that whoever they're lending to is somehow subordinate to them is ridiculous.
Do you think it was a good idea of Trump replacing all of those judges, or was it a bad idea?
What do you mean replacing those judges?
Well, he handpicked a whole bunch of judges. He siphoned out. I don't know. Was it a good thing or a bad thing, in your opinion?
I think it's a good thing that the president can appoint judges. It's sort of neutral because a lot of judges don't really have the ability to go wildly outside of the law without being impeached or repealed. So, yeah, I think it's just like a neutral act that all presidents do. I'd prefer more left-leaning left-leaning judges than what he would have picked, but I don't think it's a bad thing per se. Do you ever wonder why these Trump-appointed judges don't side with him over the stolen election?
Because the election wasn't stolen.
At the same time, I feel like there's a sort of an undertone of you being a little bit naive. Just saying,
Yeah, sure. If that's your feeling, then you can explore it and see if I'm actually naive or not. Because what you call naivety might just be that I'm not thinking along the same conspiratorial lines as you are.
Yeah, that could be it. Exactly. It's like a lot of people are conspiratorially minded, and they have good reason to be.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing about even that word conspiracy, is kind of has its own sort of baggage to it, I suppose, to put it that way. But when you think about it, from the perspective, okay, if they're right, if they're correct, then they're actually very, very highly skilled, highly discerning, insightful, progressive, skilled, advanced, capable, logical, and even to the point of could be in some cases like an expanded understanding of something that others are unaware of.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys that believe in these conspiracies one day actually find compelling evidence, then sure, I'll think you're all geniuses. But until that happens, you're just regular people who have a different thought process to me.
Well, what do you think about companies like Avant-Garde or BlackRock? In a democracy, in a country like America, do you think that it's fair that the government just let these guys just take over everything and pretty much rule the finance in the global system?
No, but that doesn't mean that there's some shady cabal doing it. It's just like power breeds power. If BlackRock ends up with enough money, they can use that to buy any smaller competitor and then just either wipe out the smaller competitor, or they suddenly have that extra power of the smaller competitor, and you just duplicate that over enough time, you end up with these monoliths. So I'm against anti-monopoly.
Or
I'm
how
for
about Gates? I
anti-monopoly
mean,
laws.
do you think it's fair? Sorry, do you think it's fair that people like Gates can just go around and just buy up all the farmland and just have like an ongoing monopoly, and the richer they get, the richer they get, you know?
Well, no, I'd like to see taxes for anyone making over like $5 to $10 million be 90+%.
Do you think it should be just taxed, or they should just have a limit on how far they can go?
I think it should be taxed, because then if anyone has the incentive to keep making money, then that's just good for the economy and good for the system in general.
Doesn't it lend to leaving too much power in the hands of individuals? And then
well,
they go into all these meetings like the Bilderberg meetings and stuff, and you get all these top ponchos going there in secret and having meetings and deciding on the agenda of how they're going to swing the economy of the world.
Well, they won't be able to swing the economy if any extra value they make over like $5 to $10 million is suddenly eaten up by the government to go back into like the population as services.
Yeah, but then they let them invest in their own companies. They donate to themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Those companies can end up as big, but the people who run the companies will no longer be bothered directing it, because they're not getting any personal gain. They'll just make sure the companies keep running or keep growing, keep getting employees, maybe keep getting a bit of money. But
he goes, "Oh, I
they're not
donated a lot of
taxed at
money."
95%.
He doesn't have to pay tax, right? And he just donates to himself.
No, he donates to the foundation. The foundation then has to like show the services they're doing. Otherwise, again, just like Trump's foundation was, then they're taken to court and they're found to be guilty of like criminal or tax avoidance or something like that, like Trump was.
So you don't think there's this like a group of billionaires out there that could have a lot of friends and conspiring to sort of, you know, be shifty and sort of raunt the system?
Yeah, of course I think that. That just makes sense. But it doesn't mean that they're like the Illuminati or Bilderberg group, like in some weird fucking river in robes jerking each other off all these human sacrifices. All that extra stuff is nothing. But the plain reality is that people with power will use that power to make themselves more powerful. And the only thing more powerful than these people is the government entities, which you guys seem to be undermining at every single opportunity.
Love you, folks.
Yeah, bro. They're the most corrupt group on Earth.
How? Because you imagine it?
We should make that together, folks.
Well, my wife's Chinese, and she goes on and on about, like, because she watches the Chinese TikTok, which is called Douyin, and she sees a lot of stuff on there talking about the American economy and blah blah and how it works. But at the same time, it's like I can't explain to her that they're all corrupt. They're all in it together, because like she's so patriotic, even though she's a citizen here and now in New Zealand. But like she just can't see, she can't see through it all. It's like if it's not true that, I mean, if it's true that they can't go to space and it's all faked, I mean, isn't it also true that the whole lot is fake? And she goes like, oh well, it's not a private company, it's the Chinese government doing this, they wouldn't lie. It's like, come on, how naive can you get,
To a democracy? Like the
Because a
Chinese
lot of
government
people
is
think that
authoritarian
these
dictatorship, right?
Well, most people think that these countries are all separate, but at the top, they're not.
Well, then why does the US, for instance, want China to be an independent nation? Well, not China, Taiwan to be an independent nation, but China wants to bring Taiwan back under Chinese party rule. Or why is China still buying energy from Russia while the US and the rest of Europe is rejecting Russian energy as much as they can?
Yeah, well, it's like saying, how can they have wars and still be friends up on the ISS?
That's because they're like independent, like researchers, and they're not militaries. What do you mean? Like Chinese companies still deal with Australian companies. I've got friends that export wine to China, but they don't like the Chinese government. The Chinese government is a bit adversarial with the Australian government over the South China Sea, but like that doesn't mean that the individuals within the country have to follow the values of their leaders.
Do you believe that there's any type of a reset that they're trying to do right now, and it might take a while, maybe until like 2030?
Here is my big dicked, almost conspiratorial view, okay? The Great Reset is just there are some problems that have arisen in humanity, namely like the climate crisis, which is just a fact that is happening. And we have to deal with problems. So we have to change society in ways to deal with these problems. Now, you guys are saying that the problems don't actually exist, but we're saying they do. That's the argument we need to have. The Great Reset will happen. It's just dealing with problems that are happening.
And the reason why we need this reset, do you think it's got anything to do with the US dollar not being backed by gold?
Literally nothing to do with that. There's no idea that a fiat currency will collapse because it's not backed by something, but there's lots of evidence to think that things like gold, silver, and like physical standards for currency will collapse because there's a limit on the amount of that currency that is going to be able to be taken out, and then people can just hoard that currency and there's nothing you can do about it. Like if all gold was extracted with a gold standard still and someone just hoarded all that gold and no one could get at it, then the economy would just completely collapse. But if someone hoards all the US currency, the worst that can happen is they make more currency and then that person throws the currency back in the market and then the market has to do things to deal with that inflation. And it's all tracked anyway.
Well, there are 2 new things on the market. No, there are 3 new things on the market, right? No, there are 4. There's carbon credits. That's worldwide, and then you've got the push for green energy, like like electric cars, and then there's the other 2 things like cryptocurrency and AI. These things together, it seems like they might be like thinking that they might get out of control, and they're wondering how to handle it. Do you think that
exactly.
there's a problem? Is there a problem?
That's true. Well, yeah, there's problems with all of that, but that's all part of just societies developing. Like the same thing happened after like World War II with like the US expansion of its manufacturing. Like they didn't know what to do with all this manufacturing they'd done in World War II, so they had to come up with ways to deal with that, and they kind of did. It happened before that the Great Depression when they passed all the New Deal era stuff, and then they're like, oh well, we've passed all this stuff and it's caused some problems, so maybe we should deal with it. It's like, yeah, new technologies and new things come into society all the time and we have to deal with it. Sometimes there's problems and sometimes there isn't, but you can't just say like it's some grand scheme by a heap of wizards.
Hey, Carlos, I have a question for you. Do you think what do you think the factors are that make one individual, like, okay, from my viewpoint, I think you may share this viewpoint, make one type of individual, and this is not anyone in particular, it's just a general, it has nothing to do with, any one particular person, that one individual can defend these guys, these entities, as it were, the controllers, quote unquote, defend them, try to repeat that they're valid and that they're not corrupt and that they're worth essentially taking authority from. And another individual will see through it and see it in a very different way, to where it is a deception. Clearly, it's an organized group. It's, to what level? There's all those questions. What do you think it is within people that cause such that difference, the diversion of approaches to it? Because it does seem like there's the individuals like backing it, supporting it, trying to like be a defense attorney for them. And then there's others that are like almost just like, being like, oh my gosh, that's happening. Clearly like there's orchestration there.
I think it comes down to education and social familiarity. It's like if you're schooled in such a way and you've educated yourself, maybe you're into the stocks or into reading the newspaper every day and catching up on the latest news. I mean, you're sucking in a lot of information that's coming from possible propaganda. And once you're in that system, it's kind of hard to see through and read between the lines. I think some people are just whitewashed. They're too intelligent and their IQs are too high for their own good. Yeah, I think that it's not intent. I don't think it's intentional. It's just the way that people the way that people see things can be different, and it's not intentional. I don't think.
Can I quickly answer, and then I'm going to run off as well? Is that cool? Great. So the reason I do this is because I have a foundational way of thinking that's different to you. It's as simple as that. If someone tells me something that is outside of the scope of what I know to be true, so like if someone says that there is some magical thing that's happening and I've never seen magic happen, then I need evidence for it. And when people consistently make claims without evidence of all sorts of varying and sometimes like conflicting degrees, then it kind of leads me to this idea that their viewpoints, their ways of thought don't get to any truth. And then I need even more evidence to get past that thought as well. So the reason I like defend these people is, one, I'm not scared of them and I don't like need something to blame all the bad things that have happened in my life on. And two, I have this completely different way of viewing reality and coming to truth. Just like I need evidence and it's never supplied by these conspiracy ideas. But I'm out of here anyway. That was fun. Bye.
Love you, dogs. Gold.
Your buddy Riv?
He said quite a few very eloquent things that I agreed with. Yeah.
I bet, man.
Your demons are your demons are cheering your glasses there. Giving you a little demonic high five.
There's Australian accent got him, dude. But
string in the
I probably have a unique answer, man, because I'm sort of in the middle sometimes. Not about like what you guys believe in currently, but unless I don't want to throw a negator out there, but he said the same thing as well. But there was a time where I believed in well, I still believe, like let's say like 9/11, for example. I don't believe the mainstream story, or let's say like JFK, like I don't believe the mainstream story. But there was a time where I was 50-50 on the moon landing. I was flirting with the idea that that could be false, and there was also a time where I was like completely in. I probably, if this community existed 15-20 years ago, I probably would have found a way out. You know what I mean? But regardless, though, my point is, I don't know if there is a difference in the people so much as it's almost like a choice. Like if you watch if your mind is primed and you watch a convincing enough video, you know what I mean, and you're just kind of lazily, I don't want to call it lazy, but if you're in the right state to be conditioned, then your brain it's like it goes along with it, and then you desire to believe that it's true. And I think that the difference between the two beliefs is really just desire. It's like it's a choice, really. Although I will say that I believe I'm choosing what seems to be true. Um, it seems like it's just a decision, really. My opinion.
Yeah, gee, I think you misread what was happening there.
What's up? Your mic kind of went in and out a little.
Oh, sorry. Like when you modded us and you muted us, yeah, that was weird. That's my opinion, obviously.
I just got here, by the way.
Yeah.
I probably said something out of context, maybe, because maybe I don't know what's going on. I was just kidding, by the way, Ruth. I just you guys both have Australian accents. And so. I don't want to spread medical information or anything, but does anybody know, like, if you have muscle relaxers, like if you take enough of them, is it supposed to make you feel really good?
Depends what kind.
Which particular muscle relaxants are you talking about?
It's called meth something.
Say it again.
Methadone?
Methacarbamol.
Yeah, I would not.
Never heard of that.
I would not mess with any of those ever.
I've taken a bunch of them already, but I'm just wondering, like, if
Oh,
you take a
dude,
bunch of them.
you're gonna end up with like muscle disease. Don't.
Well, okay, hey, don't put that witchcraft on me, man.
No, it's your shit you're taking. It's not me. I'm just pointing out what it is. I would highly not recommend those.
I mean, was it a bunch or was it as much as you're supposed to take?
Well, I took double. I'm supposed to take today, but
okay, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, seek a support group.
All right, man.
Seek some help. With all due respect, I don't mean help like in that way. I'm just like, I'm not trying to say it in a ridiculing way. I'm just saying like, not like seek help. I'm just saying like, if you're taking too many of things, I would. That's all. If it gets to that.
Well, my arm kind of came out of the socket, dude. It's like hanging down on my body right now. So, any kind of relief, does the trick. So.
I know that's how they get you.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you, man. They rip your arm out, and then rip your arm out, and they just fucking start sucking those drugs in you. But you're probably right, man. My girlfriend says the same thing. I'm going to take a couple more, but
Jesus, go show.
Just take how many you're supposed to take, bro.
I mean, I understand the when you're in pain, but you could also consider it as like almost like as a feat to be able to just manage the pain naturally with your mind, drug free.
Yeah, but
and you can actually reduce the pain with your mind as well, and even eliminate it.
I can only think of 2 points in my adult life where that was achievable. So we got Professor Parks in the house, by the way.
Hey.
Did you, Coach? Did you hear earlier the discussion with about the whale call sonar waves down deep in the deep caverns of the earth? Did you hear that whole discussion?
Don't tell me that Witsit brought it up.
No, I think Witsit had mentioned something about the whale signals a couple months ago.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, like, Witsit's good then. Witsit's good. He's good. It's just that there's people that you talk about something with them, it becomes settled between you and them, and then they bring it up months later. Like, come on. But if somebody else brought it up, then
so earlier we did like a one-on-one debate for about 10-20 minutes. It was actually awesome, and it was like perfect, like clean audio, virtually no interruptions. Like it was a whole process that I helped to kind of moderate it was awesome, dude. They even like Charlie even suggested this practice, which we can start to do as well in some cases where, let's say I say an argument. Okay. If you were going to respond, Kosho, the first thing you would do in this scenario, this is something Charlie just had mentioned tonight. He said he got it from Jordan Peterson, but I also am aware of it, but he kind of pulled it up in my memory. I know about it as like a psychology type of in that field of a thing to do in terms of like social relations. But he was mentioning through Jordan Peterson, et cetera, who had mentioned this. Anyways, the point is, if I lay out an argument, when it's time for you to respond, no interruptions. The other person is even muted if has to be, so that there's 0 interruptions. The whole room is listening. And when you first respond, you essentially steel man, to use that term, since I know it's a common term, but you basically repeat back what I said in your own words, and that you understand it. And then I respond, yes. Or I say, no, that's not what I said. And then you deliberate on that. But if I say yes, then you say your thing.
Yeah.
So what that does is it's like it shows the whole room and everyone listening, the audience, that because since you repeat it in your own words, you absolutely understand what was said. And then now when it's your time to answer, it's even that much more like poignant, because you are now responding directly to it. Whereas if you don't do the repeating thing, there's a tendency for people to like either not be listening or they're not really hearing what the other person's saying, or they're purposefully ignoring it, or they're various things, what that can happen to where people can end up talking past each other or not responding directly in that way. So I thought that was an interesting thing that Charlie had brought up, and they did it a couple times, and it actually helped them through an impasse. So there was no interruptions, there was no ad homs or any of that stuff. So we had it perfect in terms of that, but it was just that they still were not able to fully understand each other's points, and there was some talking past each other. And then they got a little flustered, and there was a little bit, but then we stuck with it, and then that's when we brought in the thing where the one person would repeat what the other person said, and it totally got them through the impasse. It was amazing.
That's amazing. There's a flat earther. A lot of people in here revere him. I'm not going to name names or anything, but I've studied his tactics, and that's his number one tactic that he employs is when he starts off speaking, I wouldn't call it steel manning, but I would say he repeats back a version of the opponent's, summarizes what they said. Although I will say that when this person does it, they don't summarize it in probably a steel man sort of way, but more so in a way that primes their response to it. So it's like they'll kind of.
I don't know who you're talking about, Kosho.
You said you don't? You don't?
It's clear who it is, and how Kosho's dancing around it. It's hilarious.
Well, I'm just not gonna name names or nothing, but I'm just saying. He does it. I honestly, I admire. It's a tactic that works. It really does work, but he uses it in a way I wouldn't say is like you're saying, Gio, because it's not repeating. It's not steel manning it, but it is repeating it back and sort of framing it in a way that perfectly sets up for his response to it.
All right. Well, we're going to be doing we're doing this whole platform update soon, and there's going to be a whole bunch of new events and debate type structures as well. So if you want to build a structure of a way to, in that sense, you could do it. You could host it at one of them if you want.
I mean, that's your idea, dude. I mean, that's
Well, we're launching a whole new event series. So
okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole series. So what I'm saying is that the point is you're bringing this thing up right now. If you think it's something that this individual is doing that you think is problematic, because I assume that's why you brought it up.
No, I don't think it's problematic.
No, you're just
no. It's not that it's problematic.
It's cool because you think it's cool, or what? I mean, yeah.
No. Let me say it like this. It's been used against me and my side, and so I have, I have feelings about it. But at the same time, you know how you can admire the skills of your adversary. Sometimes you say, okay, well that works what he's doing, all right. But
I don't think it does work. Whatever you just described sounds to me like not working. So
it does work. It works because the people on your side always respond to it. I mean, it does seem to be work. It does seem to work. Although the people on my side tend to be annoyed by it because it's like it's repeating back your argument, but like in a way that is not reflective to what you were meaning, but more so
straw man, Coach. I just say it.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, what? Yeah.
Good term.
Well, exactly. So with the debate structures, where there's many different levels, like we've been talking, at depth recently about, etc. All these components, like whether you run it kind of like a courtroom, where there's etc. But I mean, if you're talking about fallacies, Coach O, because if you're talking about a straw man fallacy or whatever ones you were describing, then whether you made your own structure for a show you wanted to host, or whether you would just be involved in one that would already have the structure, there is the option to have where fallacies can be, like objections, where you can have, you can object and call a fallacy. And if you're accurate in the fallacy, then, there's various ways to do that. Like you either are awarded points, or you're, whether you do points or not, or you're given the floor, for example, things like that. So that's the thing. If you're bringing this up to say that fallacies are frustrating in these, of course they are, and that's the whole thing about actually having a further structure with it that could actually be more fruitful.
You know, I did want to do a not a presentation, I guess. Hold on. I wanted to do one like because we did this in Gems before, where we watched this master class on scientific communication, and a lot of people, flat earthers and stuff, were actually watching it as well. And I might do that in another room, like just like set it up to where that master class is sort of playing, and there'll be like a what do you call that? A host role or whatever it's called, like a stage role. And then if people want to say something, they can raise their hand, then we can stop the video and talk about it or whatever. But it's a really good masterclass, actually. It's like it strangely pertains to a lot of the stuff we talk about almost exclusively in here.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, people have their different ideas on fallacies, and I understand that, you know, people have their thoughts on it, but it really does alter the intellectual depth that can be achieved. It seems to dissipate that capacity. And the least fallacies that are used, it seems like the greater the points can be elucidated. Anyways, all right. Do you want to actually, can we move to an actual topic, or is there anything else on that?
Oh, go ahead. I was actually trying to pull up that. I have Scott Veach's masterclass sign in and stuff, and the one that I'm trying to watch is not working. So yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. Last night, dude, we went for hours, man, with Veach and several people. Yeah, Brian Leakey was. Yeah, it was. We had great discussions, bro. We went over all of the documents. We went over all the documents, the technical documents that NASA publishes that say that they use a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Oh my God. I feel like some of these things, like, you guys would put to rest already.
Oh, dude, they're so good. All right, we could go into that whole thing, but actually, dude. Let me. Oh no, that's a whole thing, dude. That one shreds.
It's so good. It's so good, right?
We went through so many details on it, and Veach had some good. Blue Marble had some good ones. Good input on it. Blue Marble and then Veach last night. Yeah, they both. They.
Wait, Blue Marble was here?
Yeah.
No shit. Oh, Blue Marble. I'm thinking about D Marbles. Yeah, Blue Marble. Okay, gotcha.
D Marble will be here.
Yeah. Did you have something, Gio? Because I wanted to ask Professor Parks a question, but
well, I guess I was just going to reiterate the one from earlier to see what you guys think. Either Ruhif, Negator, Professor Parks, Kosho, anyone else. But this is kind of a globe related question or thing. Okay, so this is the claim. This is the information. Essentially, that these whales in deep caverns in the ocean at very, very deep depths, they are in these channels, like within the abyssal plains. They're in these channels, these like deep grooves in the ocean, as it were, at very low at very deep depths. And their whale call, the sound, the signal that they're able to put out, will travel apparently upwards of 10,000 miles. But if the whale is just in open water, meaning it's not in one of those channels, it only goes about 250 miles. So very short when it's in open water. And in order to get that 10,000 mile carry, it has to go deep into these channels. Now, over a planar surface Earth and a planar foundation, that channel with walls on the left and right where all those sound waves can bounce and bounce back and forth and echo, if it's planar, that whole channel would just boom, planar as can be. So it would just be like a massive canyon of sorts that would go to the point where that sound wave going 10,000 miles, in like that sound channel guide, is another word for it. Now, over a curved Earth, a spherical type Earth, you would still have the ocean floor, but of course the ocean floor would be curving at the rate that the globe curves. So at 10,000 miles, the amount of curvature is profound. As the, I actually haven't done the math on 10,000 miles, but what is it? 66,000. It's one of the 666s. I just would have to think about it for a second, because all the singles, like 100 feet, 1,000 feet, they're all, anyways, if you do the 8 inches per mile squared. Nonetheless, at 10,000 miles, the curvature is absolutely massive. So point is, on a planar surface, all those signals could bounce back and forth in that channel guide, and just, seeming like resonate like a guitar string. Now on a globe, though, when it's curved like that, what are your possible explanations for how the whale could be in a channel with that massive curve with the thousands of feet, probably miles worth of curvature? At 10,000 feet, it's miles worth of curvature. And how would those sound waves bend and curve all the way and stay in the channel on a globe?
I think you've heard this word before, Geo. Starts with R, ends in diffraction.
Ooh.
You're aware that sound waves refract as well?
Did you see what I posted in the chat? Or I don't know how long you've been here.
No. I'm playing my game, so.
Here, I'll repost it. I got to step away. I'll be back in a few. I'll be listening, though.
All right.
I'm still working on that word. That'll come to me.
You're on fire tonight.
Yeah, but hold on. Before I step away for a second, dude, the thing is, okay, yeah. So the point is, though, is that your claim? It's not really like a big debate point. Like, it's not like a gotcha or some roasting. I'm just asking, like, is that what you would go with? You would say that, like in that image I just posted, that the whole channel just happens to have a perfect somehow blend of warm to cold in a way that is perfect with the curve of the Earth, just happens to be, in a way that it somehow could bend around in a channel like that. Could you explain more how that would work in your mind?
I'm by no means an expert on sonar refraction in water, apart from I know that it happens. I would need to research it more.
Wait, what the fuck is sonar refraction?
The answer
Sound
is
waves
still
in water refract.
So my question would be, how different is a straight channel compared to a curved channel on small spatial scales? Like, what is the deviation over in terms of refractability, or not refractability, amplification over, like I said, maybe a mile or even less? Because from my understanding, these channels are huge, or like the channel walls, or basically the channel walls are massive. So we're talking about a very deep sound guide or a wave guide. That would be my question.
I've got to step away for half an hour as well. I'll be back.
So Geo's gone, Rufus is gone.
And I'm actually probably going to be leaving as well, because I need to get some sleep.
Well, I mean, just real quick, what you said, I did hear what you said. Yeah, absolutely. That's the question. That's what Charlie earlier was saying he was going to look into. He actually said he's going to try to do some math on it and try to calculate it. So we'll see what he puts together. Because what would be the difference in a curved channel versus a planar channel? That's very interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I mean, I would think in general, I'm imagining a whale deep in a globe, that the channel would carry it, some distance. But if it's curving like that, I would think that the sound waves would exit the channel and disperse.
It depends on what the wave guide is, or how the wave. I mean, we're talking about a wave guide. So if it's guiding the wave, then I don't know what would be causing it to leave the wave guide.
Yeah, well, I guess I would just think the fact that sound waves tend to travel like in a radial straight direction. Like, I'm not doubting that sound waves could have some refraction up or down, but I guess it's almost like same with the refraction argument with observations in light, because I would say over a planar Earth we get some refraction, get a little bit wavering, a little up down. There's some looming, there's some stretching, but it's nothing like being able to see thousands miles of curvature. And it's sort of like similar with the sound wave thing. Like, okay, I don't doubt that sound waves could refract a bit, but could they really bend, warp that much in a channel and follow a channel? I'm imagining these waves going horizontal, back, forth, left, right, left, right. And if that's planar, it seems like that could really go back and forth and echo like a real chamber. Whereas to me, I guess I would think if that canal is curved or that channel is curved, that it would somehow just, even though the sideways, it would still be going sideways for quite some time. But I guess I would just think that whatever amount it could refract, it might do a little, but it would end up just exiting that channel and dissipating upwards is what I would think on a globe, because it's all propagating forward. I would, in general, like that general kind of forward thrust.
Gio, Charlie mentioned like the answer is refraction. The real answer, I think, is diffraction, and they talked about that a lot. And it sounds to me like you either disagree or you don't know what it means.
Oh, I know exactly what diffraction is. Absolutely. Yeah, this is an argument that Doofus had brought up a while back, a couple of months actually. We went into it in a lot of depth. It's that reminds me of that, yeah. Because Doofus, and there were things that were being posted, and he was trying to make a case for it, but as far as I was concerned, at the end of it, there didn't seem like there was any substantial validation of that type of refraction that would cause like sound waves to bend at the proposed curvature of the Earth rate.
Okay, so diffraction is not a type of refraction. It literally, and there's no bounce, right? Like you're imagining sound wave is only being able to bounce off a surface, right?
Well, it's like the wave extends as it propagates, is the claim.
Sure, but it sounds like you think that it extends in all directions, yes, and it only bounces off surfaces, yes? And diffraction is sort of like, not only does it, or rather diffraction is when it hits a surface, it sort of bends around the surface, right? Like oozes around it and then continues on. That's why Charlie kept making the analogy to hearing somebody on the other side of a cylindrical building that's, say, 100 feet in diameter, right? Because if you're in like the middle of a plain, like an open plain, and there's a granary, a cylindrical granary between you and your buddy, and you say something, there's nothing. If sound only bounced, there's nothing for it to bounce to or off of to get to my buddy on the other side of the granary. That's because the sound is, yes, it's bouncing, yes, it's refracting, propagating in all directions, but it's like it's curving around the surface of the object.
Can you explain that again? Because I don't quite follow what you were talking about. How is it not bouncing?
Well, I'm not saying it's not bouncing. I'm saying it is. But I'm saying diffraction is the primary reason it gets to the person on the other side of the cylindrical object.
I don't know about that. Diffraction, at least from a light standpoint, requires an edge. So where's the edge to...
Well, in the same way that
deflect around,
that water in a river, goes around a rock, and like an edge is, yes, it's an edge, but like how hard is this edge? At a microscopic level, it's not a knife edge at all.
Could you show a visual of what you're saying, maybe, and how diffraction causes what you're claiming in your mind, or do you have any visuals?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying just of diffraction, but of what you're referring to.
Because I've been in plenty of domes, and I've definitely seen or been in the weird acoustics of a dome where in one spot you can't hear you can't hear someone who's basically 5 feet from you, but if you step literally a foot to your left, it sounds like that person is shouting. And that's basically interference. You basically have quiet zones and you have loud zones due to the amount of constructive and destructive interference of the sound wave coming off that one person, bouncing off the various walls of the dome.
Oh, I don't like when I reference cylindrical building, I mean being on the outside of this building, not the inside.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Almost like what you're saying reminds me of like the skip zone phenomenon. Professor Parks, it reminded me of that. And I just found this image, which kind of
shadow. That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
It kind of just, the one I just posted there for some reason just popped up on what I'm looking at. And just made me think of that, like almost like skip zones where like the one on the right just sort of shows that angled line in figure 2 there on the right where the blue line is angled. And because of that, it just made me think of what you said about the dome where like, cause the dome has all the curved, the different angles and kind of curvature and, and then the way those waves are kind of like skipping, but then they can also harmonize. It made me think of that. Like when the waves are like lined up, like you said, someone can be really loud, but then depending on a different type of, balance of that, they can almost cancel out, which is very interesting. It makes me think also of those like hyper soundproof booths that like where those like the most soundproof booths in the world where they just absorb all that and nothing is reflecting at all.
Yeah, I with the radio skip zones, I think it's more of I don't think it's similar to the skip zones. I think it's more to the acoustic shadows from radio waves, where you can't hear an acoustic shadow. From my understanding, limited understanding, is that at some point when you get actually closer to the antenna, the gain drops. The power of the signal actually drops because of the way that it's propagating outward. But I'm barely remembering that.
Yeah, the skip zone has to do with they claim bouncing off the ionosphere and all of that. No, I know. I'm not saying it's the exact concept of that skip zone. I just use that terminology to just when the sound waves either sync up or they cancel. I was just using it in terms of that concept, and that the actual wave patterns are either like skipping the intersection points or they're like interlacing.
Yeah, I thought it had something to do. Remember when we were talking about this? And I thought that we'd found that the leading scientists, at least, they talk about how there's in the water, there's like there's this fluctuation between the density and something else, and I can't remember what it is. But either way, it causes it so that there's like the refraction causes the sound to go down, or further down, and then something happens to the water. It's like it's a relationship between two properties of the water, and I just forget what they are, but it basically gives it a refractive effect that persists instead of heads up or down. It like persists in a column, in a horizontal column. Or not a horizontal column. I'm sorry, like a level column, because it's not gonna be horizontal, but it'll be level, like the same elevation.
All right. Well, when we were talking about just a little bit in terms of the channel, like the whales and the sonar and under in the channel like that. Okay, imagine instead of a channel that it's just a big canyon. You're like a human. A big canyon. If that was just planar going out as far as it can, I feel like if I yelled, like echo, yelled something as loud as I could, I would think that if it's perfectly planar with those walls like that, with some kind of ground maybe as well, that it would have the most likelihood of traveling the furthest. Like that just seems to make sense to me on like an intuitive level of how sound waves work. And when I say intuitive, I mean like my understanding of like the actual physicality of how those sound waves propagate in that sense. Whereas if I was in a canyon, now kind of making the proportions a little bit more dramatic because we're kind of making it all smaller because you're a human in a canyon instead of a whale in a channel. But if it was curved and there was curvature to it, maybe even make the curve a little more dramatic just from this analogy. I feel like if I yelled, the sound waves would dissipate up and leave the channel. Sorry if I brought it back to that, if that was a repeat, but it's just, I was just still kind of thinking like, and how that connects to the sound waves either diffracting. Like, I'm not aware of any type of effect that would just curve those waves all the way around.
Well, that's what I was describing, at least, about the refractive effect. Because it basically makes a level line that persists as level due to this relationship between these two properties. I don't you remember that isn't that what we talked about when we talked about this like half a year ago? That was a conclusion I remember coming to. Was there was this column, horizontal or level column, and there's such low frequency that it basically persists around. It's kind of like what do you call that?
Like this.
What? Oh, you posted it. Hold on.
All right, guys, I gotta go to sleep. Guys, have a good one.
Yep,
Right,
you too.
Sparks, I got a question to ask you about. I'll ask you next time. Well, he's gone. Well, I was going to say, Fred Sparks, I'll ask you next time you come in because it'll be a conversation.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Good night,
Fred
Sparks. Oh, I see what you're saying, Gio. Gio, you don't remember that though? There was like two properties. Let's just pretend that it was heat and pressure, heat and density or something. And there was like or heat and pressure, and like there was this effect that as like the pressure decreased, the other property like increased, and so it's like there was always this like fluctuating relationship where it just kept going. The wave would refract up and then down, then up and down. I wish I could find that. I remember we talked about that, but I just I can't remember what the properties were. Wasn't in here tonight?
Nope, not. I don't think in the evening. No, not that I've heard.
What was he talking about? He said there was a flat Earth summit. Did that just happen or something?
Yeah, he just did a solstice summit. I think that was last weekend or yeah,
That's what's up.
a couple days ago or something. Yeah.
His daughter's birthday's on the solstice, the other solstice. It was a good birthday. Yeah, his daughter was born in the solstice.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah. I happen to know a lot of people who have summer solstice birthdays. It seems to be more common than, at least in my life, than regular birthdays. I don't know. Do you guys have a similar situation? Probably not.
No.
But no. So it's just coincidence. Because my brother, my ex-girlfriend's sister, a few other people I know have summer solstice birthdays.
Hey, Kosho, what do you think of this?
They can show me some tits.
Dude, I'm showing you some refraction porn right there.
What about it?
Look at that.
Yeah. That's what's up. I mean, I don't get it. What's it's refraction? Yeah.
Look at that boomerang. It's a boomerang.
You want to hear a fun fact? This is how you can know that the angles in refraction are accurate. Is a rainbow. You can study a rainbow, and maybe you've done so already. I don't know, but study a rainbow and look exactly where it's coming from and its relationship to the sun. Take the center of the rainbow. You'll see that it follows the same angular relationship every single time, down to a T. And if there's a double rainbow, then both of them. I think it's 22 degrees and 55 degrees or something like that. So that's interesting. tells you how the diffraction is behaving in all those water drops, and it has to be consistent, accurate, because it's I just predicted it. It's easily predictable. It's measurable.
And what is the angle?
I believe on the top of my head it's 22 degrees and then 55 degrees for this the double rainbow, because all rainbows are truly double rainbows.
But what's the 20? What are those angles though?
Where it's coming out of the. So I guess you would do like where the sun is coming from, and then straight across the sky, and then you would do 22 degrees from that point, and that would be the circle that the rainbow is, and then 55 degrees outside of that would be the double rainbow. But the 22, I believe it's 22 degrees. That would make up the circle. That's your rainbow, and it's usually a circle. It's supposed to be a circle, but you can't see that unless you're off the ground.
Okay, where are you measuring that 22-degree angle from?
I'm assuming that you would take the direction the sun is, and then you would take a straight line, like a horizontal, like not a horizontal line, a line that went out, to the opposite. So yeah, a horizontal line. Take a vertical, take a horizontal line to the sun, or whatever direction the sun is.
Are you
and then
talking about a 22-degree halo?
Yeah, well, that's exactly what. Yeah.
Are you talking about a halo around the sun or the moon?
I'm talking about
or are you talking about a rainbow?
It could be could be that the 22 degrees I might have mixed up with that halo, but there's some angle. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
The 22-degree halo it can be rainbow type as well, or it can not be rainbow, but it's a halo around the sun or the moon.
So I was wrong. It's 42 degrees. Yeah, I had it mixed up. I had it mixed up with the ice crystals one. So yeah, the rainbow is 42 degrees. Let me see what the double rainbow is. Hold on. And it says 50 to 53. So I was kind of close on the double rainbow. But yeah, the single rainbow is 42 degrees from the opposite of where the sun is. So take the sun, take a straight line, the other side of the sky, and from that point, 42 degrees in all directions with the circle of the rainbow.
Yeah, nice, dude.
Hold on one second. 42 degrees. Wait, what's 42 degrees on the? Oh, that angle is. Oh, that angle on the pyramid is. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's interesting, actually.
Isn't that cool? And how that correlates with the rainbow? They knew what they were doing with those, man. Those are ether channel devices and launch pads for interdimensional excursions. Ultimately,
You know something crazy? I'm thinking about the pyramids right now.
ether launch pads.
I don't want to say that I have the best grasp of history, but I do like studying history. And if I were to make an assessment, I would actually say that the Egyptians, at the time of the pyramids being built, had both the capability and the desire to make those pyramids. It's perfectly reasonable that they made them. They're very simple structures, in case you forget. There's some mathematical truths that are in them, and that's kind of like what I think can go. Like if you're gonna make a structure like that, you're gonna include like the extent to your understanding of math and all that kind of stuff. You're gonna want to involve it in that structure. So that makes sense. Oh, sorry if you're saying something. My mic's fucking up. Hold on. Yeah, Gio, was I talking over anybody?
No, you're good, bro. Yep, you're fine. But
I looked at my keyboard and it said like the fucking mute button was not my keyboard, like the speakers were muted, so I was like, fuck, I was probably talking. I don't know who was saying shit. But what was I saying about? Oh, yeah, just about the pyramids. Like, there's a lot of beautiful mathematical truths in them, but I think that the people at the time were capable. I watched this one dude build it. Like, he showed how he thought it was built, and he used like a model bricks, and his theory made so much sense and how it was like realistically built.
no, I think they built them with levitation, free energy, levitation.
Yeah, you know what? One thing that is also practical and true about them is the bottom bricks are obviously the heaviest. So they used only like the most massive bricks are at the bottom, right? And then they actually use smaller bricks as they get bigger and bigger as they get higher and higher. So that right there tells you that there was if they were using levitation, then they must have had limited levitation, like levitation that was still harder for heavier things.
No, you just make the biggest ones the foundation, just for design purposes, because that's the foundation. You want to have the bigger, especially like the whole thing is like an electrostatic field. Ultimately, pyramids create an entire like toroidal field, and then the fact that it's built with the sacred geometry built into it, the way rainbows naturally form, which is connected to the dome-like structure of the base geometry of this realm, with the planes within spheres. That's the language of the creation.
I've heard a theory. I mean, because it sounds beautiful. I mean, I can't. I used to have ideas of why it was made, but one of the best ideas that I also heard that made sense was like it was used to survive like a flood event. Like it was some sort of housing of like some catastrophic event. Because there's actually there's a network underneath them too. They don't let them explore them too much, but there's a network underneath the pyramids as well. And like you never know, it could have been used, like I said, to maybe as a bunker sort of thing or a ship kind of idea.
Dude, this guy Michael Harmon, he's like he does shamanic practices, and Michael Harner, and he got like some level of permission to go into the Sphinx chamber at the very you're right. There couldn't be more. I don't mean Sphinx, but the Great Pyramid.
Great Pyramid.
Yeah. Now there could even be deeper ones, deeper than that. Who knows? Like if you're saying if there's even a cover up or something, but he was in the absolute deepest, darkest part that they let anyone, as it were, in the center down there, and they did a shamanic drumming little ceremony. So they didn't ingest any plants or anything like that. It was all sober, as it were, and they just used a drum. So when you do this shamanic drumming, it's just one drum, so there's not a bunch of different tones, and it's just gently struck with a little felt beater, it's called. So you just boom 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 boom. So it's just kind of this regular, and the tone is kind of that speed. It's like boom 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 boom, and it just keeps going like that. So it's just boom, etc. It just, and sometimes it can be a little faster, a little slower, but generally it just has that nice kind of cyclical rhythm to it, and it doesn't change up a lot because the purpose is to get your brain into a very deep brainwave state to be able to enter a trance state, an ecstatic trance state where you can actually access that level. And this consistent drumming has the ability to hone in your brainwaves in that way, and it just puts you into a calm kind of centered mood. Anyway, so they did a drumming little session, and everyone, at least from the story he tells, and everyone that was there, they had potent, full out of body experiences, interdimensional journeys, expansion beyond any belief. They said they all had just from doing the drumming. So it's not like they were even ingesting anything. And the potency, because it was in the deep center of that massive pyramid, seemed to, at least, for them in that experience, just be an instant launch pad.
Alistair Crawley talks about that a little bit too. I'm not trying to mess only because he wrote about that in one of his books, like how he won. I was gonna ask, I wonder how long they let them do that. If you go and you are using the space or whatever, I wonder how long they let you do that. You know what I mean? Or is it
I
a
know.
public place or?
I know, and what kind of clearance?
Because Alistair Crawley said he did it, and I'm thinking I've been at the Capitol building here in Austin, and I was just sitting there, and people go by, they do tours, they do this, and there was a dude just screaming with a Bible in his hand, and he was talking about gay people and stuff, and nobody was stopping him. And I was thinking, is it like that sort of, where they let anybody go down there and just make sure no one's defacing anything? Because it seems like you can go down there for hours and hours at a time, by yourself, which sounds crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure on that. I mean, he is definitely respected.
Like a professor?
He's like a respected elder, really, in a lot of ways. So he definitely wouldn't have any Illuminati type things that he got some secret clearance from some government thing. But it may be that he is he's like a, I don't know, actually, whether they let him in there because he does have a bit more of that kind of standing in the community, and it's not just some kids that want to go there and graffiti. That's he's part of a, what's the word?
I was gonna say, is he a professor? The old man now.
Yeah, he's an anthropologist.
Okay.
He's an anthropologist, and he's a teacher and an author. He's written several books.
I forget which one anthropology is. Is that study of cultures?
I mean, he does archaeology and anthropology.
Okay. Yeah, archaeology. I know this one.
I'll post his wiki here. Yeah, he taught at UC Berkeley. Co-founded the Center for Shamanic Studies. which today is known as the Foundation for Shamanic Studies. He's worked with ayahuasca and many other plants as well. And
the shamanic studies, like, what is that? Like, is that like where they teach people how to be shamans, or they just go study the practice?
What's that?
That this, what'd you say? The University of Shamans, or what was that?
Well, I mean, he was a professor at UC Berkeley. And
no, but the thing about shamans, I'm saying, is that like a place where they teach you to be a shaman, or is it like a place where it's like you learn about shamans or shamanism or something like that? Like the place you're talking about.
His organization?
Yeah. Oh, so it's not a school, okay? It's like it's just an organization.
It's called the Foundation for Shamanic Studies.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I was thinking it was like a school or something.
Here, if you check this out, I mean, it's essentially based around his work, Michael Harner's work, and they do workshops. They do. They have a lot of research documented. They have like a shamanic certification system program as well.
Okay, that's cool.
And then they have like a whole database as well. Like if you wanted to find a shamanic practitioner certified through their foundation, then you can search for one in your area.
That actually sounds legit.
Yeah, like a shamanic. They call it a certified shamanic counselor. I'm just on their website now. Are persons who have it says certified shamanic counselor CSC are persons who have completed the foundation's rigorous certification program in Harner shamanic counseling. They have been trained to counsel clients in shamanic journeying for the purpose of divination, so that the clients may seek answers to questions they have in their lives. Harner shamanic counselors practice independently of the foundation. So yeah, you can like get certified through it, and then you can do your own practice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I used to read tarot cards. I used to do tarot readings just a long time ago. But I one time did it was like I don't know, some sort of event where there's a bunch of tables with tarot readers or whatever, and everybody else charged. But I did a whole bunch of readings. I never charged before, charged at that event or whatever. I was the only person that wasn't charging. But I wonder if there's like shamans, like if they charge you for it or whatever. They probably would have to, because you gotta make a living. But I wonder what happens if you called one up in your neighborhood. You have to be a part of his, like, how do you look at the people in his network?
Well, I've known about Michael Harner for years, and I know people that have worked with him and have met him. I never got a chance to meet him, or I've not had a chance to meet him, but yeah, I know people that have worked with him, and he's been connected to a lot of the others within many of the fields that I've studied and worked with.
And what I'm saying is, how do you find shamans that were in his network that live in your area?
On his website, it looks like you can just do a little search.
I'm gonna check it out.
If you click on, yeah, I mean, I haven't like, obviously I haven't done his program thing and don't have interest to do so myself, but he's definitely a respected in a lot of ways. Yeah, I mean, his work. I mean, so dude, basically he was like a professor at UC Berkeley, archaeology and etc. And he basically began doing ayahuasca back in like 1961, where he was traveling down to the Amazon and working with the tribal peoples there with ayahuasca. So pretty deep spiritual path he's had, and continued in all of his work throughout his whole life, being not only professor, but then also writing many books, and then traveling and teaching, and his institute and everything. So yeah, I haven't been like deep into his work to where like, yeah, I definitely haven't. I mean, I do have some of his books and I have read some of his work for sure. Not all of it, but yeah, he's done some good work on many things within these fields.
Yeah, it's no shamans in Texas, dude.
No? On his site there? What?
No, it's not on his site. Maybe I can get a CSC license or whatever, and I could make a killing here in Texas. I'd be the only shaman in Texas.
Dude, you should. No, this is serious stuff, dude. This is, I don't know if you know what shamanism is, but I mean,
I have an idea, but I mean, I should probably read. I should probably read exactly what the definition. I mean, I just think it's like a faith. It's like a faith healer, like a sort of like a spiritual healer, right?
Not really.
How would you describe it?
Well, here I'll read this because I just I have my own definition, of course, as well, my own thoughts, but I'm trying to like pre-read this to see if it's even a good description. Well, I'll just define it my way, and then I can also read this as well. But I mean, there's a lot of different ways to define it. But I mean, if I was just to say in general, like shamanism is essentially the humanity's most ancient, original. It was like the first like religion or spirituality, as it were, for humans, in this sense, to where it goes before all other religions and spiritual systems, to where like deep into the heritage of humanity, to where like the shamanic practice is, it's not it's not a healer in the idea where the shaman will necessarily just give some healing to someone or just cause some kind of magic or anything, like cause some kind of just faith-based miracle or anything like that. It's actually where the shaman has, it's like a set of practices and a set of tools. So it's not a dogma. It's not a book to remember. It's not anything to worship. There's no like figures or anything like that. So that's why it's not a religion. It's not even, I mean, it is spirituality for sure, but it's really not a religion in that sense. It's a set of practices and a set of knowledge in terms of plants and medicines and nature and the human psyche, the spiritual life, the emotional life, the dream life, the culture and family life, and between one another. And so generally there is a shaman, as it were, is someone in that tribal system who has the knowledge and wisdom passed on to them of these tools and of these practices. And these tools and practices and techniques allow for one to access these essentially states of consciousness where you can access the spirit worlds, and higher levels of consciousness on those levels, and being able to, in many cases, interact with spiritual beings and other spirits for healing, for knowledge, for wisdom, for alliedship and connection, and knowing how to utilize the plants on the physical level within the environment for healing and support within the community, as well as terms of medicines. And then also being able to facilitate journey work for others. So this is something that is all, like, the person experiences it all themselves. So they don't have to believe in anything outside of them in any way. It's all experiential within one's own journey work. And then being able to support others in creating an environment for them to be able to have their journeys as well, and have the container and the proper medicines serving the proper medicines in the right dosage, the right way of blending them, the right way of utilizing them for the right scenario, and then creating that container for healing to occur.
And you wouldn't call it a spiritual healer. You'd probably just call it a healer then. Maybe it's a healer.
Well, like they call them, like in South America, curandero. Curandero.
What does that mean?
I mean, kind of like if I were to say more English, like curandero.
What does that mean?
Curandero. As curandero and curandera for male and female, because there's females as well.
That means healer.
Yeah.
That means healer? Okay.
Well, yep. Okay, so I'll read the shamanism just because I said that, my whole explanation, but I'll just share this with this is from Wikipedia. Shamanism is a religious practice that involves a practitioner, a shaman or saman, interacting with the spirit world through altered states of consciousness, such as trance. The goal of this is usually to direct spirits or spiritual energies into the physical world for purposes of healing, divination, or to aid human beings in some way. That's the little first thing. That's just off Wiki. I don't know that I agree that's exactly the best definition, but yeah, it's kind of the mainstream one, I guess, at least in that sense.
I don't even know if that sounds mainstream. I've never heard that one before. Where they're saying the shaman is basically the liaison between the spirit world and our world, and he's basically bringing in. It's his job to bring the spirits in.
Yes.
I never heard that before.
Yep. Connect the worlds.
It's kind of like a priest in a kind of way.
Yeah, but it's like an actual naturally. So the wild thing. Okay, so with shamanism, what happens? So let's say you have a human community, and let's just for this time being just say that it's a size that you would have, like, let's say 3 elder shamans, something like that. So there's 3 elder shamans. Now, when the next born in the family line of all the children being born, male or female, is meant to be one of the next elder shamans, it's not voted upon or selected or anything like that. It actually, so there's something called a shamanic crisis or shamanic illness. So generally, like the newly born child who is going to be the next elder shaman, at some age in their, they're 5 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old, etc., they start to be having some kind of where that shamanic crisis or shamanic illness, and that can come through in many different ways. It could be like hearing voices and having some psychic problems. It could be having an emotional thing. It could be a physical thing. And the elder shamans know that is the one that's going to be the next shaman. And so the shamans then help that individual, through their process in their own deep experiences that they need to have, that the next shaman, the teenager, young adult, etc., that will be the next shaman. So they have to go through their own deep experiences and healing and cleansing and all of that, so that they can get connection to the spirit worlds and to be able to have the navigation abilities and everything that's required. But it's like they often start in some sort of crises that needs to be healed. And that's like nature's way of kind of, it's like it's imprinted in, as it were. Like you don't have to choose it, or they're not selected. They're not like priests in that way. They're actually like naturally kind of in the system that to be that, meant to be that. And then of course, the elders teach that individual the medicines and how to mix them and create and procure them, and how to apply, serve and apply them to others. Yeah, so there's that kind of component to it as well. And usually that shamanic illness can be challenging to go through, but then when they come out of it, it's like the archetype of the wounded healer. Like they've gone through a wounding, but they've healed it, and then they become have the capacity to access the spirit realms and connect with these different plants and spirits for healing and for support in the community.
Well, I wonder if I went to go sign up to be fucking the shaman in Texas. Do you think they would have to I don't know what, or would I have to go through? Let me just look it up and see what he would.
Well, I mean, depends on what you want to do, man. I mean, you could. There's a lot of things, dude, to do. I mean, I don't know. Michael Harner is just one thing. I mean, he's just doing his thing. Like, it's not like he is the shamanic training of the world or something. That's just his thing. There's probably many others. There's numerous. There's probably, I don't know if there's hundreds, but there's a lot of other training programs, I'm sure, out there. But yeah, I mean.
I wonder where's the thing, because you said there's a thing on the website that shows how to get licensed or something like that, right?
What?
I'm on the website, I don't see it.
I mean, there's so many different paths that one could take within these fields. I mean, ultimately, like shamanism, although the practices can be done with no consumption of plants, like it can be done, and I've done a lot of work with it where there's either just the drumming's involved, but there's always some tool or technique that's used to access these states, whether a drum or.
I play the drums. I'm being serious. I wonder what it takes to get one of these licenses.
There's also so the shaman does do certain healing processes on people. So let's say like even in like an ayahuasca ceremony, for example, and it's everything, it's at the peak of it and everything's happening, for example, the shaman may, because usually the main shaman, then he has his like assistant, his main assistant, and then there's usually other facilitators as well, but it's always two that are running it. Like usually it's like the main shaman and then his assistant. Anyway, so during the peak of the medicine, the assistant may come up to you very, just very gently and come and just softly put their arm on your or put their hand on your shoulder and say, would you like to come, up to there's like an altar, basically like this big, beautiful altar with plants and sage and candles and medicines and all kinds of different natural organic type tobaccos that they use to cleanse and a lot of different medicines. So he brings you up, and so you kind of slowly get up. Even though you're on the medicine, you can still move around and all that. So you kind of slowly get up, and then you go, and either you sit there in front of the altar or maybe you stand. It's pretty incredible, dude. Like it's like these are. I'm describing one of very skilled shamans that are able to do this, where they essentially read you almost like an X-ray in a sense, like spiritually, and are able to like see and read your energies. And then they're also in communication with spirits that are there to help and to heal and to help support. And so the shaman, through the ayahuasca, and the whole thing is guided by the ayahuasca, but the shaman specifically with the ayahuasca as well is able to communicate and understand what healing needs to occur and to help facilitate that. So it's not that the shaman is doing the healing like, I heal you. It's not like that. It's that the shaman is actually just facilitating the environment for this type of healing to go down and for it to occur in this way. And so the spirits that he's connected with, he's helping to kind of channel in a sense. And he'll use different like tobacco or sage or other herbal blends of smoke where, he might inhale it and then slightly blow it, across your back or something like that. There's usually not a lot of like physical stuff. There's a little bit of maybe where they just might put his hand on your shoulder or something like that. But they have these leaves that are like where they make little whistles. So it's like this, like they're using the leaves, like the shaking of the rattle of the leaves to kind of help the either the tobacco smoke or the sage or even the breath, the wind, as it were, to kind of, it's incredible. And what can happen is just profound in terms of like the orchestration of that. And it's like, the shaman is just sort of like the in a sense, the facilitator and like in a sense, the medium, as it were, just for that synergy to go down. But what really is where the healing's really happening is in the person themselves and the other spirits and guides and angels and different beings that are helping to bring upon this as well. So that's where the healing is a conduit. Yeah. Good one.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm looking at the website right now, dude. There's some I don't know what's going on with the certificate. Like they said, they stopped doing the certificate in 2008, but they offer different certificates now. I just don't know what, because I want to be put on this list, dude. So when people look at this up, they can see like Texas, and then it'll say my name. They're like, okay, let me call them the shaman in Texas. And
this says right here, this is from the Wikipedia. It says, historically, it is often associated with indigenous and tribal societies and involves belief that shamans with a connection to the other world have the ability to heal the sick, communicate with spirits, and escort souls of the dead to the afterlife. Wow.
I think these courses, by the way, are free that they have, and the certificates are $10. Like, yeah, if you do the course, you take a test, you get paid $10 to do a test or whatever. But I wonder if I could get put on, a list like this so people could see that I'm a shaman in Texas.
Well, I mean, depends on what you would want to do. I mean, if you actually do feel called to this, there's a lot of different pathways.
Well, I got a lot of satisfaction when I was doing tarot readings, dude, because I would tell them, I would say, listen, there's not any magic happening or anything like that. Actually, I'm not even predicting anything. We're both going to read the cards and then talk about whatever the thing is. And in every case, we always got to the root of the problem. They always thanked me profusely. Like, somehow they were given this, like, revelation that they didn't get otherwise. But it's really just because we talked about whatever their issue was. And I realized that it's not just about, it has nothing to do with the cards or anything. It just has to do with psychology of people, like they're not going to talk to anybody who's actually close to them, but they'll talk to a stranger who seemingly has, like, divination, powers or whatever. But really they're just sort of, seeing inside themselves, That makes sense?
Yeah. Yeah, man. You may have a natural healer, spirit, soul, life path in you. Yeah. You may be a natural healer, man. I mean, I would not be surprised if you have that.
Well, at least I can put it on my resume. I'll put it somewhere on this website. That way, I just want people to call me. If they need a shaman.
Well, you know about combo? You could become a combo practitioner. It's another option.
What is that?
Saddle up.
Combo.
Get ready for a better future for all involved.
How do you spell that, combo?
Well, I just say it because you're talking about trainings and things, and this would be one where you would be getting right into it in terms of the medicine. But so combo is a tree frog that lives in the Amazon, and it is called it's Philomedusa bicolor is a species name, but the generic name, as it were, is the giant waxy monkey tree frog. And it secretes a waxy substance on its skin, and that substance is gently kind of with a little piece of wood, gently kind of scraped from the skin without hurting the frog. And then it's put onto a little piece of wood, and then it dries. And then when you want to use it, you either use water or saliva to mix it up. Ideally, saliva of the person who's going to be taking it. Actually, that's the best genetic carrier. Anyways, and then it's applied to the skin in a very unique way, which allows it to instantly enter the bloodstream. And it's this medicine that is, so I bring it up in terms of shamanism because the shamans in the Amazon, not all of them work with combo because it depends on whether the combo frog is native to their local region, but many of them do. And they work with ayahuasca and combo. So the combo is a shamanic medicine and is used by the shamans as well. Like I said, it's not used in every tradition, but it is in those. And it's a very, very powerful cleansing medicine. And it's totally legal. Like there's no illegalities at all. So you can actually, there's like a whole training, a combo training, and you can like get fully certified. And then they have a pretty impressive list. Let me show you I'll send you their website. They have an impressive, it's pretty, like if you actually, I mean, I'm just saying if one were to do this, like it's a growing field and it does have a high demand.
What happens if you put that sap on your skin directly? Why do you have to let it dry out and mix it with water? Why happens if you just put it on your skin?
Okay, so I'll give you a little more information. The way it's applied is, okay, after this waxy stuff is put onto this little wood stick, I posted the link to their website, by the way. After it's put onto the wood stick, when you're ready to do it, they take either a little knife or a little wooden stick, kind of like a chopstick, or like a knife, and then basically add the water, because it's already dried at that point because it's a waxy kind of substance. So you add the water or saliva a little bit, and then you mix it, and you keep circling and blending, and eventually you make these little balls, like almost like a little booger size ball. Like you make these little balls, and that's your dosage depending on how big the balls are. But and then the other way to do it's the size of the balls is the dosage, but also how many dots is what it's called generally. So in order to apply it to the skin, you take a kind of like an incense stick, but it's like a piece of wood, and you get it to where, you light it to where it makes a flame, and then you blow out the flame. So then it's just kind of embering, it's like kind of a red ember. So not when it's a flame, but when it's an ember. And then they go to the skin and they just nick. Essentially, it's like nicking your skin with that burning little piece of wood. It's not pressed in real deep. It just goes boom, just a little kind of, just a gentle little nick, basically. And what it does is it, with the heat of it, it uses the heat and the little nicking kind of direction, and it peels off a little bit of that skin. So it basically makes just a little kind of exposed just under the first layer of skin, just the first kind of subcutaneous layer. But, if you've ever had that, or you kind of get a little cut like that, how it's kind of red, it's not bleeding. Like, you're never going to bleed if it's done right. You don't bleed. And if you do, that's a problem. You're not supposed to ever bleed. But it just nicks off that little bit of skin. And then you do however many dots you're going to do. So 3 dots, usually it's done in pairs of 2. So either 3, 5, 7, or more. And I've done really big ones. You can go even more than that. Anyways, and there's different places to apply it on. There's different places to apply it on the body as well. And
you gotta go to do this.
And then once you have those little kind of nicks, let's say 3 for a beginner, you have 3 little areas there for the medicine. Now they take those little balls that are on, that have already been made up. Basically, they're kind of, and they're kind of like almost like sticky. They're kind of watery. I don't know. It smells really good too. But anyways, you put it on there and you just place these 3 little balls of this little kind of green, yellow colored little wax stuff. And you place it on those 3 little, marks there on the skin. And that allows the medicine to like instantly enter the bloodstream and completely, enter the bloodstream. And then you have about a 20 to 30 minute experience. And it's very intense and very healing on deep, deep levels. And then you can even
where were you when you did this? Were you did this in America? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Kosho, we're going to get you to be the next healer. Are you up for it?
Well, I mean, I've worked with combo in ayahuasca ceremony settings, and then I've also worked with it, in smaller groups, and then I've worked with it on my own as well, very deeply. I did like a deep initiation myself, where I went through my own like deep rite of passage with it, where I did it like every day for 15 days, which is like a deep immersion. That's often, if someone wants to really know the medicine deeply on that level, you can do like a series like that. But I mean, generally though, I mean, for someone who, I mean, generally like someone might just do it once, or, maybe, once every 6 months or once every 3 months, or they might do it, 3 times within a couple month period or something like that. So everyone's different, but, it's a,
where can you find this? What do you have to go to South America to get it?
So it's become a lot more popular, like with kind of ayahuasca becoming much more. By the way, combo is not that, it's generally not like a visionary trip or anything. So this, there's the toad, the Sonoran desert toad that contains 5-MeO-DMT. That's a totally different thing. This is a frog. So it's often referred to as combo, like Kambo. But anyway, so this combo frog is different, and the experience is generally not a trip per se. I mean, I could explain it, but I know I've been very wordy, so I don't want to just talk the whole time. Sorry. I know it's a lot of, it's almost like, a whole presentation level, there's that much information. I could probably talk direct on it just directly for like 2 hours. But anyways, I'm just saying the experience, I mean, I could explain it, but just kind of saying, yeah, it's not generally like a trip in that way. It's different.
That's fair enough. I just don't know if
it's more like it's like a physical cleansing, like purge session. It's like taking an internal shower.
This was
Kosho
also.
Kosho wants to know how much he can make per year as a healer.
Well, dude, these practitioners charge, $300 to $500 per session. That's what they make, sometimes more. I mean, it's common to pay anywhere from $200 to $400, maybe, depending. I mean, if they're doing it in the setting of the ayahuasca ceremony where they do it like after or before, they don't really do it necessarily at the peak of the ayahuasca, but before or after you can do combo. So as like an add-on, usually, it's when people pay or donate, as it were, to various different, groups doing it. Often they call it a donation instead of like paying, because it's kind of just in support in that way. But
my mic wasn't working. I thought you just couldn't hear me. But I was asking you, like, can you get this in America?
Yeah. So it's not illegal at all. It's totally legal. Totally. There's no illegality whatsoever. It's actually pretty easy to get nowadays, considering. So it's actually, thankfully, it's really not like a endangered medicine per se. Although I don't know, okay. Basically, dude, like what it is there's people in those tribes that realize they can make money, with this. And so they're, essentially, capturing the frogs and making combo sticks. And then, those are then distributed, out into the world from South America. So yeah, I don't outwardly, like, just to be clear, since I'm speaking on this kind of publicly, like in no way am I outwardly like just recommending anyone, like, in that way. I mean, in a way, yes, it is a very deep medicine. So on that level, in terms of in general recommendation, of course, it is a very high level. Like it's a medicine that's all love and light. Like it is all blessings when used correctly, of course. So on that level, it is, but of course, everyone needs to make their own decisions, their own choices, all that. I'm not like outwardly. And the other thing is that I would say if someone was going to do it for the first time, like absolutely do it with a very skilled knowledge, facilitator, as it were, to apply the medicine for your first time. First time I did it, it was absolutely given to me. It was only after it was given to me many times that I then decided, oh yeah, I know this medicine from previous lifetimes, and I've worked with it in many, many other timelines. So I basically, from in this lifetime, after the first times I did it, it was applied to me, and then I'm saying after that, I chose to do self-application as well, for my own journey.
Where can I find this thing?
You got to really know what you're doing to do self-application. That's the real deal. It takes some serious coordination, I'll tell you.
Well, I'm in Texas, so but where do you got to go to get this? Where can you buy it from?
Well, like I said, I'm not really outwardly just recommending anyone kind of do, unless they really know what they're doing and all of that, obviously. But I also would say always work with a practitioner, for the first times, somebody who knows what they're doing and is skilled and all of that. You can, so I'm just saying that's a preface to what I'm about to say, which is that, like I said, it's not illegal. So, if you Google search it, there's places that'll ship it to you. So it's not really a secret in that way. Cause I personally, I know I have connections with communities and my, colleagues and, who are working with it directly. So, I can get it through, I know many people that are connected to the tribes there, to where I can get it through those channels myself, in terms of my own life connections in those ways. But I do think there's online vendors. But like I said, I wouldn't recommend just getting it. I mean, yeah, you really would not want to get it and self-apply because you really got to know what you're doing. It's serious stuff, and it brings upon a very strong purge. So generally, there's no like diarrhea. That's not a thing with combo. It is the oral purge, if you will. So what you do before you do it, you drink more water than you normally drink. You don't have to like slug it and overdose, but yeah, you really start for about the half hour to 45 minutes before you start combo. You want to be really drinking, have some nice, good amount of water. You want to be loaded on water. And then they apply the medicine, starts, you're chilling, and you kind of just feel calm. You feel kind of like almost inwardly turned. You're just kind of self-reflective. It's a very kind of peaceful energy. The frog spirit is, and then you go through the process. You go through. Everyone's a little different, but it's quite common that people purge. Like not every time, and not everyone purges actually in the same ways. But when you purge on combo or your oral purging, because of the water you drank, it is like nothing else you've ever experienced. I mean, if you've like vomited or whatever when you're drunk, oh, it's terrible. Or if you got the flu, it's absolutely awful. This is not that. This is like you have your body full of your stomach full of water, the medicine's kicking in, you're chilling, and it's like this catapult of almost projectile liquid that comes out. So you have like a bucket. You have to have like a bigger bucket. Like you don't want a small one or shit's going to splash out, because this will come out in some cases for many like a waterfall. It is absolutely amazing to see. And it's usually intense, like, and it's not even unpleasant actually in my experiences. I mean, but some people obviously will find it somewhat unpleasant. It's intense. It's not. I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's an ordeal in a sense, like that you're going through. But when that liquid comes out, it's like a green frothy type liquid that comes out at a very high pace. And like I said, it doesn't happen for everyone, and it's different and everything. But that's often what happens. And then, you usually feel way better after, of course. And and then afterwards, after the 20, 30 minutes, and there's other things that can happen during the session too, but the purge is often a major part of it, as it were. And then afterwards, you feel like absolutely blissful. Like you feel like you're on cloud 9. You're just humming, and it's there's no hangover in that sense. It's a hang up. Instead of a hangover, it's like it lifts you up and then for the next like days and weeks, literally, and the next days, weeks, and months, the benefits just keep coming. Like it's like inoculating you with these peptides, which there's peptides in it, and there's other compounds as well. And anyways, it brings like literally good luck. Like people actually have good fortune that happens to them in the days and weeks after they take it, in many different ways. Sometimes they find love. Sometimes they find a new employment direction. Sometimes they moved. All kinds of amazing things happen, and like actual good fortune and good luck. Their immune system is way stronger. Like absolutely, like people don't get sick for like years sometimes after they take it. Like they're super strong in their immune system. It also has been referred to as the vaccine of the forest. So it's like a real vaccine that actually inoculates you. And those peptides like actually rebuild the immune system on deep levels. And that purging that happens is cleansing very, very things in the body that need to get out. So like the combo is able to move through the body, and it literally is able to scan through your body, collecting toxins, maybe parasites, maybe infections, maybe cancer, whatever someone might have, fungal infections, different things like this, and just, collects it in the digestive tract and then expulses it in that way. So that's why I kind of refer to it as like an internal shower in that sense. And and then it's just the gift that keeps on giving. They call it being kissed by the frog. And yeah, it can be unpleasant for 20, 30 minutes. Don't get me wrong. It can be very intense, actually. I mean, I've done it at all doses, including, the highest dose one can do, as it were, for my body size. So I'm fully familiar with it on all those levels. So it is intense, and is definitely, I can't say it's all pleasant. It is a purging of sorts. But the after effects and the ongoing effects are absolutely nothing short of magical, truly. And like I said, that like the good fortune, good luck, stronger immune system, more energy. People clear out depression, anxiety, addictions, physical ailments of many sorts.
I'm gonna buy tomorrow.
There's even a way that it functions as an aphrodisiac as well. Now that's getting even deeper into the wisdom of it. And well, it's not that not that sex is the main thing, but combo does seem to have like a component of with fertility, some kind of a blessing with fertility. And people do report like afterwards their orgasms are much more pleasurable and potent as well. And then there's a thing with it as well where it can a woman who is infertile, she can't get pregnant. If she does combo, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, depending on what her healing needs, she will be able to be pregnant. She will be able to become pregnant after the combo. So the combo literally has been seen to resolve a problem that mainstream medicine has never been able to resolve ever, in that sense, in terms of being able to actually bring fertility back in a woman that is infertile. So it actually has a connection to fertility. It seems like there's something about the peptides that are in it that have like, whether it's like stem cell regrowth, like there's some kind of profound levels of medicinal effects that it has.
Yeah, I'm just trying to cut my hair right now.
What do you think the reason?
I only have one working arm.
What do you think the reason is, Geo, why they inject it in the way through the first layer of skin? Is it something to do with the organ of the skin, or is what's the other reason? Why not just take it orally, or another way?
Right. Yeah, no, you can't take it orally. Yeah, you don't ever want to do that, actually. Yeah, that's a thing. It's not the way the medicine's supposed to be taken at all. So specifically, not to be taken internally. It seems like with this medicine, it needs to be applied in that way. It's interesting. It seems like that's like the it's just the way it's meant to be, like that little subcutaneous kind of slight kind of burn layer, if you will, just that little bit of burn with the wood, and then applying the medicine right there. And then usually like it takes a little bit of time to heal up, afterwards. Like you don't even have to put a Band-Aid on it or anything though. Like when it's all over and done, like, you just kind of, it's all, it just heals. And then sometimes people get little scars, which they kind of like because it's just a little white patch of skin, where they actually kind of like it because it's like their battle wounds, battle scars, etc. But there's actually other plant medicines that you can put on it that will have it be where it won't create a scar. So you kind of have an option if you use the right plants. But yeah, it seems like it needs to be applied to the skin in some way. Like that's how it kind of seems to need to enter the body and do its whole functioning, like through the system like that.
So do you stick that ball on and then you put a Band-Aid over that to sort of hold it on so you can get on with the experience, or because you don't want it to brush off or anything?
Right. So it's interesting how it works. Like when you have that little kind of red, little red and white kind of area where the skin is off at the top layer of skin. Once you put the little dots on there of the medicine, they actually don't fall off. It's interesting. It's like they kind of fuse a little bit with the skin, and they kind of stick there. They kind of harden. Like it's almost like the medicine like comes out of it. Like if you can imagine a little kind of almost gelatin kind of ball, almost like a booger, if you will, but it's like a little kind of gelatin ball. It's that kind of consistency. It's a little squishy. It's a little kind of gelatiny. Anyways, once you put it on there, it kind of like melds with the application site in an interesting way. Now you can brush it off, so you want to be sure not to do that. Like, you don't want to whip it off. So you do have to kind of be careful that you don't brush it off. And usually that's not an issue that people don't do that. And actually, if you want to stop the medicine, you can brush it off. So that's one thing. Like if you really want to, like if you just want to bail for whatever reason, just try to cut out early, you can brush them off and it will limit the effect. But in general, they kind of just stick on there. And then even after it's all over, like 45 minutes later, those little balls are kind of on there, and you can actually just kind of leave them on there. Or sometimes they fall off on their own. But there's also the idea that the longer you leave them on, they also have kind of an accelerated healing effect on the skin there. So I try to leave them on like that. And then eventually they either kind of stick there a little bit, or you just kind of, you take a little wet paper towel and just kind of brush them off at some point, or you can just brush them off with your hand. But yeah.
Well, I just imagine some reason I'm thinking that you're doing it on your arm, but wouldn't it be like beneficial to put it in different places, like on your inner thigh where all your toxins are stored, or maybe on the soles of your feet?
Yeah, so generally for men, it's done on the bicep for like first time and all that, like on the bicep range area there, or sometimes maybe down on the forearm. And then women, for some reason, they tend to do it more on like the leg, like the back of the leg, or even the ankle. Seems like there's kind of that thing with women a little bit more where they might want to kind of, if it does make the little white scar, they might kind of want it down on their foot or something, because the kind of woman kind of high, in that sense to keep the kind of, skin clean, as it were. Whereas with the man, the idea of having on the bicep is a little bit more, that whole thing. But yeah, it actually can be applied at different areas in the body. Never like on something, like usually not the face per se or anything like that. But there are different meridian points that it can be done on. And some very potent ones are, for example, on the spine, on the back. Those tend to be the most potent, actually. Like 9 dots on the spine. Oh my gosh, that is... so that's like on the back. You can kind of do it on the upper, like the back neck area if you want, like, etc. And then there's other practices that use apply them in specific, like the acupuncture. Those meridians, for example. It uses those understandings of the meridians and the chakras to apply the combo in places to access those particular chakras, and it does seem like it absorbs differently in different parts of the body. So yeah, that's a component of it that can be done as well.
Have you heard of the point CV1 in Chinese acupuncture? CV1.
That's one of the meridians.
Yeah, that's a really potent one. That's between your ball sacks and your anus. There's one acupuncture point right there. And I imagine if you had it on there, oh my God, yeah, it could stimulate your sexual activity. I'd imagine if you had it on there. You wouldn't want to do it on your knob or anything like that.
Whoa, yeah, man, that sounds. Oof, I've never heard of that actually being done there. But that sounds wild.
Jesus, big thunderstorm here. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if I can find it here in New Zealand. It would be. I don't know if we have those frogs here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a company, for example, called Waking Herbs. I think they ship it worldwide. Again, though, it's sort of like I wouldn't really recommend. I can't just like say, in order for one to apply it themselves, like I said, to really, so it's not really something that, in my mind, is something that could just be like ordered and used for the first time. Like I just don't see that as the right path, in that sense to approach it, because it's probably someone has done that in the history of the world, though. I'm sure that, someone just read about it, learned about it online, and did that. But
just try it. Yeah. No, you got to be careful. Yeah. I'm sure there's somewhere I can find someone doing it here. Because you can do DMT trips and all sorts of stuff here already. You just need to know how to find the connections. I guess it's not as if they just post adverts on the TV about it. You kind of got to know someone that knows someone that's in the know. It's not just out there advertised, even though it's not illegal. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's illegal anywhere. I was gonna look in. I was gonna look on their website to even see.
It sounds exactly what I need.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily pleasant to go through. I will say that, but it's like I said, it's just a gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's a true blessing. So I just Googled randomly Australia. Oh, wait, maybe there's none. Where are these located? Let's see. There's 6 results. Oh, no, 128 results. Oh, wait, there's some in New Zealand.
Oh, well, if you found them, I'll be able to track them down. That sounds good.
Are you in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, there's 2 in New Zealand, bro.
Oh, awesome. I'll be there tomorrow.
Here's one. Let's see. He's in Christchurch, it says.
Awesome.
He's got a website.
$49 flights to Christchurch. No problem.
So his says the name of it's Combo Strong, and it says traditional Amazonian combo in Christchurch, New Zealand. And then there's
and
another.
When you say they ship them out in sticks, is it like pre-prepared, and it's like on the end of the stick, sort of like wrapped in something?
Yeah, like it's either single-sided or double-sided. It's like a stick, maybe about 5 inches long and about 1 inch wide, like a wooden little,
like an incense size stick. Yeah,
kind of.
but
Yeah.
shorter.
Yeah, and then or sometimes it's even like a paddle, like a small paddle. It's got a little handle. It's pretty cool if you get them like that. Different tribes make them differently. You know, the tribes that they get them from, like they all have a slightly different. Like the Matsis is one of the big tribes that works with combo. A lot of the sticks come from the Matsis these days. But yeah, so it's a stick, and then it's usually wrapped in like either like a corn husk, you know, like a nice kind of protective corn husk. And then it usually has a beautiful little kind of wooden kind of string, you know, and it's kind of tied like a little package kind of when they're kind of transferred that way, so you know, it's not just like sticks in a bag, you know what I mean? Like they're kind of protected, and then when they're used, you know, you kind of unwrap it and open it, and then, you know, all of that. So
Did you say wrapped in a leaf, like a banana leaf or something, or a bamboo leaf?
Yeah, there's different things. Exactly. Yeah, or like a corn husk or bamboo, or like
like a tamale.
Yeah. Exactly. This other guy in New Zealand says he's in Tauranga.
Oh, that's even closer. This is the North Island. Yeah.
He has 2 locations. One of them in Auckland and one of them in Tauranga. It looks like this guy.
In Auckland. I'm in Auckland. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he's got a website too. Let's see what his is called. Oh yeah, Combo O. Combo. Wow. I just posted that second one. This is a good looking website just off the bat. Like it looks. I'll post the 2 that I found. I'll just post their websites.
I'm not sure if we have those available in New Zealand. I think he must be importing it.
Oh well, okay. So through this particular, the IAKP is the particular one that I had mentioned that does the trainings. When someone gets trained through them, it's a very rigorous program, because I know directly many of the actual organization itself, and that do the trainings and everything. So it's very intensive. Like you work with the combo yourself, like you take the combo medicine yourself. I forget how many times. It's like, you know, 10 or 15. So it's you have a lot of experience. You have to do those sessions too. You can't just like learn it, read it in a book, and get certified. Like you have to actually have the medicine applied to you, you know, thoroughly, and go through it all. So it's something that you've, you know, done yourself, as you know, in that way. So
is that You're saying that, were you just reading that the New Zealander guy has that qualification? Yeah.
Yeah, these two, because I'm on their website when I was looking at it. That's why I just searched it. These two are certified by the IAKP, International Association for Combo Practitioners, is what it stands for. So yeah, these two guys are. And what I was just saying, for them, like where they source their combo sticks from, they're not like just buying them on an online vendor. They get them directly through, the tribes. Like once they become a certified practitioner, they basically get kind of the supply line, if you will, that they're able to be, they're able to receive combo sticks, because they're going to need, a good amount of them to be, serving the medicine regularly. So they'll get a supply of the combo sticks through, sort of those channels directly, rather than, so they don't like buy it online necessarily. Because they want to make sure that they're doing it sustainably and in a responsible way. And, you don't want to abuse these frogs or anything. You want to treat them with love, and you don't want to hurt them. So you don't want to buy them from someone that has been hurting the frogs, because that actually can negatively impact the medicine.
I might get some bad karma from when I was a little boy. We used to, just for 1 or 2 days, we used to get straws and catch frogs and blow them up like balloons and throw them on the road, and the cars would run over them and make big noises as they popped. But yeah, hopefully I don't get some bad karma from that.
Probably will. Probably will.
No, we were rat bags when we were like 10 years old,
Yeah, I mean, this combo medicine is, in a way, it's no joke. I mean, it is an ordeal. That is for sure. Like, often you might feel nauseous during it. You might feel kind of hot and cold, kind of flushes. You might sweat a little bit. Some people do have some visions. Some people do have some visions, although generally it's not a kind of trip in that way. Generally, it's more of a physical thing that happens, and spiritual as well. And it kind of scans your body, and you kind of feel different flushes of energy. And then, there's usually the purge release part, which is just.
Is it bring out any emotional stuff at all?
Yeah, well, usually during the experience, people generally don't have a lot of emotional reaction. I mean, people, in some cases they might cry a little bit, or there's not to say that there can't be emotion. People do have that. But in general, it's not like a big dramatic emotional processing usually. It's usually just getting through the kind of ordeal part of it. And then usually afterwards, there can be like healing on that level, though, like psychologically, or if someone's just. So they have this word called panema. And panema essentially is a word that they use to mean it's connected to Quechuan and that language, and it's a word that generally means like sort of like a dark cloud, like darkness over you, like panema. It's kind of like some kind of weighty darkness of some sort, that we all probably have had at some points in our life. And so combo is known to, they call it lifting panema. So whatever that kind of dark cloud is over one, maybe they're stuck in their love life, stuck in their family life, stuck in their whatever it may be, psychologically, that panema is kind of that dark cloud, as it were. And the combo seems to break that up. It's like it purges that, it cleanses out that dark cloud. So like it lifts the panema, it releases the panema. And so in that case, even though someone might not necessarily go through a whole psychological or emotional experience on it, however, the healing afterward seems to hit that level. Like people have much less depression, much less addiction, much less anxiety, all those kinds of things. So yeah, it does have those effects. It can have those healing effects, I should say. It's not just that everyone instantly, has a resolution of depression, but it often can have those effects. And especially when working with it multiple times, if someone has depression, it can, probably your mileage will vary. Like maybe some people may need other medicines to really heal from certain things. So it's not to say that combo is like the heal all necessarily, but it certainly is unique, and the effects it has on the immune system and the physical body are profound and very unique. Those peptides, mainstream medicine actually knows about these peptides, and they make drugs from these peptides. They already have a bunch of drugs on the market that they have made from the peptides from this frog as well. So even mainstream medicine knows the like profound benefits of these peptides, and this is taking it in this complete natural way. So there's even things that science may not even understand what this medicine is doing fully in terms of all the interactions. But I mean, it's been used traditionally in these tribes for eons of time, going back, and it's also if you get bit by a snake and you're going to die, like you get bit by a poisonous snake, combo can save your life. So they also give it in the jungle if someone gets a snake bite. So it literally will save your life in a life and death situation if you get bit by a poisonous snake. So it has that as well to it.
So it's really a toxin. Just works on the toxins in the body more than like if you wanted to do ayahuasca, that's more of a trauma purging or something more psychological, whereas this is more working on parasites and toxins. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, ayahuasca has much more of a visionary, and yeah, it can be more spiritual, emotional, interdimensional. The DMT can bring upon profound, fractals and colors and visions and connections to one's childhood, previous lifetimes, into the spirit worlds. Yeah, ayahuasca is a whole visionary medicine, but ayahuasca also works on the physical level too, and it will cleanse parasites profound, very deeply. And it has its own whole thing to it too. Whereas, combo seems to have more of that, connection to the physical and to the immune system. So in a sense, it is kind of more of a to that physical level, but it also hits the emotional levels in those ways as well.
Okay. In the case of combo and snake bites, how would it be administered to save your life?
Yeah. So were you here earlier when I mentioned how this medicine is given?
No, I'm just hearing it now.
So it's this tree frog is this very gentle, slowly moving, beautiful tree frog. So the shaman will play a whistle. They have a special whistle in the jungle, and
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. I just wanted to know how would they administer it if you've got a snake bite?
Rectally, Jen, rectally.
Well, I'll just try to say it as briefly as I can. So they play the whistle, and then the frogs come to the tree and will just walk right up on your arm. These beautiful, they're like little Zen Buddhas. They move so slow. They're just these peaceful little guys. Anyways, and then the shaman or the man collecting the medicine, there's a waxy substance that's on the skin of the frog, and so that's gently scraped off the frog without hurting the frog, and it's put onto a little wooden stick, and then it dries. It's kind of like a waxy substance that dries. And then later, when it's ready to be applied, you add a little bit of saliva or a little water to it, and you kind of mix it up with a knife or with a little wooden stick. You kind of mix it, and you make it into these little balls, like a little ball.
Okay.
And then they take it's applied to the skin. They take a wooden stick, put
a spatula, and spread it. Yeah.
No, kind of like an incense stick, a very thin little.
Yeah, a joss stick. Okay. All right.
Yeah, a little thin twig, like an incense stick that's very, very.
Yeah.
And then they light it, and then how you kind of light it when it's burning, and then you blow out the flame and it's kind of embering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So they get it to that state where it's just kind of like a little red burning ember, and then they take it to the skin and they kind of rub that on this, just a little nick, kind of like a nick, a very gentle, just boom. And the little bit of heat along with the motion of it will just take the top layer of skin off. So just that subcutaneous, that top layer with a little bit of the heat from the little ember. And then depending on the dosage is how many dots you do. So it might be 1 dot, 2 dot, 3 dot, let's say 3 for someone's first time. So they do 3 little marks like that right in a row. And then they take the little balls that they mixed up on the wooden stick and they apply it to those little skin areas that are kind of accessing the blood supply, and then those little kind of dots, as it were, the little balls of medicine, kind of stay on there, and then that's how the medicine comes in through the bloodstream, through the body, through that method, and then it's about a 20 to 30 minute experience.
And the toxin from the snake is neutralized, yeah.
Oh, so in case of the snake bite, that is how it would be applied as well. Yeah. So let's say somebody is in the jungle, the snake gets them, and they're about to die. The shaman will come, as quick as possible, quickly make up the combo, quickly apply it to the skin, and will save their life within minutes.
Okay, so the shaman arrived on his off-road bike because he's in the jungle. Rah, 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 rah.
Yeah, he descends down from the heavens and ready to
swings through the jungle. Swings through.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it swings through on some vines, like
Or he's a high tech and he comes on one of hover packs.
Well, they use the combo for hunting as well. So they take a low dose of it. They might apply like 1 dot to their skin, just 1 dot, and they use it for hunting. You know what's interesting with the hunting part? Apparently, you know how humans give off a scent? They give off a smell.
Yep. We all
Well,
yes.
you know how the whole issue that certain animals that you might be hunting can smell you and therefore make it harder to hunt.
Yeah, of course.
Well, if you do like some of this combo, like 1 little dot of it, for example, and then before you go hunting, it somehow makes your odor not able to
So
be.
basically, it neutralizes your odor, so your scent doesn't flow into the air. It neutralizes your odor.
Exactly.
Well, that's amazing. 1 dot can do that.
Yeah. Yep.
It's amazing. Yeah.
And it gives a little bit of energy that helps them too, and harnesses in their their senses for hunting. So it even has that to it as well.
Just imagine living with them for a year, with those tribesmen for a year. You know the things you'd learn.
Oh yeah.
Completely different world.
And they're such happy people. I mean, they've been, of course, affected by this whole mess we're in. So unfortunately, they have been affected. But I mean, when they're not being affected by the West and all that, I mean, they do ayahuasca and combo. They are healthy. They're happy. They don't have conflict. They don't have depression. They don't have physical ailments. I mean,
they laugh at the globe when you tell them.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like in terms of like shamanic practices, I was going to mention, because we were talking about shamanism, and all of shamanism involves a planar stationary earth, specifically because within the shamanic cosmologies, they have the general layout is that they have what they call the upper world, the heavens above, the middle world, the earthly plane, the plane of existence, and then the underworld. What's underneath us. It's a 3-layered system, and then the spirit worlds are connected to those. Like there's the upper spirit world, there's the plane levels of the spirit world, of the middle world, and then there's the underworld.
Where do they reside, these shaman men? What part of the world? South America, Africa, Aborigines? Where are they?
Well, I think going back into the traditions of humanity, like shamanic practices and tools and practices and techniques were used even before any of the known religions and spiritual systems, like even before the Vedas, and going back as into the heritages of humanity. So so they exist all around the world in all different traditions. Like you've got your Australian Aborigines, there's the South American tribes, there's in Africa, they work with the medicine called Iboga. Iboka is often how they pronounce it, Iboka, which is a root bark, a visionary root bark that they use in Africa.
Yeah, in Nigeria we have that root bark. I've seen that. Forgotten what they call it now. Yeah. And they burn it and run around the bloody village with the thing in festivals and that as well. Yeah, it's interesting, I'll tell you that. Interesting life.
There's the Siberian shamans.
I thought it was all weird, having been born in London. I thought it was all crazy, Well,
was that Iboga or was that something different though? Maybe not Iboga, because Iboga is used in, do you know in Gabon?
No, I don't know. What's Gabon? What's Gabon? Yeah.
It's a country in West Africa.
Okay.
It's like the Republic of the Congo. It's
okay.
You've got Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Republic of the Congo.
Yeah, that'll be Central Africa then. Yeah.
Iboga is also used in Cameroon as well.
See,
That's kind of
that's where Ebola comes from, Congo. You see, so it sounds similar.
Isn't that funny? I know Eboga, which Eboga can probably heal you from Ebola. So yeah, it's funny.
Ebola, yeah.
Yeah, this is the real jungle. The jungle, right? This is the depths of it there.
Yeah. It is fascinating when you start to look into these tribes and the things they do in order to coexist with nature, because that's what they're doing mainly. They're not fighting it as such, you know.
Well, yeah. So these specific people in Gabon, called the Bwiti, 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 which is their whole practice and everything that they do, and they're the ones that work specifically with this iboga root bark, and they have done everything they can to not let the West, infect them. So
yeah, they don't want to be influenced by the West, and that, so they keep on to their traditions. They have the lesser the contact, the better, obviously.
Yeah, they just know that it's no good.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was in Nigeria, man, there was a lot of things I had to get used to. You know, a lot I had to get. They used to call me a Londoner.
This website gives a little bit of information on the Bwiti. I just kind of found it. I didn't really vet this before. I just found this one, but yeah, it's got some decent pictures and stuff. A little bit of information about them. Awaken Your Soul, the website's called. It looks like.
Interesting.
I'll read it, what they have here. From the jungles of Gabon, the Bwiti are a people who have found mastery in the study of life. The Bwiti tradition is not a religion. It is a study of life. It is a traditional spiritual path of living life through direct experience rather than believing what someone else says, and of living a life of self-inquiry. It is an oral tradition that has been passed down for hundreds of years, if not more. I would say way more, of course, in terms of, but they do not carry a belief system. They either know something or they don't. And if they do not know, they will be with the unknowing until they have their own direct experience in life.
Yeah.
This knowledge is said to have originated in the Babango or Pygmy people deep in West Africa, eventually becoming a practice of the Bwiti tradition. Their spirit.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
I'll just read the last part. I'll read the last part because this is one of the main parts of it. Their spiritual path revolves around the sacred use of the iboga root, an agent for advancing one's consciousness and personal growth at an incredibly rapid rate. For centuries, followers of Bwiti tradition have used iboga in healing ceremonies and spiritual rituals for self-discovery, personal development, physical healing, connection to nature, direct communication with spirits and ancestors, and in giving thanks for the gift of life. One of the meanings of the word Bwiti is emancipation, indicating a freeing of old ways, beliefs, and systems.
Brilliant, yeah. Just sounds like they're trying to naturally coexist. You know? And if they don't know, it ain't worth knowing. That's what I would have said.
Yeah. That was so cool. It's like if they either know or they don't know. And if they don't know, then they'll be in that unknowing until they have a direct experience, until they know.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how I am as a flat earther. That's why I keep telling people. Can't know everything.
This is a good. This next sentence is good because it mentions, the Bwiti use iboga as a tool to connect to spirit and to innate truth. The medicine uncovers and accesses this truth that lies within each of us. Yeah, so this iboga root bark is very potent. If you do a high dose of it, it lasts for about 30 hours. It is a full, at a high dose, it is a 20 to 30 hour long journey where you're basically just lying down. You're just, you're in it for that whole time. And it's very, very powerful visionary medicine. And this is, they all work with this medicine. And this is, because of this, they don't have people that have, all kinds of traumas and demons and all these negative energies, because they all work with this medicine, which helps them stay clear of all of that. And
yeah. Like I said, to live with them for a year, you'd come away with some serious knowledge.
In Gabon, iboga is viewed as a sacred medicine, as a teacher plant, and the tree of life. The root is held so sacred that on June 6, 2000, the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Gabon declared iboga a national treasure. The spirit of iboga created the Bwiti tradition through the Pygmies and their knowledge. Through iboga's guidance, the Bwiti created instruments, music, dances, and expanded their creative expression. For the Bwiti, there is no guru that is prayed to or worshipped. There is only one prayer that the Bwiti use. Every morning, they thank the Creator for another day. It is this gratitude for life itself, for the gift of simply being alive. For the Bwiti know that from day one, the Creator gave us everything we need. This truth exists deep inside of us. We do not have to pay to be alive. We simply are.
Wow, that's deep, man. So they understand the truth that there is a creator. I wonder if you interview one of them and ask if the world is flat or not, what they would say.
Well, I was going to say that, but let me just say something else. Now, I live that. What you just read is what I live. Now, I did yesterday. I went out for a 6. I'm going to do 15 miles, so there's a 6-mile cycle ride to warm up. Okay, 4 miles into it. Okay, now I'm listening to music. I'm into my music. I'm in the zone. I'm watching every part of the road. I know the road I'm on, so I know all the bumps are, how to avoid them and everything. Okay, to avoid the bumps. You know, when I ride, I get into my path. I'm picking lines. So I want to take the same line every time, so I don't have an event. Okay, so you've got to be in the right position all the time. Flying through. This is on my push bike. I'm in the zone. I'm with the music, and the track that I'm listening to, I should be at this point when this track comes on. So I'm hitting all my marks. Okay, and then I'm doing a left turn, quick left turn, powering out. I go a mile, and then suddenly the back end starts to wobble. And, you notice it immediately because, everything's just gone off. It's a puncher. Oh, wow. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So I come off the road onto the pavement. I look at it, test it. Yeah. And then I'm straight into a run. I ran the last 2 miles. Didn't even stop. Didn't even miss a heartbeat. Look at that. That was yesterday. That's because I'm in that zone which is what you described in what you read. Sometimes you can reach those naturally, being alive, knowing that you're alive. Do you get what I mean?
Did you leave your bike?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I ran with my bike. Of course. Yeah, I didn't leave my bike behind. I ran with my bike, of course. Rear tire puncture. So what do? So I just straight into a run, jog, and that's it. Jogged all the way home, put the bike down. Then I did a further 3-mile run. Came back and then I repaired the rear tire. All in that zone of feeling alive for the gift of life. See that? Yeah, man. I've just come back now from a 15-miler to make up for yesterday's mishaps. See? Because I would have done 15 miles, but I ended up only doing 9